beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, Tom, super excited to be here and in person. I mentioned it. It's the first LAN event and I don't know how long. I mean, what will that change in terms of the players and everyone's excitement?
I mean, it almost feels surreal to just be here. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. But I think it changes a lot, you know, real setting. People maybe used to playing at home beforehand, but in person now, you know, you've got your people next to you. So I'm excited and I can't wait for it to all unfold.
Aga, you're joining us here in London. Firstly, though, happy retirement.
Thank you.
It's good to have you on this side of the desk with us. What are you expecting from this weekend?
Yes, pleasure to be here. I'm expecting high level. It's not just some of the best players here in the UK, it's some of the best players in the world, and I'm expecting to see that.
Yeah, we're expecting some high level of FIFA action over this mammoth weekend. Let me tell you that, which we're bringing you. At the end of it, we'll find our ePremier League champion for 2022.
If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Just look how incredible the studio looks. The players are getting ready. We have plenty of action coming your way this weekend. All 20 Premier League clubs are represented here at the ePremier League, and each of those have 2 players representing their clubs, one on Xbox One and one on PlayStation 5. Those are split into 4 groups. That's 5 clubs per group, and teams in the groups play each other once. 1 leg on Xbox and 1 leg on the PlayStation.
Yeah, you can see all the groups there on the screen. We'll do a bit of a deep dive into those in a short while and bring you up to speed on exactly who is in each group. But I know everyone at home wanting to know, well, how does this weekend actually play out? Well, obviously, you're looking to qualify for tomorrow's quarter-finals. Well, how do you get there? You have to finish top 2 in your group. So points goes as follows. If you get a win, you get 3 points, and a draw is 1 point. Nothing, of course, for that loss. Everyone's trying to get out of that group for tomorrow's quarterfinals when it really kind of starts hotting up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. It's very exciting. And new format, it feels like this is slightly different to what we're normally used to seeing, but it means that everyone gets to play each other. And Tom, when it comes to this new format, it means that they've got to rely on one another in a team, because one's playing on Xbox, one's playing on the PlayStation as well. They've got to come together.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, you're sort of used to playing by yourself, worrying about yourself and, you know, thinking about how you're going to progress. But this time around, it's completely different, like you mentioned, 2v2 format. You have to worry about yourself and your teammate as well. It's a lot more different. I think it's probably better this way. It has a little bit more of a team feel, and I'm here for it all.
And how it will actually work is those scores will be added up, Aga, and actually the aggregate score will determine the winner. You've been there. I said welcome to this side of the desk now. Once again, another happy retirement. But actually, you've seen it, you understand it, you've been there as an individual and working in a team as well. This new format, though, it means that if one has a great first leg on the Xbox, the other one's got to reach that same standard.
Definitely, and I love the tactical aspects of it. There's a lot of mental pressure as well in terms of, like, you're a team now, so you don't want to disappoint your teammate. Maybe he gave you a lead. How do you approach that second game? How do you approach the first game? Are you going for a draw, or are you willing to take the risk? So I'm looking forward to see the approach.
Definitely. Now let's have a quick look at those groups once again. As we said, all 20 Premier League clubs represented here at the ePremier League, split into 4 groups of 5 teams. Tom, looking at those, A, B, C or D, any that you're looking at thinking, oh, I would not like to be involved in that group right there?
I think right now for me it's looking like Group B. We have Liverpool, obviously we have Tex and Diogo. We have Manchester City, defending champions, but not defending player. And take nothing away from Leicester, Everton and Burnley. They could actually cause a triumph and do a madness right now.
I mean, all groups are tricky, of course. Tom's obviously going for Group B as the hardest to progress through. Aga, in terms of which group is most open, which one would you look at?
I'll look at Group C. I think it's a very interesting group. You have some dark horses in Crystal Palace, Leeds United, and also Southampton, actually. And then you have some more experienced teams in Manchester United and Wolverhampton. So really, really open group for me. I think anyone could go past that.
Yeah, totally.
Definitely. Now, looking at all of these, as we said, 20 teams, but there's plenty of players and plenty of games that will be happening. I mentioned it before, 40 games here on day one. That's 80 legs of FIFA 22. So there's going to be plenty of action that you'll be with us throughout the entire day. And we'll be bringing all of those highlights, all of those goals as well. I guess it's going to be a long day for these players, but it's going to be rolling. There's going to be plenty happening back and forth over here. How important is it to get a good start, do you think, Tom?
I mean, it's pretty much key. For a lot of these players, it's their first LAN. Like we mentioned earlier, you know, we've been out playing remotely, but for some people, it's their first LAN. So it's quite exciting to really get it underway. Some people might be feeling the pressure, and some people might be used to this. Never know.
Now, looking at these 4 fixtures that will be starting, Group A, B, C and D. I mean, what a start. What a way to go. You mentioned some names before, those players representing Liverpool. You've got Leicester there as well. Tom, I'll come to you just once again. Any that are jumping out to you?
I mean, we mentioned it before. Group B is literally standing out to me right now. Liverpool versus Leicester. And take nothing away from Leicester. They could cause a proper challenge for both sides. So I'm looking forward to this. I can't wait. But Group B right now is standing out for me. And this Liverpool-Leicester game, I can't wait to see it unfold.
Well, the Liverpool players are on your screen there then. Tex and Diogo. Leicester players there as well. Cosmin, you've got, of course, on your screen. I interviewed him yesterday. Aga, I'm going to come over to you now and go out of those 4 that we've got behind us setting up. I'm looking at Tottenham Hotspur, possibly as a team to beat, just because you've got 2017 world champion in there, and you've got a former EPL champion as well. Do you think they've got the pressure on their shoulders just by having those stats attached to them?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is 2 household names, not just here in the world, some of the world's best players, as you said. And they are looking to get a good start. But we shouldn't underestimate Norwich. They have some quite experienced players as well. And as I'd like to say, the first match of the day for professional FIFA players is the hardest one, in my opinion, because you need to find the flow, the rhythm, the confidence, and build it up throughout the day.
Now, we're looking forward to getting started, and I know that the players, they've been looking forward to this weekend as well. And our reporter for the weekend, Nicole Holliday, well, she's been catching up with some of them ahead of this weekend.
I'm excited, man. It's the first one in like 3 years, I think. It's the first tournament, so now I'm buzzing. A bit nervous, but, you know, me and Diogo, I think we're the best team here, so hopefully we can come and win.
Oh, that's very confident. You just said you're a bit nervous, but then also that you're the best team here. Bold statement from you, Tex.
Yeah, no, like, I'm always nervous, innit? But me and Diogo, we play all the time. We play everyone here. We played everyone here. So, if we play to our standards, I think we can win. I think Tottenham are good. Watford are good. Crystal Palace are good. The rest, I think we can beat them.
I'm really excited. Really excited. It's the first LAN event for me since, obviously, COVID. So, me and Tom, we're feeling really good. Just want to get playing now.
And the past few years must have been quite tough playing from home. How different is it being here and around so many people?
It's very weird. It's very different, obviously, playing online at home in the comfort of your own room. But I miss this feeling, you know, being with the other players, facing your opposition face to face. It's just a feeling that you can't really explain. And it's something that competitive FIFA needs. So it's one of many, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm very excited. It's my first LAN event, so I'm excited to show what I can do.
That's amazing, though. Your first tournament. Yeah. Are you a bit nervous?
Of course, yeah, I'm very nervous, but I'm sure once I'm actually in the game, I'll be like zoned in, you know, I'll be comfortable. So yeah.
Wow, a first LAN event for Billy there for Arsenal. That must bring about some nerves. It was great, obviously, get the thoughts from some of the players with Nicole. Obviously, they're motivated by the fact that we have this LAN event back. They're sitting behind us in these pods, getting ready to go. And Nicole is there as well in the studio, which I absolutely love. She's right in the back. Nicole, what updates have you got for us?
I know, this is so exciting, Rachel, because I'm here. We're all here live in person. It was great to chat to some of the players earlier. Now you can probably see I'm in one of the pods. I've snuck back here into one of the pods. There are 4 pods back here and 4 games will be happening at the exact same time. So lots of drama, lots of excitement, hopefully a lot of goals. Yeah, you guys, yeah, all of you. But it's going to be so much fun, and I will be here chatting to the players before games, after games, getting their thoughts, their reactions. It's going to be so exciting. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yes, it is going to be extremely exciting, and we're getting closer and closer to getting all of those first matchups underway. We're ready, the players are ready, hopefully you're ready at home. So let's have a quick look at what matches will be coming up to start the ePremier League. Yes, kicking things off, it is a London derby where Chelsea, they play Arsenal in Group A.
And then coming up in Group B, one of the biggest favourites to win this tournament, Liverpool, will square off against Leicester City.
Then it's Southampton who are ready to take on Wolves in Group C.
And then finally in Group D, we have Tottenham Hotspur. They're in action against Norwich City. All those 4 matches coming your way after this short break.
Hello everyone, it's great to be back here in Mumbai in India. I'm enjoying the sunshine. We're now off to watch a little bit of football, so come on, let's go. I'm looking forward to seeing the future of the Premier League, the future of the ISL. I wish I, at my age, when I was 14 or 15, like some of these boys are, had the benefit to try and sample something like this, the different culture, the weather, different systems, playing against different countries. So, for experience-wise, to learn, to improve, and just to see something different will be a huge benefit. We've got a fantastic day watching the next-gen Mumbai Cup. The standard's been absolutely fantastic. I'm now off back to the hotel, so stay tuned and see what's in for tomorrow. Good morning, guys. Day 2 here in Mumbai. I've just been told we're off to the hotel to go and meet some Newcastle fans. Should be a good day. Let's go and do it. Okay, that's the morning done. We're now into the afternoon. I've been told we're now in for a bit of cricket and a bit of football with Bollywood superstar Ranveer Singh. Let's see how we get on. Well, that's it. That's a wrap in the fabulous Mumbai for the Next Gen Cup. It's been hugely successful, and I cannot wait to come back. See you then.
Well, hello then, and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. We are live, of course, from London for the first FIFA LAN event in almost 2 years. We're about to get underway with our first 4 games of the tournament. As you can see behind us, all the players are getting ready. Look at that, all in their pods here in person. They must be feeling a little bit nervous, a little excitement as well. We heard from some of the players a little bit earlier, and mixed emotions, I'm going to say, Kyle, ahead of the first round of fixtures here, because for some it's their first ever LAN event. Yeah,
which is so exciting, because obviously for the last 2 years, people that may not know, we have been remote. We've all been working from our bedrooms, and a lot of these pro players have come into the scene. They've also been playing from their bedrooms or from their studios or wherever it is they are in the world, but we've not been all together, and some of those have got to the age where they're now allowed to play professionally, they're allowed to compete and be here, and they've travelled to London, they're all staying here, and I guess it's special. Agra, I'll come to you because you know firsthand that first event, how special it can be, but I guess it's slightly different circumstances, because you wouldn't have spent 2 years preparing in your bedroom, doing the events, and then to come into these ones. But now we're here, the bright lights are on, the sounds are playing, we're live, this is time for them to do it.
Yeah, it's very different from playing from home. I think it can go 2 ways. The nerves can get to you. Obviously, you can be overwhelmed with this stage when it's so big. But on the other hand, I think the new generation of players who's coming forward seems fearless, really. And they could take the other players with storm, really. So I'm excited to see some of the new players here having their LAN debut.
Well, I guess a little bit of history as well. Obviously, this is its 4th edition of the EPL. It started back in 2019. We know who was a champion there. Tex, of course. He is there on screen, ready to go, representing Liverpool again. He's represented that club in these finals for the past 4 years. That was live. That was at LAN. Then we went 2020. We went a little bit half and half. I was in the studio hosting. The guys obviously were from their bedrooms. 2021, the same. Kyle hosted. The guys were at home in their bedrooms. 2022, we're back at LAN. Do you think then the only person who's won at LAN in EPLs is that man on screen? Tex there. Do you think that says something about how he performs on the big stage under pressure, and is it set to be his year again? With his partner, though, Tom Diogo.
I mean, anything is possible right now. Like you mentioned, we've been away for such a while, so it's almost like a reset for a lot of people. Tex, as we saw in into earlier with Nicole, he said he was a little bit nervous, but they're the best team here.
He always says that.
So I mean, anything is genuinely possible, but it's a LAN event. Like we said, we are back, and we hope you can pull through. Who knows?
I'm so interested to find out who he was on the phone to. Just minutes ago in the break, he was on the phone to someone preparing for the ePremier League. He's just on the phone having a nice little conversation, looking nice and relaxed. But look, he's got his hand warmers there, keeping the joints nice and warm. And Aga, these preparations before you do get started, having that confidence is great, but the work starts much before the tournament. They've been in online qualifiers, but he's been grinding the game, he's been going, he's been ensuring that he's ready for this moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it takes a lot of practice to reach this stage, obviously, and as we also can see, another favourite are starting to play here, Spurs against Norwich, which is a great start here, big chance. But obviously with Tex, he's the guy who likes the LAN events. That's where he really performs. He's always there. He always turns up.
Yeah, well, Carl, should we just say, actually, it's kicked off.
Yes.
Aga was brilliant in describing the action, but I was going to go, that's the occasion there. Spurs taking on Norwich has officially started the EPL for 2022.
I think we've got a goal as well already, just looking at the reaction. This is what I love about all of this, is we can see all the live reactions. In that game, Tottenham taking on Norwich. 2 very experienced players as well just there. Gorilla and Dami, we've seen them over the years. Hopefully we'll get to see the action of that first goal and who it came from. I know it was from Norwich, but how the goal actually came in. Aga, talk me through this one.
Yeah, it's a great goal for Dami, and we also saw him have the big chance before. A great start, just using the body feint there just to find the passing angle, and it's a tap in and an impressive start, really. And as I said, we shouldn't underestimate Norwich, and especially not Dami, a very experienced player, have taken part in the EPL before as well. So yeah, still a bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, again, about Dami, he's Norwich's first ever esports player, so quite a big statement as well to kind of put Norwich on the map for him. I think he got signed at just the end of last year, so surely that adds a bit of pressure as well, that Norwich are really making a statement in the esports scene with Dami as their first signing, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you want to, come out of the block strong. You want to make that statement that, I'm here to play. And I feel like they're doing that, literally setting off against one of the better sides that are here today, so looking forward to it.
Now, let's talk about the opponents. Let's talk about Gorilla, because he's obviously teamed up with Tom. And some would say that these are a power team. Oh, we've got another goal as well. We're getting the reactions live just there. I've just seen that, well, Gorilla, he's just touched his head. He doesn't look too happy. He looks quite stressed in it. But the good thing about what is happening, that they can have a coach in a way, Aga, by their side. Tom can talk him through the mistakes he's making and see it from a different perspective.
Yeah, they can definitely support each other, and they will. It's very mixed in terms of how players like to have a coach and how much the coach actually need to be involved when you're playing, because you're so much zoomed into the zone. But yeah, they're using each other, and obviously two players who are that experienced and have those titles under their belts will use each other to improve. But great start for Norwich, really.
I mean, again, we can't underestimate a player like Dami. He scored there with CR7, of course. Ronaldo's going to be a regular in most of these teams. We'll get into the teams a little bit later on who everyone will use. Aga is kind of setting up his own team as well in front of everyone on the computer. But obviously, Dami comes from Poland originally. Used to play for AS Roma as well. So he's got such credentials behind him, Tom. So it's not surprising. I guess we're looking at the other side in Spurs and going, they've got two quality players. But actually, it is 1v1, but in a team environment.
I mean, that's the beauty of football, right? Anything is possible. Anything can happen. You literally take two teams and, like I said, anything can happen. So no one can be underestimated or overestimated here. It's a free game for everybody.
Do you think, though, because obviously the Global Series, FIFA Global Series, has gone 2v2. And I know that Gorilla and Tom have been doing the business throughout the season so far. They won a FGS Masters event a couple of weeks back. They defeated Tex and Diogo in that one. They're obviously well-versed now in 2v2, Aga. Do you think when it comes to playing 1v1, that does kind of maybe unravel them a little bit?
Maybe. I mean, it would definitely give them confidence and some sort of momentum going into this. And I think they trust each other as well. And I think that's a general thing, that in order to win this title, you need to trust each other no matter what.
Now, we just saw a huge chance there for Tottenham. I think it's a great opportunity to say and to break down what you might have seen as well. Schmeichel in goal. That means we can talk about some of the squad restrictions. So, all of the players that we will see today, they will be featuring their squad's Premier League players. They'll have 3 icons, and all of those icons must have played in the Premier League. So, as, of course, Schmeichel played at Manchester United and Manchester City. I think you can say that one as well, Manchester City legend. But we will see him featuring throughout the tournament. And one other thing to say, there's 4 games happening, as we said, so there's plenty of goals. And Rachel, we're seeing more and more action happening already.
Yeah, of course, that's Wolves there with a chance. And then obviously on the rebound with a goal, first goal to Wolves. I believe Chelsea just got a goal in their opening fixture as well. I'm going to try and keep you up to date with all the goals as they come in, guys. We're doing like a goal show for you. It's going to be fast action throughout the day today on day one. So we're going to try and keep up to date with all the pods and just listen as well for when these goals do arrive. We're going to see obviously quite a lot of them because, like we kind of said, it's match one is almost like a warm-up as well. They're kind of trying to suss out, I guess, how the controller works. It possibly different. They're in a different environment, Tom. You know, it's a console they haven't ever played on specifically before. That must all play into it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to think about your tactical approach and how you're going to approach each game. Do you want to go all out, or do you almost want to play defensive and have your partner do the rest of it? You know, I mean, these are some of the best players in the world. They would have thought about all of this stuff. They would know about all of this stuff. They would know how to approach the game, and therefore they would know, am I going to do this or am I going to do that? They have a great idea.
Well, back over at the Spurs-Norwich game as well. Looks like the action is coming very thick and fast over there. At the moment, I think it's still Norwich 2-0 up over Spurs. Wolves obviously in action as well. We've got the London derby. There's so many matches. Okay, let's bring you up to speed so we can get up to speed as well. So Chelsea 1-0 over Arsenal at the moment. Liverpool, Leicester, still no goals in that game. We've got Wolves 1-0 up over Southampton. And then the shock at the moment, but Spurs have managed to bring one back, 2-1 to Norwich City. That's not a score we usually see in the Premier League,
no,
Kyle, but we're seeing it in the FIFA ePrem.
Yes, and there'll be plenty more upsets, I'm sure. We've got some action happening in this game between Liverpool and Leicester City right now. Text for Liverpool, opening up that scoreline, 1-0. And Tom, looking at that just there, that goal, you can see, I mean, classic Tex. We know what he's capable of doing, and he's showcasing it today already.
I mean, like you said, that is classic Tex. Working those angles, just being patient with the ball, being able to thread it through when it matters, and just the ability of the pros to make that one extra pass is so crucial. So it's literally an extra pass, just to tap it into an empty net. It's beautiful.
Aga, you must have played Tex many times in your
Actually, I
illustrious
never
career.
played him.
You haven't?
And it's... I'm really sad about it because I really wanted to just have that one match against him at a tournament just to feel how other opponents have felt against him. Must be a pretty unique feeling because obviously he is one of the GOATs on the scene. So yeah, I'm gutted about that, to be honest.
We'll set it up. We'll set it up sometime. Yeah.
Not anymore.
We have a chance for Arsenal there to make it all squared in the Arsenal-Chelsea game. Unfortunately, just went wide of the net there. You must have played Tex, so going back to that conversation, online, in warm-up games, in practice games, just to kind of test him out in case you were going to go up against him in tournaments, Aga.
No,
oh my goodness, this is history. I never realised this.
Maybe we played like 5-10 virtual minutes, but I don't really remember, and I wish, but obviously, as Tom also saying, his game style is very unique. He's playing with huge confidence, and he's very loyal to his game style, and I think that's what brought him all the titles and what could potentially bring Liverpool some titles. Here we see a very lovely goal as well for Norwich, I believe. So a lot of goals in this match and some really good ones as well.
I mean, Gorilla there, just looking a bit perplexed at what's happening. 3-1 now down to Norwich City. Probably wondering at this stage, Tom, how to get back into the game. I know we're still only just before half-time here. And remember, guys, it's only one leg of FIFA on each console. So then Tom obviously will sit in the pod and take over. But surely he's going, how do I come back from this at the moment to give Tom a fighting chance?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, realistically, depending on how far the game is, but you want to sort of almost think about how to approach the next game almost. Tom's probably thinking, okay, cool, this is the situation that I'm in right now. Should Spencer then pull it back or pull one back, then maybe Tom could get something in. But right now, anything is possible, and I'm loving it. And Norwich are surprising a lot of us. I'm not going to lie. It's looking beautiful. I'm here for it.
I can see in some of the chats as well that Norwich are surprising quite a lot of people. Obviously, you can watch the ePremier League across different formats over this weekend. I've got one of those up. I've got the chat up as well. So get in touch. Let us know your thoughts on everything that's happening. Any shocks, any surprises. We do want to hear from you as well. I love getting interactive. That's one nice thing about all of this. We're getting to talk in the studio, but we can also listen to all of the audience as well. Now, let's talk about this second leg that will be coming up shortly, because, Aga, when you look at these, I guess that Tom's had a chance to assess. He's had a bit of time to sit back there in that Tottenham and Norwich game, as well as all of our other competitors as well. But just to figure things out a little bit, take some time, because, yes, you've got 90 in-game minutes, but that preparation around the game as well, figuring out how you're going to win it, that's important too.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we talked about the tactical aspect before with the new format here, that if you're sitting in Gorilla shoes as well, you're obviously backing yourself to get back into the match, but you still have to consider that there is a second leg that you're not playing. So that's where the tactical aspect comes in, and I really like it. But to be fair, Dami is also one of the very good players here. He's been to the FIFA World Cup. He's been in the ePremier League before, so surprising so far, but not the greatest surprise of the tournament.
Well, this is Norwich again with possession at the moment, working it nicely in the box. Oh, good save though. Van der Sar there in goal for Spurs. I'm looking over my shoulder as well. Tom just kind of trying to coach Guerrilla from the sidelines, as is Jack, though, for Dami, kind of giving him a few fist bumps there. And I mean, again, Jack's the person that's sitting, goal poacher, waiting now to take that seat. The nerves must be really creeping up for Jack, knowing that he has got this lead. How do you deal with the pressure of that situation? I can see, I'm going to say, I don't know if I should say this. He looks nervous. His foot is shaking, guys. He's moving it up and down a little bit.
I mean, it all really does depend on the second game and the first goal. I think once you have the first goal, for me anyway, it makes a massive difference. If he can get that first goal, then I feel like he'll comfortably start to cruise into it. Ultimately, if he doesn't get that first goal, then maybe he might start to feel a little bit nervous. I think the first goal really does make a massive difference.
It does indeed. Now we're seeing action from Southampton taking on Wolves. Wolves are 1-0 up in that one. Close call there, nearly an equaliser for Southampton. We jump across Leicester City trailing to Liverpool. Oh, great opportunity just there. Now, it must be so difficult when you are a team and you're coming up against certain players that have got more experience. But we've said it's the ePremier League. Anything could happen this weekend. And what a way for some of these players who maybe it is their first tournament to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and all the established top players started the place as well. They also had the LAN debut, and I think that should be the vision when you're coming into a tournament. You should be confident, you should have faith in your own abilities, and you shouldn't fear anyone. I think there's a massive difference between fearing and respecting in terms of going into a match. So, yeah, super excited to see how the young guns are coming into this tournament.
I guess we should talk a little bit about what players they will possibly be using and who we'll see over the next 2 days. Of course, we're only allowed to see Premier League players or those people who have competed in the Premier League before. That's why we'll see a lot of teams, a good chance they're using the same players, won't we, in the squads. I mean, Aga, again, is going to build one shortly for us, but obviously allowed icons as well. But again, icons can only be players who play, or obviously who used to play in the Premier League. They're not probably going to be icons if they're still playing in the Premier League. That's how an icon works, right? But yeah, so that will make things a little bit more closely contested. So then it comes down to formations, really, Tom, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have different formations, and it's all really down to preference. But I feel like those players make the massive difference that you mentioned before. We've got the likes of Schmeichel in goal. Some prefer Van der Sar. These are all key players that make massive saves, make those differences. And one massive save could prove amazing or really costly at the same time if it's not a massive save for other people.
Now, what we just saw there, equaliser in that game, Southampton taking on Wolves. That's the beauty of this. It's coming in thick and fast. We're getting to see all of the action unfold just there. And I think we're going to see some of those live results just now. Chelsea still 1 goal up against Arsenal. Liverpool 1 goal up against Leicester City. That Southampton-Wolverhampton Wanderers game, as I said, an equaliser for Southampton, making it 1-1. And Tottenham taking on Norwich City. That is 3-1. Dami taking on Spencer. Huge gorilla just there, a very experienced player. Now, there's going to be plenty of action. We've said 4 games happening now, 36 to go over the day. But Tom, coming back to the squads we will see, I think it's very important that we break it down, that people understand that we aren't going to see just Manchester City players playing for Manchester City, Liverpool players playing for Liverpool, because some of those foot items that we are seeing in the game, which they're updated, there's new content every single week. The game is ever shifting. The meta is ever shifting within game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely nothing's ever still with FIFA. The items are forever changing. There's always better versions of those items, and things change. People have preferences, but ultimately I feel like there's always going to be a core set of players, those Ronaldos, those Team of the Year players, and ultimately those are the people are going to want in their team. It's going to take those percentages of people higher a little bit more, and it's going to help out a lot moving forward.
Well, we've just got an update that the Spurs-Norwich game has now finished. So that first leg there between Gorilla and Dami. So then they'll switch over. Of course, this is how that leg 1 unfolded then. Tom, would you like to just take us through these goals that we just saw from Dami in Norwich?
I mean, yeah, they're very well-worked goals. He's almost providing an attacking style of play. He really wants to get that ball forward each and every single time. Adding that last bit of skill there just adds that little bit of ability to just move the ball forward and just almost surprise Spencer with that attack. So yeah, he's playing very attacking style of football, and I'm here for it. I love what I'm seeing from him right now.
Now, we are seeing that the players, they are switching across. It will be Tom who takes over. he'll be facing in Norwich. He'll be looking at facing Jack Wignall just here. A great opportunity for Jack to capitalise on his teammates' earlier victory just here. I see the smiles on the faces of the players just now, and I think that we will be hearing from one of those players, that winner just now. Nicole Holiday, who have you got for us? Surely it's the winner.
Oh, it is. I'm here with Dammy. Are you okay? When I just called you over, you did a very big breath, a big sigh of relief. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good, right? On paper, they're the best team in our group, and we started pretty well. So I'm really happy with how I played this game, not only the score, but overall how I kept possession and how I created my chances. So I hope to keep it going for the rest of the games, but still, I'm cheering for my teammate, and hopefully we can take 3 points.
You looked quite composed, quite chilled. I was standing there watching, and I kept moving around because I was getting really nervous, but you seemed really calm. Did you feel calm inside?
Not really, no. But I'm more experienced in our duo, so I'm trying to show that, I can handle the pressure, and I try to set up my teammate as best as I can. So I did it this time, and hopefully I can keep doing it for the whole tournament.
And obviously your opponent, Gorilla, I mean, I think it's fair to say that he was possibly favourite between the two of you. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, probably. I think most of the people will say that way, but I know that if I play my game and I come in strong to the tournament, I can be like one of the best on the Xbox, right? I'm not going to say the best yet, but hopefully I can reach it, yeah.
Do you feel like it's too early to say that you back yourself all the way?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But I have some time, so.
Amazing. Well done. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. Now, as you can see, all of our players just behind us, they are swapping in and out. All of those first legs are done. Let's have a quick look at the results just here. 1-0, I should say. I was going to say 3 points. It's not over yet. We're only halfway through these fixtures just now. 1-0 to Chelsea, taking on Arsenal. So Arsenal have it all to do. Also 1-0, Tex held on to that lead against Tom, representing Leicester. Southampton Wolves, it was 1-1, and Tottenham against Norwich, as we saw and heard from Dammy just there, ended 3-1. So Aga, it means that going into this second leg, quite a lot of our teams, they've got it all to do. The close one though, Southampton, Wolverhampton Wanderers, that could go either way.
Yeah, and as we were speaking about, that was one of the groups we really saw as an open group, and I think the first leg showed it. Close games, all of them. I think it's natural, considered that it's the first game of the day. You got to get rid of the bad nerves and find the good nerves, and the confidence and the flow. So looking forward to the second leg now.
Yeah, Tom, let's move on to Liverpool then. As expected, I'm going to say they are ahead going into leg 2. 1-0 though, it's not a big lead. We were saying FIFA, that's not really much at all, and really could turn the tables on that. Obviously Tex doing the job there. Diogo now takes the hot seat. Let's call it the hot seat because it will be after they've sat there with their hand warmers. Let's have a look though at how Liverpool got their goal and how Tex got the goal against Leicester City then.
I mean, it's just a really well-worked goal. He's just taken his time with it and, look, literally up, down between them. And one extra pass as well, just to put that ball in the back of the net makes all the difference, really and truly. And that's classic Tex. That is his style. And like I was saying, he's true to his style, loyal to his style, and it's paying off for him.
And you can see, obviously, he was using Hullet as one of his icons. Again, we're going to see Hullet, I'm sure, no end here. I think St. Maximin was in that team. Ronaldo getting the goal. So, again, all these players will come around. I'm sure Newcastle want to be using St. Maximin as well. I'm sure that will be steady on their team sheet each time. Obviously, that was another chance there. Painter not really being able to get back into that one. Look at the face of Diogo watching behind Tex, his teammate, of course. He will have been hoping that we got some more goals for Liverpool in that first leg. Cosmin again looking quite stressed at the back of the screen. It's like these players have to actually keep their nerve for the 2 legs, because as much as they're not playing it, they're living it, aren't they, Aga, with their teammate there?
Yeah, I think my own experiences says that you're more nervous when you're watching your teammate play rather than playing yourself, because you're so much in the zone and focused. So it's really tough to watch your teammate play, and I think the pictures showed it.
Who did you used to really love playing with on your team that you always kind of knew had your back and would always perform? Was there ever a partner that you had that you could trust wholeheartedly to deliver?
The pressure's on now. Come on, everyone's listening.
Marcuso, I'd probably say, but...
I mean, I played with a lot of amazing players. Marcuso is definitely one of them. But I would also say Ryan Pessoa, who's actually here representing Man City. He's still a great friend of mine, and we had a special connection and trusted each other. And I think, as we spoke about, that's one of the key values here in order to make it all the way. So yeah, there are definitely two of the guys. I'll have to say Boris Letjen as well, but can't mention everyone. Those are the standout names for me.
You better get writing the list out, because people will be messaging you if you've forgotten them. Going into these second legs, though, Tom, I mean, looking at them switching over, you can see just that relief, but I guess they are building a relationship as teammates. We've just been speaking there, obviously, about some of Aga's previous teammates, but these guys here, they will have had to have worked on that ahead of the tournament to ensure that they both know each other's game. Yes, they're not playing together, but each result affects the others.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's one of those ones where you really do have to know your opponent, not just know them inside the game, but also outside the game. Know what they're like as a person, know how they are, and I feel like that really does relate into the game. Once you know how that person works and how that person plays, I feel like you really do work as a team. Maybe if this guy's a little bit more attacking moving forward, then okay, maybe I need to drop deep, and you almost have to react to the games that are in front of you, and that's why you can see them looking so nervous, especially those that are watching.
Aga, though, how much help, I guess, can the teammate do now in this kind of switch around of the console? Because they're playing a completely different teammate. Usually, you know, they'll be playing a 2v2 matchup and they know exactly what they've got to do. It's a whole new game, really, now, isn't it? It's a whole clean sheet, so to speak, in terms of who they're playing, not, though, on the scoreline. So it's a really new and unique place we find ourselves in.
Exactly, and it's very tricky for the guys who have the second match, because they already got a result they have to work with, whether they like it or not. And it can be so hard to adjust to that if you're having a 1 or 2 goal lead, and you suddenly have to think a bit more defensive. And if you're an attacking style player, then it's perhaps a bit weird. So it requires tactical flexibility, really.
It definitely does. Now, you can see just over my shoulder right here, Nicole, well, she's ready with our winner from that first game, Liverpool against Leicester. His name is Tex. He's one of the favourites to win the tournament. Nicole, what's he got to say?
Yes, I am here with Tex. Did you hear that? Carl was saying you're one of the favourites to win the tournament. It must be nice to hear that, right?
Yeah, but obviously, just literally first game. I managed to win 1-0. People are just going to play for draws against me, so I'll take the 1-0s, I'll take the 2-0s. But yeah.
OK, I feel like you seem a bit frustrated, Tex. Am I right?
I am, man. I want to, like usually at a LAN tournament, you play both legs, so you sort of have to come out. But obviously, people are going to play for draws, keep the ball. So it's a bit frustrating because I can't get it. But I managed to win 1-0, and I'll take 1-0 all day.
That's the thing. You've got the win, and that's important. Obviously, you know, it does work differently this year. Diogo's up next, but you've got to back him. He's not bad, is he, Tex?
Of course. You should see him in friendlies, mate. He's sick. He beats me. So, yeah, Diogo, quality player. I don't want to say too much. He's behind me. It might make him a little bit nervous.
Have you kind of given him a little pep talk before he's gone up there?
Nah, not really. Just good luck.
Yeah. And how are you feeling generally coming into this tournament? Do you feel like you're in quite a good place?
Yeah, I've been really good this year. On FIFA 22. FIFA 21, I wasn't very good. FIFA 22, I'm really good. So if I can bring the form in that I've been playing in the last few tournaments, I should beat everyone. So, yeah.
All right, we'll let you get off. Thank you, Tex. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole, for that update. And it's always interesting and nice to hear it when Tex actually talks with confidence, because that's not something we always hear from Tex as a player. In years gone by, he always dams down his chances a bit and says, oh, I'm not playing too well at the moment, or I don't feel too good on this iteration of FIFA. But he tweeted, didn't he, Carl, a couple of weeks ago, I think it was before another event that he took part in, saying, I'm back. FIFA 22 is my year. And for him, Tom, to make that statement to the whole world, let's say that, because social media, everyone knows obviously all about it and everyone's on there. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive deal. You know, you don't really go out and say, I'm the best.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's not something that people usually say. But for him to say that just sort of shows the confidence that he has, shows what he's working with, shows that he's really been working on his game for him to put that out there to so many people. So I'm excited for it.
Now, some of these second legs have started already. Arsenal, Chelsea, also Tottenham taking on Norwich. In that big game just there, Tom has taken over the reins from Grilla, and we've got Jack who's taken over the reins from Dami. A 3-1 lead currently for Norwich. Can they keep hold of that? We'll be keeping you updated throughout. Now, Aga, one other thing that Tex did say, that frustration because you're used to playing both legs, and in a way, it's out of his hands now. Whether he gets 3 points or 1 point or no points, he's done his job. He can't do anything else.
Exactly, and that's also what we spoke about with the tactical aspect. I think a lot of the teams coming up who's playing against Liverpool will think, all right, we need to try to neutralize Tex. We need to try to make this a kind of a boring game. Just go for a draw maybe, and then we'll try to win it in the second leg, which will be very hard as well, because Diogo is a top quality player as well. It's not like a weak link on the team at all, but I think that's where the tactical aspect really comes in, that you can play for certain results.
And he did say that. I mean, Tex is never afraid to speak his mind sometimes, and he did actually mention about what the other teams might be trying to do to neutralise it. But we have got some action already in that game that's kicked off in that second leg. Norwich currently 3-1 up until Spurs. Tom has managed to bring one back, making it 3-2 on aggregate. Very early on in that game, there's plenty of action still to come. I don't think that one's over or that result is going to stay 3-2. I have a feeling there's going to be plenty of goals, not just in that game, but throughout the day as well, which should be very exciting. And Tom, our Tom, that's here on the desk. I mean, there is going to be plenty of action, plenty of goals. And these players, we have to say, have to learn what it's like to be at a LAN event. It's not going to be done in 4 hours. We're here for hopefully, for them, the entire weekend. They need to ensure that they're looking after themselves and that they can physically perform over 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive challenge for a lot of people. For quite a few people, it's their first LAN. So they're not really used to, having that setting of those long hours, those long days. And it really does allow them to sort of mentally challenge themselves, because they're used to playing at home. They could get up, maybe go for a walk downstairs, come back upstairs and do whatever they need to do. But now it's like, okay, cool, game one's done. I've got to go away, but I still have to stay switched on, still have to stay focused, and then I've got to come and do it all over again. And it's pretty much the whole thing for the whole day. So let's see who has it and who doesn't. That's the exciting bit about it.
Well, back now, jumping into more action. Arsenal taking on Chelsea. Chelsea lead 1-0 from that first leg. Chelsea then with another chance here. Rashford there, not quite converting it. Yeah, really tight fixtures wherever we look at the moment. I'm always surprised as well, looking behind me, that a couple of players, Aga, are wearing headsets and a couple aren't. So some people can actually hear what we're talking about, and we're talking about them, of course, which may make them a little bit uncomfortable as well.
It's a lot about rituals, really, for the players. How do they perform? Maybe if you're new and coming here to your first ever LAN event, you will try to replicate as many as the circumstances as you have at home. So yes, some of the players like the in-game sound and just get cuts out from our voices. That's a good chance. Well, I feel like there's been a lot of missed chances here in the openers. Maybe it's because of the nerves.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves definitely play a part. And knowing myself, I would probably be nervous too. But I think it's one of those ones, you get warm, you get into it. Like you said, the first game is more like testing the waters. Also, you might have different, maybe connectivity issues with LAN in comparison to playing at home. So all of that stuff, those little percentages do make a difference. And hopefully they get warm as time goes on and we see some great FIFA being played.
I mean, when you're one-on-one there with the keeper, Van der Sar versus Ronaldo, you expect it to go in on that occasion. It didn't there. We'll have to wait and see if they can obviously make those chances count. Let's go back then to Diogo. I always love this little story about Diogo and Tex from 2020 EPL finals, Xbox final, console final, those two were against each other. We know which way it unfolded. Tex knocked out Diogo in the last minute of extra time, heartbreak, and now they find themselves on the same team. I mean, this is a chance for them to come back and do it together, but maybe, would you say, Aga, there's something in the back of their minds going, you knocked me out a couple of years ago, like, we need to work together on this.
I think it would be a beautiful story if they would eventually end up winning this together. After Tex denying Diogo that chance, where I remember it was like a monumental goal with, I think it was Dominic Calvert-Lewin who scored in in the last second of the game. It was absolute scenes I was watching from home and was so excited, for the event. And yeah, it would be great if those two were able to do it together, and they are the favourites.
Come full circle then from enemies to teammates just there. We did see a big chance for Chelsea. One thing you did say, Aga, there's been plenty of big chances already. And I guess that we are going to see, as the day progresses, as the points add up or they don't add up for some of those teams, they're going to regret not taking those chances.
Definitely, and you have to take them, especially with a 5-team group. I mean, if you lose one game or if you drop points in 2 games, it could be out of your own hands in terms of going through. So you got to take your chances. And I think when the players are getting more confident on the ball, and in game they will start to convert them a lot more often.
Definitely. Now, looking at some of these ones, it looks like we are getting very, very close to our other 2 matches kicking off those second legs just now. But Tottenham taking on Norwich in that game. That second leg is underway. You can see how important this teamwork is, how they might be able to see things from a different perspective, just having another set of eyes on the screen and seeing what the opponent's doing, what maybe you're doing wrong. And Tom, what's super important about these working relationships between the players, you have to be able to take criticism as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's football. That's the way things go. You have to be able to take criticism. I mean, ultimately, the person that's always watching can see stuff that you can't. So you might be in the game or so in the zone that you can't really focus on what's going on around you. But that person has an outside look on it. So maybe you're playing too fast. Maybe you're playing too slow. Maybe you're not playing the way that you're used to playing, and therefore that person on the outside can be like, okay, look, take your time, think about it, go slow, or maybe go even faster and just play your game. Because ultimately, again, for some people's first land, they might not be playing the game that they're used to playing for so long when they're at home.
Classic commentator phase is obviously play the game, not the occasion. Richard Buckley, who's casting, you'll see him tomorrow. He loves that line. He'll love that I've just said that, and just give him a little shout as well. Let's go back to the match behind us and Liverpool-Leicester. Cosmin, great player. I was chatting to him yesterday as well. He was obviously here last year. Who did he get knocked out to on penalties? Oh, to Shells, who won the entire thing last year. So it shows again what quality player Cosmin is. I think looks like a chance for Arsenal here with some great build-up play. St. Maximin with the goal. Levelled up there. Chelsea won, Arsenal won. Nice to get back in it for Arsenal. They're just to my right-hand side. There's not much celebration yet. I guess it is just the first round of fixtures. You don't want to get too carried away, Aga.
No, you want to get into the later stages of the tournament or the more crucial matches. Obviously, every game is important, but I think we'll start to see the celebrations later on. It's just about the approach of not showing too much of feelings and trying to just stay focused on the game, I think, at least.
Now, looking at that, let's break it down. Obviously, 20 Premier League clubs, 4 groups, each of those on a different pod, 5 clubs per group. It does mean that this is the first game for them, but they have got plenty more to come because they will each play each other once, 1 leg on Xbox, 1 leg on PlayStation. This is just the very start for them, and they're going to have to make sure that over the course of the day they can really sustain themselves. Going back to this game just here, Leicester City taking on Liverpool, and it's a huge chance, so close. Tom, you got your head in your hands just there, shocked at that he managed to miss that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's classic football, you know, that one extra pass being played. But I'm surprised that it actually was blocked, and that goes to show the level of the items being used right now, because any normal item perhaps would have you know, allowed that to go in. But those higher items and the way the game is played and the more meta it is, those blocks are being made and a lot more is happening. So I'm pretty surprised that hasn't gone in.
Yeah, again, a couple of items being used there, Aga. Ginola as an icon. Would you expect to see him in quite a lot of the teams?
I think he'll have an impact for sure with the 5-star weak foot and the 5-star skills as well. He'll definitely be a danger, and so will Saint-Maximin, who's been involved here in the beginning with a lot of goals and contributions. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting offensive players there.
Looks like then that Chelsea just took the lead back in that game against Arsenal. The score there will be 2-1 now to Chelsea. So again, Chelsea have the upper hand at the moment. It kind of goes like that a lot in FIFA as well, doesn't it? As soon as the goals start going in, it just generates more goals because I guess the players are warming up now. They're getting really into the swing of things. And obviously Chelsea led, didn't they, in that first leg, and Arsenal suddenly come back and then they're not having any of it, Tom.
I think it's a confidence thing as well. Like once you score one goal, you start to feel a lot more comfortable. I think once you have that goal and that momentum, you're like, okay, cool. The ball's kind of in my court. I kind of know how to play now. He has to sort of react to how I play, especially when you have that lead. And so because of that, as the goals go in, your confidence goes up and you're kind of happy. Do you know what I mean? As you saw with that goal with St. Max, he kind of shrugged it off. He was like, yeah, like sort of light work for him. But that's how it goes in FIFA, man.
It definitely does. There's plenty of action still to come. There's going to be plenty of action throughout the day. The ePremier League is in full swing. All 20 clubs will be playing today. These are the live results, as we can see just now. Chelsea 2-1 up against Arsenal. Liverpool holding on to that result from that first leg, 1-0 up against Leicester City. Southampton against Wolverhampton Wanderers. It is a deadlock, 1-1. And then Tottenham Hotspur brought it back 2-3. But that second leg will be coming up. We'll be back with plenty more action after this break.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to the ePremier League Finals 2022. We are live, of course, from London, bringing you this awesome event. We're so excited to be live because it is, of course, the first FIFA LAN event in almost 2 years. This is super exciting for all of us involved and the FIFA players behind us. We're already underway with all the matches if you are just joining us. We're in Group A. First matches for Group A. We're in Leg 2 as well. We did have another goal in the break. Liverpool getting a second goal over Leicester City. So that, at the moment, is 2-0 to Liverpool. Chelsea, they have just defeated Arsenal in their first matchup as well. 2-1 there. This is the Liverpool goal we had in the break there, which you guys all missed. So we're just going to have a quick look at how this unfolded. So Maximum at the moment with the ball over to Sancho. Really nicely worked from Ronaldo to seal that second goal with Diogo there scoring that one. Then over to the Chelsea-Arsenal game.
Yes, with this one, we had that first leg. It did end 1-0 to Chelsea. And as we can see just here, 1-1 in that second leg, 2-1 on aggregate. It was Arsenal who managed to pull it back 2-2. There's been plenty of action happening here already at the ePremier League. We also had here Wolves taking on Southampton. That was 1-1 after that first leg. And we're seeing some of those highlights. Southampton coming forward, hoping to take it with some big opportunities. Wolves not managing to get the ball out of the box. If in doubt, just kick it out. And that resulted in a goal. And as you can see just here, Chelsea, it was 2-2. Coming into that final minute of the game, and you can see the reactions just there from the Chelsea boys. Wow,
that was the reaction, Kyle, that you missed. We were going, what just happened there? We think Chelsea have won. We said, what was the scoreline? 3-2. Then in the end, we thought it ended there 2-1, didn't we? I mean, what a moment there for Chelsea to get that last-minute goal, but actually from Arsenal.
I mean, we spoke about it earlier. We said there was going to be no reactions, and literally last minute, that's a fantastic goal. And you can see what it means to them. You can see that the way they celebrated, the way they hugged each other, and it really just sums up that LAN is really well and truly back. You know, you can't really physically hug each other when you're at home and all of that sort of stuff. So it really does symbolise LAN is back, and emotions are flying, even though we're still in the first game.
Now let's have a quick look at those live results just now with those aggregate scores. This is everything we've seen. Chelsea-Arsenal, as we've said, that did finish 3-2 to Chelsea. Liverpool 2 goals up on the aggregate score after a 1-0 victory in the first leg against Leicester City. That one is still happening. Southampton 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. That one is still live. And it was Norwich City beating Tottenham 3-2 after a great display by Dami in that first leg, beating Gorilla 3-1. Tom had a huge job to do. He managed to score very early on in that second leg, but it just wasn't meant to be. Now, the format of the ePremier League, we can talk about that. 20 clubs, obviously, in the Premier League, split into 4 groups, 5 teams within each group. Each one will play each other. In the first leg, it'll be an Xbox match. In the second leg will be a PlayStation match. And as you can see, Aga, the scores, they're added together. So each one is as important as the other.
Definitely, and we can see how close the games are. With a small surprise here with Norwich beating Tottenham. I mean, they were one of the favourites and still are. So it's a huge scalp for Norwich.
I was going to say, I don't think it was just a little bit of a shock. It was quite a shock, wasn't it? We were talking earlier that Tottenham obviously have a former world champion. They have a former ePremier League champion going up against, let's not dumb down Norwich's chances. They've got Dami, who's a quality player, used to play for AS Roma, has obviously been in an EPL before. Norwich's first ever FIFA signing. But for them to, I guess, get the win was a little bit of a shock. But what did you make of how both the teams played there, Tom?
I mean, first leg, Dami just went all out. he didn't hold back at all, and it really did show in his performance. He was using skills. He was doing those extras that, you know, the people at the highest level do, and it really did pay off. So credit to him, and he set up the first leg well.
Yes, we heard a reaction in the background. I turned to see what it was, and this is what it was. A goal for Wolves. Look at that little nod of the head, the confidence, a lick of the lips as well at that thought of all 3 points. And you can just see right there, trying to figure it out, the Southampton players, what they maybe need to do moving forward. Great opportunity for all of these players just here, Aga, to ensure that they get an early lead, an early 3 points as well. If they start well this weekend, they could see themselves progressing through to tomorrow. They want to be in that knockout stage.
Yeah, every club wants to be that, every player wants to be that, and every point matters really, and especially here in the first match for some of the clubs. You want to get off to a good start, really. That's also what Leicester is trying to do here. A good goal, it's a driven pass into a tap in, and we'll see a lot of those goals through this weekend, I think. So yeah, exciting match as well.
Less than 10 in-game minutes to go just behind us. I'll make sure that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that, because anything could happen, as we've seen so many times within the FIFA scene. Now this Chelsea game, oh, it's not Chelsea Arsenal, that one's finished. This is Leicester against Liverpool. This is live, this is happening right now. 2 in-game minutes to go. Leicester looking for that last attack, that last chance. Can we see Cosmin pull something out of the bag against Diogo in front of our eyes as he puts that ball across? Ruud Gullit putting it across to Patrick Vieira. 2 icons of the game just there. He's managed to find Rashford. Anything, it has to happen right now. But Diogo manages to snuff out that attack, put the ball out and get all 3 points just there. Tom, once again, it's about both of those legs. He would not have been able to get that victory if Tex wouldn't have got the win in the first leg, and he's done the business in the second.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's all about. You want to really just have that tactical approach. You really want to think about it. And the first leg was tight. Let's not ignore that. It was only 1-0, and Diogo still had a job to do in the second leg. He did it well, held out, and it was just smart being able to kick the ball out last minute and get the win.
Yeah, well, obviously 3 matches out of the 4 have been completed at the moment. We still have Southampton taking on Wolves. That one is still in play at the moment. It's 2 apiece for those 2. So anything can happen here. No one really wants to go away with a draw. I know it's a point still, guys, but obviously you want to take all 3 points home at the beginning of this competition.
Yeah, you want to start off well. You want to try and get those 3 points because it sets you in good stead for moving forward. 1 point isn't the worst, like you said, at the end of the day, but 3 points puts you in a good position, gives you that confidence going into the next game, and you really want to warm up and, you know, continue to move forward and get as many points as possible on the board.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of a buffer as well, doesn't it? But obviously I mentioned 3 matches have been completed. 1's still going at the moment, but Nicole Holiday, our reporter for this weekend, is behind us somewhere in the studio chatting to someone else.
Yes, I am here with Diogo. We were just having a little chat about it off air. I was like, save it, save it. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, no, I'm very happy to get the win in the first game for the team. Obviously, Tex gave me a 1-0 lead, so the most important thing was to obviously play my own game, but you know, I was winning 1-0 until later on, so we're 2-0 on aggregate, but then he got a goal like 82nd minute, so then it's like, okay, it says 1-1 in this game, but it's 2-1 because Tex gave me a 1-goal lead, so let's just make sure we see this out. So yeah, I guess it's kind of, it's new, right, this year, the format, so playing second's a bit interesting. Sometimes you just have to see it out, and that's what I did, I guess. So good on Tex as well for getting that win.
Yeah, are you happy now? Have you thanked him?
Yeah, honestly, I've got full trust in him, you know, to just you know, having a player like Tex go first leg is it's an amazing like thing to have. Obviously, you could say like there's pressure on the second leg guy, but I don't know. I think we're just playing our game and going along with it, and yeah, hopefully we keep winning and we get out the group.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because the format's obviously quite different, and then Tex will always go first. Does that put more pressure on you? I suppose it depends how he does in the first leg, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you know, he would say this as well. It's just like play our own game, see how it goes. I don't think, for example, he won 1-0. I didn't come out like trying to see out the lead straight away, you know, like defend. I played my game, played absolutely normal as if it was 0-0. But then later, towards the end, obviously last 10 minutes, you know, we might as well just, you know, see the game out.
Are you feeling all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine, honestly. That was the first game. I thought Tex played really well. I thought I played really well. So I think that was a very deserved win. Could have been a few more, maybe.
I love that. Very chipper, happy as Ritz. Thanks, Diogo. I'll let you guys go. Back to you guys.
I just love that Tex wasn't interested at all. He was interested during the game. There you can see his reactions to this. Cosmin, playing for Leicester City, wasn't happy at all. You can see the reluctance to shake the hand just at the end against Diogo just there. But, I mean, for both of those guys, what a huge result that was. There is still action that is unfolding in front of us. And this one just here, Wolves taking on Southampton 2-2. 20 in-game minutes to go. A huge opportunity just there. Those opportunities keep on coming. Can we see? Oh, off the crossbar. A great header. And you can just see it's not working out. Those opportunities, those big chances are being created. But I guess, Tom, it's all well and good creating them. You've got to finish them.
You have to be able to punish. This is the highest level at the end of the day. Those goals count. It's all about percentages when you play like this. And literally, that missed goal, a missed opportunity, even a tackle at this level is crucial as he goes through. And there we have it. As you can see from back there, the reactions are flying. And people are really starting to warm up. The reactions are coming through. People are flying, and I'm loving it.
Did you see that there to go give the fist bump? And his coach said, get back to the game, get back to the action. We don't want a fist bump.
I mean, Southampton as well, two great players there, of course. We've got Michael Fisher, who's actually playing at the moment, and Robbie Wilson. Robbie's first ever LAN event, first ever EPL, so quality for him to hopefully get 3 points now. We're on attack again with Rashford at the moment, trying to find some space in the box there. Oh, yes! Michael Fisher, he told me, I had a little conversation with him, he's been playing 8 hours a day in preparation for this. He's ramped it up over the last couple of weeks. He said he didn't want to start too quickly, too soon. He was playing 2 to 3 hours before that, but he said obviously now it's got to count. And what a moment for Michael Fisher there to get 2 in quick succession, Aga.
Yeah, I think it was called offside, maybe.
I think it was, because well, the play went on. I'm watching the replay just now. He scores that goal, the 85th minute, celebrates just there, but no, it was called back. Yeah, it was called back. Something must have happened because the play restarted in the 18-yard box with the goalkeeper. So it's still 3-2 to Southampton. We're going into added time just here. That game looks like it will be done and dusted just now. And they do get the point, so we'll have to figure out. Maybe Nicole can ask that question, hopefully at some point, to Michael. What happened just there? But they get 3 points. That's all that matters.
Yeah, no, that's all that matters, of course. Kyle Walker being VAR for us on that game. He can see things we don't possibly. But yeah, what a moment for the 2 Southampton boys there to get the 3 points against Wolves. Again, these players here, again, not the players that we always see in the scene. So again, they're figuring out, which is quite a nice maybe first matchup for them, that they haven't gone up against some of the really big names in the FIFA community, Tom.
I mean, like you said, it's probably a good step for them. I think we mentioned that Group C is quite an open group as well, so that helps out a lot. But then at the same time, you know, you've trained 8 hours a day, you've been working 8 hours a day, you've ramped it up a little bit, so you know you're not afraid of anybody really. You want to go out and take the best players on. That's why you're here at the end of the day, and you want to be able to play your game and just almost be natural and really test yourself like you can.
Right, let's go back to it then. I'm not going to let this one go, all right? Let's have a look at that situation there. A 4th goal was scored, but I do think there was an offside. It didn't come here. The play goes on. Rashford picks up the ball for Southampton. Manages to get the pass across. But I think it's at that point, after the ball rebounds off his own player. Look at me, I am VAR right now. It then bounces to the Southampton striker, scores the goal. That's when it was deemed offside just there. Maybe we'll go to Stockley Park at some point and see. Maybe we'll get our own VAR for some of the action. But let's have a look at some of the results then. That is our first round of games. Yes, all 4 are done. And these are the results. We walked through some of them before. Chelsea 3, Arsenal 2. 3 points, obviously, for Chelsea. Liverpool getting the win. Diogo and Tex beating Leicester. And then it was Southampton 3, Wolverhampton Wanderers 2, as we've just seen there. And the shock of that first round, Norwich beating Tottenham 3-2. This is how the groups look, Rachel.
Yeah, let's have a look at Group A then first. So Chelsea sitting at the top of the table there, played 1 game, 3 points. Arsenal, of course, they lost to them, played 1 game, 0 points there. Group B, Liverpool sitting at the top. Group C, same for Southampton with 3 points. And then Group D, Norwich City, very unexpected, sitting at the top with 3 points after getting that win over Tottenham Hotspur 3-2 in their opening round of fixtures. Guys, quick question, Tom, to you. Out of the teams we saw there, who looked the most composed, the most put together?
I mean, Liverpool, for me right now, looked very, very composed. They looked like they knew what they were doing. Towards the back end, though, he did say, he sort of just saw the game out and did clear it at the end of the day. But I think Liverpool right now look the most composed. But then at the same time, Norwich City, who are surprising a lot of us right now, look very, very composed. Damn, he looks like he knows what he's doing and he's here to play his game.
Yeah, totally. I guess same question to you at the moment. After only one set of matches, who looks the most, or who looks the team most in form?
Yeah, I think I'll have to go with Liverpool as well. I mean, they look composed and they are the favourites for this competition. So, yeah, a strong start for them against a good team as well.
Right, we've got plenty of action coming up your way very, very shortly. Some of that is happening just now. We have one match that is live already. Brighton taking on West Ham. That one is live. Then we've got Burnley against Everton, Leeds United against Crystal Palace, Watford taking on Aston Villa. But here is some action from that game that is already live. West Ham on the attack against Brighton. That ball comes across and we see St. Maximin put the ball through, and it is Ronaldo. No, it's not. Sancho who manages to get the goal for West Ham. We'll be keeping you updated with everything as it unfolds here at the ePremier League. So make sure you stick around, make sure you don't come anywhere as we continue with all of our fixtures here at the ePremier League.
Every time I come here, I think the excitement is growing. Football has grown, the passion that people now have for football is growing all the time. Competitions like what we're here for in the next generation Mumbai Cup will only enhance that in terms of the experience it will give.
My experience in India has been wonderful. Like everything that I've seen, everything that I've done has just been very well done.
We've played Chelsea and Southampton before, so we knew they were good sides, and I expected a lot from their Indian teams as well, and they were very good. They were physical and they were technical as well.
Winning or losing was not the difference what we wanted to create over here in this tournament. Our main ultimate focus was to give our players the confidence.
We have a relationship with the Indian Super League, which we're relaunching today for a further 3 years. The focus of the new mutual cooperation agreement is going to be youth development, talent pathways, referee development and coaching.
Premier League is huge all over the world, so for it to be here, for it to be taking part in this competition, for it to be involved with the ISL and the Premier League and the link together can only benefit both.
Thank you Premier League for coming to India. Dil se aapka shukriya, the greatest league in the world.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. If you are just joining us, well, welcome. We've already had 4 matches played and concluded. We had Chelsea 3-2 over Arsenal, Liverpool 2-1 over Leicester, Saints 3-2 over Wolves, and Norwich City 3-2 over Tottenham Hotspur. We're into our second set of fixtures now. 4 more pods filled with players, and we've already got 2 goals from West Ham over Brighton, which we didn't expect. The second goal happened during the break here. First was from Sancho for West Ham. Obviously got Redlac playing for West Ham on the screen to your right-hand side, and then Jaden on the left-hand side for Brighton there. This is the second goal, though. There we go, finished off nicely by Ronaldo. We're seeing a lot of Ronaldo goals as expected. He's an item that everyone loves to use in FIFA. Turning our attention now to another game. Watford taking on Aston Villa. Carl, we believe there's another goal during the break.
Yeah, we saw the reaction just here. Aston Villa, and as you can see, managing to score that one, taking on Shorey, who is representing Watford, a player that we know, that we've seen across the FIFA scene, very, very experienced, but it's just the first leg, and it's all about the 2 players obviously coming together, playing together, and those scores being added up. Aggregate scoring means that the 3 points will go to the winner, 1 point to the team that draws, and no points for the loser. Agatha, you were having lots of nodding of your head in approval of some of those goals that we were seeing. Talk us through that second one just there, because for Aston Villa, for these players that are coming in, maybe lesser known players, but we've seen the skills on the FIFA pitch.
Yeah, we've seen quite similar goals so far. I think it's been the driven passes into a tap-in, and we've also seen some failed offside traps, which has resulted in goals. And at this stage, you can't make those mistakes. Then the players are going to take the goals. So I think it's about breaking that offside trap and just time it perfectly, and then you have the clear-cut chances.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the teams that are in action now in the second set of matches. Tom, I'll come to you. Brighton, West Ham, Burnley, Everton. Leeds taking on Crystal Palace. Looks like the tasty matchup there. And Watford, Aston Villa. Which match really kind of draws you into wanting to watch?
I mean, it's got to be Leeds and Crystal Palace. We've got champions there. We've got a very open group as well. And again, Xbox leg is first up. And I know Nick Sneb, so I know that he's really good at attacking. He's really good at getting the ball forward. And he really does want to score. So that, if that actually happens and he plays into that ability, then second leg is all to play for.
Nick Sneb, of course, playing for Crystal Palace with Ethan. I was asking you before we came on air, Tom, do you ever play against any of these players? Not really, but Nick Sneb a little bit. Yeah, obviously you said he's a bit of an attacking player. Going up with Ethan today as a teammate, how good do you think they are? Because I think it was Stokes who tweeted out Crystal Palace are the team to beat, really up there in terms of ranking, in terms of consistency this season.
I think they've got arguably one of the best duos going. I think just because Nick Sneb is so attacking and able to play the ball so quickly and play on Xbox, because every leg is on Xbox first, it works out in that regard. But then also Ethan's very, very good defensively, so he could potentially hold that lead, but not taking nothing away from him moving forward at the same time, because he can also attack. So I feel like the legs defo do work in their favour, and I can't wait to see what's all going to unfold.
Definitely. Now looking at some of the focus and attention on our competitors' faces right there as they get ready to go in game. As we can see, Ollie Lito, who was representing Leeds last year as well, got all the way to that grand final a year ago today, but we'll be talking about that a little bit later on.
I was going to say that. And who won? Carl, thought you were always going to get in there, that Man City won. If you didn't know, Kyle Walker is a Man City fan over here.
Yeah, okay. But impartial over this weekend, obviously. But it was a great event, and obviously
Man
it's
City
nice to have everyone back and everyone here. But there's some huge teams that are back this weekend, just as some huge competitors as well. So, Aggie, I think it's good to get into this and have a look at your power ranking, team by team. You've had a look at some of the best teams, and you've put them in order of who you think that will impress us this weekend. I will say it's fluid. It could change at any point.
Exactly. It's fluent. It could change, and I think we will see some changes, but these are the 4 teams that I believe is the pre-favourites and is the teams to beat. We have number 4 Leeds United, as we're going to see, against number 3 right now, Crystal Palace. And then number 2, starting out a bit tough, Tottenham Hotspur losing their first match, so potentially in danger on my power ranking, but obviously so big players they have, so needed to have them on as well. And then number 1 is Liverpool. Hard not to pick them as number 1 with the likes of Tex and Diogo.
We just obviously mentioned Leeds United. Carl was just talking about them. You've got them 4th at the moment. Obviously, we know Ololito. He was runner-up last year in this very final to Man City Shells. It was on penalties as well. A heartbreak to go out in that fashion or to become runner-up in that fashion. Do you think he'll be more fired up this year? What can he do, or what does he have to do to become champion this year?
Yeah, I think he's definitely motivated to try to go all the way this year. He will be a bit disappointed with last year, but I also think that he was proud because reaching that stage is still very, very big. But obviously a champion's mindset is to go all the way, and I think that's the spirit for Ole.
We haven't actually even mentioned, though, Carl, that Man City Shells isn't here this time out. He didn't actually qualify to represent Man City at these finals, which again, Carl, just shows the quality of the players trying to get to these events.
It does indeed. A young player, Brandon, he'll be representing Manchester City this weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing them in action, as we've seen plenty of our action unfold in front of us. But that Group B with Manchester City, with Leicester, with Everton, with Burnley, with Liverpool, all of those are going to have to make sure that they are bringing their A game throughout. And it's very, very exciting. Going back to your power rankings just there, those 4 teams, one of them, Leeds, I think it is. We need to talk about, there's a goal as well behind us as we say that. We have to talk about his teammate as well, because Leeds, it's not just about Ololito, it's about his teammate Mitch Hayward as well.
Yeah, definitely. Was also a part of the E-Lions, the national team, and has done great for a longer time. And as you mentioned, it's team-based, so it's the entire team and not only on one player. And I think they are a good fit together, really.
Yeah, I mean, as well, Mitch Hayward, you just mentioned him. He's the player sitting on the sidelines at the moment watching Ololito play. When he plays for the E-Lions, he plays 2v2 with Tom from Tottenham Hotspur, who we saw earlier as well. It gets quite confusing, guys. Do stay with us. These players obviously play for Premier League teams. They play for esports teams. They play for national teams. There's so many different teams they have to kind of, I guess, just fit into. Just talk about the quality of the E-Lions team as well, Tom. I know they're actually sitting top of their divisional rankings, Tom and Mitch, this is. So again, I'm sure that playing with the likes of Tom for Mitch just gives him a boost of confidence as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about familiarity.
I think that was we might get an update on another goal there, guys.
But yeah, it's all about familiarity and knowing, who you work with and who you work best with. So just having that ability to, be together all the time and work together all the time really does go a long way.
Now, there was a big chance just there. I think we're hearing some of the reactions from these players. It came for Everton, so close for Callum just there, but we had plenty of goals, plenty of highlights, plenty of action unfolding right here in front of us. Let's have a look at that goal then. Who did it come for? Well, Aston Villa were 1-0 up ahead of this in that 81st minute of that first leg. The ball comes across to Sancho, takes his time, puts another pass across to Ronaldo. Again, Agger, we're seeing more goals for Ronaldo. Premier League legend, making himself an ePremier League legend as well.
Yeah, I think we can say he is a legend in FIFA as well. He's on every player's team, and rightfully so. He is the guy you wanna have with the huge chances. He will convert them almost every time.
Well, we've got a goal in this match. Leeds between Crystal Palace as well. Crystal Palace with that goal. Well, that was a pretty nice start for them as well. Crystal Palace, we said, they're the ones to watch. Nick Snebb there, Tom's mate, we're going to say that now. A relationship up there. Getting the job done, and obviously Ethan sitting on the sidelines waiting for his chance, hoping that he just gets a couple more goals under his belt, gives him a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, it's all about attacking. A goal is almost
chance there as well.
There. Little finesse, and it's gone over the bar. But you can see that the way everyone's playing, all pretty much has a similar theme. They want to, work those those angles, take their time, try and get that ball into the box. And something that I'm seeing a lot is that final pass in the box, to increase that probability of letting the ball go in the back of the net. So I'm loving it.
That's what I miss out on. That's what it is. I don't have the final pass. That's what it is. Right, we had some more action happening. Another goal right here in this game. It was 1-1. Leeds coming forward. Oli Lito controlling this team, playing on that first leg. He manages to put the ball across, results in another goal. And once again, it highlights taking your time, waiting for the right pass, waiting for the right time. And when you do that, Aga, it results in a fine finish.
Yeah, signature FIFA 22 goal with the extra pass, as we've been speaking about. And it is about making your opponent commit in the defense and just make that extra pass so you play the chance for 90% to 110.
Yeah, well, let's just have a quick look then. Watford are switching over now. So leg one has finished there. 2 goals down, actually. Pretty surprising. I'm going to say that Watford are kind of down at the moment going into the second half, especially because you've got #Shuri and you've got Stokes as well, 2 players that play with each other on the esports side of things in their organisation. You've got Stokes coming in now, though. Obviously, he's played here before with Spurs and Burnley, FIFA 19 playoff champion. You know, he's been a last 8 at a World Cup. He knows how to get the job done. Do you think the fact that he's coming in, though, 2 goals down is too much for a mountain to climb?
I don't think so. I feel like a 1-goal deficit, 2-goal deficit, the ability to turn things around are always there, so anything is possible. And he's probably been in this position numerous times, probably not just at home, but at events as well. So I feel like if there's anyone that could do it, it'd probably be him.
Burnley get there, opening up that scoreline. Sancho getting that goal against Everton. That one we'll be continuing all the action. I'm looking across these different groups because in that group, Group B, Burnley, if they can manage to hold on to that, there is going to be some tough competition, but only 2 teams from each of our groups will be progressing through. And Burnley, Everton, Leicester, they will know, Tom, that they've got a difficult job on their hands when you've got the likes of Manchester City, when you've got the likes of Liverpool in your group. It's going to be very difficult for each of them. And I think that'll be the group where we don't know what could happen.
Yeah, and I think that's why I said I want nothing to do with that group if I was playing personally. But you can see the class of the likes of Burnley, the likes of Leicester. Like, they're not holding back. They're not afraid. At the end of the day, we looked at the first game. There was only a 1-goal deficit. I think it was like 2-1. So they're gonna come out. They're gonna be strong, and they know that they need to get those points on the board before they get to the likes of Liverpool, before they get to the likes of Manchester City, because that's where you're really looking to try and maybe get like a 1 point or a 3 pointer. Anything is possible.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the Aston Villa side, who at the moment find themselves ahead over Watford. We've got Kyle Rowley, one of the players there. He also qualified, I think, for the 2020 EPL finals with Villa as well. He plays football in his real life, which kind of is real time. We kind of my hair stuck and everything. We kind of say it's virtual time there, but we always say that transitions so well onto the virtual pitch. You can play the game in real time, real life, then you're better on the virtual pitch, Tom. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think one thing it defo helps is like your mental fortitude, because you know that, for example, if you're playing up front, chances aren't always going to come your way. You kind of have to bide your time. You kind of have to really think about what's next or what you're going to do. Or if you're playing in defence, you have to think about positioning. If I position myself here, then maybe I can stop it that way. And I feel like it transitions into the game. It's like a really fluid transition, and I like it. I like it.
Are you saying this from experience? Are you a player in real life and you also transition?
I dabble sometimes, maybe the odd Saturday.
On Saturday, I'm not really convinced with that answer. We've got another goal then in this goal. Burnley taking on Everton. There we go. Everton getting a goal back in that game. So it's making it a super cagey affair between these 2 teams. Everton taking on Burnley.
Yes, now looking at this and that goal just there, once again, that Group B, we talked about how difficult it is going to be, but Group C, another one that we highlighted before, Southampton, Crystal Palace, Leeds United, Manchester United, Wolverhampton Wanderers. Once again, we've got teams in there that have got such experienced pro players as well, because some of the players that we're seeing here, they could have qualified, maybe not being a pro player. They just had an incredible online qualifier. They're representing the club that they love. And some of the players here, well, they're pros. They do this for a living. Aga is someone that has done that. now retired, as I've mentioned plenty of times. It's nice to have you on this side of it, mate. The difference and the amount of work that goes into being a pro player, talk to us through that. How much does it take?
It takes a lot, especially with discipline. You need to put many hours in per day just with practicing, but there are also other things like a lot of players think about. Gym workout, meal preparation, like there are many factors. Good nights of sleep as well is very important in order to be able to sit and just concentrate for a lot of hours. So I really feel like the discipline is a different level when you're going into professional FIFA.
Yeah, totally. Well, Brighton then just got a goal back against West Ham. West Ham were leading, weren't they? 2-0 in that first leg. Brighton now taking that one to 2-1. So obviously we're now into our second leg of matchups. Again, the second guys are now sitting there. They've watched 90 minutes of in-game FIFA. They're waiting nervously for their first turn as well in the pods here. First time on a stage for a couple of years as well. They've got to all put it out there on the line, haven't they, Tom, and really step up to the mark once they get in that hot seat.
Yeah, I mean, in previous times, you kind of play both legs. So first game, you're a little bit cagey. You kind of don't know what to expect. But then second game, you kind of warm into it. This time around, it's only one leg. You play on PlayStation or you play on Xbox, and you really kind of don't know what to expect in that game.
Yeah, definitely, and we will be bringing all the action, all the highlights as well. I'm just looking across some of the different teams and just highlighting some of these. We have got another goal, though. Let's have a look who this one's come by. 2-1 it is on aggregate. West Ham, but in that second leg, Brighton are beating them after that goal. We have just seen, it looks like West Ham just there managing to score another, extend their lead on aggregate. And we've seen that goal so many times. I'm sure we'll see it so many times again. Another goal, though, that we've got, it was 1-1 for Everton. Huge chance, I should say, for Everton just there, not managing to convert it and find the back of the net. Going back to the goal we did see, Leeds United scoring. I think I can confidently say that just there by that reaction. We can see the goal. Olilito winning 2-1 in that one against Jacob. Can he? Beautiful just there, as you saw. We heard the reaction. Tom breaking that down. Ice in the veins? Is that what he's saying there, or did he have something on his arm?
I'm not too sure. Maybe he might be wiping off the sweat. I'm not too sure, but it's a fantastic goal. Again, going back to what we mentioned before, working those angles, and again, that's a former champion, so he knows what to do. He's been here before. He's got that experience, and it's really showing at this LAN event.
Yeah, Olilito then still in the first leg for Leeds United. Then, of course, Mitch Hayward is going to take the seat for them. Mitch as well, he actually partners up in the FGS season with Jazz, who's sitting in a pod, a couple of pods over for Everton. I spoke to Jazz as well yesterday when we were having a little bit of a conversation. He's played for Chelsea a couple of years ago in the EPL, taking on Everton this time. So you can see Jazz just there in the back of shot behind Callum, who's playing at the moment. And we did something called Stat Attack, yesterday, where I showed some items with nothing on them and said, right, try and tell me who these players are, Jazz. He said, I'm not going to be any good at this. He was brilliant. He could just get them. It was like, I put up defence. That was it. And he was like, yeah, I know who that is. I'm like, how do you know who that is? But Aga, he knows who these players are by just putting up one or two stats because they play so many hours in the game. If I said that to you, would you be good at unearthing these stats based on just defending or passing or shooting?
I would be in big trouble. Compare. No, I mean, it's a great example on how much time the players put into it, because it's their job, but it's also their lifestyle, their passion. They want to be the best version of themselves.
Definitely. Now we have got some live action for you just here. Leeds United winning 3-1 against Crystal Palace. Olilito taking on Nick Sneb, or should we call him Tom's friend, Nick Sneb. We're not going to let that go throughout the day. 87th minute, it is 3-1, as I said. This first leg setting Mitch up for that second leg, going in as a winner just here. It looks like it could be for Leeds. However, we've seen other things happen in 4 in-game minutes that could happen. It will be Ethan who would be taking on Mitch Hayward after this game just here. And as we see, Aga coming to those final few minutes, that last attack, something that I mentioned before, just how important is that to make sure you ensure you have that last attack that can result in a goal like this?
Yeah, that's picture perfect from Olilito. Just making sure he'll get the last attack of the game, so his opponent can't have any chance of getting a goal back. And then he just times it perfectly with the time and, yeah, creates a chance.
Tom, 3-1 coming into the second leg. It looks doable. It looks manageable. 4-1 going into that second leg. It gives Ethan a very difficult task against Mitch Haywood.
Yeah, I mean, second leg, he's got his work cut out for him. But, I mean, anything's possible. Like we mentioned before, one goal is all that makes a difference. But I think Ethan really needs to make sure that he gets the first goal. Because if he gets that first goal, then maybe the momentum can build. If he doesn't get the first goal, it could prove slightly difficult for him moving forward.
It could indeed. Right, we're into that second leg of Aston Villa taking on Watford. It is 2-0 to Aston Villa. But can Watford bring something back? That first goal just there cuts the deficit in half. And as we're seeing, we know what a player Tom Stokes is. And he looks like he's not here to mess around, Tom.
He doesn't look like he's here to play games. I mean, he's live pretty much on Twitch every morning, practicing. And I'm sure that's not the only time that he does practice. And he really knows how to work those angles, as you saw that little reverse elastico there. I'm sure you know about that. To create those angles and put the ball in the back of the net. So he looks like like I said, he knows what he's doing. He's been here before and he's having fun with it. I'm not going to lie.
I'm going to go over to Aga. Aga, have you ever played Stokes? Please
I
say
played
yes.
him many times. Yeah, he's a really good player, and he's been that for over 10 years, to be honest. When I started, he was playing as well, and that was a long time ago. So the fact that he's been able to keep up on such a high level for so many years is huge, really, and he's still one of the best players here. So I have huge expectation for him at this competition as well.
Right, well, we can hear from one of our players that has played that first leg. We talked about all the success he had last year. He's coming back to make sure he can go one step further. Nicole Holiday, who have you got for us?
I'm here with Ololito. Well done. You just won 4-1 your first game. How are you feeling? You did very well.
Feeling good. I mean, 4-1, I think it's a very good start of the day, I think, versus one of the best squads here in the whole of the ePremier League. And I mean, I'm very, very excited being back here, you know. Like, I had a good year last year, especially in the ePremier League. Unfortunately, falling out short, but yeah, I'm super excited and happy to be back.
Yeah, so last year, the ePremier League, like you said, I remember we chatted via Zoom when you were at home. You got to the final against Shells. Lost the final. I mean, it was such a great game when we were watching in the studio. We loved watching it. Yeah. What was that like for you afterwards? Because you must have been quite gutted.
Yeah, I think it was a hard 2 weeks after. I was not really touching FIFA after that. I was just, I wouldn't say having a breakdown, but I just didn't touch the game for 2 weeks. And after that, I just, did come back into it. I had, of course, very, very good support from every Leeds fan out there and the NIP fans supporting me. So, yeah, it was a tough moment, but I think it definitely helped in my career as well.
So what did you do to kind of overcome that feeling afterwards?
I think mainly not really focusing on FIFA for a couple of weeks, as I said. Being with friends, doing other stuff than just playing FIFA simply. And have your thoughts on other things basically, and talking to very, very good friends of mine. I think that definitely helped me to not really think about that moment.
And then how have you felt coming into this today? And also it's quite different being here in person, isn't it?
It's exciting. I mean, I think the studio is looking super, super good. I think everyone here has done an exceptional job, and I mean, I'm super excited and happy to be here again, especially playing for Leeds. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, I mean, I just have one main goal for the tournament, and that is to win with Mitch. So yeah.
Well, there you go. Mitch is up next. No pressure is behind us. You feeling all right? He says it's good. Anyway, thank you, Ololito. Back to you guys.
Well, Ololito wants to win, but these guys will want to win as well. Obviously, West Ham taking on Brighton. There was a goal in this game when Nicole was talking to Ololito there. There we go. Nicely built up with Hullet at the moment on the ball. For Brighton, of course. Hullet to Ronaldo. Mark Marley there on screen getting that goal. Brighton then. Oh, another goal. Brighton, West Ham. We're going to stick with this game. Brighton then working at the edge of the box at the moment. Mahrez into Firmino for another goal. Mark Marley again, we cannot discount this player. He was a runner-up against Tom a couple of years ago, so knows how he can progress really far in this competition. He's a player that I have my eye on as well. I'll be watching him closely throughout the next couple of days. Well, we're into our second round of matches, guys. It's coming here thick and fast. We're going to have leg 2 coming your way after this short break. Come back and join us.
Why is it so hard? I don't get it.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh no, that's really hard to do actually, from looking at that.
This is stressful.
This is really hard. It's surprising me how hard this is.
Okay, I'll bridge. I think it's C, but it might be a different name. I don't know.
No, to be honest, I think it's a flick up there.
Flick up?
That'd be a flick up.
That is flick up here. Is it? Yeah.
Okay, I read it wrong. My bad, my bad.
Still muscle memory. I have no idea what buttons I'm clicking.
Heel flick turn.
That's the heel chop lift.
Fake pass drag back. Don't think I would pass good one.
It depends on the way you're facing. I'm just going to go for either B or C. I'm thinking B. It's A. I've just got absolutely done, mate.
I thought that actually, I panicked. So these are such random
I don't really think too much when I'm playing. I mean, I think about what I'm doing, but I don't think about my hand movement.
Oh, I don't know that one.
I believe that's the...
That.
I believe this is the 4-touch turn.
3-touch exit left. That new 4-turn touch, isn't it?
It's a 3-touch exit left.
The 4-touch. I didn't look at that answer.
You see, because when you're reading it, it's so much different to when you're actually doing it. It's so weird. It's harder than I thought. No idea. I'm going to go running scoop turn, but I don't know.
I think it's fake Rabona, right?
We're going to go with the running scoop turn.
B?
I think that's the fake Rabona.
There we go. I'm getting it now.
Yeah, I feel good again. Confidence is back.
Hold LBRB, flick, press right stick. Oh yeah, directional nutmeg.
Directional nutmeg.
Directional nutmeg, yeah.
For this one, it'd be lateral heel to heel.
I don't think it's a lateral heel to heel, so that would leave B, drag back sombrero flick.
Drag back sombrero flick.
Sombrero flick.
Sombrero flick.
Let's say B, drag back sombrero. Yeah, okay.
No, I was going to say B.
Finally got I can't lie, that one's a bit of a guess, but we'll take it.
It's easy to do them on the pitch, but when I need to put a command with the name, I think it's much harder than I thought.
And none of them there are really obvious ones.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League 2022. We've had plenty of action so far. There's plenty more to come this weekend with all of our competitors hoping to get their hands on that trophy just here. But before we get into all of that conversation, let's have a look at some of the action that's unfolded during the break. Watford managing to score another goal. Yes, Tom Stokes bringing it back 2-2 in that game just there against Aston Villa. And it didn't stop just there. Oh no, it didn't. He managed to score another, coming all the way from behind to win that one, or to be winning that one, I should say. Still ongoing. And there's another piece of action just here. He didn't want to stop at 3-2. No, he didn't. He said, I'm coming here. I'm not playing any games. This second leg is mine. I'm going to make sure that I push the team on to victory. And it looks like he's getting closer and closer to that. Aga, Tom Stokes, we've talked about how experienced he is. He's just showing us just how good of a player he actually is.
That was a massive statement just to witness that. 4 goals in one match on this level. It's really not easy, and it just goes to show that that he can do bits for this team. And now Shorey also had his first game, so he'll be more warm and will be ready to perform perhaps together with Tom. And then Watford are looking very dangerous. How does Kyle Rowley, though, for Villa defeat Stokes at the moment? Yeah, it must be tough if the result stands, obviously, for Kyle. But he'll just have to pick himself up quickly together with his teammate and yeah, because you can't dwell with the past. You have to just move on and try to get the points. Well, I'll look at a few facts then about Stokes. Favourite skill? I don't do skills. Thanks there, Stokes, for telling us that. Should you do skills, though, Tom? I guess at an event like this at the ePremier League finals, maybe you do when you're playing online, but surely skills are needed at some point in the match. Yeah, I would think so. I think it's all down to preference at the end of the day. But for someone that said he doesn't do skills, I think we saw him do a skill before he scored. So what's he using, just the through balls or something? What's he going to do to find the back of the net? I'm not entirely sure, but I personally would want to do skills, and I feel like skills allow you to sort of almost put the opponent off. Yeah. Like 1 second of delay or 1 second of a lack of concentration leads to a goal. So it all makes a difference. Ooh, big moment then. Penalty for Villa to claw one back, and they do. Well, that puts them right back in it then, doesn't it? Kyle Rowley there. We said, what's he going to do? Maybe he's got to get a penalty, and that's what he's just done. A little bit of a luck in the game of FIFA as well. Obviously, it's awful to concede a penalty. We see it happen, actually, in defining moments like we did last year. Ololito taking on Shells. Ololito going out and being denied being the champion on penalties. Agra, I mean, you must have had your fair share of penalties in high-pressure moments. Can you recall a few for us, and maybe the one that stands out in your head? Yes, the worst one is my loss at the World Cup in a semi-final when I was the reigning champ, and that was like, it was so hard to get back on track after that. It's a very cruel way to go out as a player, obviously, but it's a part of the game, and when you win them, it's also very unique. So yeah, PKs are part of the game, and it's a mental game. I won't call it too much that it's about skill. It's about keeping your mental very clear and be calm under the pressure. Now we can see just here that the game between Watford and Aston Villa has finished just there. That second leg going in a very different direction to the first. I think Shorey has said thank you to Tom Stokes just there after his second half performance in that one. That does ensure the 3 points go to Tom Stokes, and he's currently vlogging, giving his thoughts. Hopefully we'll get to hear his thoughts on our stream, not just on his camera, but on our cameras as well. Going back to this though, because now Aston Villa, they're in a very interesting position. You talked about the mental side of the game. They can't let that second game, that second leg, affect their future performances, Aga. No, they have to start getting the points in, because otherwise it would be too late, especially with 5 clubs in each group. You're not allowed to lose too many games. So they'll feel unlucky, but it's about not dwelling with the past, really. And I guess Shorey, he said there thank you to Stokes. Obviously, Stokes got all 4 of those goals. He's got to, I guess, up his level a little bit to match his teammate. We spoke about this, didn't we? It's the new iteration of ePremier League finals. It's this team aspect to it, Tom. He must actually be feeling the pressure, the fact that he didn't quite find the back of the net in his first leg. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there's always going to be like a little bit of a pressure in the back of your mind. You know, your teammate kind of, I don't want to say bailed, but kind of got you out of a sticky situation. So second leg or second games and moving forward, you really want to just take your time and think about, okay, cool, I need to at least score. I need to at least do this to try and
give that better advantage in the second leg.
Well, let's stay with Watford then. They obviously just defeated Aston Villa 4-1. And Nicole is talking to Tom Stokes now.
Yes, I'm here with Stokes. Managed to grab him before he went off. 4-1. Yeah. Well done. How did that feel for you?
Yeah, thanks. To be honest, like, I was just so zoned in. I just knew that I was capable of getting a result for Shuri, and I feel like when you're playing with your teammate, it's just such a... You're trying to win for two people, it just feels so much better. Obviously, it feels worse if you lose, but just try to play my best, and yeah.
But that must be so nerve-wracking because you're working as a team this year. Yeah. And like you said, you know, Shuri, that first leg, it didn't go so well. So that does put pressure on you, or are you just that calm that you don't feel it?
No, of course there's pressure because it's more so the first game of the group. You know, if you start off on a bad points, you're always fighting. You know, but obviously Impact's is a great player. We knew Impact's was always going to be tough to beat, and you know I trust Shuri. And 2-0 could have been a different game. And then I just went into the game with confidence and just luckily an early goal settled the nerves a little bit, and I just kept going.
So you felt like you knew that you could do it. You knew that as a team you could come back. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I feel like a lot of scorelines, no matter what, as long as you keep calm and just put the pressure on, you can definitely come back from most scorelines.
And you've said that you're feeling good this year in yourself. Tell us a bit more about that.
Well, I've just started the year really well. Like, I've had some really good results, qualified to some good tournaments, and I just got a real confidence that I didn't have last year, and I had it a few years ago, but it's been away, and now I'm definitely feeling it.
Amazing. Well, I'll let you get off and calm down. Thank you so much. Well done. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Nicole. Also, thank you to Stokes right there giving us that insight. He genuinely believes that no matter what the scoreline is, if he's zoned in, he can pull it back. Well, the match here in the second leg, that both of them, I'm sure of those competitors, will be zoned in. They'll be searching for a second goal each, and great chance for Ruud Gullit just there, but it was saved by Van der Sar in that one. I mean, we are going to see, as the day progresses, all of these big chances, but going back to what Stokes said there, Tom, I'll come to you on this one. If you are zoned in, these players, they can achieve whatever they want to.
Yeah, and that's why they're here at the end of the day. Being zoned in makes all the differences. I think we hear a reaction back there, but being zoned in makes all the difference. And I think it's down to preference as well. Like we mentioned earlier, some people have headsets, some people just have their AirPods and their music in, and that's what they prefer. And whatever helps them get in the zone, at the end of the day, it's all about performance. Being able to perform at that high level makes all the difference. And if you need to listen to music to do that, that's fine. If you need to listen to game sound to do that, that's fine. But once you're in that zone and once it really starts to click through for you, I don't think there's nothing you can't achieve, to be honest.
Well, Mitch Hayward there was on your screens playing for Leeds, of course, the England player as well. They're up against Crystal Palace. Obviously, we've got two more games going on at the moment. This is Ethan for Crystal Palace on your screens at the moment. Actually, Leeds are leading 4-1 over Crystal Palace. Even though we said Crystal Palace were on Aga's power ranking, they were third. Leeds is actually fourth. Aga, would you want to switch them around at this stage?
There might be some switch, but I think I have to give the four clubs a chance as well to just get into the games and feel it out. And as we can see here, Crystal Palace is trying to come back. That's good finesse shot. Maybe if he would have timed it green, it could have been a goal, and we'll see a lot of the finesse shots as well throughout the competition.
We will. Now, there's two games that are happening currently in those second legs. We are getting the reaction live as it happens here in the studio. One of the beautiful things about being back at LAN events, about having everyone here, you can see, you can hear, and you're listening in to all of the different conversations that are happening. Leeds currently in front, and you can see that Leeds game against Crystal Palace. Mitch just getting some coaching, it would seem, by the coach that is with him. Oli Lito sat in the background, sat waiting patiently after a brilliant first half display just there. Aga, coming to you, how important are coaches in situations like this?
I think they can be absolutely crucial to have taken the temperature on the match and making sure that the player is feeling himself really and have the confidence and knows what to do, because when you're zoomed in and so focused, there can be some things that you are missing that people behind you can see. So I think it's a great addition for the players to have someone behind them.
Yeah, of course. And we obviously completed another game as well. It was Brighton, West Ham. That finished 3-3. So they both get a point, remember, in that table. They are, of course, in Group A. So that at the moment looks like Chelsea 3 points, Brighton 1, West Ham 1, Brentford and Arsenal at the moment on 0 points. Brentford haven't played yet, and it will be their first time in the ePremier League finals. Back to Everton, Burnley as well. Jazz and Josh then on your screens. Still all squared here. Chance at the moment for Burnley. Oh, good defending there from Jazz. Well, guys, obviously so many matches happening in the ePremier League finals. We also, though, have something very exciting that we're going to bring your way shortly. We actually have a women's showcase event coming your way. So we're going to have a 2v2 matchup between some awesome females. Okay, we have Lisa Manley. She's actually casting this event as well. You'll get to see her in all her glory, telling you all about her FIFA knowledge tomorrow when we see her on stream. She actually is signed by Jessie Lingard's esports team, Jay Lings. She'll be playing up on her team with Liv Cook. She's a 5-time world record holder in terms of freestyle footballing. She also, let me tell you, has skills on the virtual pitch. She beat none other than Sir Mo Farah, Olympic legend, let me tell you that. So she has some scalps. So that team is pretty awesome. Then on the other side, we have another pairing. We have Foot Header. She's signed for SAF, which is awesome. Again, another female who has been signed. And then she's taking on Rosie Kamita. She's actually a Watford women's player. So again, Tom, going back to your point, she has all the skills on the real pitch. She's trying to convert them today on the virtual pitch. But it's so awesome to see these females actually making waves in FIFA. It's been a long time coming, but I think so many girls now are getting signed to clubs, and it's making a statement. And the fact they're doing it 2v2 as well as what we're seeing in the FIFA Global Series, that kind of team element to it. We're going to see these girls with all their skills today coming up later. Tom, how great is it to see this showcase event? We've got 4 awesome females. What are you looking forward to about it?
I'm excited. Times are changing, and I'm here for it all. I think there's going to be a lot of potential on show. There might be a lot of skills. From what I've heard, Lisa Manley's actually quite good on the sticks as well.
Actually, she's very good.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've heard.
But we had an event actually a couple of weeks ago, and Lisa Manley finished runner-up there. I actually think the nerves got the better of her, so I'm hoping she's coming out and she's more confident this time around. Aga, I mean, you've been in the scene for about 10 years, you were just saying, and, you know, there's never been any females really getting to the big stage. So, in your opinion, how great is it to see these girls coming through?
I think it's great, and I think it's been coming really. So be able to watch them play would be a pleasure, and yeah, can't wait for it.
And Carl, you've been talking to them as well. Do they seem nervous, or are you looking forward to it?
Well, I was milling around just backstage before. They all were sat very, quietly, and there was lots of respect between the two groups. I'm sure when they are playing, that'll go out of the window. One thing I will add, though, Liv, obviously, do you know how good she is at freestyle? You can talk about her freestyle stuff. She taught me how to do some freestyle tricks. That's how good she actually is the fact that she can do that. It's not just for herself, but she can teach me a trick or two. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that showcase match, it does play out in front of us. There's still plenty, though, of ePremier League action that is coming your way. We just saw a huge opportunity just there. It's very silent right now in the arena, except for us talking, which I'm sure all the players want us to be very, very quiet in these moments. It feels very tense, and I guess tension, Tom, that's the word probably of the day, because one way or the other, there's going to be tense moments for all of our competitors.
Yeah, I mean, like we've seen before, all the scorelines have been relatively close with like a 1-2 goal margin, and that's really just due to the concentration that both these teams have. I think the only point we've really heard celebrations or joyous occasions when goals were scored or when the win was achieved. So it sums up what today is about. There's always going to be tension, there's always going to be nerves, but I feel like as time goes on and games get warm, people are going to start to celebrate a little bit more. We've already started seeing it with a little bit of a nod of the head, a little bit of celebration. So give it a bit of time. I feel like it will start to gradually get louder.
Something's just happened. I'm not sure what it is in the Leeds Crystal Palace game. Hopefully we'll get a reaction or some highlights of that one just there. But I've just seen Ethan with a massive exhale right there. So I have a feeling something's not gone his way. It looks like he's currently in his tactics, currently in his custom tactics, changing a few things right now. And I guess for these boys that are on the screen, Ollie Lito sat in the background, great first half display, and then Mitch Haywood continuing that display and that journey right there. for those, Aga, they're looking like front runners in terms of goals that they are scoring to go through to tomorrow's knockout stage.
Yeah, they're looking solid. I spoke with a lot of the players as well before the competition started, and a lot of them were saying Leeds, they're up there. They're looking really, really dangerous. And it's both of the players. I mean, if they can find a combination where Ollie goes out and score a few goals, and then you have Hayward who's really strong defensively in order to seal out the games, it's a really good strategy.
Ooh, Crystal Palace there with a chance. Didn't quite convert that, did Ethan. Had a corner now, though. Varane on the ball, headed away. And now, look, oh no, Crystal Palace still with possession at the moment. Diaz to Varane. Going out wide to Mora. Trying to find a space in the box. Ooh, headed away by Mitch Hayward there. So Leeds, Crystal Palace still 4-1 to Leeds at the moment. 81 minutes. The clock is really counting down in this matchup. There we go. So it's still in play at the moment. Mitch Hayward is doing everything to keep this ball from going in the Leeds net here. Okay, so we're all to play for. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. Goal kick now. Schmeichel for Leeds. It's been a pause in game. We haven't really spoken much about the Burnley-Everton players taking on here. Obviously, for Everton, we've got Callum and Jazz. But then for Burnley as well, we've got Brad Coulson and Josh Blunden there. Again, these players, I'll be seeing a lot of them. Of course, they're in Group B, the group that you said, Tom, was maybe the most tricky to get out of because they've got Liverpool, they've got Man City, they've got Leicester City. We saw Liverpool earlier, didn't we, get 3 points when they took on Leicester City. They won 2-1 in that one. But Brad Coulson for Burnley, we already saw him play. He actually qualified for 3 EPL finals. So, you know, again, a super quality player, just kind of, learning how to play in this team environment.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's all about. He's not going to be the only one, but there's a lot of different changes with the new format, and he's just sort of getting used to it, getting familiar with it. I've actually come up against him before online. Didn't end well for me, as you can imagine, but that just shows the level of these guys. They're so super switched on, always concentrating, and they're always ready to go.
Now, looking at this second half, you would look at the score and say 0-0 until this very moment right now where Mitch Hayward makes it 5-1 on aggregate. I guess if your teammate has a great first half, Aga, in the second half, you will have to adjust your way of playing because you don't want to go all-out attack, leave some holes at the back where you might obviously concede some goals. But you have to have perfect game management, and it feels like Mitch has managed to do that and find himself a goal.
Yeah, I think like they've been very, very clear with their so-called roles for this match. Ole would be the guy to go out and score a lot of goals, which he did. And then you had Hayward, who's just been defending really well here. Just conceding a penalty now, just as I say it. And you know it, guys. It's the curse of the commentator, curse of the caster. But yeah, I think it shows that if you have a good strategy and you are prepared, then you can really do bits. And yeah, I think they look very, very strong. And it's a big win against a very good team in Crystal Palace.
You're losing 5-1 and you try a Panenka penalty in the 91st minute. I mean, I've not seen that before in real life, but this is the ePremier League, and I guess it just kind of showcases that, yes, for Ethan, for Nick Snebb, this result didn't go their way. However, they are both confident. They know what they're capable of doing, and Tom, they can't dwell on this. They need to move forward and continue that confidence, the Panenka confidence that they've got.
Yeah, I mean, it's only one game. We've still got loads of games to play. So it's all about just finding your rhythm and what works for you. Obviously, first game, it's always going to be tough. They're literally 3rd and 4th in your power rankings. So it's always going to be a little bit difficult. But there's so many more games to play. And I feel like once they find their rhythm, find what works for them really and truly, then there's no reason why they can't keep going.
Aga, do you still think Crystal Palace will finish second in Group C, possibly to Leeds United? They are your power ranking, like Tom just said, and go through. And does that just show how strong Leeds United are against Crystal Palace and maybe the rest of the field that they did just defeat Crystal Palace 5-1?
I think they put themselves in a bad position for now, especially with the goal difference as well. It's a lot of goals to concede. but I think they have the quality to bounce back. I think the two players are too strong. But as we spoke about, it's a very tricky group. There's a lot of good teams in there, so they need to start getting the wins now.
Yes, they do indeed. Now, all of our results are in for that second round of matches. These 4 have all finished. It was 3-3 for Brighton against West Ham, and then Burnley taking on Everton. That one finished 1-1. Leeds United 5, Crystal Palace 1, and it was Watford 4, Aston Villa 1 in that one just there. That graphic just there isn't actually up to date, but it was 4-1 in that matchup. That means that moving forward, Brighton and Hove Albion and West Ham 1 point each, Everton, Burnley 1 point each, and it is Leeds United and Watford who take all 3 points in their matches. Very, very important to stress that it is 4 groups, 5 teams within each of those groups. The top 2 will progress through to the knockout stages, and that sets up after another round of matches. We're building more and more storylines, Tom, and getting a bit more of a picture of who could be going through.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some matches have taken us a little bit by surprise, but we're literally, like you mentioned, we're getting that picture. We're understanding a little bit more, understanding play styles, understanding what works and what doesn't for for different people, and it's exciting. And this is only the start, so more storylines to come, more things to come, and I'm excited to see how it all unfolds and who actually does qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're setting up again behind us for this Women's Showcase matchup, which I'm so excited for, let me tell you this. And I just want to kind of emphasise how well women are doing at the moment in FIFA. There's a female in Germany called Fabian. She signed for Focus Clan, and we all know who's also signed for Focus Clan, of course, the world champion, Mo Alba. She was on an event a couple of weeks ago. She won one and then unfortunately couldn't get through the group stages of another. But I was speaking to her and she said, obviously, she plays online with Mo Alba, gets a few tips and tricks from then. She's not playing today. We didn't want to get some German players in. We were sticking with British players today. But I think all the girls are behind us now who are playing in this showcase matchup. They are with Nicole Holiday on the stage, and she's going to speak to them all right now. Nicole, I'm very excited for this one. Take it away.
I know. I'm so excited too. Look, don't we look cute together? We're like an awkward little girl band. I'm here with Hedda, Rosie, Liv and Lisa. So you guys are going to play against each other very shortly. Is there quite a big rivalry when you've been backstage? Have you just been like avoiding speaking to each other, Rosie?
Yeah, we haven't spoke to each other once. I've been sat in the same room as Liv, haven't said a word to each other. It's been intense.
I love that. Liv, how are you feeling? Because, look, I know you're a top football freestyler. Are you good at FIFA? Can you play?
We're going to win. Look at my teammate. Look at my teammate. I'm ready for war today. Yeah, it's completely different to freestyle. I'm a freestyler, not a FIFA player, but I'm here to win. That's what we do. Yeah, right.
Do you play a lot of FIFA at home?
Some. Yeah, my confidence is up there, but yeah.
Yeah, you're really confident for someone who doesn't play that much. But I guess it's because you do have Lisa next to you. And Lisa, I mean, you almost made it here to the ePremier League tournament itself, right? The finals. Yeah. That's wicked. You got to the final 6 for Manchester United, right?
Yeah, I did. I mean, gutted that I obviously couldn't make it all the way, be the first female to ever qualify for ePremier League. But to just be here to commentate is enough. It's a privilege.
And that's awesome. And Man United are your club?
Yeah, I support United, so obviously it was a bit sweet that I didn't end up going all the way, but I'm able to be here to support them, I guess.
Yeah, so you're here and you're doing commentary, so you're here anyway. And the fact that you've got so far is incredible. That's so impressive. You must be pretty proud of yourself. I feel like you're very humble. I wouldn't be.
To be fair, it was amazing to be obviously take part, obviously gutted as a United fan to not go all the way, but to be able to be here and support them in person and congratulate them, obviously, if they do make it to day 2 is amazing.
And another one of our FIFA experts, Hedda, Rosie's like, please.
I'm so proud to be a part of this team, I am.
Hedda, how are you feeling? Because you recently turned professional, right?
Yeah, so in December, yeah.
That's amazing. Tell us, what was that like for you?
It was crazy. Obviously, I took part in the She Sports Cup, and it just blew from there. And yeah, got signed in December. So yeah.
And are you backing yourself? Are you backing your team today?
Of course, definitely.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that, Liv?
Yeah, I can hear the nerves in you two. They know they're here to lose, Lisa.
We got this.
Listen, we'll let our game do the
Yeah.
talking. That's how we
Yeah,
work.
we'll
We've had a
show on the
conversation
pitch, yeah.
backstage. That's how we're going to work our game today.
But Rosie, I know that you are a footballer. Do you play FIFA much?
Yeah, I do. I do play FIFA, but I do think this is where I do have the advantage over Liv. I'm not going to lie. Obviously, I'm used to being on the pitch. I understand how the game works. Do I need to park the bus if we go 1-0 down? Maybe there's little bits that I've got in my locker for me.
You're telling all your tactics. Right, I'll let you guys get off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. Good luck, Kyle, Rachel. Back to you.
Well, Rosie then saying they're obviously going to go really attacking first up and then park the bus when they get a couple of goals under their belt. Aga, is that the kind of game plan you'd put into play?
Well, I like that there's no balance. There's no in between. It's either way. I like it. It is going to be an entertaining match.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about Lisa Manley as well. Obviously, she's casting here this weekend, and she said she was in those Man United EPL qualifiers, finished 6th there, which was an absolute awesome placing for her to finish. She's a complete trailblazer for FIFA. She's been around for years now. She was previously signed to No Fuchs Given team, Christian Fuchs' esport team, of course. Now she's with Jessie Lingard, Jay Ling's esport team. I mean, what a statement that's saying to other girls who are maybe looking at FIFA and going, where can I take it if I get started, Tom?
I think it's a testament to her. She's literally breaking so many barriers in the FIFA community right now and proving so many people wrong that you can literally do this. To be 6th in qualifying is absolutely crazy, considering how many people actually attempt to qualify. So genuinely, props to her. She's actually doing a smashing job.
Definitely is. I'm looking forward to this.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions on Liv.
Yeah.
So, she's got scalps. I mentioned, didn't I, Sir Mo Farah, get it out, Rach, earlier on. She's also defeated Jermaine Genus.
Yeah.
He's a BBC Sport presenter. And Els the Witch, who is here as well. So 3 big scalps. Sorry, Els, I think she's over there watching. She's probably going, I can't believe you just said that. And she told me as well, that was 8-1. So a hefty defeat, sorry, Els, again, to Els the Witch last year in the Champions League, I believe it was. So, yeah, a couple of big names there. Liv was completely playing down her chances, but she's so good, isn't she, in terms of skills? Do you think she'll transfer her freestyle skills to skills in the virtual game?
Definitely. I think that they'll come in the knowledge of football. She'll bring that to the virtual pitch as well. Plus, she's dressed for the occasion. I'm sorry, whoever her stylist is, I need some of that, though, because she looks so good just there. So she's come for all of the medals and she's come to take all of the accolades home from this one. You can see them getting set up just in the background. They all mean business and it is happening right here. So make sure you stay tuned. It is the ePremier League. We've got plenty of action to come your way and we'll see you after this short break.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, Ultimate Team is all about building the very best team possible. So today I'll be putting 2 EA Sports FIFA experts to the test. In the red corner is Lisa Manley. In the blue corner, Age Rosenmeyer. Lisa, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I think I'm going to beat him. I'm going to pick the best team possible. I'm just going to come out there guns blazing, but we'll see.
Age, how do you feel?
Very excited to try to find my best 5 players.
So do you want to do a little game of rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, Age, you are first. Who is your first pick?
I'm going for Virgil van Dijk.
Why Virgil van Dijk?
Well, basically for me, when I have an attacking 5-a-side, I want him to be controlling the players and make sure that if Lisa's attackers are going for a chance, I have the best to defend it.
All right, Lisa. Are you gutted that Virgil van Dijk's been taken already?
I'm happy that he's taken him. I can have another Liverpool player somewhere else.
Who are you going for?
So I'm going to go for Kyle Walker.
OK, talk me through that choice, because obviously, again, there are a lot of Man City players that you could go for in this 5-a-side team.
He's tall-ish, so he can win some headers, so I think he could stop your attack, especially if he goes for a pacey attack.
When Lisa hears my strikers, maybe she'll regret.
OK, then, who's your next pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Kevin De Bruyne.
Very good pick, but talk us through why you picked him.
He can do basically everything, and that's why he needs to be on my team.
I mean, I could have picked him, but yeah, it's a great choice. He's obviously good, like you said.
Who are you going for, then?
I'm going to go for Paul Pogba.
Talk us through that decision.
He's obviously got great stats going forwards. He can shoot, he can pass, he's got good dribbling.
Pogba was on my radar as well.
Oh,
so a bit got it there. A bit got it there.
You're having to rethink.
I have to go with Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7. He's pretty complete, and I just need that goal poacher at the top. Then you have the likes of Kevin De Bruyne assisting him, and also my next player.
Lisa, are you going to go for a striker then?
So I'm going to go for Mohamed Salah.
OK, why are you going for him?
I mean, the Egyptian king, what else can I say, right? But yeah, 90 pace, 90 dribble, he's good going forward, he's good at dribbling, good at shooting, so I can try and get a couple of goals in.
I'm going to go with my fellow countryman, Kasper Schmeichel.
OK, was that quite a tough pick for you, goalkeeper-wise, then?
I had some other names up, the likes of Nick Pope, who's actually underrated in my opinion.
Lisa, would you have gone for Schmeichel yourself?
You can take him.
Who are you going for, then?
I'm going to go for Nick Pope.
Did you just steal that from Age?
I didn't, to be honest with you. I was always going to go for him, but he made me want to go for him even more.
So you both have one player left each.
I'm going to go with Son.
I can't believe you've done that as an Arsenal fan.
To be honest with you, I didn't even think about him, but yeah, I'm
No offence, Son, if you're watching.
I'm gutted that I obviously didn't think of him because he'd been a great addition to the team.
So who is your final player, Lisa?
So the player that I'm going to go for is Saint Maximin.
Talk us through why you've gone for him.
He's got good pace, good dribbling. Obviously, shooting not the greatest, but you know I've got Salah for that. So
it is time for me to pick my winning team. This is tough. I'm gonna have to go for Team Age.
Yay!
How do you feel?
I'm relieved. I think it would have been a very close game if they were to play.
Do you guys agree? What do you reckon? Which is your favourite team? Let us know in the chat and we will see you soon.
That will be.
Welcome back to the ePremier League 2022. What an event we've got for you here this weekend. We've had plenty of action already. We've got plenty of action to come. But right now, we've got something super, super special. A great showcase for the direction that I think everybody wants esports to go in.
I think I should go hashtag things I like to see. That's kind of what we usually say, isn't it? Females playing FIFA. Obviously, we've got a 2v2 matchup happening behind us. We've got Liv Cook with Lisa Manley, that's one pairing. Then we've got Footheader with Rosie Committer as well. So awesome to see this. Before we get into this game, let's just talk a little bit again about how women in FIFA are growing. Aga, I'm going to come to you and talk a little bit more about Focus Clan and Fabian. She's become the first ever woman to qualify for an FGS qualifier. I mean, this is a massive deal in terms of how difficult it is to even qualify for these events.
Yeah, it's an amazing achievement, really. It's so hard to qualify for that 1% of players who are coming to the qualifiers. You need to go. You need to win a lot of games in division rivals in the highest elite division, which is very tough. So I mean, it's a massive statement, I think, and very impressive.
Yeah, super impressive. There's so many of these women coming through as well. There's someone else I want to talk about from RB Leipzig as well, Lena. So she's a female that's doing the job over there for Leipzig. She's actually an under-23 player for Leipzig and has also been signed for their esports division as well. Again, it just reiterates that when you're good at football, you can transfer those skills onto the virtual pitch. Lisa, I know, was a footballer back in the day before injury put that career pathway to bed. So she transferred to FIFA.
I mean, it just, like you said, goes to show how knowing the game in real life translates to knowing the game on FIFA. There's little stuff that potentially people that don't know or watch the game in real life might not be able to pick up on FIFA, whereas, for example, Lisa or Lena know these different things. They know where to position themselves, they know where to position their players, they know what to do in certain situations, and they also have that mental fortitude to maybe be able to bounce back from a goal down or be able to fight. So I'm really looking forward to this game and seeing if Lisa shows that.
Kyle, it's one leg though, and these pairings never play with each other. So this may be the first time they've ever played with each other in a duo. How tricky is this going to be?
Well, they're both going to have to adapt very, very quickly. I have a feeling that Foot Header and, of course, Lisa Manley, they'll be doing a lot of the work, maybe, for Liv and for Rosie. I can see that Rosie is just taking a quick look at Header's screen. She's watching, she's learning, as she says just there, trying to get some final tips and tricks before we get into this game. Do you know how to pass, shoot? Oh, good, it's all right, it's okay.
Actually,
that's all I can do, so that's all right.
Rosie was actually a part of another female FIFA event actually at Christmas time, and Maz Pacheco from Aston Villa was the captain of that, and they actually played pro clubs as well, 4v4. They did 2v2 FIFA as well. They did some skill-based games, and Rosie was on that winning team, so she has in fact got the skills. She's been practicing. She was on broadcast with me a couple of weeks ago as well as a commentator and co-host, so she knows the game inside and out. And actually, she's up to the northwest somewhere after this to play tomorrow in a match as well. So she's jumping on a train straight after this, going to put her football boots on and play for Watford as well. So busy woman over there. So FIFA to football, that's exactly what we're going to see, Tom.
What a weekend this could be for her, by the way. 2 wins, a W today, a W tomorrow. This could be huge.
Yeah, I mean...
Who have you got tomorrow, Rosie? Sunderland. She's playing Sunderland tomorrow. There we go. I should have remembered that one. But so busy weekend for Rosie. She's coming back off an injury as well. She had a little bit of a back problem yesterday. So she's here. She's going to play here. And I mean, what would that show, I guess, that, we can do anything. You can go and play football at the weekend, and you can play FIFA, grind it out, 8 hours a day, whatever these girls are doing, and come here and play on the biggest stage, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like you said, it's all to play for, and literally they can do anything. Anything is possible, and it goes to show they're literally here now. Tomorrow is going to be a quick turnaround as well, and it's all to play for. I'm excited, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are, and we're moments away from that one just there. What a great showcase it is. As we've just said, hashtag things we love to see. We definitely do. And Rach, it's coming up very shortly.
Yeah, it is coming up indeed. Right now, I believe, we can hand over to our two casters.
Oh, there they are.
Of this matchup, Samantha Miller and Brandon Smith. Guys, Sam, I know you do quite a lot of these female FIFA events. How excited are you to be on this big stage with Brandon?
I'm very excited. My first time working with Brandon. He's an excellent professional, and I think we're going to have a very interesting game on our hands today.
Yeah, don't blame yourself down, Samantha Miller. You've done a lot in the space as well. But yeah, we're so excited for this one. I mean, I've had the opportunity just to sit back and just watch how big female FIFA esports has become, to be honest. The She Sports Cup's been fantastic, and from someone that's been heavily involved in that, Samantha, how big has it become? Because we've had 4 of them now, I believe, in total.
I've loved seeing the growth. I feel like we're seeing more and more women's FIFA players becoming professional. They're becoming a community, and you really feel that. I'm loving the link up between each other. They're really spurring each other on in games now, and I'm excited to see who wins this one today.
Yeah, absolutely. It plans to be a fantastic game, this one, as we said. It'll be on FIFA Ultimate Team. We'll be looking at the same rules that the Premier League players have been playing in the ePremier League. Let's talk about the 2 teams individually. Lisa Manley and Liv Cook, first and foremost, on that left-hand side of the pod you can see there. You've got professional FIFA player, former professional footballer Lisa Manley, with Liv Cook, who is a huge freestyler, massive sort of the influence that she has within the female game. She's actually even hosted a recent E-Champions League tournament I commentated on too. So someone that's just so involved in pretty much everything, football to esports. What do you make of their team coming into this one, firstly?
Firstly, I'm going to go all out and say I'm backing these 2 to win it. I know Liv Cook, and she's one of the most competitive people I know. She's good at everything. And Lisa Manley, I now know firsthand how good she is. I played her yesterday, and I'm ashamed to say it, but she beat me 12-0. So I saw exactly how Lisa operates. She's very tactical, and I think these 2 are going to be a great matchup together.
12-0. Did you put the controller down?
I didn't.
You didn't?
I lost track of the score at one point. I had to ask Lisa. I did get a player sent off.
Don't worry. I played Lisa at the media day for the Premier League. She beat me as well. Don't worry. We can both wear that same hat as losers in that. On the flip side, let's speak about the other 2 players. Foot Header, another top professional FIFA esports player. Someone that's won the She Sports Cup a few years back now in the summer. There she's on your screen now. Someone else who's paving the way for the next generation of FIFA players to come through. She partners alongside, obviously, professional footballer at Watford, Rosie Kamita. What do you make of that team and that duo assembled together?
Well, foot header, I've seen grow in confidence. She's not been professional for too long, since December, but you can see that her level was just going up and up and up. And she was almost surprised when she won the She Sports Cup. And I like that about her. Very humble. You can see that she's really growing within the space. And Rosie doesn't play too often, but she's got the footballing brain. We mentioned she's playing Sunderland tomorrow. Rosie has played football for a very long time, and she's really starting to practice FIFA a bit more now after taking part in the She Sports Cup.
Yeah, if you know what the She Sports Cup is all about, credit to one of our superb hosts here at the Premier League, Rachel Stringer, heavily behind that movement and done a fantastic job of just giving opportunities. I think that's one thing we were speaking about on the preview to this exhibition match is there's just more opportunities now, isn't there, for females within esports?
There's a lot of opportunities, and we do have Rachel Stringer to thank for that. And the tournaments have been amazing. I've loved being a part of them. And Rosie co-hosted with Rachel on the last one, and now she's playing in it. And foot header, I think she really enjoyed her time playing in the competition as well. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly those two gel together as a team.
Absolutely. Well, we have just heard that in the process of getting these teams built, we are going to be going to a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have this exhibition game between the two female teams. It's going to be an exciting one here at the Premier League. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a few minutes when that game is ready.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, we all want to collect the best foot items for our teams. So, with that in mind, we've brought together 3 ePremier League finalists to test their knowledge in what we're calling a fastest finger first style quiz called Stat Attack. Our 3 finalists today, we have Ryan from Man City. Ryan is a boing.
Yeah.
Cosmin. Cosmin's a bell. Jazz. And Jazz is a horn. The first person to make their lovely noise there and correctly identify the item will be given a point. If you buzz in and you answer incorrectly, you're frozen out. Ready, guys?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's play Stat Attack. Okay, this is going to be trickier first from pace then.
Pace 70 defend.
Jazz.
Pogba.
Incorrect. Frozen. Cosmin.
Bruno. Oh, it is.
1 point.
I was thinking that he's a CDM or when I saw the face of the other midfielders.
What's item number 2? Dribbling 84, physicality 62.
Must be an attacking player.
Ryan.
No, I'm out in it.
No, you're in.
Okay. Oh, he said no.
No
way. From the nationality. Listen.
And 3 stats.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We just have it in the locker, my friend.
I gotta get this one back.
But item number 3. So physicality 60, passing 81. It's defending right wing.
Morris. I knew it from the
He's
physicality.
good at
Do you know what's mad? I didn't even know it from the pace. It was the physicality. I swear to God. Because I thought, I've seen that before.
2 to Ryan, 1 Cosmin. Jazz, you're frozen. Come
I'm
on,
getting
mate.
this next one. Next one's one.
I don't think his buzzer works.
But item number 4. Jazz, I'm looking at you. Villa. Close to home.
Leon Bailey.
Woo! Jazz, tell me about your thought process then, guessing this.
He's probably the only good player in Villa's team.
I like your thought process. That's great. Let's move on then. So we've got 2, 1, 1. Cosmin, Jazz. Let's get another one. Okay, number 5. Flag. Ooh!
Piate.
Oh, it is. I was...
Oh my days!
We're here.
What was it, the flag that gave it away?
The defender didn't give it away, yeah.
Okay, number 6. Come on, Cosmin. Gotta get on back.
It's on.
Correctio. No
just need a
further.
flag. You see what I mean? Just a flag. You don't need anything else. Just a flag.
Okay, let's start. 70 physicality, 73 dribbling.
Non-res is where we draw the line, you know. Not
English shooting is 67.
You guys, this is yours. I haven't no clue.
37 pace. What else do we get?
Mark Noble.
Woo! Mark Noble, Mr. West Ham.
Big Nobes, come on. There's not many people slower than that, so...
Ryan and Jazz,
fighting for it.
Between you two, but you could upset the party a little bit here. Okay, number 8, final foot item. 70 defending, centre mid.
Thiago.
Jazz, for Everton is your champion. 4 points to Cosmin's
Come
1
on.
to Ryan's 3.
You bottled a big lead there. What's my day today?
That, guys, was Stat Attack. Thank you so much for playing, Ryan, Cosmin and Jazz. Good luck for the ePremier League finals this weekend. Jazz, though, you are a champion at
Let's
Stat
go.
Attack. Congratulations.
Say it all.
Well, welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals. We have just had a little bit of a stop on proceedings for group play today as we've got this exciting game coming up for you. It's an exhibition match between 4 female superstars. In between, we have Lisa Manley and Liv Cook up against Footheader and Rosie Kamita. Myself, Brandon Smith, and joining me for the commentary on this one, a guest appearance, Samantha Miller. Sam, we've been previewing this game. We hope it's ready in the next few minutes. But how excited are you for this matchup?
Very, like I alluded to earlier, these are 4 very competitive players. Liv Cook and Lisa Manley, I'm sure they would have been discussing tactics just then, and Footheader and Rosie as well. And for me, it's about who adapts most quickly, because playing within a team is very different, as we know, to playing as an individual. And you can see Footheader's looking a tiny bit nervous there, but I think we're going to have a cracking game on our hands.
I was going to say, what is the biggest thing as well? You've obviously been around at the She Sports Cup in LAN person and from home as well. How big of a difference is it playing in a studio like this for these players, do you think?
Very different. I think maybe nerves get to you a bit more. You can feel how much of a big event it is. Maybe if you're in the comfort of your own home, you might feel a bit less nervous. But for me, it's important to get yourself out there, play on the big stage. And I think the players are really hyped when they see the massive studio and all the graphics. I think it just gets their adrenaline pumping and they really feel up for the game once they get into that studio.
Yeah, we have to speak about Lisa Manley first and foremost. Just came off the back of the She Sports Cup second place run there. You commentated on that one throughout. What impressed you about Lisa in that performance, and maybe just how unlucky was she in that grand final?
I was very impressed with Lisa. Lisa was part of the first She Sports Cup I did, and she lost to Gemma Davison. Gemma Davison is a pro footballer who's just joined Watford, will be partnering Rosie in the team. But for me, you can see that Lisa was a lot more confident in the last one. She got to the final, and she came so close to winning the whole thing. Ebru on the day, her tactics were spot on. She went all out attack. And I actually spoke to Lisa about the final. And Lisa said she had to adapt really quickly because Ebru was playing a long ball over the top. So Lisa had to go all out defensive. Lisa likes to be a very attacking style player, but she had to quickly evolve. And for me, that says a lot about Lisa, how she can deal with different situations.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, Footheader has been a She Sports Cup winner within her past. I think it was in the summer of 2021 she was a winner there. I do believe we are jumping into this exhibition game right now. It plans to be a fun one. 2v2 FIFA eSports always gives a surprise or two. And what are some of those things we have to keep an eye on, Samantha, in terms of 2v2 FIFA? Because it's very different to playing on your own, isn't it, in these sort of scenarios?
It is, and you've got to be a team player. And what's good is the likes of Lisa Manley. She's played for Fulham, Wimbledon. Liv Cook still plays at the moment for a Sunday League team. She's played previously at a high level until she got an injury, unfortunately. And Rosie Kamita plays for Watford. So those 3 players will know how to work in a team environment, and that's really important. And I'm excited to see the combination of Footheader and Rosie and how they work together. But you've just got to be able to switch up your tactics quickly and really notice how your other player plays.
Absolutely, as we said, we are going to kick this one off in just a second. It will be Lisa Manley, Liv Cook kicking from left to right in that Manchester United strip. Keep an eye out for Lisa Manley controlling the red icon above the player's head. Liv Cook with the blue, and on the flip side for Footheader and Rosie Kamita, it is Footheader with a yellow icon above the player's head and Rosie with the white. So keep an eye on those little moments of magic, or potentially the big mistakes we're going to see. It's a long ball over the top from the start, and it's an easy day for Schmeichel in goal. We are using FIFA Ultimate Teams here, as we rightly said, probably teams that are going to be similar to what we've seen in the Premier League, so it's safe to say, Samantha, expect to see the likes of João Cancelo, Ruud Gullit in those teams, Cristiano Ronaldo. The big names will feature heavily.
Definitely, I'm sure we'll see plenty who featured in Team of the Year. When I did the She Sports Cup, a lot were using the likes of Kante, De Bruyne, obviously you've got Ronaldo, Salah, oh, a chance there. Salah, who's in contention for top goal scorer, that golden boot in the Premier League. And you can notice that a lot of players pick the players with the highest stats, and usually around the 90s.
Yeah, one man on your screen there to watch out for. That foot birthday item, Cristiano Ronaldo. An accumulation of incredible FIFA items are available on show. Rudiger, all the way from centre-back, wants to get involved in this first attack for the duo. A foot header and Rosie Committee. This could be a chance from the get-go. It's going to fall to Liv Kirk of all. Out the duo. That's the little mistakes you're going to see there. If that's Lisa Manley, do you beg to ask the question, would that have been a goal?
You do, and Liv's usually very calm under pressure. She likes those big pressure moments, and I think she'll be disappointed not to take the chance. But what I found out about Lisa yesterday playing against her is that most her shots were from outside the area. She's got the confidence to shoot from distance. I'm already seeing some changes, some tactical changes in the game.
Yeah, interesting that there's been personnel changes straight away 11 minutes in. Shows that maybe the communication between Lisa and Liv maybe wasn't fully there when they were building that team. But what a chance it was for David Ginola. If you are wondering how the Frenchman makes the team, you are allowed foot heroes in these teams. A foot hero, of course, is sort of just that level down below an icon, a player that has previously played in the Premier League within the career. But look at that from the get-go. 11 minutes in, Samantha, we see the first big chance there. It was a lofted through ball from Lisa. And in the nicest way, it was a really good chance for Liv Cook to probably have gone 1-0 up there. But it goes to show just how deadly they can be going forward with their first real chance of the game.
Well, it was a lovely ball over the top. And I think that's when it comes into play where you need to be a bit more switched on. When you're playing with another player, I suppose you know if you're playing individually that you can play that ball over the top. You're alert to it to get there quick. You don't know what your player's going to do and where they're going to feed you the ball.
One thing just to keep an eye on for those at home, as that was Rosie Kimmich having an interesting punt of the ball out to the full back there. Look out for the individual player movements, all right? The player switching is going to play a massive part in this game. You know, defensively, who's going forward, defensively, who's pulling people out of position. Here's another chance. Liv Cook does well, recycles in. So Lisa Manley, who's controlling João Cancelo now. And you'll see that from the two pros. Who's got the skill move in their locker, the extra flick of the right stick. Ginola, brilliant pass. Cristiano Ronaldo! Very nearly. 1 goal to the good. They win a corner.
Great save.
Whipped in to CR7, who will be there defensively. Anton Rudiger. Already, though, you did sort of put your hat on the line, Samantha, and you said one team would go and win this game. That team has looked like the team that's been on top so far.
They really do look like the team most likely to score the opening goal. And Liv Cook, if you just talk about her personality, she's won 5 world records. I'll just pause for a minute as we see a break go forward. It's not really been used enough there. Should have potentially been a goal. But just as I was saying, I think someone like Liv Cook, 5 world records. She did something like 217 soul taps and keepy-uppies in a minute.
Chance. Off the bar! And on the rebound, it's not there. N'Golo Kante, unfortunately, not known for his air ball. His air... I can't say the word. Aerobatics in the air. I'll tell you what, knocking on the door. That was Lisa Manley with that shot through and goal. And it could be the first chance on the flip side. 4-foot header. And Rosie Kamita. It's going to fall to Rosie now, who's controlling Mohamed Salah. Looks for the cutback. It's brilliantly done. Firmino control. Just about possession. Kept intact. Firmino. Still with it, the Brazilian star of Liverpool. Trying to find a way around defensively. Sound is N'Golo Kante. And they survived to fight another day. But no, absolutely millions upon millions of followers Liv Cook has got. Rightly so off the back of her achievements in the freestyle world. The world record she holds too. Lisa comes forward, passes it in. I don't know why she didn't take the shot. She passed it into David Ginola, who was miles offside.
You You can see already that Lisa Manley and Liv Cook are just trying to establish the communication and working together as a team. It's just about being on the same wavelength. But Footheader and Rosie Cometa did have a chance up the other end of the pitch. And for me, it's about how quickly Footheader and Rosie Cometa are able to break forward on the counter-attack. Because it does look like Lisa Manley and Liv Cook are controlling the possession a bit more.
I think as you rightly said, it's how long does it take for them to get that connection in terms of in the 2v2 environment. You know, you can see the runs that are being triggered there by Lisa on that occasion with Cristiano Ronaldo, and also understanding how each duo wants to play in this one. This is nicely done on the build-up. Footheader controlling Alan St. Maximin, who's been making headlines in the first couple of group games here in the ePremier League. Nicely done, whipped in. Fortunately, that one goes out of play. That's been an improvement in the last 5 minutes or so.
St. Maximum has been a player that's really impressed me. It's his pace going forward. I like his backflip celebration. Hopefully we'll see that in the game. He's just a player with real flair about him.
Here comes Cristiano Ronaldo. Nicely done by Liv Cook. It was another brilliant chance. David Ronaldo just wasn't controlled there on that occasion. She did everything right, did Liv. Fortunately, Lisa just could not control the player on the flip side. This game's so end-to-end. How you want a game of FIFA to be.
Very transitional game so far. Always
the numbers. Look at the red shirts. Chance. Salah, they're trying to literally walk it into the back of the net. And again, they come so close as the chance is still not fully dealt with. 4 minutes away from the half-time. Whistle being cued. Sancho. Back to Kieran Tierney. Pull it. Speak about total football. They're trying to play total football. Are Lisa and Liv. Unfortunately, there's no way through again on that occasion.
It's been a very transitional game end-to-end as we're in with a chance here.
Another brilliant save. It's just not falling kindly as that one goes out of play. And that was Liv Cook, so close.
I have to say, Footheader and Rosie Cometa have actually defended really well. They've held on to this game to keep it 0-0. There's been plenty of chances for Lisa and Liv.
I mean, so far at the halfway point, 0-0 somehow in this one, Samantha. I'm not too sure how it is still 0-0. They've had 4 or 5 chances. If we have to be critical of Liv and Lisa, maybe at times trying to play too pretty. Just have a shot.
It is one of those where they try to pass it into the net. And I said yesterday that Lisa was taking shots from distance. I think we need to see more of that. I think she's actually trying to be a real team player, try and find Liv in the box, pass it around a bit together. I think they just need to take shots earlier and be more clinical in front of goal.
And I think on the flip side, for Liv in that duo, I think she's tried to implement that as well. It's not a case of neither of us are desperate to score on this live broadcast for today. They just want to play nice football and they want to play good FIFA and try and find a way forward. What have we got to see on the flip side from Footheader and Rosie Cometa? Because let's be honest, they've had about 35 minutes there, the 45 of defending.
I do like that it's been a very tight game. It's been very transitional end-to-end. And you can see that Rosie Cometa and Footheader's best chance is probably going to come from a counter-attack. And they need to be quick. They need to try and launch the ball up top as quickly as possible. Maybe that's not the prettiest style of football, but I think that's how they could potentially get goals in this game. They've defended brilliantly. And like I said, Lisa and Liv need to take their chances better in front of them.
Both players and both teams there, Rosie and Liv. Also, shouting words across the studio at each other. But it's 0-0 at the halfway point here. If you have just joined us, this is the Premier League Grand Final, day 1 of 2. Of course, we're here all the way until the end of play today with group action. As we're speaking right now, the players in the Premier League finals are having just a slight break to get some refreshments on board before they get back to group play. But in the process, we've had this exciting game so far, which we can confirm, I think, Samantha, there should be goals in the next 45 minutes. Well, I hope there will be.
I hope there will be too. It doesn't look like it at the moment. There's been so many chances, very close. I do feel a goal is coming soon.
A change that has been made. Eric Cantona comes at the halfway point for Liv and Lisa. Interesting change. One of the icons that, of course, had a spell in the Premier League. Here's Coutinho. It's the first shot they've had. It's better. It's a lot better from Footheader and Rosie Cometa. It was Footheader had the shot. But if anything, it was just a routine day in the office for the goalkeeper.
Wasn't enough power and precision on the shot, but much better from them in this second half. An early chance, and you can see they're really going for it now, and it's all to play for at 0-0.
Well, they needed a better start. So far, that has happened. Nicely done Played into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a little bit of a button press there. You saw it was time red. If it was to fall to the head of Alain Saint-Maximin, but in the nicest way, he was never winning that aerial battle against Ruben Dias, let alone the goalkeeper.
You can see already there's battles going on. And I think it's a very exciting game. We spoke about this before the match started, and it really has been end to end, and it's been brilliant so far.
Tanganga at fullback of Spurs. Special item in the game of Ultimate Team. Coutinho playing his football at Aston Villa. It's been a lot better. Bobby Firmino!
Just over, but much better this second half from Rosie
Oh no.
and foot header.
That could be an awful mistake. Well recovered there by Liv Cook defensively, really sound, but something as simple as an extra double tap on the X button could come costly there. Whether you're skipping a replay, next thing you know, you're gifting possession back to a forward. It's been a lot better. Chance! Timed it red again! It was a brilliant save regardless. But I don't know what's happened in the halfway point, Samantha, but there has been a massive change of proceedings here, and just the way that foot header and Rosie have come out in this second half.
They're almost like a new team. We didn't see this from them in the first half. Incredible, the improvements, and I think that's what happens. Oh, is there going to be a goal?
And there will be. It's a smash and grab.
And
it's Liv Cook.
It's like when you're football before, you're just wondering.
But it's got it. I mean, we were speaking highly of foot header and Rosie Comita, of how well they started, but it's the man that's come off the bench that's provided that moment of magic for Lisa Manley and Liv Cook. Liv Cook with the goal, and Eric Cantona to get this first goal just before the 60th minute mark. We said there was going to be surprises in this exhibition game, and there's the first goal of the match.
Well, Liv Cook, she always says that she's obsessed with getting better. She always wants to be the best, and she steps up in those big moments. She knows that she should have scored and could see another goal here.
Could be two. Liv with another. This time it's another icon. And it's Ruud Gullit with easy pickings.
Thank you. Liv Cook at the double. She's gained momentum. You can see that the first goal has given her confidence, and that's when you have to use that momentum. She's got herself another goal. She'll be full of confidence now, and you can see how disappointed Rosie Comita and foot header are. They put so much into this second half, and they've improved, but Liv Cook has just really taken her chances in this second half, and it shows you how quickly a game can change.
Yeah, after we're singing the praises of foot header and Rosie now 2-0 down, could be on the way to 3-0 down. It's Cristiano Ronaldo tries to put on a plate. Could fall kindly back. Sancho. You can tell they're both slightly biased towards Manchester United players, Lisa and Liv, with the amount of them they've got going forward, even in an icon capacity.
They're both Manchester United fans, so it doesn't surprise me at all. And Lisa is signed with Jay Lings.
Yeah, professional FIFA esports player for Jesse Lingard's own esports organisation. It's Lisa Manley. Carrying on the winning team here with Liv Cook. 15 minutes left to play. That's Lisa having some fun on the wing with Eric Cantona, the goal scorer of the first. Is there anything back chance? Brilliant ball from Rosie Comita on the plate. Could be for foot header. It's a lot to ask. N'Golo Kante happy to get back and defend. And he's done superbly well, the French midfielder.
Don't often see Ronaldo get tackled like that, but Kante, players have spoken about, it's like having an extra player on the pitch. He puts in that much work rate.
Well, it could be three. Sancho looking for the one more. Again, maybe falling back to old habits there, trying to overplay it. Just take a shot in that scenario of Jadon Sancho. You're already 2-0 up. Surely the confidence should be oozing in those sort of moments.
Lisa did say that she likes playing with Sancho on this game with his finesse shot. You can shoot from distance, and they do just need to take their chances now while they've got the momentum with them.
It's got to be a goal, got to be a chance at least. Rashford cut back, brilliantly done. CR7 and Ruben Dias come clashing together. It will be the Portuguese defender that just about comes out on top. 8 minutes to find 2 goals. It's quite a lot to ask. Rosie Comita from distance will take a shot. Takes a deflection out for a corner. It will go. What can we see? From this corner, whipped in towards that front post and defended pretty well.
Ronaldo will just try and run as high up the pitch as possible. But Ronaldo's giving it away. Again, we don't often see that with a player like Ronaldo. And he keeps getting tackled. He's got tackled again by Varane.
CR7 to be the provider of the chance there. Finds Rashford eventually after it trickles its way through a few players. But they're on the verge here, Samantha, of not just the big result, but a clean sheet as well from Liv Cook. Ooh! And Lisa Manning, what a save that was. Rosie Kamita says, why not, from 35 yards out with the midfielder of choice into the hands of Van der Sar, and I think they are on the way to that clean sheet.
It does seem to be the case, and I think Foot Header and Rosie Kamita will be disappointed if they don't get themselves at least a goal back, but it does look like Lisa and Liv are going to go on the attack again.
Could be 3, cuts back, CR7 goes for a corner. Another chance that maybe on another day could have been 3-0. Played in towards Cristiano Ronaldo's. Met with his Manchester United teammate, Rafa Varane. It's an added time of just 1 minute left to play here in this exhibition game. Will there be enough time to get the ball forward for Rosie and Foot Header to have just a consolation, if anything, defended superbly well? It will be the duo of Liv Cook and Lisa Manning to take the result here. 2-0.
1-0 doubted.
And you have to say it's fully deserved, Samantha.
Fully deserved. You can see from the start of the game, Lisa and Liv were slowly growing into it. They gave the ball away a bit at the beginning. It was quite transitional. But just after that, they picked themselves up in the second half and 2 clinical finishes.
Incredible stuff in the game there. And what a game it is in the end. 2-0. I think that's it from our exhibition match. And for now, it's over to Nicole.
Oh, all right. Are you all okay? Oh, look, I thought it was about to kick off.
Oh, I'm exhausted. You know, that was a lot. My heart was up and down. But can I just say, Rosie, how were them football tactics you talked about? I feel like who scored 2? All right, yeah. All right, yeah.
No, but can I say, I actually think we played better football. I'm not even
you
joking.
Mad?
I actually think we moved the ball better.
We can go
That's
again.
What I
we can
care
go
about
again.
Personally.
It's fine. Better football.
Does anyone have any boxing gloves right now? Who's going to go? Okay, all right. Let's calm down. Let's chat about the game. Well, firstly, Rosie, why do you think you played better football? I mean, they've just won 2-0.
Yeah. Nicole,
I'm neutral.
You're not neutral, are you?
Go on. You guys had quite a few chances. You defended well as well.
No, we did. We defended well. I think we passed the ball well. No, I thought we worked well together.
Issues at the obviously first half, but yeah, no, second half I think it's better.
Sorry.
Yeah, second half is better.
Are you disappointed in me? I feel like you are. I feel like you are. I'm so sorry.
I'm not disappointed in my teammate.
Proud of me.
I'm not.
She carried you.
I mean, I assisted her, so it's fine.
Okay, so Liv, you got the 2 goals, right? Congratulations, well done. I saw your celebration. We all saw your celebration. What was going through your head? No, we loved it.
Nothing went through my head. I just react, don't I? I'm very reactive, and I'm happy. I'm very happy with the win. 2-0. I said we were going to win, and we won.
You should be happy.
Sorry, but let them be delusional in the loss. We definitely played better football.
Confidence made us win, you see.
Yeah, we were united as well. She got mad at me like twice. Not the 10 times I expected.
What were you guys saying to each other at points? Because in the break I could see you guys talking. Were you discussing tactics?
I mean, to be honest, during the game we was just saying sort of when it was in the goalkeeper's hands, we were just saying right back, left back, just to aim it.
Yeah.
And just kept calling for the ball, which seemed to work. But we didn't really have any tactics going into it. We just went with 4-4-2, the basic formation that everyone seems to use. Is quite good defensively and attacking. So that's what we went for, and it seemed to work. We scored 2 goals. We didn't go defensive when we went 2 goals up. We tried to get more, but unfortunately...
We kept it fun. I think we played it like normal football. I was screaming at you like I do in my Sunday League matches.
You're really proud of yourself, aren't you, Liv?
Yeah, of course I am. Of course I am.
Well, congratulations, commiserations, but well done to all of you. That was really fun to watch. Kyle, Rachel, back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Nicole, so much, and congratulations once again to Liv and Lisa there. They obviously became champions of our Women's Showcase FIFA event. Commiserations again to Foot Header and Rosie Kamita as well. And thank you so much to Samantha Miller and to Brandon Smith for casting that one for us. It's great to have those 2 as a pairing as well. Guys, quick thought on that. I mean, we have to talk about Liv's celebrations.
Yeah.
She loved the fact that she scored a couple of those goals.
I mean, she told everyone and their uncle about it, so you can't be too upset. But I loved it. Like, it shows what it means. It shows what it meant to her, and I'm hoping to see more of those type of celebrations today.
And Aga, look at Rosie there. You saw Rosie and then Liv. Look, she's giving all the trash talk. Lisa getting excited, and they really did try and think about their formations and who they were going to have in their squads. And we saw that, didn't we? At halftime, they were talking and analysing tactics, and that's what you've got to do in 2v2 FIFA.
Yeah, you got to be transparent to each other and discuss a couple of things and celebrate. Of course, I actually love the scenes here. Super exciting match.
You can see that she's a 5-time world record holder, can't you, Liv? And how she kind of goes about her business, whatever she turns her hand or feet to, can't you, Aga?
Well, that's just the presence. I like it.
Right, let's have a look at what's coming up very shortly. Once again, though, congratulations to Lisa and Liv. But the ePremier League action does continue with these games. Chelsea taking on West Ham, Liverpool taking on Everton, a Merseyside derby just there. Southampton taking on Crystal Palace, and Tottenham Hotspur taking on Aston Villa. All of that action is yet to come, so make sure you do stick around. Tom, any of those matches you're looking forward to?
I think I was going to say Group B, but Group D is standing out to me right now. I mean, Tottenham have a lot to do. They've got to try and work their way back. But so do Villa. Villa had a solid first leg. Obviously, second leg, Watford did step up. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamic of how those two bounce back, whether they want to play cautious or whether they want to just go out and attack.
Let's see what happens, but we will see it all unfold in front of us here at the ePremier League. So make sure you stick around. There's plenty more action to come.
again and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. If you are just joining us, well, hello, you're in for a bumper weekend of FIFA action. We've already seen so many teams playing. We've got these pods behind us filling up with players right now as we're about to get into the third round of matchups here. And before the break, actually, we treated you to something special as well. We had a women's showcase event. We saw Lisa Manley and Liv Cook being crowned champions in that. And the celebrations, guys, go back and re-watch. They were something else. Okay, back into ePremier League finals, and let's see which fixtures are coming your way right now then. So here we have it. Here are the groups. So remember, there's 4 groups, 5 teams in each. Group A looks like this at the moment. Chelsea leading 3 points to Brighton and West Ham on a point each after getting a draw in their matchup. Brentford still to play and Arsenal there with 0 points. Group B, Liverpool topping that one again. 2 teams, Burnley and Everton, getting that draw. Group C, the group that Aga thinks is most open. Leeds there topping the table. Southampton close behind them. And Group D, topping the table, Norwich City and Watford, 3 points each. Carl, what games are coming next?
Well, as you can see here, Chelsea taking on West Ham United, Liverpool taking on Everton in that Merseyside derby in Group B, Southampton taking on Crystal Palace and Tottenham Hotspur taking on Aston Villa. Some huge matchups coming up. We've had 8 fixtures already. They continue 4 at a time. Tom, this is what is so exciting. There's so much FIFA 22 action, plenty of goals, plenty of highlights, plenty of action.
I mean, this is literally just the start. We've got so much more to come, like you mentioned, and people are really going to start to get into their flow, get into the swing of things, and we're going to see highlights, I'm sure of it. We're going to see so many more goals. We're going to see so many more reactions as we get into the latter stages, and games start to mean a lot more.
Yeah, games, of course, start to mean a lot more as we progress through the 2 days, of course. We're looking, though, aren't we, from day one to get the 2 teams qualifying from each group over to the quarterfinals, which kick off Sunday. Championship Sunday, we always love to call it that on FIFA. Aga, though, you're here. You've just retired recently. For those of you who don't know at home, Aga's career spanned about 10 years in the competitive scene. So it's great to have Aga here, throwing his expert analysis across for us. And you're also building a team, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're building a team, sat quietly over there, of who you would put if you were still competing. Can you cast a light on anyone you've picked so far?
Yeah, so I think we should start with the formation. And it's I decided to go for a 4-1-2-1-2, the narrow one. And I think we're going to see the formation quite a lot throughout this competition. It's a very direct and aggressive way of playing. And you want to score a lot of goals. So you go in with the mindset of, I'm going to outscore my opponent. I don't really bother that much if he scores a few as well, as long as I score more. And yeah, basically we're going to start here with the first position as well, which is the goalkeeper, where it's difficult with the goalkeepers because it's a matter of taste, in my opinion. It's not necessarily the highest rated goalkeeper who is feeling as the best. So I'm going to go with Edwin van der Sar.
Knew you were going to go there. It's either Schmeichel or him we've seen a lot of today, right?
Yeah, it's hard to not pick Schmeichel since we're countrymen, but Van der Sar does the job, and I feel like he's the most stable of the goalkeepers. Yeah, I always use him, and I want to have him in my team.
So then, Thomas, talking about Edwin van der Sar there, is that someone that you'd go for? Have you got him in your ultimate team?
Unfortunately, I don't have him, but I personally would have went with Petr Cech. That's just my preference. Like I said, it's down to what works for you and what doesn't. I've just got so much faith in Cech from what he's done in previous times. So I would have gone a little bit different to you. But again, Van der Sar, class keeper, class act, and does pull off some amazing saves as we've seen today.
One question I've got about the formation then. So 4-1-2-1-2. We saw that Stokes' favourite formation when we had some personal information on him just there. But in-game, Aga, would you see that change? Would you see that maybe develop? As you can see, the action is underway in one of our 4 games right now. Chelsea taking on West Ham, 14 in-game minutes in. We'll be bringing you plenty of highlights across that. But we will see a lot of our competitors using 4-1-2-1-2 today. But in-game, that might change, Aga.
Yeah. Obviously, you're going to start in different formations. Usually, the ones with wingers as well, and then in game you have different formations. But I think in game as well, you're going to see the narrow diamond quite a lot.
Aga, just pause there. Chelsea, one goal up at the moment over West Ham. 16 minutes played. Aga, come on, that was a lovely conversation. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to see the narrow diamond, as I call it, the 4-1-2-1-2, a lot during the competition, and we're going to see the 4-3-2-1 as well. I think it's going to be the two preferred formations, and they're relatively new in terms of which has been the popular formations. It's been more like 4-4-2 and 4-2-3-1, which is a bit more balanced, but it seems like the players are starting to prefer the more offensive formations.
Yeah, and Michael Fisher, I think it was, wasn't it? One of the players that started using the narrow 4-1-2-1-2 at the beginning of the season to quite good effect, wasn't it, Aga?
Yeah, definitely. He started the FGS out like almost perfectly. He went to the final in the first one and unfortunately lost. But he was playing the narrow diamond as well, and that's also why I'm keeping an eye out for Southampton. They're looking strong, and they're also playing right now in a very important match against Crystal Palace, because Palace lost their first match, obviously, and Southampton won. So, yeah, very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. I'm just looking across over my shoulder. Southampton and Crystal Palace both getting ready to face off against each other. We can see some of the live action, though, from Tottenham taking on Aston Villa. Spencer, a.k.a. Huge Griller, representing Tottenham Hotspur, taking on Oscar Keeley for Aston Villa just here. What a matchup that could be, obviously, for Tottenham. They've got a lot of work to do in these next few matches.
Yeah, both those teams obviously had a loss, didn't they, in their opening round fixtures. So this is quite crucial, Tom, for both teams. Obviously, Aston Villa currently in possession. Cancelo at the moment. I'm sure it's one of the team of the year cards. Cancelo, I mean, everyone was using that in their team. Sancho then at the moment. Talk us through what we're seeing now, Tom.
Really and truly, it's just a common theme that we've seen where they're really just biding their time, working the different angles, trying to see what works and what doesn't. One thing I found that a lot of these pro players really like to do is work it down the wings and eventually work their way into the box. And it seems to be a common theme. But again, once everyone sort of knows that's coming, they're going to expect it and be able to cope with it defensively as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Like we said, both these teams have a point to prove, having both lost their first game, but anything's possible right now, and you can see it's a little bit cagey amongst them, but as time goes on, I'm sure things will open up and flow a bit better.
Now, I'm seeing in the chat there's plenty of talk about the different games that are happening. There's plenty of action coming. 40 games happening just today, and then plenty more tomorrow. If you want to keep across all of that, if you head to the command centre, you can see some of the different streams and some of those different games if you are wanting to watch them. We are sticking with Tottenham taking on Aston Villa 0-0. Tom, as you said, very cagey. But one question I've got for you, Aggie, just on some of these foot items that we are seeing, those Team of the Year foot items, we'll be seeing that obviously as more content comes out, as there's so many new foot items, it's constantly shifting and updating. But those Team of the Year ones, seems like some of them are here to stay.
Yeah, they're going to stay for the rest of the season, I'm pretty sure, because it's some of the best items in the game, and you want to have them on your team. And that's also why we see the likes of Kevin De Bruyne, Cristiano Ronaldo, Cancelo, Ruben Diaz. So yeah, they're here to stay, definitely.
Back then with the Chelsea-West Ham game. Chelsea leading 1-0 at the moment. Can they make it 2? Yes, nicely done from Chelsea, who already got the win in their opening round of fixtures to Arsenal in that London derby we had to kick things off. And, I mean, Chelsea are really showing what they're made of in terms of their pairing. How surprised are you how well they've come out today, Tom?
I mean, I think they've done really, really well. First game was a little bit cagey, but they managed to get the win, and you can see that they're playing with confidence. They had such a great emotion and celebration once they won that first game. And second game, they're looking pretty strong and quite comfortable at the same time. So I'm looking forward to it.
Their team, of course, is Dan Ray and Jack Sharp as well. And they said they want to beat Spurs. So, well, we're looking forward to seeing that later on. I mean, they've already beaten Arsenal. So, I mean, they're just ticking off the London teams, aren't they? What they're trying to do are Chelsea. Let's talk a little bit more about West Ham, though. Obviously, we saw them in action a little earlier as well. So, West Ham, they got the draw, didn't they, over at Brighton. They're looking to bounce back and just get the 3 points. I know one is still a point anyway, but yeah, Aga, 3 points is what they're looking for.
Yeah, definitely. And you want to get those 3 points soon, because after this game, they played half of their matches. And when you're looking at the standings, you'll need around, arguably, 8 points, I'll say, to go through. And it will obviously be different from group to group. But you need to get those wins. That's just a fact.
Well, we've had a goal just there, and you can see who it's for. In that Merseyside derby, Everton taking on Liverpool, and this is a matchup that I guess over 2 legs we're going to see lots of experienced pros, but it is Tex, a GOAT, as people would say, one of the greatest of all times. Break that deadlock with Alan St. Maximin right there. A goal after 7 minutes, and once again we're seeing with Liverpool, with what they're managing to do, if they can get another win under their belt, Thomas, you could say they're pretty much through.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Obviously, it's FIFA football, anything is possible, so anything can happen. But they're looking mighty comfortable right now. They're working the angles well. They're playing the game the way it should be played, if you can say that. And they're looking strong, intercepting a lot of passes, and you can see the confidence building up between the two of them as the games go on. Yeah, remember in Liverpool's first matchup against Leicester, Tex in leg one could only get 1 goal, so it's be interesting to see how many he can get here. Oh, a chance there, didn't quite convert. But yeah, Tex in his first match only got that 1 goal in the opening matchup, which shows maybe the quality of that Leicester side.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 great players they were playing against in Cosman and Painter. So it was not an easy task for Liverpool at all. And I think Leicester believes in themselves, that they back themselves that they can get the 2nd place perhaps in the group.
Now, looking at that group just there, I mean, Manchester City are yet to play. We've not seen them. We will see them in the next round and 2 rounds of games, I should say. So, although I did mention that Liverpool, if they did get a win, they could obviously go through, there are still some teams that haven't even played yet that we are waiting to see. But once again, we're back with this Liverpool game. It is 1-0 to them just now. A chance just there, comes very, very close. Tex pushing for a second, but Thomas, we've talked about Group B. You said you wouldn't want to be in it, but looking at what they're doing here, there's one team you don't want to play against. It is Liverpool, and I can think there's something about to happen. I mean, so what a goal that was. Tex doubling his lead, making it 2. No one wants to play that man, Thomas.
I mean, no, not at all. And I would stay clear of Group B if I was in it. And you can see why the pressure that was applied literally in the final third. He didn't ease off, didn't let off the gas. You know, he blocked off literally every single angle and made sure that everything was perfect before eventually putting the ball in the back of the net. So Group B, yeah, looking like a problem.
There was a short corner there, wasn't it, from Liverpool? And they just kept the ball in possession and kind of really worked it around the box before trying to find a little bit of space there. Aga, is that the kind of thing that you used to do when you were competing?
Yeah, I think it was one of the parts, and it was pretty classic Tex in terms of like working the ball into the box and finding that extra pass, as we've been talking a lot about. And he's so good at that. And we see a similar goal here. Get the ball into the box, twist and turn with your strikers, find a good pass, and you'll often have a goal.
Well, Crystal Palace then, that was a goal for them against Southampton. Crystal Palace really need to get a win after we bigged them up, didn't we? They're on Aga's power ranking. Tom's mates have Nick Sneb over here. We're really kind of putting them as a team to watch this time. Nick Sneb and Ethan, a really consistent team in the FGS Global Series, and just couldn't quite get the win in their opening round of fixtures.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always going to be expected, you know. I think it's the first land for Nick Sneb, so he's obviously going to have those maybe little nerves or just a bit of unexpected things that he can't account for. But I feel like once he really does get into it and once they both start working together as a team, there's no reason. Like I mentioned earlier, great on the attack and even great on the defence. I feel like they've got the right balance to make it work, and hopefully they prove your power ranking right, my man.
I hope so.
We'll see. It is fluid. It could change at any point just there, and we'll be getting plenty of those little additions as well. I'm interested to go back to the squad and who you'll be building a little later on. I'm thinking more and more about who I would be putting into my team if I could have all of these. Right, we had more action in our games. Liverpool against Tottenham, that Merseyside derby. And it is Liverpool who have gone and made it 3 techs just there after a subtle, let's say, a subdued performance in the first round. The second one, Tom, he's going all out. 3 goals already. Yeah,
I mean, you can tell that he's warm. You can tell that he's ready. He's playing his game, natural game, running down the wing, doing what he does best. And it's going to be a problem if he keeps going like that, because it's going to be very, very difficult to stop.
Well, he's bringing a problem for Callum Moore at the moment for Everton. That's who he's playing against. Aga, what does Callum Moore have to do to put a stop to Tex and all the goals he's scoring for Liverpool at the moment? 3 in total.
I think it's going to be hard, but maybe just take a break and just, you know, rethink, reschedule, and come back and try to adjust some small things and focus on the defense, and then maybe get a goal back so you leave the game quite open for the second match.
Well, it is obviously Jazz and then Diogo in the second leg for Everton and for Liverpool, respectively. Again, 2 guys that we know quite well. But, Tom, I mean, if Diogo had a 3-0 lead going into that second leg, surely that's a big mountain for Jazz to climb.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And at the same time, it might prove to be a mental battle for him, because 3-0, you're up, you're comfortable. Do you want to hold the lead, or do you want to go out and attack some more? I mean, Jazz knows, okay, cool, I might be 3-0 down. I'm going to go and attack all out. But it's a long time to hold the ball. It's a long time to play defensive. And there might be a time where a goal is scored and anything can happen. So we'll have to wait and see.
That's where the tactical masterclasses will come in at some point, and we are starting to see them. All of these teams are trying to hold on to these leads. And Chelsea, they are leading 2-0, trying to make it 3. A great effort just there. The ball swings across. We do have some more action, some more goals for you as well. Who's breaking the deadlock in this one? Surely it is Aston Villa. Some nice ball work in the box. That ball goes across. And a green time finish just there from so close, making it 1-0 right here. You can see the pressure that maybe that Spencer's feeling, Gorilla, just there, Aga.
Yeah, it's not likely him to lose 2 personal matches in a row as it stands. Obviously, he still have the time to turn it around, but not the start he wanted to. He's also a player who wants to score a lot of goals and back himself in the offensive style. So, yeah, they have to change something up, because it's not a game they can afford to lose, really.
Whilst you were analysing Gorilla there, Tex making it 4-0 for Liverpool over Everton. Another CR7 goal scored there. I mean, I think we should be totting up a list of how many goals Ronaldo scores throughout these 2 days, because let me tell you, it might be in triple figures after possibly 20 hours of FIFA. That wouldn't surprise you, Tom, though, would it?
No, I mean, Cristiano Ronaldo is to be expected, one of the greatest of all time to play the game, and one of the greatest in the Premier League. It's someone that we're going to see as like a staple in a lot of people's sides. I mean, you would not have Ronaldo in your side. So more goals coming from Cristiano Ronaldo, more things to be expected.
He was the 12th man, remember, this year. He didn't actually make it into Team of the Year, did Ronaldo? But another chance here. Oh, great save there. Couldn't quite get that extra goal in that matchup. So 4 matchups still going on behind us at the moment. Liverpool in complete control of that Merseyside derby against Everton. Obviously, we've got a couple more Tottenham versus Aston Villa, Southampton Crystal Palace, and Chelsea taking on West Ham. All fixtures from different groups. That's what we're bringing you. So everybody from a different group is playing. Of course, you'll have to play each other once until we can find out who makes it through to the quarter-final. So at the moment, everyone's gunning for 3 points for the win. It looks like it's probably locked in for Everton. Am I speaking too soon? We haven't even gone to the second leg, Carl Walker.
I mean, we've not gone to the second leg, as we keep on saying. Anything could happen. However, when you've got a team that is warm, when you've got a team that's dominating, when you've got a team that looks like they're really finding their feet in a tournament, let's mention momentum right here, because, Aggie, there must have been plenty of tournaments that you've been at where things are just working, everything's going in your favour, and you start to build that momentum.
Yeah, it's like it's clicking from almost the very beginning, and you can just feel it, that this could definitely be my day. And it feels like that for Liverpool. It looks like, as they're playing right now, that they'll come quite comfortably through from the group.
Well, we've had another goal right here for Liverpool. Tex having fun. Momentum is that word once again. He is building on and on and on. I heard a little come on from him as he said there's been other goals that are flying in left, right and centre. The ball comes into the box and a great header just there. Once again, we're talking about that man. The ball comes across. Tom, is anyone beating him in the box?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anyone out there that's going to beat him in the box, to be honest. It's a great goal.
That's what we're seeing. There's plenty of goals. Maybe we should do the Cristiano Ronaldo tally just here, because I don't even know how many we're on already.
Or St. Maximum, actually. He finds the back of the net quite a lot. I've just got him up here on Footbin as well. He's worth around $4 million at the moment. I mean, what a price tag for the Newcastle striker. Aga, do you have him in your team?
No, but I'd like to. I don't know if I can afford him, but he's a
92 rated. Such an awesome item.
Based on what I've seen, he looks like an awesome player.
Well, he seems to be doing the business for a lot of the teams. Here, that's the Southampton Crystal Palace game again there. Well, the goals are coming thick and fast now, which is exactly what we want to see. It looks like a lot of teams are now switching over for their second leg. Of course, they start on the Xbox, they move over to the PS5. So we've just seen Gorilla jump out for Tom to come in, and then Kyle's just sat in for Aston Villa as well. That's the matchup which is happening in Pod 4. I'm going to call it Pod 4, over to my left-hand side. I don't know if we're going 1 to 4 or 1 to 4 this way, but we're going with that. Again, Crystal Palace, Southampton are still in leg 1 at the moment. I'm not sure what's happening with Chelsea, West Ham or Everton or Liverpool. They're all still going leg 1. But Nicole is over in pod number 1. She's talking to the players from Chelsea taking on West Ham.
Yes, I'm here with Jack. You just tried to do a runner. I was like, where are you going?
I got my lanyard, but it's back in now.
So, 2-0 win. Against good opposition as well. How are you feeling?
Yeah, Red Lack's great. So, yeah, lucky I got the early goal and kind of just I got to set the game, the pace of the game. So, I got second for half time and just sort out from there. But yeah, Red Lack's great player, so good win.
You seem pretty chilled. Were you feeling it?
No, until when I'm playing. Obviously, when I'm the one that can in control, I'm fine. But obviously, now Sting, I have full confidence, but it's the unknown of when you're second leg you're watching. But I prefer actually playing myself. But yeah, full faith in Sting to get it done. So
do you prefer being up first then, getting over and done?
Well, I prefer to be second, and at least if anything happens, it's on me. So, but obviously, I have full faith in this, and I put Sting in, and Sting's great. So, hopefully, we can see out from here and keep carrying the momentum.
Have you been able to prepare together much? Have you been speaking a lot, playing a lot together?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I speak to Sting almost every day. So, unfortunately, I speak to him a bit too much. He can't hear me, luckily. But we do. We're friends, so yeah, it's good that we can play together here and hopefully go quite far.
I was going to say, you're quite lucky that he's too focused right now. He's in the zone.
He's vibing. He can't hear me, so yeah. Maybe I'll get that one back later.
And you back him to do well in the second leg?
Yeah, of course, no doubts.
Amazing. Well, a late get off. Good luck, guys. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. Look at that. Smiles all round from some of our competitors just here. There's been plenty of action happening during that interview. This game right here, Southampton taking on Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace 2-1 up in this one, making their way into the box. Rashford toying with his opponent, puts the ball across, and St. Maximum, a foot item we've been speaking about just recently, manages to find the back of the net. You can see just there that the players are trying to figure things out. Sometimes, Tom, it's about figuring it out as you're seeing everything unfold in front of you and having to find a plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. If you're me, that's it. Yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, you know. The first game, like I said, always takes its time. But once you're in it, once you're warm and have plan A and plan B, if that doesn't always go to plan, because people are always going to read you, people might have ideas of what works and what doesn't, but you always have that plan C, D, E, F, G, X, Y, and Z. But once you figure all of that stuff out, that's what makes you a top player. You have to know how to deal with certain stuff at the right time.
Well, Aga, Crystal Palace finding their feet now in this competition, 3-1 over Southampton.
Yeah, as expected, kind of. I would say the last goal we just saw could be competitive for one of the better goals today. Very much flow in it and finding that pass once again. We've seen it a lot, the driven pass into a tap-in, but it was really nice. Nick Snip doing great things right now.
And we're going to see him do some more great things as he manages to toy with the opponent one more time. Alan St. Maximin providing a fourth goal for Crystal Palace just there. And I'm looking behind me. I was looking at actually the Southampton players, how they're reacting, knowing that there is a second leg to come and knowing that maybe they have to change tactics, they have to do something a little bit differently. I was just looking at Michael Fisher in the background and he had to just step away and just actually think to himself, right, what am I going to do in this second leg? Because as we know, it's not just his first leg. The second leg is so important. He's got it all to do, Tom.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen it before with Watford and Villa. Turnarounds can happen, but at this point, you're probably thinking, okay, cool, this is the situation. What can I do that's going to change it up? Maybe he had an initial plan. Maybe they had a plan that initially was to be executed, but that didn't come to fruition. So now he's got to think, what's going to work for me? What can I do to sort of turn this game around?
I guess the same question, Aga, is being asked of Tom now for Spurs against Kyle Rowley for Aston Villa, because they've just started their second leg and, again, finding themselves not in their most favourable position.
No, I mean, he has to dig a bit deep now because it's a super vital match to just at least get a point in. But he could take with him that he won his own personal match in their first match. So, yeah, I think they're still confident.
Yeah, well, we've only got a couple more minutes left in this Southampton Palace match then. Palace, as we just saw, a couple of beautifully worked goals by Nick Snebb. 4 he scored so far in this first leg. 90 minutes FIFA, remember, because then we switch consoles, and then his teammate Ethan will have a go as well to see how many he can build on after this great lead. Can he find something in the final moments of this first leg? Not at the moment, but they still do have possession, do Palace. OK, well, that one then ends 4-1 for Palace. What a statement for Palace. What a statement for that man there, Nick Snebb. What a lead he gives to Ethan going into that second leg. I mean, I would actually like to go and play now for Palace, because having a lead of 3 goals probably would set me up to possibly just go for the line. Kyle, would it actually do that to you as well?
Not me. Okay. I'd throw it away, definitely. One man, though, that isn't throwing anything away, scoring plenty of goals for him. We've caught up with him ahead of the tournament. We've caught up with him at the beginning of the tournament. Let's catch up with him now. Tex is with Nicole.
Yeah, obviously I've had to come and grab Tex. 5-0. Look, you said to me earlier you wanted goals. You got them.
Yeah, you know what? He played like a normal human being. He actually attacked and I whacked him. So, yeah, come at me and attack normally and I should win.
Oh, some confident words there. I mean, Diogo's obviously up next in the second leg. You've kind of made it, I don't want to say easy for him, but you've given him a very good start, haven't you?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm all alive. I've lost 5-0 before. Like, a few, so I'm all, we haven't won yet. I'm still a bit nervous. My leg will be shaking again.
Speaking of your leg, you probably can't see on the camera, but I asked you earlier, I think they cut that out, so I'm going to ask you again. You were on crutches. What happened, Tex, for the viewers at home?
I wish I had a better story, but I just went to a trampoline park and I slipped and my groin's gone, so sprained groin. Not ideal, but we're here.
So you did the splits on a trampoline, just to confirm?
No, I didn't do the splits. I just accidentally did the splits.
Which is so much better. We're going to work on our story. Your mum is over there in the corner. I've been standing near her, and it's so cute. Every time you scored, which was, quite a few times, she was like, yes! Can I celebrate? Yes! So lovely to have that support, isn't it?
Yeah, no, every time I score, I look at Diogo, then look at my mum. It's a bit cringy, but no, it works, man. It works for me.
Is that like your good luck charm?
Yeah, it is nice.
That's really cute. OK, I'm going to let you guys get off and get ready. Good luck. Thank you so much, Tex. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Nicole. And yeah, Tex's mum, for those of you who don't know, always supports. She's such the best cheerleader to have. And I remember actually when Tex won his first Foot Champions Cup title in Barcelona, he said when he was being interviewed, if you like FIFA, tell your mum this might happen. So it's all down to Tex's mum, he likes to say. So we always like to say, hi, Tex's mum.
Yeah.
There she is. There she is over there. She's waving at me. Yeah. So I love that story. So guys at home, girls at home, if you like FIFA, tell your mum. She might end up here with you in one of these finals. So let's get back then to the... Oh, this is obviously highlights from leg one. Tex taking on Everton's Callum then. And he just kept scoring for fun, didn't he? Aga, talk us through what we saw from Tex.
Yeah, a classic Tex goal, the first one, just playing with so much confidence. And here we see how he works his way into the box with a reverse elastico, but gets the ball back here and see St. Maximin finding that extra pass to Cristiano Ronaldo, and then the Tex show really started. Again, we see him running down the wing with Joao Cancelo, and yeah, find the extra pass once again, and it's a simple tap in for him. And we have another goal here. direct corner. Haven't seen many of them today so far, so good for him as well to make some variation in his goals. And again, here we see this was my favorite goal, just twisting and turning in the box. And the partnership between Cristiano Ronaldo and Saint-Maximin looks lethal.
It does look lethal indeed, and I want to talk about Tex a little bit, because over the last few years we've seen him perform in different tournaments, but then also here in the ePremier League as well. We've got another goal just here coming in this West Ham against Chelsea. Chelsea were 2 goals up on aggregate, but West Ham managing to pull one back. Plenty of time to get a second in the FIFA world right now. Anything can happen, anything can change in a matter of moments. But going back to this game now as well, Aston Villa taking on Spurs. Aston Villa 1-0 up. We can see Tom taking on Kyle just there, and it was, you can see, another goal in that fixture. Everything's happening behind us, in and around us. Question for you, Aggie. Tex, when he's playing with confidence, is there anyone better than him in the world?
Well, it's hard to imagine. I'd like to say, like, we talked a lot about my retirement and stuff. No one wants to grow up and be an Aga Rosenmeier. Everyone wants to be a Tex. I mean...
Hang on, Aga, that was hard. I'm sure there are a lot of young kids wanting to grow up to be like you.
I mean, look at the way he's playing and have been playing for a long time now. I think he's the best when he's playing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Well, talking of that Chelsea-West Ham game, which is going on as well, West Ham obviously just got one back. Tom, I mean, they must be motivated. The fact that we are actually in the Olympic Park here, and West Ham, the London Stadium's just probably 200 metres behind us, knowing they're kind of in their own proximity. You know, do you think they feel like they're in their own fortress being so close to home?
Yeah, I would say so. It gives them that maybe a little home advantage, a little home feel. I wouldn't be mad at that. But yeah, I feel like it defo does, and you can see that they're trying to slowly get into things and work things as well.
Ooh, another chance just there for Aston Villa. Another interesting, maybe a shock result as well for Tottenham. They lost their first game 3-2, losing the second one 2-0. And we're hearing from the reactions just here. Tom is not happy just here. He takes off his headphones as well. I think that must be a third goal. Maybe we'll get that reaction and we'll get the highlights very soon. Yes, it is a goal. Let's see what happened now. Let's see what Tom wasn't happy about. He said every touch must be just going in Aston Villa's favour. The ball dropping to them at every opportunity, Aga.
Yeah, it's a game of margins, but you need to take them as well. And obviously a huge surprise that Tottenham are in this position now. I didn't expect that at all. But they still have time, but if they don't get any points from this game, they're dependent of other results, which isn't how they are associating themselves with their level and the club.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, Tom's pretty frustrated, so apologies if we did hear any swear words there. But you must be able to feel his pain there at the moment, because they're one of the favourites. Tottenham Hotspur coming into this. They've got 2 awesome players. You can see Tom on the screen at the moment looking slightly frustrated. He's got to get himself back into this match to get some points on the board for Spurs. At the moment, it's not looking great. They're currently sitting at the bottom of the table with 0 points, Tom.
I mean, it's very difficult. Things still could change. It's not impossible. We're only pretty much a game and a half deep, so anything can happen. But like I said, it's a game of margins. Those little margins, those little percentages, tackles are going to happen. Those little balls bouncing back could potentially happen. And you kind of have to find a way to deal with that, because it's probably not any of their first rodeo. So finding a way to deal with that, prove strong, and hopefully they can pick it up and keep moving forward.
Now, I can just see from the screens just there that game 3-0 for Aston Villa. I think it's come to half-time in that second leg. I can see that, obviously, Gorilla, he's talking to Tom just in this one. The frustration seems to be building. They're trying to figure out a game plan, it would seem, to get them into the game and back into it and keep them in the tournament as well. I think he's just said to himself, come on, Tom, as well. He knows that the pressure's building. They've got to do it. It's now or never. That's what we love about this.
Yeah, that's what we love about it. And they are definitely in a pressured situation. I'll say 2 such experienced players who won that much. You can feel like on their body language that they aren't satisfied right now, and these frustrations, they have to use them to something productive, because the body language shows us that they're obviously under pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tom is definitely under pressure 3 goals down are Spurs to Villa. And if we remember, obviously, Tom as well, a bit about his history. Obviously, he signed for a big esports organisation last year, and he's got the biggest ever transfer fee to his name as well. So a player with so much history and prestige coming into this as well. We're expecting a lot from him, which is pressure in itself, and so is the FIFA community. But back in this game now, Tom, just to run us through, obviously, Tottenham in possession at the moment.
So, yeah, they're just taking their time. Ball's actually intercepted, as you said that, and Villa are moving forward. But I think Villa are just really finding their swing of things, almost getting comfortable with as the shots taken, and Schmeichel has made the save. But I feel like they just need to take their time with it a little bit more. I say that, obviously, 4-0 down with some time to go. But things are happening. Things are moving. You can see the concentration on Tom's face, a little bit of frustration as well. But I feel like should he get 1 goal back, it's not too late as ball move forward. Great save by Van der Sar, who's actually in your team. So that's the difference. Those are the fine margins we're playing with. Those keepers are going to come clutch at the end of the day. If that's someone else, goal might go in. Difference might be made.
Well, I mean, that was fingertips, wasn't it? Just pushing the goal wide there. Obviously, we had a corner. Oh, couldn't quite do anything with that either. Tom shaking his head again. Doesn't quite understand what is happening on the virtual pitch at the moment to Tottenham Hotspur. But Villa on the attack again.
It does seem that Tom is pushing, he is pressing to get that opportunity, that goal. And I mean, we can see that does leave space, it does leave opportunities for whoever he comes up against. Now, you've seen there a pause has been cued. There will be some changes, I'm sure, maybe from both sides, but Aga, you can see that when you do come forward, trying to create opportunities like Tom is doing right now, and unfortunately it's not, I think it's offside just there. It leaves you exposed at the back.
Yeah, but I think for Tottenham now and for Tom, he just have to try to risk it to get the biscuit, really. He's behind they're behind with 4, so it doesn't really matter with the goal difference, I'd say.
Yeah, now looking across, I was just saying the goal difference is interesting because someone who finds themselves in a sticky situation, I think it's safe to say. Jazz right here. And very interesting, preferred formation, 4-4-2, playing style, park the bus. You can't park the bus when you're 5-0 down, can you, Tom?
No, I mean, at this point, he's got to go all-out attack. There's no other real tactic to look at. You can't really do damage limitation. You literally have to throw everything that you have at him. If that means that, there's an opportunity cost of your defence being a little bit open, then so be it. That's what you have to do.
Well, West Ham-Chelsea now. Looks like we have a chance at the moment for West Ham. That's Mahrez with the ball there. Then Ronaldo to make that one 3-2, I think the scoreline currently looks for them. So West Ham really getting back into that game. Obviously heard from the Chelsea player earlier on with Nicole, and obviously had a great lead there. Now kind of bringing it back to be a little bit more cagey affair behind us. None of these guys really making a sound in here. I keep looking behind to see the reaction that I've missed, because I'm thinking I'm not quite over everything that's happening, but I am, right? It's just how it is. It's still early on, I guess, in the competition, which means players are yet to really come out and get really fired up and excited. But back with a possible chance for Everton at the moment. Oh, and a goal for Jazz. He's brought one back. He's not parking the bus. He's not messing around. Is Jazz taking on Diogo, of course, who's now switched over for Tex. I mean, Jazz is an attacking player. We've seen him take part in so many EPLs before. So he's a player to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. And it just goes to show that you can't switch off with Jazz, regardless of the scoreline, regardless of how the first leg went. You need to be switched on because he will punish you as he's just done. So it'll be interesting to see how that game unfolds and where we go from there.
Well, there's been another goal in this match right here. Tottenham managing to pull one back, 4-1 on aggregate. Tom managing to do it, and more goals flying in this time, as we've just seen in the Merseyside derby. Everton pulled one back, but Liverpool have made it back to 5-goal deficit for Everton in there. And Jazz now, definitely you've got to take the handbrake off. You can't park that bus. You need to get into 5th gear and make sure you're scoring plenty of goals. Aggie, have you ever found yourself in that situation where your back's against the ropes and you need to do something now?
Yeah, plenty of times. Actually, I had a game against the Gorilla in a final a few years ago, let's just say that, where I felt I played amazing, but suddenly I was behind with 3, and then was 4 and 5, and I was like, we're playing a final and you're leading with 5. This should be close, and that was really where I felt pressured. and the best version of him I've ever played, I'll say. He was up there with the likes of Tex we've been talking about a lot and will be talking a lot about.
I think I find myself in that situation every single weekend. 4, 5, 6-0 down, definitely. There's plenty of action, plenty underway behind us just here. The ePremier League is in full swing. We're going live to this matchup. Aston Villa taking on Spurs. Tottenham losing 3-1 in this game, 4-1 on aggregate just now. They've got 13 in-game minutes to do. Tom, give us some perspective on maybe tactics from Aston Villa. How do you see out the game and just ensure there's not a nervy ending?
I mean, you just kind of have to really just think about what you're doing. Tom isn't that is a huge chance. As you can hear, Tom's not too happy about that. But I think from Villa's perspective, you kind of just have to really just hold out the lead. There's about 10 in-game minutes left to play, and just try and be a little bit tactical about it going forward when you really can, because obviously it's going to be very difficult with the pressure applied by Tom, but being smart about it as he has been, and
that's
have your answer.
I mean, that's what Tom hoped he'd see at the other end. He couldn't quite get that goal though. 82nd minute for Villa, and now lead 5-1 on aggregate, 4-1 in the second leg. I mean, with only 7 minutes left, Aga, this is surely game over.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was game over before as well, with the missed chance. Maybe that was the opportunity for him, but yeah, it's looking very, very tough for Tottenham now.
All the focus has been on Tottenham. Let's talk about Aston Villa a little bit, because they needed this win. And again, when the backs are against the ropes, I mean, we're seeing just here, they've come out swinging and they've made sure that they've made a statement moving forward.
Yeah, that's a massive performance. I mean, also because of the way they lost their first match, they were actually leading, but then Tom Stokes came back and gave Watford the 3 points. So that must have been devastating, but they just, forgot it very fast, and then they went out and performed like this. So yeah, big credits to Aston Villa.
Big credits to Aston Villa. They will look like they're going to end this game 6-1 as we just head into the final minutes of regulation time here. Can Spurs get one back in extra time? Doesn't look to be the case at the moment as Aston Villa just kick it out. But let's go over to Chelsea taking on West Ham. That one has concluded as well. Chelsea then getting their second win of the tournament, 3-2 over West Ham. They are now sitting nice and pretty, aren't they, at the top of Group A. 6 points to their name. Brighton and Hove Albion a point to theirs, and West Ham a point to theirs at the moment. Brentford, we're really excited to see them, their first appearance here in the EPL finals. They'll be playing next, of course, and then Arsenal are sitting at the bottom of that table at the moment. But Chelsea, I mean, what a performance from those guys. 2 wins out of 2, Aga.
Yeah, that's the start you want to get. 2 quality players they have, in Stingray and Sharp. So, yeah, big games, and yeah, two London games they won, so they must be happy.
Totally, must be happy. They've obviously yet to take on Tottenham Hotspur. They might meet up later on in the tournament. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Only the top 2 progress. At the moment, they're not in the same group. Talking of Tottenham Hotspur then, so that Group D matchup between themselves and Villa has now concluded. So Villa sitting at the top of their table at the moment with 3 points as well. Watford on 3 and Norwich on 3. So that's a really close group there. Newcastle and Spurs on 0 points. But Newcastle, again, another team we haven't seen play yet. I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of St. Maximin players in the Newcastle squad's players. Planet Toast is on the way up in that game. He's a player that's always played for Newcastle as well in 3 EPLs, I believe, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, someone that's always played, so he knows what it's about. He knows what it means to Newcastle as well. And it'll be very exciting to see him, get it underway. Like you mentioned, they haven't played yet, so it'll be interesting to see play styles and how they sort of work through the Premier League.
Now, there's been another goal in this matchup just here. 6-2 on aggregate currently is. But Liverpool, Diogo now this time, managing to find the back of the net, drawing it 2-2 in that one. But 7-2 on aggregate just there. Plenty of goals in all of those matchups. Going back to something you were just saying there, Tom, I mean, Newcastle United, Manchester United, Manchester City and Brentford are the 4 teams that we are yet to see from. So the tables look how they do in the different groups, but everything could change in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, there's still literally so much to play for. We still have so many games of FIFA to play. I wonder how those players actually feel having not played yet. Maybe they feel a little bit nervous as the time going on, or maybe they're just raring to go. Maybe they're itching to just get on the sticks and get cracking. So it'll be interesting to see how the table lines up as, you know, the Brentfords and the Newcastle start getting warm and start playing.
A bit of both, I'd say, Tom, nerves and excitement. But Nicole is over with 2 players from that last game. She's with Kyle from Aston Villa and Tom from Spurs. Nicole, how are they both feeling? Mixed emotions, I'm sure.
Yeah, Tom and Kyle. I mean, Kyle, I'll start with you. 5-1 in that second leg. Well done. You must be really happy with that.
Yeah, delighted. I think I had to show a bit of redemption from the first game. You know, I know obviously Stokes is a class player, but to let a 2-goal lead slip was not right. So, you know, Ozzy again done a job in the first leg and just went in there to just try and, instead of what I did wrong in the first game and try and sit back and relax, I think I tried to just play my normal game and hopefully it worked. Gladly it did, yeah.
Yeah, clearly it did. Tom, how are you feeling after? You see, you're very smiley now and you're really calm, but I saw from the other side of the room you had a lot of emotions going on. You were quite frustrated, it seemed, during that game.
Yeah, it's how it is at the top level, you know. You're never going to be happy losing. A little bit frustrated myself, conceding 3 in the first half. I know it's not the level I set, so natural to get a bit of frustration at the time. I know, I think it's boiled over from the first game as well. I wasn't happy losing the first game, then the second game I thought, right, get myself into this, get going, and before I know it, I was 3-0 down. So, yeah, I wasn't too happy, as you can probably tell by some of the reactions, but yeah, at the end of the day, Carl deserved it. It's fair play to him.
What do you think has happened then in these first 2 games for you?
That is the golden question. I don't know the answer to yet. I'm going to try and figure that out now. We've got 2 games to go and put it right against Watford and Newcastle. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think me and Spen both nowhere near the level we know we can play at. And, yeah, we're going to go back. We've got a little break now and try and figure it out for the last 2 games.
And you feel like you can do this? You can kind of turn things around?
Yeah. I mean, we know me and Spen know the level we can play at. We've been here many a times, won lots of trophies. We know we can do better than what we've done, so we just need to try and flip it around now. Obviously, not too long time, probably an hour or 2, just to watch the games back, see what's going wrong. But yeah, I mean, if you're ever going to have belief, it's in me and Spen. You know, we've done it before.
I was just going to say, I mean, we all know the level of you 2 players for sure. Kyle, did you feel like you were kind of the underdog going into this game against Tom?
Yeah, exactly that. Look, I mean, Tom's one of, if not the best PS player in the world over the last couple of years, so it's obviously you're always starting off kind of the underdog against Tom, but like you say, some of the goals in there were obviously the bounces weren't right for Tom. It went for me, so I understand his frustration, but like you say, him and Spen are, you know, top quality players, and I'm sure that they'll bounce back easily.
Brilliant, guys, thank you both very much. I'll let you go. Back to you, Kyle and Rachel.
Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, it's great to hear and get that insight from both sides just there. We have got some more action that's come our way, though, during those interviews. Another goal in this fixture, Southampton taking on Crystal Palace. And this time it's gone in Crystal Palace's favour once again. 0-0 in this second leg. 4-1 on aggregate from the first. Again, the passes come across the box and we see a finish. I'm sure we'll see plenty of that over the weekend. Going back to Tom and Kyle's interview, Kyle took the words out of my mouth, actually. Kyle Rowley representing Aston Villa just there. Tom has been the best, I think we can say, PlayStation player in the world this year, maybe last year as well, Aga. So if there's someone that could do it, it's him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those 2 are born champions, so they know what it takes to come back, and they still have the chance to do it, but obviously it's looking hard. Also because they conceded a lot of goals, so even if they tie with another team, they'll most likely have a weaker goal difference, but if anyone could do it, it's definitely them.
Well, Everton are obviously on the comeback then, Aga, in this matchup as well. Actually, Jazz leading this second leg, 3-2 over Diogo of Liverpool. He's in another chance here with Ginola, and he finds the back of the net. Told you, Jazz Singh is not parking the bus. He is going ultra-attacking at the moment. I'd love to see what his formation is. 4-2, actually, in leg 2. I mean, still 4-7 down in aggregate. Only 9 minutes of in-game FIFA left. What can he do? On the attack again.
No
and he gets
way.
another one in quick succession. We're not over yet. 5-7 in this matchup, I believe, if my calculations are correct. I'll have to have another little look at that. 5-7, it has been confirmed. 2 more goals needed to level this one up. And then we're all squared here in this absolutely dramatic Merseyside derby.
What do you do in this situation, Aga? Because we've jumped across here because there's been another goal in this game. Crystal Palace making it 6-1. Round the keeper just there. St. Maximin scoring another goal. Going back to that game, though, Everton against Liverpool. It's starting to attract a bit of a crowd around that pod just there. How do you stop a player who has scored 5 from getting any more when you've got 2-goal lead that's been slowly cut in half?
I think first and foremost, the goal that Jazz scored to make it 5-2 was a bit of a mistake from Diogo. He shouldn't give the ball away that fast, especially when he can feel like, okay, my opponent is starting to feel this. So it's about protecting the ball and being strong in defense with taking the possession. So I think that's what he's going to do now, just doing some time management and making sure that they won't blow the lead.
Yeah, totally. We're back in this Palace-Saints game there. Can Palace get another one in? Yes, the answer is they can. 7-1 on aggregate now. Ethan really tying up that matchup for them. Crystal Palace lost their first match, of course, bouncing back in the second and really now looking like a team to be reckoned with, as Tom kind of alluded to in the opening segments of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, they've got the right balance, the right teamwork, and it's really starting to show. Ethan, like I said, very strong defensively, but can also attack. And Jacob, Nick Smith, as we saw earlier, on very, very good attacking-wise and moving the ball.
Oh, Jacob, someone's his friend. Someone's his friend right there. Remember, you can watch all of our games on the Command Centre if you want to keep up to date with every goal as it goes in a specific game. We will give you, though, everything as it happens right here as well. That'll be coming up as well shortly, so make sure you stick around. There's plenty more action to come here in the ePremier League.
This is it. It's all to play for. You can't help but be impressed with his focus. He's lined that up perfectly.
Scan your BP Me Rewards card for a chance to win Premier League tickets every 90 minutes.
Well, hello guys and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. We are live from London in the Olympic Park actually, here at the Here East Studios. We're having a great time. We've already seen 3 rounds of matches just played. We've had some absolute crackers behind us just before the break. We had the Merseyside derby. That one ended 7-5 to Liverpool. There was an awesome comeback from Jazz for Everton. He nearly got it over the line for Everton, but not quite. We can have a little look of these matches, how they ended right now. So Chelsea over West Ham, 3-2 was the final result for Chelsea. Liverpool then, as I just mentioned, 7-5, that win over Everton. Crystal Palace, a real big defeat over Southampton, 7-1 that final score. And Aston Villa Spurs, that one ended in Villa's favour, 6-1 to Tottenham Hotspurs. And we obviously spoke to Kyle and Tom after that one and got their thoughts on that. Let's go over to the group standings though and see what that changes. Things now, Kyle, in the group, starting with Group A and Chelsea.
Yes, looking at that one, Chelsea topping that group, played 6 points in total. Brighton 1 point, also West Ham United 1 point, 0 points for Brentford, but they haven't played yet, and 0 points for Arsenal. They have played. Group B, Liverpool, Burnley, Everton, Man City and Leicester. It is Liverpool who are leading that one just there. And Group C, Leeds United all on 3 points, Crystal Palace on 3 points, Southampton on 3 points, Manchester United yet to play, and Wolverhampton Wanderers on 0 points as well. And Group D, another close one, Villa, that's Aston Villa of course, Norwich City, Watford all on 3 points, Newcastle and Tottenham both on 0 points, but we haven't seen Newcastle United yet, and I'm sure we'll get to see them very soon, because let's have a look what 4 games are coming up next here in the pods. All of the action unfolding right behind us. Arsenal taking on Brentford, Brentford's first appearance in the ePremier League. Leicester City taking on Manchester City in Group B. Wolverhampton Wanderers taking on Manchester United, and Norwich City taking on Newcastle United. Tom, any of those games you're looking forward to?
Oh, I think I might go with Group B. I think it would be nice to see Manchester City, obviously them having not played yet, so it'll be nice to see what they're capable of doing. But also Group D. I mean, Norwich City got off to a strong start. I'm interested to see what Dami's got again.
Yeah, well, Dami and Planet Toast, obviously, for Norwich and Newcastle. But we've already started Arsenal, Brentford. Brentford's first appearance, of course, in the ePremier League. It looks like we're getting off to a good start there. Hullit to Cantona. Can they get their first goal? And they can in the ePremier League. That's history being made there.
There's a point that a lot of people at home who'll be watching this will be saying, Arsenal against Brentford. Who was Brentford's first game in the Premier League as well? It was Arsenal, and they did take the lead. So, I mean, looking at that, there's a parallel towards it. There's still plenty of FIFA. I got so excited about that one.
He was trying to go, stop, this is about to be a goal, Kyle. Calm down. We're talking about the goal, and then you can get your factoids in,
I just saw it, and I realised. So, yeah, huge matchup. I'm sure there'll be plenty of excitement coming from me throughout this one as well.
Let's just kind of go back to that. It was a big moment in Brentford's history. Sam Brewster then getting their first ever goal in EPL finals. That is a moment that's going to go down in history. What a goal to score here for Sam at those finals. And he actually only ever had his first LAN experience in the qualifiers as well, and that was obviously at the stadium, so it's great to come here on this big stage and second ever LAN experience, getting a goal in that fashion within the first 20 minutes. So.
I mean, he's come here and he doesn't look out of place. He literally looks very, very comfortable. As shown, to be honest, but I guess we're going to have to wait and see what comes.
We're going to have to wait and see what comes, obviously, against Billy there. That's Sam on your screens who we've been speaking about. Yeah, great partnership, actually. Some Brentford fans there. He was actually tweeting earlier this week saying, anyone got any Xbox games? Want to have some qualifiers? Please DM me. So I hope some people actually DM'd him and he got some practicing. Well, it seems like he did. And then second up for Brentford will be Cousinho. He's actually a big Brentford fan as well. And, yeah, unbeaten in the qualifiers. So a strong pairing for Brentford, which is really nice to see, Aga.
Yeah, exciting to see what they're going to be able to do here on the biggest stage. And they got a very, very good start to the match, but Arsenal replies very quickly. And, yeah, we're in for a close one, I think.
We are indeed. We'll see how This match matches up throughout all of the day, how Brentford can match up against each of their opponents as well. Currently taking on Arsenal. It is 1-1 in that fixture just there. AFC Billy taking on Sam Brewster. As well as this game, there are 3 other games that will be kicking off very shortly. I think one of those games has, looking over to my left, Norwich taking on Newcastle United. That one has kicked off. Wolves taking on Manchester United. They're getting set up. They're very close. And then we've also got Leicester City taking on Manchester City. Ryan Pessoa representing Manchester City in that first leg, hoping to retain the ePremier League Championship, this trophy just here, as a club, not as the player, as a club. He's teaming up with Brandon Hughes, who knocked out Shells, the winner from last year. So these two are hoping to go on to retain it. Can they be back-to-back ePremier League champions? We're sticking with this game right here, though. Aggie, talking about Arsenal, talking about Brentford, focusing on Arsenal this time. They could come here, they could cause some big upsets in their group.
Yeah, and there's like, it's one of their first events, so the pressure is not really on them. It's more like the pressure what they put on themselves in order to perform. So that could be a positive factor for them in order to do bits here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Arsenal obviously got a defeat in their first matchup to Chelsea. That finished 3-2, so they'll be really excited to get a couple more points on the board in this one. Let's just see if Brentford have another chance in and around the box at the moment for St. Maximin, and they do! 2 for Sam on his and Brentford's debut. Just giving a little fist pump to his teammate, of course, Cousinho, who's sitting behind him, waiting for his chance. Peace is sitting behind him. We are now jumping live to the Norwich-Newcastle game then. Norwich, they were so great earlier on in the competition when they defeated Tottenham Hotspur. Dami giving them a great lead in that game. We're looking for similar in this one. At the moment, Hullet on the ball for Norwich. Now Newcastle with their first attack, possibly of the game. And this is obviously Planet Toast, who we mentioned. In terms of stats, Aga, I think it's only Tex who has represented the same club 4 times, and Planet Toast is second on those stats with representing Newcastle 3 times.
Well, that's pretty impressive. I mean, to be able to perform year after year and qualify for the event, it's remarkable.
It really is remarkable. We'll get more and more of this action as the goals go in, as the big chances are created. But for now, we need to continue building our squad. So, Aga, we've got your console up here. You've been giving us some tips, some tricks from a former pro. You've got your goalkeeper in place. Let's build the defence then. Who have you got for us?
Well, I think we're going with a Manchester defence.
I'll take that. I had a big smile on my face when you said that one.
So we're finding him here. The first one we're going with is obviously Ruben Diaz, which I think is pretty obvious. One of the best centre-backs, very nice pace, good work rates as well. And when you're playing the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, I feel like your centre-backs need to be very fast and be able to handle themselves, because you want to put a lot of men forward, and therefore Ruben Diaz is a good choice. And next to him was a bit tougher, I'll say. There were some different players. I was also thinking about Rio Ferdinand actually, but we are going with Varane. Finding him here. Here we have him, and that's pace you got there. 88 pace, 90 physics, 93 defending. An important centre-back on my team.
Well, there we are. That's the 2 centre-backs right there. A Manchester duo, Ruben Diaz and Rafael Varane just there, leading the centre-back from the back. Yeah, we'll get the rest of the defence, see who you got at left-back and right-back very shortly. It's been some goals, though, going in, especially in this match. Brentford were 2-1 up. Sam Brewster, though, managed to make it 3. And you can see just how much it means to all of them right there, representing Brentford here at the ePremier League. Next up, we've got Newcastle taking on Norwich. Norwich were on the attack, finding the ball in the box. Some skill moves just here. And a great finish by Norwich. Dami continuing what he started in his first matchup. Some would say a shock win causing upsets, but they're continuing that. And Tom, once again, if they can get a win, 2 wins in 2 games, that sets them up to be progressing through as a top 2 in their group.
Yeah, I mean, I'm turning into an admirer of Dami at this point. He's playing fantastic football. He's looking very, very comfortable. That one extra pass is going a long way, and he's just really biding his time. And Norwich look like a real threat.
Yeah, they do, don't they? I don't think anyone really thought they would be this much of a threat coming into it. I actually spoke to Jake Simpson, Planet Toast from Newcastle. I said, who do you think are the biggest threats in your group? And he, like we said, went with Tottenham and Watford. And, you know, actually both of those guys having a loss, not really kind of coming out on top at the moment. Watford, sorry, they did get that win, didn't they? Stokes obviously brought that back for them. But they were a bit shaky, weren't they, in the first leg when Shuri was on console. But yeah, 2 that we didn't really think would do it is Norwich at the moment.
No, they gone a bit under the radar, perhaps. I mean, Dami is a very experienced player, and obviously we knew he could do bits, but it's still a massive statement to go out and beat Gorilla in your first match, and then now they're in the lead here, and could be vital for them to get the 3 points once again.
This is the first time then we've seen Manchester City, the defending champions, on console. Ryan Pessoa then in the right-hand side of your screen, taking on Painter at the moment. Obviously, we saw Leicester City in action earlier on. Painter's partner is Cosmin, of course, and they took on Liverpool, if I remember correctly, in their first matchup. Unfortunately, they did get a loss to Liverpool there, but it was a more cagey affair than we just saw Liverpool get win over Everton. So, yeah, great partnership of Cosmin and Painter, but now Ryan is trying to get something from this first matchup. And I spoke to Ryan beforehand as well, and I said, yeah, Ryan, I can't remember, when was your best chance in the EPL? He said, Rachel, I never performed well in the Premier League. He's like, I'm trying to change that this year. He said, I don't think you've ever got out of the groups. I'm like, you would know if you had, so I'm guessing you haven't got out of the groups, Ryan. He knows I'm talking about him because I said I was going to say it on air. So, yeah, Ryan, again, obviously really disappointed that Shells couldn't be in his team. Shells, I just saw, is actually watching over the side of the studio, watching his teammate, see if he can keep the title in Manchester for the 2nd year running. I mean, Man City have quality FIFA players, Carl. You know you spent a lot of time up there, but Ryan also didn't qualify for the finals himself back in 2020. Yes, because he was on broadcast with me. I'm going, was he? No, he sat next to me. And at one point we had to fill for about 40 minutes, and Ryan was brilliant, as he always was, and said loads of great things. But, yeah, I mean, Aga, what do you know about Ryan as a FIFA player?
Well, a lot. We played together a few years back, and yeah, obviously he's a great guy, great personality, but also a very, very good FIFA player. Been to the World Cup as well, been to the Club World Cup many times. I actually believe he's the one who's been to the most together with Man City. He's up there anyways, and then he has a lot of achievements, obviously, and a very consistent player, smart player. Good at keeping the ball as well. So, yeah, Ryan is a great guy.
Now you can see that Ryan is sporting a Manchester City jersey. People at home might be thinking, well, what kit is that? That is their esports kit. Yes, Manchester City do have esports players, although there was an online qualifier for their players to get to this tournament. Ryan actually represents Manchester City on a day-to-day basis at other tournaments as well, looking very good in that esports kit right there. I'm a fan. I like the colour scheme. Just sound like I'm trying to get myself one? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is right there. But yeah, we will be seeing them playing in that esports kit. Him, Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Hughes throughout this weekend. Should they get through to tomorrow as well, but they're looking like they obviously will be pushing to do that. Right, there's other action that's on the way, and that's currently kicked off. Wolves taking on Manchester United. First time we have seen Manchester United in this tournament. Wolves lost their first game. Manchester United looking to get some points on the board. And we're going back to this game just here as well, Rachel. There's been a goal. Yeah, I just kind of saw it coming, actually. I saw a fist bump from Dami there, and this was that goal. Kante then in the box, passes it over to Sancho. Ronaldo
to finish it off for Norwich in some style. And him and Jack is his teammate, of course. They were giving him a little fist pump saying, yeah, we're doing this. We've a second game here. Looks like it's going their way at the moment. Jack, obviously, will be the one sitting back and going, Dammy, just get some more goals in for me, please. Just build that little bit of extra breathing space for me. And it seems he's doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking mighty comfortable. You get into the final third and he doesn't look out of place. A little fake shot there and a little pass there. And that one extra pass is making all the difference. So he doesn't look out of place. He looks very warm and he'll be hoping that he can continue that for the rest of the day.
Yeah, he definitely will. I was just going to jump in and just say here, all this action is unfolding right here behind us. There's lots to go. And once again, I want to bring up, some of the players are waiting hours to play these games. What do you do when you've got 2 hours to wait until your next matchup? Do you play? Do you practice? Do you take a break? Do you rest? Do you relax?
I think a little bit of everything you just mentioned. I think it's different from person to person, from player to player. I used to hear some music and just visualize a lot about what I was going to do, what I wanted to show, while other players like to practice until the game starts. So yeah, it's a lot of variation, really.
Right, well, we've got more action coming your way throughout the day. The ePremier League is happening right here in London. A live event, so we're all in person. All the players are here as well. All the friends and family are over our shoulder just here. It's getting very, very exciting as the minutes, the hours tick on all of our competitors going head-to-head. And we can hear and see some of their reactions. But Rachel, it's quite quiet in here, isn't it? Everyone's focused.
It's really quiet. Obviously, we're looking at Brentford there and Sam on the screen, who scored quite a few goals already for his team in his first outing here at the EPLs. They actually had their qualified, didn't they, at the stadium? I think the finals were held in the Brentford dressing room as well, which was quite special, especially if you're a Brentford fan, going down there and having these consoles set up, then getting the jersey, which is quite nice. We haven't seen that in quite a few years as well. Sam getting the clap, which probably does mean he's either got another goal or he's just completed that leg with the W next to his name. Let's jump back into this and see what that one's looking like at the moment. So, yeah, coming up to the 70th minute, Sam and Brentford 3-1 lead. That makes it 4. That's why they were celebrating behind us there. Let's go over to Man United Wolves there. And first time we've seen Man United in action. Wolves we got to see a little bit earlier. Wolves then, found the back of the net with Joey there. Nicely done for Wolves. But, yeah, let's have a look at the two Man United players. Then we've got Henry, who's playing at the moment, Henry Proctor, and then Sam Carmody is the second player for him, Poacher, as well, his gamer tag. So those two will see in action. Dammy, though, Norwich, he's giving it the fist bump. I think that means we get another goal for Norwich over there against Newcastle.
Yeah, 3-0 it is in that one. Dammy has not come to play. And I want to talk about Dammy again. We've talked about the experience that he's got. But I remember 4 years ago, he was representing AS Roma. He was travelling back and forth and he was competing in tournaments here in the UK as well. That experience, it seems, as he gets older, that he's hit that sweet spot where everything seems to be working for him.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fact that he's been here or been around has helped him adjusting to the circumstances. And yeah, the experience obviously representing Roma in the past, but also representing the national team in Poland and being at the World Cup in London as well and take part is massive. So I mean, he is a top player.
I mean, experience, though, is key in whatever you're doing with your career, right? If it's FIFA or if it's what we're doing in broadcasting. And for the players who haven't got that experience, especially at LAN events, it is quite tough unless you are just a really confident individual and you can come here and really back yourself. If you go and see people like Dammy, like Tex, like Diogo, like Olalito, you are going to probably feel a little bit intimidated and, you know, you wouldn't really be human if you didn't, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, it's only natural for you to have those nerves, have those initial feelings. But then at the same time, I feel like, you know, you've come here, it's your first event. Why not come with the fearlessness? Why not come with the whatever happens, happens? You know what I mean? This might not be your last event. It might be your last event. But I feel like go all out and just enjoy yourself, really.
Aga, how long did it take you from when you became a pro to really find yourself and build the confidence that you retired on?
I think my first event, I was just so nervous and I couldn't think like proper and made all the wrong decisions when I was playing. And it took a while. It really did. And then you got a very nice experience with a win at an event or a big win against someone who was good, and that gave you the confidence. And then next time you came, you knew, okay, if I react like this in this situation, everything will be good.
Well, we're going back to this Brentford-Arsenal game after Agger was just telling us how he grew in confidence throughout his career. Sam, though, 5 to his name against Arsenal. Arsenal there on your screen at the moment.
Yeah. And VAR, going back to the room, I've been doing some checking. Yeah, it says there, obviously, it looks like it's the second leg in that one. It's just because they had to restart the game. There was some issues, so they restarted it from a certain point. So it is currently, as you can see just there, that scoreline, but it isn't actually the second leg just yet.
No, of course, we're going to see that Peace go second for Brentford in that one. So Sam's still sitting there at the moment. But yeah, I mean, the Brentford fans at home as well, and the Brentford players must be going, what are we seeing? This is an awesome start to their campaign.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, first time out, and they've come out with quite a bang. So the people at home watching must be very happy, very impressed. And I'm very impressed just sitting there watching it myself. So hopefully they can keep it coming.
But Arsenal, second leg, again, looks like they've got quite the job to do. How do you approach that if you are Arsenal, Agger?
I think they need to get the win here in order to really still be in the competition. So it's about getting maybe 1 or 2 quick goals here in the second leg, and then just chase the last ones. But it's tough. It's not really normal in at this level of FIFA that you just come back with 3 or 4 goals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard, isn't it, when you have a big mountain to climb? But there's no mountain to climb for Brentford at the moment, taking on Arsenal, of course, in their first leg. And Brentford's debut in this competition, Sam Brewster's as well, and he's with Nicole. I'm excited to hear from him.
Yeah, Sam, 5-2. Yeah. Just a few goals then. It was hard for us to keep count. How was that for you?
It was fun. First competition, I was a bit nervous coming up, but I mean, got a few early goals, and yeah, I got a bit lucky in some cases, but we take it, and now got a good lead going into second leg.
So this is your first ever competition tournament ever?
Competition at all, yeah. So I'm only 17, so obviously competing age 16 means you can't play, and then we've been online for FIFA 20 and FIFA 21. So this is the first year I've competed in person, yeah.
OK, firstly, you've made me feel very old, but we'll move on from that. So how are you finding it? How did you prepare? Were you a bit nervous? Because this is a big deal then for you.
Yeah, it's a massive deal. I was actually more excited than nervous. The position I'm in, like, I haven't played competitive FIFA this year on FIFA 22 PlayStation. I've only been on Xbox, so I feel like I'm in a bit of a free hit situation where I just come in here and prove to people that I'm good enough, and, you know, we see what happens after that. But yeah, it was really, really fun.
And you're feeling like, as a team, you're backing yourselves?
Yeah, definitely. We obviously met each other. Brentford had a in-person club playoff, so we met each other there. And yeah, it's feeling really good. He's very good as well, so we'll see what happens.
Amazing. Well, we're about to see the second leg, so I'll let you get off. Good luck. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you, Nicole. Wow, confidence and abundance right there from Brentford, and what a performance it was from them in that first leg. Let's get to Wolves, Manchester United. 1-0 to Wolves it was up until the 56th minute just here. Incredible goal. Tom, you nearly jumped out your seat in that one just here. We've got some action in the Leicester City-Manchester City game. Leicester coming forward, Ruud Gullit to Sancho, to Ronaldo, to Rashford. Great link-up play just there, making it 1-0 for Leicester in that one. There's plenty of action still to come, though. We've got so much ePremier League FIFA 22 coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this short break.
I play it quite often. I play the game mode pro clubs with a few other footballers and a few of my friends.
I play it quite a lot, especially when my friends are around.
On the coach, I play with Kills. We play a lot. During the trip, we just play.
They haven't given me the best stats at the moment on the FIFA, so I can't play myself just yet. But I like to play with a big team like Liverpool,
yeah, it's mainly just online.
Just a few of my friends from my Charlton days growing up, or a few of the lads here at Villa.
No one wants to play me on a friendly because they know they'll get beaten, I'll ruin the day, so I have to play online.
I played one Stax, so he's representing Liverpool now. And there's another Portuguese player that was also representing Liverpool, Diogo Mendes.
Sometimes people recognise who we are when we're playing against them, and we'll get a message on Instagram, which is quite funny.
Sometimes I just like play at home and then I post it on my Snap or like Instagram story, and then you get direct messages like, who plays FIFA 16 in 2022?
I played against Jota.
Against Mikel Antonio, so...
Against Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Probably Marcus. Yeah, Marcus Rashford.
I don't know, like 5-0, 6-0.
My biggest win is against Kiel, and it's 8-1.
My biggest win, I think it could be like 18-0.
Like 15-1, I think, against one of my friends. It was not a good day for him.
Stevie B is good at FIFA. I remember one away trip we played and I couldn't beat him, so just kept on beating. I think it was like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, something like that.
I used to play a lot with two friends of mine and my brother, and it used to get really competitive. So I think whenever we lost like big numbers to them, it's getting really uncomfortable.
No, I don't like to lose at anything, to be honest, so I definitely don't. I try not to get beat on FIFA.
Playing for forfeits, so if you lose, you got to do a forfeit. Well, if you lose, do 10 star jumps, 50 press ups, whatever, stuff like that.
I can't remember the score. I remember winning, and he had to do a forfeit basically. And I remember he had to take a picture of him in a Tottenham kit, so I put it on social media.
Whenever the competitive sites come up, I like to get, really into it. Sometimes get a bit angry as well.
I'm quite chilled. Unless the ball goes off both posts and then comes back out, then there's a bit of a different problem. But no, I'm usually quite chilled.
I just get the job done. Like, I'm not into the skills or all that. I'll just get to the byline, cross, goal. That's it. You need to see me play, scream, like shouting, like it's just like a madman at home. But it's just because I love the game. I'm used to the game.
Well, welcome back then to London for the ePremier League Finals 2022. We're in the middle of our matches, of course. We're getting ready for the second leg of a lot of these matches, and you might recognise a change on the side of the set over here. August Rosemeyer has departed for a few minutes. We're joined by Man City Shells. Obviously, he is the reigning ePremier League champion. It's great to have him on board. Shells, thanks for joining us. And yeah, how are you feeling being here as the reigning champion?
Obviously, I would love to play, but I'm here to support the boys. Obviously, I was watching their game, but the nerves are still the same, watching Ryan and about to watch Brandon now. Hopefully, Brandon can pull out the win. I believe in the guy. He's got good potential. He beat me for a change, so he must be good at what he's doing.
Definitely. I mean, you being here, showing that support, because obviously you still do represent Manchester City. Let's go back, though, a year, because it was a year to the day. We were literally in another studio, and I was talking to you, that moment where you were crowned ePremier League champion. I can see the smile on your face.
I mean,
I
still feels like it was yesterday, so I can remember it like it was yesterday.
It was a great event, and it was a great performance from yourself, and being able to say that you are the ePremier League champion, that must have been a special thing over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first trophy I actually got my hands on in FIFA eSports. I've been competing for 5 years now, so it's been a long time. I always got near semi-finals or lose finals and stuff like that, so to finally just call myself, especially ePremier League champion, representing Manchester City, it was no better feeling.
And in the style that you did it as well. We've alluded to that a couple of times on penalties to Ololito and Leeds. Absolute heartbreak for Ololito, and you were the man to deliver it to him. I mean, what a way to win a final as well in such crucial moments when it's PKs.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realise that I actually, like, it was over, because usually I'm usually the loser in that scenario. So when I actually won, I was like, what do I do now, kind of thing. But penalties, of course, it's a guessing game. I was lucky to be on the lucky side of it and just happy to be called the champion.
And Tom, just coming to you for this one, because the ePremier League, we all know that how big it is as a tournament, such a prestigious tournament as well, sitting next to a champion, someone that's managed to do it. I mean, you've followed all of these pros, you've seen what they've managed to do. Shells is someone on the FIFA scene that he is up there. He is one of the best that we've got in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm fanboying, but I've been watching Shells for quite a while, and he's been, you know, doing his thing, getting to those latter stages pretty much almost every single time. Very, very consistent. I got to do what I got to do. But yeah, literally to get that far just shows that he's at that high level and he's continuing to take it that far.
Yeah, of course. Well, Shell's going to sit with us for a few moments. We're going to jump into the Arsenal-Brentford game, though. I believe we have a goal, and it comes to Arsenal to take it 5-3 in that one. Arsenal then clawing back a couple of goals on Brentford, who had such an awesome start to their campaign from Sam Brewster, of course. So we'll have to see how that one goes. Shells, Brentford in it for the first time. It's pretty nice to see a new team in the Premier League finals, right?
I mean, I'm seeing new players everywhere, to be honest. Like, this is my first time actually, well, it's the first LAN in quite a while, and a lot of the players are the new ones, so I kind of feel like I'm in the old generation.
So do we.
It's kind of a bit like, yo, who are these guys? But nah, I mean, it just shows the talent is increasing every year, and newcomers are coming out seeing, and Brentford looking good so far.
Obviously, the format has changed this year as well. So over the 2 legs, it's the aggregate score, but 1 leg on Xbox, 1 leg on PlayStation. How do you think you would have fared with that?
I think I would have done well. Obviously, like, I'm coming from the 2v2 aspect. I play with Ryan a lot, so having that confidence and that kind of support behind you, it kind of gives you a different motivation. And sometimes when the time is low, you know you got to perform for your teammate, and he's got your back and you got his.
Yeah, well, let's talk a bit more about Ryan, because I mentioned earlier I was chatting to Ryan. I worked with Ryan quite a lot. He was like, I never really get out of the groups. I never play well here. As we just go into, another goal for Brentford there. Didn't think that was going to go in. I was still on my line of thought to Shells. But, yeah, back to Ryan. Said he never plays very well here. I hope he's not listening to me at the moment. I don't know if he's... he's out now. He probably is listening to me. Wants to get out of the group stages here. How has Ryan been going in terms of practice and what you've seen of him in recent days?
The thing is with Ryan, I feel like he's quite a sneaky guy. Like, I feel like every time I play him, he's learned something, and I'm thinking, where have you been learning that? But the thing is, Ryan, I know he's been having a tough tournament so far, but with Ryan, he's got it in him. I think once he gets that, like, unleash out of him, he'll be able to take over tournaments for sure.
With Brandon, who we can see on the screen as well, he's taking over in this second leg. I mean, what a tournament this could be for him, what an opportunity it is for him. Can you remember your first LAN event, what that felt like?
Yeah, I mean, I was more starstruck seeing Gorilla and these guys. I was like, oh my gosh, I was texting my friends, like, oh my gosh, I'm standing next to these guys, or they said my name, stuff like that. But first tournament's always kind of the scariest ones, but I think it's the ones that you go in, I think, with no pressure at all. Like, my first tournament, I finished 3rd, which is an crazy achievement. So I had no pressure back then, and now when I go to tournaments, I'm kind of scared, I'm nervous the night before and stuff like that. So it's a different mind game, but the kid's got talent, and I'm sure he's going to show it.
Well, you're sitting in Aga's seat, of course, and Aga had to do a power ranking. Obviously, I think you're going to have Man City in there somewhere, but we've spoken about the likes of Liverpool, we've spoken likes of Spurs and Crystal Palace. Tom's going for Crystal Palace, he loves Nixon over here. Shells, who would be on your power ranking? City, of course, in there.
I'm quite similar. I'll definitely say Liverpool's probably the favourites. I think they've got the biggest mixture of talent and experience. Obviously, this is the first LAN. A lot of these guys haven't played there before, so Tex and Diogo's incredible players. We all know that. Second, I think it's a good tie between Chelsea and Palace, in my opinion. I think Jack Sharp and Stingray have been performing in the FGS rankings, and also Nick Snebb and Ethan are incredible players also. And now I'm going to throw the City boys in there as well.
You had to do that, of course. And Norwich, I'll talk to you a little bit about Norwich in a short while, but I believe we've got another chance coming in one of our 4 matches behind us. It's goals galore here, chances galore. That's what we're expecting in the ePremier League finals. It does come from the Norwich-Newcastle game as well. Norwich on the ball at the moment. Loads of space for Norwich. One-on-one with the keeper is Rashford. Oh, no! Denied
so
by
close.
Van der Sar there. I mean, One-on-one, you needed to do a little bit of a skill move to just make some space there. He's looking at himself, isn't he, going, what did I do there? Shells will bring you back in. I mean, Dammy for Norwich has been class so far, hasn't he?
I've known Dammy for a long time and played against him in a few tournaments, and he's an incredible player, and it just shows sometimes like the newcomers might come in, but the old guys have still got it, and he's an incredible player. I'm glad that he's doing well.
Definitely. Now there's another goal that has gone in. Wolves against Manchester United. Wolves extending that lead on aggregate 3-1. Another experienced player there in Poach that we've just seen representing Manchester United. Shells, I want to talk about two players that you will definitely know. You mentioned one of their names before, Gorilla, representing Tottenham, as we've got a big chance, and it's a goal because it's a penalty, I think, here. Yes, it is. Straight down the middle, CR7 right there. So another goal in that fixture. Going back to Tottenham, you mentioned his name, Gorilla. He's playing alongside Tom. Not having the best of tournaments, but if there's two people that can turn it around, it's those two.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Tom and Gorilla, we all know how good they are. Tom obviously hasn't done the likes of his expectedness. We all expect him to win tournaments, always competing in finals. But I thought this tournament, he's going to come out. Obviously, the two results haven't been too great so far, but if there's any guys to come back, it's both with Gorilla and Tom.
Yeah, but when you're so frustrated, like we saw Tom was when Nicole was speaking to him, what would you do if you're in that situation? You've just lost your first 2 games. The next one is absolutely crucial. How do you get back in that positive frame of mind?
I've been trying to work on the mental side of the game, because I think that's definitely the biggest aspect so far, but my kind of saying is control the controllables. So, like, you still got 2 games left. You never know what can happen. You just got to give it all.
Definitely control the controllables. We're seeing some reactions just there. Have not been able to control yourself maybe when you miss a huge chance. There's plenty of chances that are going in. Some that are missing, some that are being created. We'll bring you all of that just here. Manchester City, they are facing off against Leicester City. Brandon is trying to claw back that game just here. They're losing 1-0 on aggregate. That one's just kicked off. For Leicester, though, talking about those players that are representing them, Cosmin, and, of course, also one man that we all know. He's been around the FIFA scene for quite some time, Tom Painter. They could be a great duo, couldn't they, Shells?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Painter's been around for time, and Cosmin, ePremier League, I feel like this is his tournament. He does well. Obviously, I was lucky enough to knock him out last year.
In penalties, wasn't it, as well?
In penalties as well, so I was lucky enough to do that. But he performs well in every tournament he goes to. So they're definitely a tough team in the group, for sure.
And how much have the City boys been playing together or trying to learn how each other plays when they come out here on the virtual pitch?
I mean, I think Brandon and Ryan put on quite a lot of hours together. I think they've been in Discord a couple of times as well. And me and Ryan still work together on the 2v2 side. We've been playing a lot, preparing for tournaments ourselves. But as always, communication, we're always here to help each other, trying to make each other improve, and just be there for support as the goal goes in.
As a goal goes in, indeed. Sometimes it's about how the ball bounces for you and making the most of those opportunities. We've got another goal in this fixture just here. Norwich currently 4 goals up, looking to extend that lead once again to 5. That ball goes through, and you see the nod of the head, not the shake. He's nodding. I think he's shaking his head there. He's not happy at all. But a nod of the head in that one. We're going back to some of the action just here, and it is a goal for your boys, Shells. Manchester City, Brandon bringing that one in. Fist bumping Ryan, but also in the corner as well. Talk me through this one. Who else is in there supporting the Man City boys?
So we got a coach called Reezy. Alfie is his name, but he's been kind of my ear for the last 5 years. I've known him from playing pro clubs. So me and him had a good relationship, and he's been my coach through these years. So I thought there was a space at City. Why not try to get him in the team? And here he is, his first year actually being a part of the team, and I'm glad to see him up there.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's always handy to have that coach, isn't it? I mean, I think we've got a goal for Norwich possibly here. Let's see what's happening in this game. We'll come back to the coaching aspect of things. Kante at the moment to Ronaldo, to Rashford for another goal there for goal poacher, of course. Arsenal-Brentford again. 7-4 Brentford lead at the moment on their debut. Arsenal, though, looking to get another one back, and they do. Wow, these are high-scoring games at the moment. Shells, coming back to your coaching point, again, people, I don't think, know, and Tom, you can talk about this as well, but, you know, these FIFA players, you have coaches now. It's a big deal. And what can they really help and add to the game?
I think there's a lot of different coaches and a lot of different players. Some people need them to kind of control their mental side, where they lose frustration, lose their calm. Some people might need just to keep their head in the game. Some people just like to have a third opinion. Like, I like to have a bit of both. I like to know, Reezy tells me when I'm doing something wrong or doing a bad habit. He tells me to correct the little things and to make minor changes. Not too much for me personally, but a lot of people like different things. But I just like having a third opinion, a second opinion, that third kind of eye kind of thing.
Is it difficult at times to almost leave your own ego at the door and say, right, they're criticising me, but it's because they see something different?
Definitely. Obviously, when you're in that moment, you're kind of thinking, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about, kind of thing. But you got to trust him because he knows he wants to see you win. He's trying to help you out, and you just got to kind of put that aside and just focus on the game.
Tom, you were saying you were fanboying a little bit with Shells next to you. Have you got anything you want to ask Shells then? As a big chance then in the Brentford-Arsenal game. You're sitting here with the reigning ePremier League champion. You must have a couple of burning questions to ask to Shells next year.
First of all, like, just the mentality of it all. How do you find the mentality, or how do you find the right mentality to be able to stay switched on regardless of the score? Maybe you're 2 up or 2 down. What's the hardest thing?
I think it's kind of experiences as well. There's been tournaments where I've performed well. There's tournaments I've done terrible. There's tournaments where I've had a massive lead and lose it. Then tournaments where I come back from a massive lead. So anything can happen in that short pace of time. I just try and give it my all in the game. I've been working on the mental side, like I said before. It's such a huge aspect in FIFA, not many people realise. Oh. And it's a goal from, is that Brandon again?
It is indeed Brandon again.
Watch out for this guy, man, I'm telling you.
I mean, there's plenty of goals going in just here. We've seen 2 already. That last one in the Leicester City-Manchester City game. Another one in this fixture just here. That one going in Brentford's favour just now. Now, over our shoulder, we've got all the friends and family. I knew Manchester City has scored, not because of the players, but because of all the friends and family and staff from Man City that have travelled down. One question for you, Shells, it is just about the setup at Manchester City, because I've seen it. We've got some more action happening here, and we're going across to the other half of Manchester as Manchester United managed to score, bringing that one to 3-2 on aggregate. But going back to the setup at Manchester City, I mean, there's plenty of support there, isn't there? And they really push you. It's not just the ePremier League. You're featuring for them week in, week out, representing the club.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I say, the support that they give us players is incredible. You never really kind of think it, especially being such a gigantic football club, but how much they care about esports in general. If me and Ryan need anything, assistance, whether that's mental coaching, even giving us experiences that we never thought we could. We recently come back from Dubai, which is a crazy experience. So it's just a crazy support from them. And yeah, hopefully we can bring some more trophies to their side.
Yeah. Hopefully you can. Another chance just here in this game. 3-2 it is. Wolves against Manchester United. But right now we are seeing just this game, Leicester City taking on Manchester City. We saw a goal for Man City, and now it's a goal for Leicester City, making that one 2-2. I mean, it's back and forth right now, but Tom, this is what we love about the ePremier League. Everything's always changing.
I mean, this is what we came here for. First game was a little bit cagey, but now everything's opening up. Goals are being scored, mistakes are being made, reactions are being reacted to almost. And this is, like you said, this is what we came for. This is what we love, and I can't wait to see more of what people have to show.
Yeah, we've got some great matches, haven't we, underway? And a team we've been speaking about quite a lot, actually, is Norwich. They're taking on Newcastle at the moment, and Nicole is catching up with one of their players, goal poacher. Nicole, what's he got to say?
Yeah, I'm here with Jack. So, 7-0 aggregate score. Casual. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, when you're 4-0 up after the first leg, it's pretty much game over. Nothing really he could have done. And then he's gone constant, and I've scored a few. Yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, but you say that, but you never know what can happen in a second leg, right? I mean, Dammy obviously put you in a very good position, but you never know how it might actually play out.
Yeah, true, but I don't know, I'm playing decently, so I knew I'm not conceding 4, because it is tough to concede 4, so I knew I wasn't going to concede 4, and then, yeah.
You're feeling really confident, are you? I mean, 2 wins now for you guys. Dammy's just in the corner, being all casual, having a lovely time. You must be feeling good, right?
Yeah, feeling... Well, Tottenham first game, I didn't think we'd win, to be honest. Done well being in that, and then another tough game, and then 2 more, probably need 1 more win to go through, so I'm feeling good.
And you feel like you can do it? Are you backing yourselves? Because you guys are oozing confidence right now.
Yeah, I think we can, to be honest, yeah. We need to win 1 out of 2. When Damie's playing like that, I might never need to turn up, to be honest.
Amazing. Well, I'll let you go and chill. Thank you so much. Well done. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Look at the confidence right there. I think he knows that when you've got a teammate that's scoring plenty of goals, it makes it a lot easier for yourself. That's the beauty of this new format. But he did manage to get a few goals himself, did Jack. We're jumping across to the Brentford-Arsenal game. Looking at this one, 3-3 in that second leg. But Brentford running away with it. A huge opportunity for them just here. Shells, another question just for yourself around this new format and actually the tactical style sides of things, because Xbox on day one will always go first, meaning PlayStation obviously always goes second. More pressure on the PlayStation side of things?
Not really. I think there's more pressure on the Xbox side, because I think if you go into the second game and you're losing, I think it's kind of, not to be rude, but like you can blame your other teammate kind of thing, which, you know, FIFA players like to make a bit of an excuse sometimes. But I think the pressure's on the first game, because it's like you're a bit scared, you don't know how your opponent's playing, you kind of want to make sure you don't lose too much, but you want to make sure you win to give your teammate a bit of an advantage. But the second game, I think, if you look at Stokes earlier, I mean, I think he was 2-0 down the first game, and look how he played the second game. So I think the second game is a lot more easier, in my opinion.
How difficult is it as well for you guys as pro players just to play one leg of 90 minutes in-game FIFA? Usually, you know, you personally can bounce back in the second leg. Two leg of FIFA is what we've come to know and love. You've only got that one chance. I know your teammate has, but really, it's still a personal aspect to this on the line, isn't it?
Yeah, because usually we use the first leg as kind of the game to kind of get familiar with your opponent, try to find their weaknesses, find ways to counter them and stuff like that. So if you concede early, it kind of sets you back quite a lot and gives a huge momentum to the other side. So it is quite tough playing the best of one. Anything can happen, but it's trying to stay focused and locked in and try and be adapting as quick as possible.
Now we are going live to this game. Manchester United trailing against Wolves. Wolves winning this one 3-2 going into the 85th minute. Manchester United represented here by Poacher in this second leg. He'll be looking to get that last attack. Can he manage to pull something out of the bag? Can he manage to at least get himself 1 point to draw this game over the two legs? He comes forward, he's pushing, he's searching for that bit of space, searching for that right pass, but the clock is ticking down just here, but there's still time for him to get something. The ball goes across. Great defending just there. No, he doesn't want to make any mistakes. I can hear the Wolverhampton Wanderers staff, I think, the team, they were screaming no just there to their representative, hoping that he can snuff out some of these attacks, which he's managing to do. He'll put the ball out. That will be that one. And Wolves managed to get all 3 points, winning that one 3-2 against Manchester United. Shells, as the tournament progresses, we're seeing more and more rounds come to an end, and it means that we're building up more and more storylines around what's happening in the tables. This is where the pressure starts to creep up on some people. Not for Man City, this is their first game, but for other teams, they're running out of opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, when you know you're kind of losing the games left, you know you got one more game, two more games, you start running, get a bit more panic, a bit more frustrated when you do wrong things. So definitely pressure started to creep in, but I think these players are a lot more experienced nowadays. They've kind of been through all of it and they've just got to keep focused.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're just going to see the clock run down then on this matchup. Just around 20 more minutes to play. Leicester now on the attack with possession. I always love to see the possession stats at half-time. We don't really get to see them in this iteration of FIFA, obviously, because we're switching consoles so quickly. But Leicester, yeah, looking pretty ominous at the moment with Cosmin there in the bottom of your screen. Just, again, trying to find some space. Doesn't really know where to pass at the moment, so playing the ball backward before he finds Rashford then. Looks like Hullet is running, trying to find some space in the middle of the box. He has, and he scores for Cosmin. I mean, I hate to say that, Shells, as you're on camera here. They're just taking the lead in about the 75th minute, I believe it is, over your team, Man City. What are they going to do now?
I mean, Brandon, I think he's got something. I think when he starts to nose this kind of back against the wall, I think he's going to go a lot more attacking, put the press on, and he's very good in the box. As when I was defending, I find it hard to stop him. So I think he's quite calm at the moment. He's playing good. It's not like he's playing bad or anything. So I think he can get an equaliser.
Tom, there's still plenty of time left to go in this matchup just here. For Manchester City, I mean, 14 in-game minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but we know lots of things can happen. You can be in a winning position and everything can change. Looking at this, 2-2 in this game, 3-2 on aggregate. what would you do in this situation?
I think I definitely need to pause the game and just reassess what the situation is. I might find the need to maybe make some changes, maybe switch up the formation, go into a more attacking formation and try and get the ball forward as fast as possible. Goals win games at the end of the day, and therefore we need to get those goals in early doors, get that momentum, and then keep pressing, keep moving forward. So that's my personal preference anyway.
Well, only 14 minutes left in this final matchup of this round then. Obviously, we've got the Man City boys on your screen there taking on Leicester City. Let's just confirm the results in the other 3 matchups then for you, just to keep you up to date on this. So Arsenal took on Brentford. Brentford winning 8-5 in the end on their debut. What a debut for the Bees. Then Leicester City taking on Man City. That one's still live, of course, 3-2 at the moment. Leicester are winning. Wolves took on Man United, winning 3-2. And then finally, Norwich City keeping a clean sheet against Newcastle. Sheet against Newcastle, 7-0. Maybe he's talking about Derby then, wasn't I? Talking about sheep. Anyway, it wasn't. Norwich, Newcastle. So the only match live is Leicester taking on Man City. Shelves, it's coming down to the last 10 minutes now of in-game FIFA. Leicester then, they'll be wanting to capitalise on this, and Man City will be wanting to get a draw at the moment, possibly. Get a point is what they're after in their opening round of matches, but Cosmin with Vieira on the ball at the moment. Passes it wide to Cancelo. Back to Vieira. St. Maximin, really great player. We've seen him use a lot. To Hullet. Again, they're just trying to find something, Shell. Talk us through what Man City are trying to do to break down this attack at the moment.
I think Brandon's obviously, he knows he needs to get the ball back, but he knows Cosmin's an experienced player, so he's picking his passes very well, trying to slow the tempo down. And in this game, it's quite hard to win the ball back at times. But Brandon on the ball now, hopefully he can take his time, making sure Cosmin don't really get a chance to waste more time on the clock. So he's got a good chance here to get an equaliser, but tough pass. Maybe he could have slowed it down a little bit, but at these moments in the game, it's really hard to kind of keep calm and keep confidence and trusting yourself, really. But you still got time to do it.
Still got time, indeed. But not if he manages to keep the ball away from Brandon. Tom, this is a bit of a cat and mouse situation. Brandon will be getting more and more frustrated, wanting to get that ball back with enough time to score to equalise.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be very difficult in this situation. Cosmin's doing an excellent job of holding the ball. There's not too long left, and Brandon is literally running around to try and get the ball back. But you can see the experience here by Cosmin, just holding the ball up and managing to see out the game.
And the game has finished then. Leicester taking all 3 points from Man City in that game. 3-2 then was the final score in that one. That rounds out those 4 matches we just had in round 4, of course. Chels, thank you so much for joining us. It was so great to chat to you and get an insight into what these guys are feeling being out there on the big stage. Of course, you are the reigning champion. We're excited to see who lifts that crown
Only
this time.
for a few more hours.
It might be Man City. It might not. We still have another day to come tomorrow, of course. But Shell, thank you. Enjoy being a spectator here at these ePremier League finals. Guys, we have so many more matches still to come. Come back and join us after this short break and we'll get started on the rest of them. See you in a minute.
Scan your BP Me Rewards card for a chance to win Premier League tickets every 90 minutes.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. What a day we've had so far. And guess what? We've got plenty more coming your way today and tomorrow. Someone will be lifting the trophy that is behind us. The ePremier League champion will be crowned for 2021-2022. We had Shells with us before, getting a great insight into what it's like, the life of an ePremier League champion. But we're back to the original desk right here. Did you have a good break? Did you go off and enjoy yourself watching some of the FIFA action, Aggie?
Yeah, it was great, and a lot of goals. So unfortunately, I went out just when they started to.
And Tom, what did you learn from sitting next to Shells and just seeing, how he approaches the game and, how he got to where he was?
I think he's just really composed. He just held himself really well, and I think he probably takes that same energy and that same calm vibe probably into the pods and just, is able to retract that onto the pitch, I guess. So yeah.
Have you calmed down now? You were fanboying a little bit before.
I'm all good.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm all right now.
Now we have got 4 more matches coming up for you, but let's have a look at how all of the action has unfolded so far. This is what the groups currently look like. 2 games for Chelsea, 2 wins for them in Group A. They've got 6 points. Arsenal, though, they've played 2, lost 2. They are on 0 points. Liverpool, they've won their first 2 games. Leicester, they've won 1 of their 2 games. They just beat Manchester City. Manchester City at the bottom of that group, but they have only played 1 game in Group B. Group C, Leeds United, they are at the top currently because they've only played 1 game. They've won that one, but Crystal Palace, Wolverhampton Wanderers and Southampton have played 2. They've all won 1, so each of those teams are on 3 points. Manchester United, they've got 0 points from 1 game. In Group D, it is Norwich City. They are running away with it. 2 incredible performances, 2 games, plenty of goals, and they have 6 points on that one, and it is Tottenham and Newcastle both on 0 points. Right, let's have a look at the next 4 games coming up, Rachel.
Yeah, OK, here we go. So we've got West Ham United taking on Brentford. Brentford, we just saw how good they were in their first outing earlier on, didn't we? 5-1 over Arsenal there. Everton taking on Man City. Man City need a win in their second matchup. Everton, though, Jazz really had a comeback, didn't he, against Liverpool earlier on. Crystal Palace then take on Man United in their second fixture. And Aston Villa take on Newcastle, who still are yet to register a win. Here we go. Well, this is the game we're jumping into. Aston Villa taking on Newcastle. And Aston Villa have been great so far, haven't they? They've got some good wins under their belt already. 5-1 over Spurs earlier on. That was a great match for those boys. But yeah, Planet Hosen for Newcastle. We've spoken a lot about him so far today. He's represented Newcastle 3 times already in these ePremier League finals previously, and then his teammate is Aaron Garbutt. We've seen him play earlier on as well. So it'll be great to see that duo get a win here. Van der Sar, though, with a save at the moment. There we go. So Aston Villa in possession at the moment. Again, playing from the back. It'll be a slow build-up for them in these opening few moments of this fixture. Again, like Shells was saying, usually, Aga, you use leg 1 as your warm-up, figuring out how the opponent plays. Yeah, that's your only leg. You don't get a second chance this time. So you have to really figure that out quicker than usual. Yeah,
you have to be ready from the first whistle because you're only playing 1 match. And that's tough because there are different playstyles here, different go-to moves. But yeah, that's what defines the best from the second best, that you're able to be flexible.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, even from yourself as more of a community FIFA player, if you're just playing someone online just 1 leg, it's going to be really tough to figure out what they're about. Yeah,
I mean, it always takes me approximately like maybe 50, 60 minutes before I really start to understand how they work and what they don't work. So normally I'm like 2 goals down from the off and I'm struggling. But yeah, I mean, 1 leg is always going to be difficult. These lot are a lot better than me, so they'll probably suss stuff out a lot quicker. But just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't is always going to be difficult. So it's probably best you play your game and kind of adapt to the situation at hand.
Thought you were going to say 50, 60 games to get into the swing of things just now. Now, looking at this game, Aston Villa 0, Newcastle 0. I mean, for Aston Villa, for what they're hoping to achieve, everyone wants to go through to day 2, to that knockout stage. That dream's alive, and really, you only need 3 great games to ensure that you can go through, Aga.
Yeah, and you definitely want to get off to a good start. Now we saw Newcastle struggling in their first match in the competition, while Aston Villa got a really, really huge win against Spurs. So it's a very important match for both of these clubs, and yeah, whoever wins this match are in a very, very good position.
Well, let's have a look at some of the other fixtures that are happening here, the ePremier League. This is round number 5 of those matches just there. Brentford coming on the attack, finding some space. Sam Brewster, once again, we saw it in that first leg of the matchup against Arsenal, managing to find the back of the net. Tom, it seems like these could be another team that are coming out of the woodwork and really showcasing the talent they've got.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Ham, he said he was about 17. He's playing with such relentlessness, no fear at all, and that's what you want to see. That you want to see someone come out the block strong. You want to see someone just be able to really be themselves and express themselves on the biggest stage.
And for Peace, though, his teammate as well, when Sam was doing so well in the first leg, for him to keep composed, being such a big Brentford fan that he said he is as well, and to come out and keep that lead, Aga.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're looking solid. I like the way they approach their games, like how calm they are, and they don't seem to have too much respect for their opponents, which is, I think, the right way to do it, and so far it looks good for them.
Yeah, it's almost kind of being slightly naive or oblivious to the teams that you're playing. Then you just go and play out how you would do online. That's maybe how you should approach some of these games, and how Brentford are doing it at the moment, being 1-0 up against West Ham. Again, a reminder, this is Brentford's first ever time at these finals. Of course, they only got promoted, didn't they, at the beginning of the season? So it's quite the occasion for this team. Well, let's just see what happens at the moment. Brentford, of course, playing in that yellow kit. West Ham, the claret and blue. So Brentford on the attack at the moment. Go on, Aga.
We got to say that if West Ham loses this match, they're probably out.
Yeah, very good point to say there. Let's have a look. West Ham sitting in 4th position out of 5 in their Group A. Only got 1 point, which means they had a draw at the moment. Looking pretty frustrated is Red Lack on the screen for them. But yeah, like, that's a really good point to make, of course. cagey affairs throughout in here. So yeah, West Ham, obviously we've spoken about their proximity to West Ham United Stadium, the London Stadium just across the park, and they're playing here in Stratford as well, in the Olympic Park. But at the moment they need to really get a point, but a win is what we might see them stay alive in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we've had 16 games so far, so I think it's time for us to revisit something that we put across before. Aga, you've been looking at your power ranking, 4 teams that you thought would come here would impress. Has that shifted? I did say it was slightly fluid. This is what it looked like before. Leeds in 4th, Crystal Palace in 3rd, Tottenham Hotspur in 2nd, Liverpool in 1st. Surely, after the first 16 matches of the day, there's been some changes.
I've adjusted a little bit, rotated a bit on the positions as well. So, yeah, the only team that went out of my power ranking is Spurs, simply because I had huge expectations to them, and I still do. I still believe that they can be able to turn this around. But I just feel like the start and the frustrations we've seen, that need to be mixed up a lot. So instead I brought in Chelsea. I think Leeds started out very, very impressively, and also we saw Crystal Palace responding immediately and making some very nice goals and just playing really good FIFA. So that's why I kept Crystal Palace.
What have Norwich got to do? What have Norwich got to do to get into the power ranking? Thomas, what do you think of this?
I would say I agree. I'm with you. I would probably throw Norwich
I agree,
in
but
there.
I'm fine.
I could probably throw Norwich in there, but I think it's a solid ranking, and it's fluid, so there's a lot of potential to change throughout the day.
Well, West Ham on the ball at the moment. And they find the back of the net. Look at that, Redlac. Looks pretty pleased with that goal, doesn't he? Especially after the performances we have seen so far from Brentford. Well, Man United, Crystal Palace. Palace then on the attack at the moment. And they find the back of the net with Sancho, then a Nick Sneb. Jacob, if you're friends. Okay, yes, we are on first name terms. Okay, well, Man United then as well with something to do in that game. But yeah, it's great to see Man United play, only their second game as well. Henry and Sam playing for that team, and a big team to play for, Aga, as well, such as Man United. Again, does that even bring some pressure on in itself?
I think it does a little bit. I mean, I think it adds a little bit of pressure to all of the players, because obviously all the clubs are very big, especially coming like myself from Denmark. I mean, it's huge, right? So have the honor to represent the respective clubs are big, and with Man United, one of the biggest clubs in the world, obviously there are going to be some added pressure, I think.
Yeah, totally. And with a player like, Jesse Lingard being in the esports scene as well, probably keeping his eye out for people of the future to bring into his fold as well. Obviously, Lisa Manley was as one of their players as well, which is great to see a female on one of the esports rosters. Well, let's get back to some of the games which are happening behind us then. So Everton taking on Man City as well. That's only Man City's second game. Everton, we saw how strong they were a little bit earlier. That's not Everton, who are making some noise behind us. That is, in fact, the Newcastle Villa game, which is also happening. We're going to go to that one at the moment. In the 65th minute, 67th minute, Villa and Impact on the ball, working it nicely around the box. St. Maximum with the goal for Impact and Villa. There we go. So Aston Villa leading at the moment over Newcastle. That's only their second matchup as well. They lost their first one. So Planet Toast and his teammate Aaron will be trying to get a point on the board.
Some of those teams then that had a bit more of a break, we are seeing Manchester United, we're now seeing Newcastle. Aga, could we go as far to say that break has hindered them a little bit, having to wait to get going in this tournament, considering these early results?
It could be a factor. I mean, maybe they've been a bit impatient and just wanted to start out from the beginning. They just have to try to adjust to the circumstances, and I mean, obviously not the best start for either of the clubs. So they'll be looking to try to come back here. But I gotta say, Aston Villa, they really impressed me, and as we can hear, a lot of things going on right now.
There are lots of things happening right now. There's another goal to bring you after this one. I think it is a penalty. Redlac there not too happy with that one, I don't think. It is a penalty to Brentford. Which way will it go? Cantona saved. Wow, Redlac there managing to save it. It goes out for a corner. And the ball was then intercepted. Going to the Everton-Manchester City game. I think it was Everton here, one-on-one, that opportunity. Ronaldo, ball roll across and puts it into an open goal right there. 1-0. Once again, Manchester City, another team that had to wait for their time to start the tournament. Losing once again after losing that first one. But, Tom, going to remain positive. There's still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, still a lot of time to go. Still a lot of games to be played as well. But it's getting to a point now where Manchester City need to start warming up. They need to start getting some points on the board. We're getting into the latter stages slowly. And like I said, you want to rack up those 3 points, those wins. You want to be in and around that 8-point mark towards the end.
Go back to the Villa-Newcastle game. A great save from Van der Sar in this game. And now Newcastle in possession. Can they build up here? Just playing it down the left-hand side. Nobody, though, is waiting in the box. And Van der Sar for Villa just kicks it out from the back to try and build up for a Villa attack.
There's been another goal in that Brentford game, though. Hopefully we'll get that very shortly. Yes, here we are. Who's it for? Brentford. I did see the celebrations. I heard them as well. Manages to pick up that ball. Aga, once again, you can't make mistakes in and around the 18-yard box, because these players that are here, they will punish you.
Yeah, if you lose the ball like very few seconds after you just gained it, you're maybe thinking about launching a counter-attack, and you start to push your team forward. If you lose the ball there, it's very, very dangerous, because your team is not in balance, and that's what we see there. And Yeah, potentially a quick reply here from West Ham. It's a green finesse, and yeah, they go in at times. So very important for West Ham and Redlac to respond back very fast.
Well, we saw that happen just there, and I'm sure that is not the end of the goals in that game or all the other games that we've got happening just behind us here at the ePremier League 2022 finals. All the action unfolding. Some of the players being quite quiet, focused. They're sitting quite close to those screens and making sure. And some of the games are coming to an end. I can tell you, I can see some of those reactions. The Aston Villa game, I think, has that come to an end? Is that half-time? Something's definitely happened against Newcastle. It has come to an end. Aston Villa winning that one 1-0. We did see that goal before. Oscar Keeley, though, he got that win for them. The second legs in all of our games, the ones that are finished, will be coming up very, very shortly, though. So make sure you stick around. We've got plenty more action to come. We'll see you after this short break.
It's so hard, I don't get it.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, no, that's really hard to do, actually, from looking at that.
This is stressful.
This is really hard. It's surprising me how hard this is.
Okay, I'll bridge. I think it's C, but it might be a different name. I don't know.
No, to be honest, I think it's a flick up there. Flick up?
That'd be a flick up.
That is flick up here. Is it, yeah?
Okay, I read it wrong. My bad, my bad.
Still muscle memory. I have no idea what buttons I'm clicking. Heel flick turn.
That's the heel chop left.
Fake pass drag back. Don't go with that's good.
Depends on the way you're facing. I'm just going to go for either B or C. I'm thinking B. It's A. I've just got absolutely done, mate.
I thought that actually, I panicked. So these are such random skills.
I don't really think too much when I'm playing. I mean, I think about what I'm doing, but I don't think about my hand movement.
Oh, I don't know that one. I believe that's the...
That. I believe this is the 4-touch turn.
3-touch exit left.
That new 4-turn touch, isn't it? It's a 3-touch exit left.
The 4-touch. I didn't look at that answer.
You see, because when you're reading it, it's so much different to when you're actually doing it. It's so weird. It's harder than I thought. No idea. I'm going to go running scoop turn, but I don't know.
I think it's fake Rabona, right?
We're going to go with the running scoop turn. B?
I think that's the fake Rabona.
There we go.
I'm getting it now.
Yeah, I feel good again. Confidence is back.
Hold LBRB, flick, press right stick. Oh yeah, directional nutmeg.
Directional nutmeg.
Directional nutmeg, yeah.
For this one, it'd be lateral heel to heel.
I don't think it's a lateral heel to heel, so that would leave B, drag back sombrero flick.
Drag back sombrero flick.
Sombrero flick.
Sombrero flick.
Let's say B, drag back sombrero. Yeah, okay.
No, I was going to say B.
Finally got I can't lie, that one was a bit of a guess, but we'll take it.
It's easy to do them on the pitch, but when I need to put a command with the name, I think it's much harder than I thought.
And none of them there are really obvious ones.
Welcome back then. Yes, that is the ePremier League trophy sitting behind us. Someone will receive that, of course, at the end of play tomorrow after 2 days of action here at the ePremier League Finals 2022. We are live from London. I love saying we are live at a LAN event. We are back, though, into the action in the Brentford-West Ham game. 2-2 at the moment, 72 minutes. Looks like it's another goal, though, for Brentford. No, yes, it is. Sam is doing the job. He is a player that's just coming out of nowhere, the 17-year-old for Brentford. His first LAN event, of course, well, qualifies as his first. This is the first main one. Palace then, with Nick Snebb there, finding the back of the net against Man United. So many goals we missed during that break. We're bringing you up to speed as and when they happen, of course. Let's bring you up to speed on the live results then. So you can see a couple of matches are still being played. Leg 1 results, though. West Ham, Brentford. 3-2 for the Bees at the moment. Still another leg to be played. Man City and Everton. That one is still live. Everton leading the way 1-0 at the moment. Man City really need to find something in their second match. Everton been playing really well. Results haven't quite gone in their favour. Sitting fourth, in their table after that loss against Liverpool earlier. Palace taking on United. We just saw that second goal go in for Nick Snebb, taking that one to 2-0. That's live at the moment. And then the final game of the 4 is Villa taking on Newcastle United. Villa leading 1-0 at the moment, heading into the second leg. Aga, any of those surprising you at the moment?
Not really. I think that maybe that Man City is struggling a bit here. Is surprising me, but I'll actually also say Brentford, because what they're doing is incredible. What a way to kick off their first ever ePremier League campaign. Yeah, Man City. Let's talk about them. I feel like we're possibly repeating. We'll go into this Palace chance at the moment, though. Mara's on the ball with Nick Snebb. Another goal for them, taking it to 3 against United. Again, great team in United, but can't quite get a goal at the moment. Then this one we're talking about, Man City. Haven't yet got a goal against Everton. Callum and Ryan. This is a well-worked Man City goal. Ryan Pessoa getting a goal for the Blues. Kyle Walker, happy, smiling?
Oh, I'm an impartial broadcaster this weekend. So, you know, what a great goal, though. What a great team. We'll see what they can do. And we are live with this game right now. 85 minutes gone. Everton looking to strike back to ensure they go into that second leg, winning this one. Can they find the space? It looks like Manchester City there. Schmeichel, I've been getting some stick online, by the way, for calling Peter Schmeichel a Manchester City legend. He was playing at Manchester City in his great days, all right? Obviously playing for Manchester United, but he is representing Man City and plenty of other teams here in the ePremier League. One thing that I think is important to highlight that we've not really touched on too much, Aga, is actually what they're playing for, all of these players. Yes, they're going to get the trophy, which we've talked about, but there's a £100,000, yes, £100,000 prize pool as well. That's split between all of these players. And Manchester City want to be playing their way into some of that cash.
What a goal, and what a way to end the first leg here, with Ryan making the lofted pass here, finding just the space and can do the volley and score a crucial goal for Man City. And yeah, as you say, Carl, obviously the money is great, but it's the thing behind us they really want.
The trophy just there. Everyone wants to get their hands on that. It does look looks very nice. And I can actually say that they both get trophies. There's only one just there. They have to split it between the two of them. Whoever does win this tournament, there will be 2 for them. But that £100,000 prize pool as well, it just shows how far this tournament has come, because last year the prize pool was £30,000 in total. This year it's £100,000, Tom.
Well, literally, like you said, it just shows how far, not even just the prize money itself, but just how far FIFA's come as a whole. So much has changed, so many different things are happening, and, you know, things are really, really moving. Going back to, obviously, Ryan's goal as well, I think I might have just found one of my top 3 so far goals of the day.
You said that earlier as well with Redlac, I think. You're like, oh, that's a nice goal. Put that in my locker for a bit later. Clip that up, as they say. Well, let's have a look back at the action then. at the moment. Newcastle versus Villa. Villa leading on aggregate score 2-0 over Newcastle. Well, let's just see what's going to happen. Jorginho at the moment. Team of the season item, of course, to Kante. Villa then dispossessed back to Newcastle. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game in the middle of the park at the moment. Newcastle really trying to find something. And obviously we have their second player now. Aaron is on console. Get Rid Kid obviously on the screen, but Aaron Garber is his name in real life, and taking on Carl Rowley, who obviously plays football in real life. I call it real time as well. And, you know, that really does translate, as we've seen so many times, onto the pitch. You just can maybe see the game slightly differently to a lot of these guys. You know, I'm sure a lot of them will have played football in real life, because that's obviously a way to get into FIFA. A lot of people maybe transition a bit, don't they, out of their careers, and some of them, I remember Champions League last year, Oliver PN won that one. He's a footballer in real life and just decided he was injured and would come play FIFA and won the entire thing. So it really does help in terms of that. But let's get back to this game there. Tom, just talk us through a little bit about what we're seeing from Villa on the ball at the moment.
I think it's just a bit of, you know, composure, a bit of class, just being able to switch the play as we saw there and just really bide your time, know what's coming, as we see Ronaldo in the box there. That extra pass again, but it's unfortunate not to go in. But I feel like Villa just really have control of the game. They know what they're doing. They know what they're here to do. And they have a job. They have a mission. And it seems like they're almost completing that mission. Had a little blip at the start, but since coming back into it, they just look strong and they're going from strength to strength.
Yeah, they are. But we're jumping back again to Brentford taking on West Ham. West Ham at the moment 2 apiece. Can someone find a goal here? Brentford can, and that is Peace. So he's obviously just taking his seat now and picking up where Sam left off and just increasing their great performances we've seen so far for the Bees there. Yeah, we were talking about that, Aga, I think, when Shells came on. Pressure on Peace, the fact that Sam Brewster is so great when he comes on the Xbox side of things, and then Peace has to really live up to the pace he's set in the second leg.
Yeah, but I think he's doing it great right now, obviously, with an important goal to just keep this lead. And there are different ways of sealing a match out. Someone likes to play offensive and scoring a lot of goals, as we see again here. So others like to maybe change up a little bit and play a bit more defensive, keeping the ball a little bit more, try to perhaps frustrate your opponent to make some unforced errors. So yeah, there are different ways of approaching the second game.
Definitely, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of those happen right in front of us as all of our pros in those second legs. Some of them have got an easier job, some of them have got a harder job, some of them maybe feeling a little bit stressed there or shaking their head in disbelief, as we're seeing just now on this stream. Well, 2-0 to Brentford, 20 minutes gone right there in that second leg. That means that it is 5-2 on aggregate in this game. And I guess, Tom, for all of these players, when it gets to this second leg, the PlayStation players know that the pressure is on them in a way to either see out the game or to help win the game and to get those 3 points or at least a draw. Would you rather be first leg or second leg?
I think I would rather be first leg. I kind of know what I need to do. I know that I need to get the job done, and even if I'm in a difficult situation, let's say, it's almost like damage limitation. I could go maybe score 1 and go 3-2 up, whereas second leg it's more reactionary. You're kind of wondering what's going to happen. You could be up, you could be down, and you have to sort of bounce off of that. So again, these are some of the best players in the world, and they've been in all sorts of situations, but I personally would prefer the first leg. And I also play on Xbox, so that helps.
So there you go. That's why he's saying it. Of course, he knows where he would be. Yeah, so obviously so many more matches coming up at the moment, Aga. We're obviously so far already through day 1 here at the ePremier League finals. Guys, yeah, keep watching throughout the course of the weekend, Carl, because we have so many more matches coming up, and you can continue watching, obviously, on so many different platforms as well, just to keep up to date and see who maybe is in with a chance of taking home that trophy behind us and a shot at that £100,000 prize pool, which Carl has been talking about as well. But for now, we're going to take a short break. Come back and join us, though, in a short while. Don't want to miss this.
like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Hello, welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. It is day number 1. We've had plenty of action right here. We've got plenty more to come today. And then tomorrow, someone will be lifting that trophy right there. And we will have a new ePremier League champion. Maybe not a new ePremier League Championship club, though. As you can see, we've got another person in. Rachel has gone off just for now, but Sam, it's so great to have you here. We heard your voice and we saw you briefly before, but welcome to the stream. How's it been so far today? You've been in and around, you've been casting some of the games as well for the exhibition match. How's your experience been so far?
Well, it's nice to be in the studio. It looks amazing. You guys are doing a tremendous job. Have to say, I really enjoyed the exhibition match. The quality was high. And Liv Cook was still talking about her win from the moment she left the door. It was amazing. What a game. And I have to say, in the casting room to work with Brandon was incredible.
It was indeed. Now, you can see the reactions there of some of our matches as they are unfolding in front of us. And we are seeing some of the slow-mo reactions, I think it was. But there was a goal that happened after that. That Brentford-West Ham match is currently live. As you can see, we're into the second leg of some of these games as well. Manchester United taking on Crystal Palace. It was 3-0 after that first leg. And Palace managed to score another right there. So it is 4-0 in that one. There's 4 matches happening behind us. Tom, Aga, you guys are back with us as well, of course. What a day it's been so far. I'm talking about how much action there's to come, but we've seen so many players already really make statements today, Aggie.
Yeah, I think the level has been super high, as I expected. And I think a lot of the top players, or the so-called favourites, have shown up. I mean, we just saw Ethan and Crystal Palace score one more, using some great player luck and getting the rebound and getting the margin. So I feel like the quality has been very, very high for a lot of the teams.
It has been very high. We are live with our game. Aston Villa taking on Newcastle. 3 goals have been scored in the second leg right now, meaning it is 4-0 going into that 89th minute, going towards the end of that matchup right now. Tom, looking at Aston Villa, looking at what they've managed to do, Kyle Rowley and Oscar Keeley, I mean, both of them, so far, they've had some great performances. I'm just looking at this, actually thinking that maybe right here, these two, they could be dark horses. They could really come through on this one.
Yeah, definitely. Like you mentioned, they knew what they wanted to achieve. They knew what they came here to do. And they've had some very, very impressive performances. You can tell that they've been behind the scenes working, albeit maybe 8, 12 hours a day. They've been grinding really, really hard. And again, dark horses, anything is possible in this tournament. And these lot are really showing it. You can see them there looking very, very comfortable. Smiles all around as they've just won. I don't see why you wouldn't be smiling. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have and what they're capable of.
You can see those smiles, and Sam, it does seem to be smiles all round for our pros. Well, the ones that are winning anyway. And I guess that's what this is all about. The fact that they can come out, they can make a statement, they can showcase their skills, but also it's so great to be back in person with everyone as well.
It really is. I've been soaking up the atmosphere around the place. Everyone's getting on really well, but you can also see there's a real intensity about it. It's intense out there. You can see how competitive these FIFA players are, and you can see how much it means to them to be back in person in a studio playing. And it's very competitive, which is what we expect. And I have to say, you love to see a dark horse. So the fact that Norwich are top, Crystal Palace, it's very interesting.
It is very interesting indeed. I'm watching some of the players walking around and getting ready to interview. Oh, Nicole Holiday's found one of those players. So, Nicole, it's over to you. I want to hear about those smiles, because look at the Aston Villa boys. They look so happy.
I know, they are absolutely buzzing. I've grabbed Kyle again. I just said to them, you need to stop doing so well. So that was 4-0 aggregate, and you literally just said to me, oh, it should have been 5.
Yeah, the last one, I know the game's dead, but I think you need to, it may come down to goal difference like towards the end, so a bit disappointed, but smiles all around, you know, another 3 points, and I don't think Oscar's dropped the game yet, so, you know, he keeps putting me in the lead and getting me in great position, so just have to keep the momentum going, I guess.
And that is so important because, of course, you are working as a team. So for you going into that second leg each time, you must be feeling pretty confident when he's doing so well.
I just said, to be fair, even Oscar said he was a bit disappointed in himself that it was only 1-0. He felt like it should have been 3. To be honest with you, so do I. But like you say, he gets me into the lead. He gets me up 1 goal every time at least. So I can't ask for much more, can I, really?
I know, and you beat Tom earlier. You're having a pretty good tournament yourself so far, aren't you?
Still, the first game still plays on my mind, you know. I know it's obviously gone and you have to forget about it, but it still does really annoy me. But like you say, the momentum's with us now and got to keep going and hopefully get the last win of the day sort of thing. So
look, you've got 6 points. I know you're holding on to that first game, but it can't be going much better. Come on, you've got to be proud of yourself.
Yeah, I said to Oscar then, you know, we've got to give ourselves a bit of credit. You know, we had a good chat last night and we pinpointed at what we think games are winnable and what you know, where we're going to try and to be honest with you, we've probably done a bit more than we're very pleased at the moment. So, like you say, keep the momentum going and do the best we can, and that's all you can ask for, really.
Underdog's doing pretty well. I'll let you go off and chill out for a bit. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, look at the smiles right there. Aggie, one thing I want to mention, you just said that first game still playing on his mind a little bit. How difficult is it to actually move forward after a great result or a bad result? You almost have to just pause, reflect, and just kind of let it all go.
It can be really difficult, especially if you're not super experienced on... yeah, I don't know what that was we just saw on the screen, but... It can be difficult, but obviously these guys are professionals. They're very, very good at the game, and most of them are experienced as well, so they know how to recover. And I think Carl is a perfect example on that. I mean, after his loss, they won 2 games in a row, and they won with a big amount of goals. So, yeah, fair play to Aston Villa.
Fair play indeed. We are live in the Brentford-West Ham matchup right here. It is 3-0 in this second leg to Brentford, meaning that it is 6-2 in total going into the end of this game. Tom, once again, Brentford showing up and showing out and showing what they've got.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is going to be to expected soon. I mean, they've come to play. They're serious, they're on job, and literally I can see over there from the reactions, everybody's focused, everybody's switched on. They're spudding each other when they score, as you can see from there, and they look like they mean business. They look like they're here to play, and they're not wasting any time.
Sam, going back to Kyle that we heard just before, you said you've been soaking up that atmosphere. You've been seeing some of his reactions and some of Aston Villa's reactions.
I have. I was actually speaking to Carl yesterday here, and it was really interesting how calm and collective he is as a person. He said he's grown up playing football, so he knows those pressured situations, which was really interesting. And he was actually saying how calm and he is for this competition, and he didn't seem nervous at all, and he really impressed me, and I think you can see that with his performances today.
You can. Now we're just watching some of the action with Everton taking on Manchester City right there. It's 2-2 after an equaliser, and there's been another goal in this Manchester United Crystal Palace game. How many times are we going to see that goal happen in front of us? Crystal Palace now with another one. Absolute demolition, I think you can say, against Manchester United. Aggie, people will be watching this saying, oh, it is the same goal over and over again. It's not easy to score those goals, but what it shows is getting the basics done perfectly and being able to repeat it time and time again.
Yeah, I usually say it's the hardest thing in FIFA to make things look simple, and especially on this level. And yeah, obviously it requires a lot of timing and perfection. And just as we saw with Ethan scoring a goal where he does the ball roll to dribble the keeper, it requires timing. It's not that easy unless you practice it over and over again. And obviously when you're playing on a high level here, the game speed goes faster, so you need to be quick and be able to react fast.
I think going off that as well, we saw at the start that people were actually trying to do those ball rolls and they weren't actually working. So it goes to show that, you know, the level is high. Mistakes will be made ultimately, but people are getting warmer. People are getting better at doing what they need to do. And yeah, things are going to keep getting better as things go on.
They will indeed. Right, let's get some more reactions from some of our players. Nicole, who have you got for us this time?
I'm here with Pete. Sorry, we're just having a lovely little chat here already. Forgot we were meant to come on air. How are you feeling? 4-0 win there, 7-2 on aggregate. Pretty decent from you guys.
Yeah, very happy about that. You know, we performed how we wanted to perform. Quite dominative as well. We didn't, you know, we felt like we deserved that win, and rightfully so we got the win. So yeah, really happy and proud of myself and Sam so far. It's been a good start. 2
wins from 2. Couldn't be going any better at all, really. Is this what you kind of dreamt of?
Yeah, honestly, I've been watching the ePrem for the last couple of years, and I was hoping that one day I can get here and obviously win a game, and I won 2 now, which is great. So yeah, it's actually quite crazy to be here. It's quite a surreal moment, to be honest.
Yeah, this is your first ever ePremier League finals, and obviously we are here competing in person. The atmosphere has been epic. How has it been for you?
It's been a great experience. Everyone's been lovely. It's been cool to meet a lot of players that I used to watch and stuff on TV and support and stuff. So it's nice to be competing with them now as well, as opposed to just watching at home. And yeah, so everybody's been like, it's been a really good experience so far.
Little fangirl moments.
Yeah, one of those, yeah. Seen a few players, obviously I've won it previously and stuff, so it's cool to meet others guys like Shells, last year's champion and stuff. To meet all those guys in person is quite cool.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Well done. I'll let you get off and prepare for your next game. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. There's been plenty of action happening right in front of us. Let's get to some of that now. Everton, Manchester City, 84th minute. Everton, who have managed to pull it back to drawing level, then go 1 goal ahead. Jazz scoring that one, making it 3-2 against Brandon, representing Manchester City in that second leg right now. Once again, experience coming to play. How many times have we seen Jazz at different tournaments over the years? Here he is at the ePremier League, showing us that experience, you cannot give him any chances at all. He will capitalise on them, Aga, and we are live watching it now as well.
Yeah, definitely. He's such an experienced player who's been to so many big tournaments. So, yeah, he just shows it once again, and it could be a crucial goal for Everton. But on the other hand, here, Man City is pushing. Maybe that was the last chance for them to try to get something with them for this match. And then things doesn't look so good for Man City either here. Not the start they expected.
Definitely. That is another loss for Manchester City. Both games, they've lost 3 goals to 2. Let me make sure that is right. Apologies if you did hear any swear words just there as well from any of our pros. Obviously, emotions are very high right now. Manchester City then, very interesting position for them, because losing both of those games, the exact same for Tottenham. Other clubs as well have done that. If they want to do anything, they need a result in that next match, Tom.
Yeah, it's all about getting points on the board now. And I think we have to, not even think, I know, we have to look past draws at this point. They need to get serious, get on it, go all-out attack. Doesn't matter whether it's the first leg or the second leg. They need to really get some points on the board, get some goals scored, and really just play your game and know that, okay, there's pretty much, not want to say there's nothing to lose, but you've got a lot of pressure on and you want to try and really get those points on the board and score some goals.
And Sam, for some of these teams that are here, that pressure, that next game, they can't let it get to them. They've just got to enjoy this time and make the most of it, but go out there and actually just take it by both hands, because if they don't, the opportunity will slip through their fingers.
Definitely, it's all or nothing now, and this is where experience comes into play. Who can keep their head? And I think you've just got to throw everything, and you've got to be clinical in front of goal and really take those chances. We've seen that when you've missed a chance and then you've not got many more in the game, it can really affect it, and they're just going to have to throw everything on the line right now.
Right, well, let's have a look at some of those results just now. Yes, we can see all of them. And you can see just there, that first game has finished 7 goals to 2. Brentford beating West Ham. Manchester City losing 3-2 to Everton just there. Crystal Palace, it was 5-2. And Aston Villa scoring 4. Newcastle not managing to score any across those 2 legs right now. Let's have a look at our groups. This is how things look after all of the games that we have had. 20 games gone across those 4 groups. That's halfway on those fixtures throughout the day. Brentford top of their table with 6 points, with Chelsea as well, both of them winning 2 games. In Group B, Liverpool top after 2 games. Everton second with 4 points, but they've played 3 games. Manchester City at the bottom, played 2, haven't won a single one just yet. Group C, Crystal Palace, they're on 6 points after 3 games. Manchester United in that same position as their rivals in Manchester. 2 games, 0 wins. And in Group D, Aston Villa top that group. They've played 3, 6 points they are on. Norwich closely behind them, 6 points, but they've only played 2 games just there. Then you've got Watford on 3 points, and it's both Tottenham and Newcastle who have played 2 and haven't won any, haven't drawn any either. They're on 0 points just there. Halfway through those fixtures, as I've said, 20 games gone, 20 to go. We've got a great picture of how those tables are looking. Any surprises in there for you, Aga?
I think the positive surprises obviously would be Brentford and Norwich as well. really, really impressive coming out like that, and especially Brentford. I mean, they're also scoring a lot of goals. On the other hand, I think to see West Ham go out of the competition already in that manner is a bit disappointing, because they have some good players, and I would think they expected more from themselves.
Looking at West Ham's results just there, that first game that they were in, 3-3, they got 1 point. In that second game, they did lose that one. Yeah, they did. And then in that third game, they lost again. So that means that looking at them, 1 point after 3 games, meaning they've only got 1 game left. They could only get 4 points right there. So, yeah, unfortunately, it does look like they are out of this tournament right now. Thomas, that would be a shock, a bit of a surprise as well. But it just shows how everything can change. If you don't turn up, then unfortunately the others will take it.
Yeah, I mean, when they first came out, they started off very, very strong. I think their first game, they were like 2-0 up. But literally, like you said, you have to turn up on the biggest of days. It's all well and good doing it beforehand, getting in those hours of practice. But if you can't replicate it on the biggest stage, then it's always going to prove difficult, especially when you're up against some of the best players in the world.
Sam, this is where we'll start seeing some of those teams, unfortunately, not be able to qualify. Top 2 do qualify from each of those 4 groups, meaning only 8 teams can progress to tomorrow's knockout competition. So it's crunch time for a lot of these players.
Really is. I mean, I was back in West Ham, my former club that I played for. Fortunately, it doesn't look like they've done it. But I have to say, competitions like this, it's all about consistency. You need to get the points on the board. Some will go away disappointed, but it really is crunch time, like you say, and we'll see who can make it till tomorrow.
Right, well, all the action is still happening right behind us. We've got plenty more games to come. As I said, we're only halfway, and the next 4 fixtures are on their way. Chelsea taking on Brighton and Hove Albion, Liverpool taking on Burnley, Southampton taking on Leeds United, and Tottenham Hotspur taking on Watford right there. That is the game we will jump straight into. We know that Tottenham definitely need a result. They've played 2, they've lost 2. Huge gorilla taking on Shorey. Aga, 2 players that will know each other's styles, and it's going to be, I'd say, a close affair, because you don't want to let your opponent get in your head, but also you've got to go out there and score goals.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight affair. I mean, this is a vital match. There's a huge match between Tottenham and Watford. I mean, if Tottenham doesn't win here, they're probably out. They lost their 2 first games, and for Watford, who has Stokes and Shorey, it's quality players as well. It's really an interesting matchup.
Sam, do you think that pressure on Tottenham, knowing that, well, they've got a world champion in Gorilla, won that 2017, they've got Tom, who's been incredible over the years, competed in this competition, obviously done very, very well here. Some would say he is the best on the PlayStation side in the world. That pressure that they've come into, almost expecting to do very well, maybe favourites, that's got to them.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why sometimes I almost think it's easier for an underdog, where you're not expected to do big things in tournaments. When you've got that pressure behind you and you've got so many people backing you to do well, it does add that additional pressure and makes it more difficult. And you've really got to soak up that pressure and utilise it in the right way and really put it into adrenaline to winning games. But I have to say, I think it's a bit easier almost when you have played a side before, because you know their strengths and weaknesses. And what a goal that was.
What a goal it was. We saw that. He turns, he looks at Tom, and he just shrugs, does Gorilla just there. What can be done about that? Looking at it, manages to get the goal. And you were right. Not only do you think will they go out if they don't win this one, they have to win it. Otherwise, they will go out of the competition. Aston Villa on 6 points, Norwich on 6 points, Watford on 3. A draw isn't good enough, considering Tottenham only have 2 games left. They need to win this one. Say that a bit quieter, because Gorilla's not got any headphones in, but they do need to win. Right, we will leave this matchup right here. I think we're going to have a look at your console once again, Aga, and just have a look at some of those positions that we need to fill. We need a left back, we need a right back. We're building our FIFA Ultimate Team for the ePremier League. Who have you got now?
Yeah, it's time for the fullbacks, and obviously we want with the fullbacks is that they are fast, they're good with the ball, And the first one I'm going with for the left back is Team of the Year Cancelo. So, yeah, he's the best left back in the game, in my opinion. He's so fluent, and he can play both fullbacks, and he's very flexible. You could arguably using him higher up on the field as well as a centre mid, but in this system, it's better to keep him on the fullbacks. And on the right back, we have not the right one. We have Kyle Walker, and I mean, I always use Kyle Walker in so many FIFA versions, so it was a tough choice because you also have the likes of Reece James and Ryan Fredericks, who has some very, very good items as well in the game. But I decided to stick loyal to Kyle Walker, who offers this power, presence and pace that you want to have with your fullbacks on FIFA 22.
Looking at this team, Thomas, I mean, what do you make of those choices? João Cancelo on the left, Kyle Walker on the right. Again, these are foot items we will be seeing the pros using, not just here in the ePremier League, but in everyday teams and their own squads as well.
I think he's hit the nail right on the head, like he said. Cancelo offers that width, is able to play further up the pitch in midfield, but just having that width at left back, it's almost like having a centre mid at left back, which is really weird, but it really does work out. And then Kyle Walker, who just has that pace, that presence, you know that he's going to be able to defend, and you also know that he's going to be able to get further up the pitch. And he's so reliable, been reliable for so many years, and you can see why. Right, well, Grilla must have heard everything I was saying, because he has scored another goal. A little bit of a sigh of relief, it would seem, just there. 4 huge Gorilla in that game. We have got 4 fixtures that are underway. That one just there, as we're seeing now. Chelsea taking on Brighton. That has just kicked off. We'll be keeping you updated with all of those scores as they do happen. Sam, looking at Chelsea, looking at Brighton, once again, these pro players that are coming into the scene, hoping to maybe make a name for themselves. What an opportunity this is.
Really is a great opportunity, and if you look how quickly the league table can shift, we saw Chelsea were at the top, Brentford then overtook them, so Chelsea know that a win will be vital, and like you alluded to earlier, they know what's riding on this, they know the pressure, they need to win, they've got a big name behind them. It'd be interesting to see how they deal with it.
It will indeed. Chelsea will be hoping to sail through if they can continue the run of form they've had so far in the competition. Tom, Chelsea, if they can get through, as we heard from their competitors before, they just want to do that, and then they'll take tomorrow another day. They'll take that when it comes. They'll cross that bridge when it comes.
And I think that's the best way to go about it for now. Just worry about what's in front of you, worry about playing the games that are in front of you, and just really try and focus. They've been good, very good so far. 2 games played, 6 points on the board, and if they're able to win this one, then, I mean, surely they've got to go through.
Yeah, now all the action is happening behind us. You can see all the pros getting ready. Some of them are in the seats, some of them aren't. Oli Lito's keeping his hands nice and warm. Larry, he can hear us. Yeah, I told you he can hear us. He's giving us a bit of a fist shake just here, letting us know he is ready. But looking at these two, we can see Tom in the background. We've seen the emotion from him today. We've heard from him. He is a pro, and he knows that he's playing with a pro. And Gorilla, well, he's currently putting them in a good position to stay in the tournament.
It's about containing your emotions now and how you deal with it and how you soak it up. And you can see the level of concentration on his face.
Yeah, now we will go back to that game. It is live. Watford will be hoping to ensure that they can continue, they can get a good result. Aga, talk to me about Shorey. Is he a player that you've come across, a player that you've seen? What do you make of his style?
I think he's a great player. He's been to many international events as well. He's a solid player and didn't have the start that he wanted so far here in this ePremier League season. But this is now he needs to turn up and help his teammate a little bit because that can give you so much momentum. If it can be too much for one player if he has to carry it all. At some point you lose your presence. You run out of stamina, so to say. So I mean, he needs to turn up.
Definitely. Now, we did just see a goal for Brighton in that game against Chelsea. That is one we'll be keeping our eyes on just there. But going back to Watford taking on Spurs, I mean, Tom, these two just now, they know that, yeah, Watford have got themselves a win. Watford have managed to score quite a few goals already, but they've got a great opportunity to knock out one of the favourites in the competition.
Yeah, and I think, although that's not the way they should be looking at it, I think that's always going to be ultimately in the back of their mind. They want to kind of focus on playing their game, taking it a game at a time and really moving forward. And obviously at the same time, Spurs need to worry about making sure that they try and get a win and they try and get points on the board, which is really, really crucial to them. But it seems like Gorilla's starting to get into the swing of things. It seems that he's really trying to work the ball, and you can sort of see the relief when he scored those 2 goals and the concentration on his face right now as he's moving the ball forward. It seems like he's got full control of the game.
Sam, it's a great example of these players taking some time, actually utilising the break that they've had. Tom mentioned it in his interview before. He didn't know the answer to the golden question, but they've got a bit of time. They're going to go away, reassess, and it looks like they've managed to do that.
Sometimes you need that break. You need to almost refocus and get your mentality right. And 2-0 up, it's a comfortable lead at the moment, as long as he doesn't concede soon. Watford are going forward a lot more now. But I think you can see there's that air of confidence now. He's got that full concentration on his face. And if he can keep hold of this lead, I think he'll be delighted.
Well, it is that first leg, 2-0. Tottenham Hotspur are winning that one. They need to win this game to ensure that they don't go through, or they stay in the competition, I should say, with a hope that they can go through to those knockout stages tomorrow. Gorilla taking his time, that João Cancelo that we saw in your team that you built for us, Aggie. And he's got Kevin De Bruyne in there, which is a foot item we're seeing so many people use. That team of the year, Kevin De Bruyne, very, very good foot item. I'm not just saying that because of who I support, but I am seeing plenty of the pros using that one. Tom, have you got Kevin De Bruyne in your team at home?
Actually, no, I don't. I wasn't fortunate enough to get him in my side. He's a little bit too pricey for me. But I do have Cancelo, do have Kyle Walker, and I do have Ruben Dias, so you would be happy to know.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Varane as well. We're just building your squad.
Pretty much, I'm not going to lie. That is arguably the best defence. But, yeah, I would say some of these items are absolutely amazing. Midfield is all down to preference and what you want. So some people might prefer N'Golo Kante, some people might prefer maybe Vieira. But at the end of the day, it's all down to what you prefer. And some of these items are absolutely class, and they're only getting better as the year goes on.
They are. Now, this game has kicked off. Southampton taking on Leeds. We did see Oli Lito. He gave us a bit of a fist bump in the air, punching that air, showing us how confident he is. But Sam, looking at him just over there, he's locked in, isn't he? He's got that headset on. Last year, he had a great competition. He got all the way to that grand final, was beaten on penalties by Shells. So this year, he said it, he's got one job and one job only. He wants to win.
You know what? Sometimes I think when you get beaten on penalties, it makes you more hungry. I can't say I've been beaten on penalties. I'm usually, penalty winner. I'm going to say it. I'm going to put it out there. But it really does give you that extra energy when you next face someone. You know what it means to lose, and you don't want to experience that feeling again. And I know he's going to have that in his mind right now.
He definitely will, and he is a great player, obviously representing Leeds, but this is someone that over the last 2-3 years has come onto the FIFA scene, Aga, and really shown the world what he can do. It's not just here in the UK, because obviously the country that he represents, he now lives here. That's why he can play in the ePremier League, but he's managing to tear it up across Europe.
Yeah, he's an established top player, and I know Ole pretty well. Since it's the Scandinavian connection, and it's been really lovely to see his development. He started out as a hungry player who wanted to develop, and suddenly he took the small steps, and it was the big. At the end, it was the big steps, and now he's one of the best players in the world. So I think it's lovely for him, and hopefully for him and Leeds, they can keep up the form.
Definitely. Now, we are live across all of the action that is happening. We've got a big chance here for Chelsea in this game against Brighton. Great save just there, though, and we'll jump straight back across to this game. There was a goal. Spurs 2-1 up against Watford. That camera shot there, the cameras need to be adjusted a little bit for where Shorey is sitting in his seat, but hopefully we'll see more goals in this one as Shorey tries to pull it back. 5 in-game minutes in here, Tom. Do you think that possibly we could see a bit of an upset? Could it be 2-2 going into that second leg?
I mean, it's the 86th minute, and I personally would have tried to maybe play a little bit smart. I would have held the ball a little bit more, but the Gorilla seems to not want to agree with that. He's going forward. He's playing his game, which is fair play to him, but he's moving it into the corner. I say that now, and he is starting to hold the ball a little bit more, and I feel like that's really just put himself in sort of good stead for Tom, especially in the second leg.
I think it's a difficult one. When you're 2-0 up, it's whether you sit back, you change formation, go defensive, or do you really push for that third goal cushion? And 2-0, I say it's a comfortable scoreline. I said he just needs to not concede. He's conceded 1. That makes it a dangerous scoreline. And it is something where you do have to consider your options, whether you change formation, put maybe another player in the back line, make a diamond in the midfield. But we might even see another goal here.
There you go.
There you go.
There we are. Gorilla, he just looked across. I wasn't sure if he was looking at you, Tom, or not, but I think he's listening to every word that is being said right here, giving himself a lifeline going into that second leg. Tottenham Hotspur do need to win this one over 2 legs to ensure they stay in the competition. Shorey doesn't look too happy right there. 3-1, but 2-goal deficit. Well, Stokes had that in the first game, didn't he, Aga? And actually, he managed to pull it back. Again, I've said it plenty of times, if there's one person that can pull off a comeback, Tom Stokes is your man.
Yeah, but he's also up against another Tom, which is who's one of the, arguably, as we've been speaking about, one of the best players in the world for quite a while now. So it's really an interesting matchup, as we also can see here. Tex keeps creating chances against Brad Colston from Burnley. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match as well.
It definitely will be. Second legs of some of these games will be kicking off very, very shortly. I'm telling you, Tom Lees taking on Tom Stokes, Tottenham Hotspur taking on Watford. I think that could be one of the games of the day, Tom. 3 Toms now. Yeah. This could be one of the games of the day, though, considering how much is actually on the line for Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And it's definitely one of the games that I really want to kind of zone in on, just because we saw what Stokes did before, being 2-0 down and managing to pull it back and bring it around. But then, obviously, this time, Tottenham will have it all to play for. They're in a good situation, 3-1 up, 2 goals lead. So it'll be interesting to see how both Toms get on and who eventually gets the win.
Yeah, definitely. And Sam, looking at the other fixtures that are happening, everyone is locked in right now. Tex, though, someone that's creating plenty of chances. They sit top of their group. He's someone that I'm sure you've been around. You were around in the friends and family area with his mum as well before, which I saw. I mean, you can never write off Tex. You can never say anything really negative about him, because in the next game, he'll just come out and he'll correct it.
I love his confidence. I think he's amazing. He's having a fantastic tournament. And like you say, he is one of those players that can come out guns blazing and really change things around if he needs to. But also, he's at the top level of his game. So I'm excited to see him play.
Definitely. Right, let's get into some more behind-the-scenes action right now. Our reporter, Nicole Hollidays, managed to pinpoint the player we've been talking about so much, Huge Gorilla. Nicole, it's over to you.
Yes, I'm here with Gorilla. Right. How are you feeling? Are you all right? Because I know this probably hasn't gone the way you and Tom wanted it to start with.
We started off really slow. I had a bad performance first game. Second time around, it's just not clicking for us. So, you know, the pressure's off a bit now. That the results haven't gone our way. So I'm just going to play my natural FIFA, and that's what I showed then.
And I know it is the $1,000,000 question I asked Tom earlier. What is it? Have you guys had a chat in between games? Like, what is it that's like not quite clicking for you then?
There's a few things, but it's just, I don't know, it's just not clicking, right? It's one of those, sometimes you just turn up and things aren't happening for you. You know, we put a lot of practice into these tournaments coming up to it, so it's not that. Just sometimes, it's, you know, the pressure or the mental side of things, you know, it's the first event we've had in 2.5 years, but we need to do better. We've been awful, to say the least, but, you know, we have a slight chance to get through, so one game at a time.
You do, and as we know, anything can happen, and I feel like, as you know, people who are watching this will know, if there's any team that could get this back, I feel like it could be you and Tom, surely.
Well, you know, we're in control of our own results, you know, so if we win our 2 games, 1 6 points, but, you know, it depends on other results that go our way. But 1 game at a time. Tom's about to step up now, so 3 points, and then we move on to the last game.
And you've got to have some faith in Tom. We know how great a FIFA player he is.
Yeah, Tom's amazing, you know, it's just once he gets clicking, he's unstoppable. So, you know, now he's got a 3-1 lead. I've actually gave him a lead for once, so, yeah, 3-1 lead, I'm confident.
All right, well, good luck. I'll let you get ready. Wish you all the luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, it's great to get that insight just there. Gave him a lead for once, as he said. I like that he can have a little bit of a smile and a sigh of relief going into it. I guess, though, Tom, when you think about it, for all of these players, it's almost out of their hands after they've had their first leg. You can see Southampton against Leeds right now. It was a goal for Southampton starting that one. As you can see, Southampton hoping to ensure that they can get through to that second day as well. There's plenty of action happening. Chelsea pushing for an equaliser in that box. They managed to find it. Look at the celebration just there as well. Jack Sharp with that celebration. You can see how much it does mean to him. Them, Chelsea taking on Brighton, shaking his head in disbelief just there. Now we've got a huge opportunity for Liverpool right now. Tex hoping to increase their point total in the groups. He's got a penalty against Brad Colston. Puts it to the keeper's left, our right, and puts it in. Right, there we go. Chelsea-Brighton has finished 1-1, but the second legs of those games will be coming up. Who can remain in the tournament? Who will be going through to that knockout stage? We'll have all of the action happening right in front of our eyes here at the ePremier League. Don't go anywhere. See you after this short break.
I learn from different people every day, different cultures, people with different coloured skin, and it makes no difference, you know. My advice would be to stand strong and comfortable in yourself and speak to whoever you need to speak to, whether that be your family members or your friends, and don't be afraid. We're teammates, regardless of our skin colour and our ethnicity. But if anything was to happen, I know that I've got the backing of my teammates, and likewise they have me in that respect, because it's kind of like a family type environment, so, you know, we're there for each other when we need to be.
You see our change room, it's full of people from all over the world, but I think that what makes us such a good change room is that we come from all over, but one as soon as we come into that change room. I think especially my teammates, it's not necessarily being captain, it's more being a friend and knowing that they can come to me for anything they want, and if something was to happen on a football pitch, outside of football, whether that may be, all the lads in that change room know they can ring me straight away, and we'll get it sorted, and we'll sort out whatever's going on straight away. I think now we all know that racism's there, and it's about not waiting for it to happen. It's making sure we do things before it happens, because it's important now that our eyes are all open to the matter and that we're all trying to make change, but it's important we use our platform to make change.
You know, everything can help. Some people like a hug, other people just some support or speaking or encouraging. I think at that moment you just feel like you need some positivity and you want to feel like you're in the comfort zone and protected. But other than that, I would say just try to say something and make it stop. And then, yeah, just trying to understand more about the situation, I think.
It's so important that you create that bond, and when you're in that team environment, you want to stick up for your mates and make sure your mates are feeling okay and not going through any unneeded stresses. It's important to ask, your teammates to your right, to your left, how are you? Because you don't always know what people are going through behind the scenes. It's always important to talk, no matter how young you are, if it's to your teachers, to your friends, to your manager, to your boss at work, to your parents. It's just vital to talk, and there's so many people out there that will want to help.
I had good family members. My nan was a big role model for me, and even still now, I still stay in touch with my one of my old school teachers now, and I've got decisions I need to make. I ring him, and what do you think of this? I think it's just recognising, who the good people are around you and actually keeping them tight and holding on to them, because the older you get, you do realise that actually they've been a massive help and you'll need them even when you are an adult. For this moment, black people need everyone's help, and then let's fight racism the way we trying to fight the virus by coming together.
Well, welcome back then to the ePremier League Finals 2022. We're having a bit of a switch up again on the desk because we've got a long old stint ahead of us, guys. We are live until 10 p.m. this evening. Obviously, we went live at 11 a.m. this morning, so that is 11 hours of FIFA if you're doing the math there for us. So, yeah, Carl's is taking a break, so I've jumped on, and Samantha Miller is still joining us. And Sam, you've been casting, you've been across now being an analyst. Are you enjoying the day?
I am. It's like musical chairs in here. It's been fun.
It is. And Tom and August obviously still sticking with us for the long haul as well. Boys feeling good about what's happening so far, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Some great FIFA's been played. It's exciting times, and we're getting to those stages now where, you know, people are starting to get worried. The potential to get knocked out, and they really are fighting for a place in the quarterfinals.
They are indeed. And if you guys have just joined us, well, let's get you up to speed on the live results. And at the moment, we're in round 6. So Chelsea at the moment live score against Brighton 1-all there. Liverpool taking on Burnley 2-1. That is Tex, of course, at the moment. He just looked over to his mum when he scored that goal. Little fist pump to mummy Tex. Southampton taking on Leeds. 1-0 lead to Southampton, and Spurs against Watford. Tottenham finally are getting a result here, 4-2 over Watford. OK, well, let's jump back into that Liverpool game because we just mentioned Tex got another goal in that break there against Burnley, and this is how it unfolded. Sancho then to Hullet to St. Maximum. 3 goals total now against Burnley, of course. OK, well, this is a Burnley goal. They got one back then, so 2-1. Great to see a bit more of a match-up in this game. Obviously, Tex had it all his way, didn't he, earlier with Everton, but now being made to work for his win here. So another goal. That was when he looked past and said, "Where's my mum? Is she watching?" Of course she's watching, Tex. OK, coming over to the Watford-Spurs game then. Tom, just, tell us about how this is unfolding. Obviously, we've just seen the first leg played. Spurs having a lead, which is so lovely to see.
But I think this is arguably my game of the day right now, just because of what it means and what it is. Like, and the situation is literally Stokes was in a similar position last time, 2 goals down, and he managed to pull it back. But at the same time, Tottenham are fighting to qualify and to try and get forward. So there's going to be a lot of tension going on. These lot obviously know each other as well, so there's going to be a lot of tension. It's going to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were speaking about this. Obviously, we know the Spurs players, Sam, you know, quality pairing. They've got a former world champion, a former EPL champion. What can they do there? They get another goal as well. Tom, of course, EPL champion from 2020. We were talking as a group on the desk before you joined us, saying, you know, they have class. They just need to find that form that we know they can achieve. And they obviously, as a 2v2 pairing earlier on in March, actually, got the FGS Masters Cup. They beat, actually, Tex and Diogo. What do you think they've done in that little break there to come back and so far look strong against this Watford side?
Well, it's been great because in the leg we just saw, 2-0, we thought was a comfortable win. Watford got a goal back. And then you're thinking, this could be a tight game here. Are we going to see an equaliser? And then Tottenham brought it back, scored another goal, comfortable win in the end. And I think this game, well, we'll see what happens here. 1-0 already. And it's just next goal is so important now. Are we going to see one?
Totally. This next goal is really important. So, obviously, Spurs leading 4-2 on aggregate at the moment. 1-0 in this second leg. I mean, Aga, just talk to me about the 2 players on the screen. Stokes and Tom, such giants in the FIFA world.
Yeah, definitely. And they've been they've been on the scene for quite a while, and it's two players who are has very high respect from a lot of players, from literally all players. They're trailblazers in some ways. People want to become a bit like them, play like them, especially with their streaming and stuff and their level. So yeah, they've done a lot of things in their careers, and they're looking forward to try doing it here once again.
Well, Tom, we can see Watford on the attack at the moment with Hullet. Finds Sancho. Okay, Spurs then with Mahrez. Now passing it back a little bit. Again, trying to find space, trying to have some channels open up for them. Just talk to us a little bit about what Tom is doing now.
Well, I think before they were in a little bit of a difficult situation. He said that he needed to go away for like an hour and sort of rewatch the games and rethink about what he's done. So it looks like he's taken that approach. They've thought about what they needed to do, and they're moving forward.
Well, jumping in then to Liverpool-Burnley game. Liverpool, Tex and Ginola at the moment. Spinning around the box a little bit. There we go, Tex. As Tex does. Just waits, doesn't he? Aga, tell me what this, just smiling. You know that's a Tex goal.
Yeah, Tex doing Tex things, really. Just twisting and turning in the box and just waits for his opponent to make a mistake. And yeah, it's incredible to watch him play, really. And when he plays like this, he looks unbeatable, really.
How frustrating is that to go up against when Tex is twisting and turning around the box?
I think it's not even frustrating. You're just accepting that you're playing against a player of that caliber. I think that's the feeling a lot of the players have when they're playing against him.
You just know Texas calibre, of course. Well, Mark Marley there for Brighton, just getting a goal to take them 2-1 into the lead. Mark Marley, again, a quality player. We've seen him come runner-up, didn't we, a couple of years ago? That was Tom who defeated him in that final when he was playing for Bournemouth, it was then. Well, back then to Liverpool, Burnley in the last couple of minutes of this game. Looks like Tex will take a really nice cushion to Diogo. 4-1, 3-goal cushion, of course. He's just going to run the clock down, I'm sure, pass it around a little bit. Cancelo then. Long ball over to Rashford, possibly. There we go, 4-1. Tex going, oh my goodness. I mean, Sam, surely you're pleased if you could take a 4-1 win over your teammate Diogo, who we can see behind Tex there. Congratulating him. Tex didn't look particularly happy.
I was just about to say, Tex just comes across as such a chilled guy. And, I mean, I would be a bit more happy if I just beat my opponent by that margin. But he's playing it down. He's playing it cool. He's a quality player. He knows his strengths. And I think that almost indicates that he always wants more. It was like he wanted more than 4 goals.
Well, totally. 4 goals is what he got in that first leg. And I'm looking then at the points. To Liverpool, they've got 6 points. They've got one more leg to keep it as it is with a win. Would take them through, Agra, if they got 9 points on their board?
Yeah, I think they'll be safe, especially with the manners they won as well. Scored quite a lot of goals. So I think they'll be safe. And when Tex play like that, I'm pretty sure they'll go through.
Would you then possibly see them take their foot off the pedal, Tom, if they went through to 9 points in their last matchup, that is?
No, I don't think so. These are pro players. They are the best, or they are the best in the world. They're always striving for perfection, so I don't think that's going to happen. And I feel like they really would want to make a statement having the 4 maximum points possible.
Yeah, I don't want to see it happen either. That was a Southampton chance there. Now means we've got a corner for Southampton. So we're live on this game at the moment, seeing if they can extend their lead, double it even. It's 1-0 at the moment in this second leg. The one and only goal was scored, obviously, in that first leg. Tom, let's just bring you in and just do a little bit of play-by-play into what Southampton are trying to do at the moment. Leeds, then.
Southampton just really taking their time, just really trying to work those angles. And one thing, like I mentioned before, that we see from a lot of these players is really working it from the wings. I'm rarely yet to see a goal come through the middle. It's always on the wings, those fizzed passes into the box, and then that one extra pass inside. It's literally, as I've mentioned, that it's about to come to fruition almost. And that just shows the level of these guys, adding their own sort of spin onto these things as they are spinning around literally and trying to get the ball into the back of the net. But it just shows the level of these guys and how good they are and how much effort and time that they put into this game.
Well, that is the England player, of course, Mitch Hayward, who was trying to make something happen out of that chance. Now it's back with Michael Fisher, though, for Southampton. And I'm going to bring Aga in and say, surprising that Southampton are leading a 0-0 over Leeds.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, but I also feel like if Southampton was one of the dark horses for this competition, as we spoke about, Group C is having a lot of interesting names there, and they, like Michael Fisher, started out this season very, very well and is very close to the FGS playoffs as well with his performances from home. So, I mean, definitely a team to watch out for as well. And of course, a small surprise that they're leading, maybe, but not bigger than that, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, Southampton at the moment, Sam, they're sitting 5th in the table. They do have a win, 3 points. I mean, this would be a massive shock if they were to get another 3 points. It would sit them actually joint at top of the table. But I think we can go to Nicole now. I believe she is with Tex, who just defeated his opponent 4-1 there. Nicole?
Yeah, a casual 4-1 win. I said sorry to Tex. He was trying to go over to his mum. I was like, I'm so sorry, I'm going to steal him again because he keeps winning. We're also trying to come up with a better story for how you've sprained your groin, aren't we?
Yeah, I tried to run away from the interview, but obviously I can't be, I'm not that quick anymore.
But 4-1, another great game from you.
Yeah, I played a bit slow, to be honest. Colston, I think he's probably the second best Xbox player in our group, so I tried to play a bit slow, but ended up just scoring some goals. And then, 90th minute, I could have got a 5th, but the ref blew the whistle.
Well, I know. I think Rachel or someone on the desk picked up on it, that you were like, really annoyed. And it was like, dude, you're winning 4-1. You're doing all right.
Nah, but you see last game, Diogo, finished 7-5. I thought, let's give him one more goal.
Yeah, Diogo, you all right back there? But, I mean, you're setting Diogo up quite well going into the second leg.
Yeah, but it's so much harder to play second than first. Everyone says it around here, they'd rather play first, so another second leg to come.
And, of course, you won that first ever ePremier League. Are you hoping and thinking that you can do it again?
Yeah, 100%. If I'm playing well, we'll win. The only proper Premier League as well. The other tier was online because of the pandemic. So FIFA 19, the only proper one.
Oh, shots fired. All right, I'll go let you sit with Diogo, help him in that second leg. Thank you, Tex. Back to you guys.
Wow, harsh word there from Tex. If Tom and Shells are listening to that, I'm not sure they're friends after he just said he's the only proper Premier League champion because he did it in person. I mean, Sam, you're laughing at that. We're going to jump into this. And I'm talking of Tom, he is here, isn't he? Watford and Spurs obviously facing off in this one. Is it another chance for Spurs on the attack at the moment? St. Maximum. Tom, a little bit more happy now, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom and Tom. Going to our Tom.
Yeah, you can see the relief on his face. Tom's quite an emotional guy. He really does let his facial expressions be known. So to see him sort of score that goal and almost feel like a relief, a weight lifted off his shoulders, it was really nice to see.
Well, back in this game where it's obviously Leeds taking on Southampton. Southampton 1-0 at the moment, and it looks like they're about to get a second. That is a big surprise. Michael Fisher there getting applauded by his team. Sam, Ololito, the Leeds team, and Mitch Hayward, the England representative for the E-Lions. I mean, 2-0 down to Southampton.
Well, watching that game, I have to say, Leeds were playing about with it too much in the box. They're trying to bring the flair out, just go weaving in and out of players. And sometimes I think you just need to take a shot on goal. And I think Southampton, you can see, are really taking their chances. They're letting the momentum go with them. I've been impressed with Southampton.
Yeah, again, like we were saying, when it was Brentford, you kind of have to take away who you're playing and just go for that game that you're playing. Spurs again! Tom! OK, Tom is back, guys. He's not listening to me. He's got his headphones in, but I'm looking over at him just in case he is. We're back in this game. Mark Marley, of course, with Stingray here. Chelsea and Brighton. Chelsea on the attack at the moment for Stingray. Oh, there we go. They're back in it as well. Having a little conversation with his teammate there. Chelsea, though, we thought they were doing the business. Obviously, 6 points in Group A alongside Brentford there. Brentford, though, Sam, stand out so far. We didn't expect that, did we?
Definitely. I mean, Brentford, they just know how to be the underdog and really compete. We've seen that in the Premier League, them coming up, proving a point, putting in some great performances, and we're now seeing that at the ePremier League, and it is absolutely incredible, showing us how it's done.
Well, back into the Watford-Spurs game, where we are just under 5 minutes away from Spurs getting their first win, their first points of the competition. This is a big moment. I hope Nicole is going to walk over and chat to them and get a really happy Tottenham interview this time out. Schmeichel there at the moment for Spurs. Passing back. I mean, that's a dangerous ball there. What if that just had the most calamity mistake, Tom?
And then I think this is the point where, you know, you really have to just maybe take your time and just really be able to see the game out. It's very, very important. It's so interesting to see these pro players when their backs are almost up against the wall and how they sort of react. And I feel like Spurs have done an absolutely fantastic job being able to get this win. And you can see, as they've kicked the ball out, the relief on Tom's face. Big 3 points.
Big 3 points for Tom and Gorilla, his teammate who's behind him. A few eyebrows raised there. They do, of course, get 3 points. Watford, they go level with. Watford were already on 3 points before that. They're also in the group, aren't they, with Villa and Norwich City, both on 6 points, and Newcastle at the moment at the bottom of that group with 0 points next to their name. Still got a game to go. Still sitting at the bottom end of that table. I mean, are they gaining momentum now, Aga?
Hopefully for them, because they need a big win in their last match as well in order to possibly advance. It's not sure even with a win, as far as I'm concerned. Depending on other results, maybe, because the group is very open. Villa won a few, and Watford is still in it as well. And we have Norwich, who performed great so far. So they're still holding their breath, and the job is definitely not done yet.
No, goodness me, the job is definitely not done at all. But after, obviously, this round of matches, we will see who is possibly booking their place tomorrow to the quarterfinals and who we actually will say goodbye to and will not actually progress to Sunday. Obviously, they'll play all of their matches because that is part of Saturday here at the Premier League finals. Well, let's move on to a couple more matches which are still being played behind us. Still quite a few going on. So obviously we've got Liverpool-Burnley. That's one of the big ones taking place there. Diogo's now sat in for Tex. Southampton Leeds. That's still going on. The one behind me looks like it's finished as well. Chelsea-Brighton. Maybe we can get an update on the score on that one at this moment in time and see what they're going there. But yeah, Chelsea. Let's have a look at how that looks. 7 points now on the table with 2 games played. Not sure if we got the right amount of points on that one, but we'll get some confirmation for you when that one comes in. Let's go back to the Southampton Leeds game. I can see Mitch there looking pretty composed. What else do we know about how Mitch plays as a player, Tom?
I think from what I've heard, he's quite a defensive player. Really does, you know, hold the back line and just plays really solidly. It is really, really difficult to score against him, and I feel like that's the main part of his game. But that being said, take nothing away from his attack. There's no reason why he can't be here.
Well, I believe something just happened there because we're going a little rewind there, but I saw behind me Michael Fisher just get a little pat on the back, looking like maybe he'd got another goal. Obviously, we're leading Leeds 2-0 a little bit earlier. We're going to jump into this and try and bring you up to speed. So obviously Southampton got 1 goal in the first leg, and now second, 2 more goals from Michael Fisher then in that leg. Well, what a display from the Southampton players. We're going to hold fire on that though, because Nicole is standing by with hopefully a very happy Tom Lees after their first win, Nicole, of today's matches.
I'm with Tom. I've managed to grab him. You got your first win. Well done. How are you feeling?
Finally, yeah. I said a couple hours ago, we're going to come back, work out what we did wrong. And the main thing was like the attacking freedom. We weren't really attacking very well. We were very slow. I think we just felt that bit of drop of pressure as well. You know, we know how good these two are, and we upped our game to play against them. And yeah, I'm just happy we managed to score some goals. First time I've been in the lead as well. That gave me a bit more confidence. And yeah, it turns out I got a good result.
What is it like going into this tournament as a team as well? Because it is so different to what we're used to in the ePremier League, isn't it?
Yeah, change of format's been a little bit weird, you know, because sometimes when you play on your own, you get 2 legs yourself, so you feel like you're in control. Then obviously Spencer's worrying about, oh, well, if I concede again, that's going to put you in a bad position. So you kind of have that different aspect mentality. A couple of teams adapted to it really well, so fair play to them. But yeah, we definitely got caught off guard by that a little bit this morning.
How are you feeling right now then? Because it's probably a mixture of emotions, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think all we can do now is try and beat Newcastle in our last game and see where we end up in the group. I think it's very unlikely, but, you know, me and Spen professional people. We're here to win as much as we can. We never want to lose any game, particularly on such a good stage like this. So yeah, we've got the last game against Newcastle. We're going to try our best to make sure we get the win, and hopefully we come away with 6 points, knowing that we did ourselves a little bit of pride after what's happened this morning.
And it's such a tough competition, as we're seeing today, and quite a lot of underdogs. I mean, it's showing that you just can't write anyone off, can you?
Yeah, I've been chirping on about it quite a bit, that the UK scene's really got better, you know. Since the last time we had a LAN event like this, ePremier League was 3 years ago, I think the level now is so much higher, you know. It takes so much to stay at the top level. There's a lot of young upcoming players. I mean, I'm 23 and I feel a bit old, you know. There's a lot of 17, 18-year-olds around here. So, yeah, they're very good players. The standard's really high, and, yeah, you'll probably see a lot of surprises going on over the weekend.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck, and hopefully see you a bit later on. Back to you guys on the desk.
Yeah, well, a great win, of course, for Spurs there, and lovely to hear from Tom. And Aga, I'm going to come to you as obviously an ex-professional as well. He said, you know, he's going to try and go out on a high against Newcastle. You know, they're not going to hold back. They're going to throw everything again at this matchup, which you'd expect, right?
Yeah, and also because they conceded quite a bit throughout the two first matches, so they will need to try to get a positive goal difference, which potentially could help them in order to advance, because I think it will be tight in Group D.
Yeah, of course. Well, Leeds then just got a goal back. We saw that just as Aga was talking about Tom and how tight Group D is at the moment. So can Leeds, with 4 minutes left on the clock, mount a charge then against Southampton and get another 3 points, which I know they'll be so desperate for?
I mean, that being said, they're really pressing high, and they have to be. But it's working right now. You know, they've forced the ball out of play. They're working everything right, and you never know. 3 minutes left, anything is actually possible.
Well, 3 minutes. How many goals can you score, Aga, in 3 minutes? That's the killer question right now.
Maximum 2.
Well, it could go to a draw, and at 1 point would still be pretty special for both these teams. Leeds at the moment 3 points next to their name, and Southampton 3 as well. Again, I think we chatted, didn't we, earlier on, Aga, that Group C was going to be the one which was most open, and it's literally living up to that at the moment.
Yeah, I think the Group C and D is very, very open here.
Can we get one more? Mitch is trying. Sorry,
I think it's a bit too late, unfortunately, for Leeds. As we also can see, just running down and make the ref blow the whistle. Yeah, I think Group C and Group D looks very open. We really need to pay attention to those two groups.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, when you kind of came here today, did you have a look at any of the groups and any in particular catch your eye as one that you'd be really paying close attention to?
I think in particular Liverpool with Tex. We all know about him. We know what he brings to a tournament like this. His mum's here to support him. We know he's got a good support system. And I think he's just got that air of confidence about him. So I was really looking forward to seeing Liverpool and also Chelsea. And of course, I have to say Tottenham. I played for Tottenham. I closely keep an eye on them. And I think you can tell that Tottenham are really shifting their mentality now. They know they didn't have the best start, but they're now making up for it. They're back on track.
Back on track, possibly a little bit too late. As Tom said himself, you know, he might get 6 points if they get the win over Newcastle, but that would mean Aston Villa and Norwich had to have a bit of a problem in their group as well, and, you know, one of them would have to lose, and then, like Aga said, it goes down to goal difference and head-to-head and everything else, which I'm sure our production will tell us in the year about what happens if we do have those draws. We'll wait till we get to that, guys, because, you know, it's a work in progress here. OK, well, let's have a look at what games are still going on. Well, Diogo, I can see behind me, is still in the hot seat. Obviously, they're taking on Burnley at the moment in that game. Tex gave Diogo a 4-1 lead in that one. That's a pretty nice cushion, Aga, to go in for Diogo. Yeah, you'll happily accept that. 3 goals is massive too, and it gives you a lot of confidence. But it can also be in this format. I think we've seen not many comebacks, but some that was close to be like a complete comeback. It can be a sleeping pillow for some of the players. I think if they have like a 3 or 4 goal lead, because you start automatically to relax maybe a bit too much, and yeah, then you can lose some of the momentum. But obviously I would rather get a 3 goal lead than I would have to chase a 3 goal lead. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Diogo, I don't think he's going to be sleeping on his pillow, whatever Aga just said there at the moment. Someone who definitely wasn't asleep in his matchup. We just got another goal, though, didn't we, there for Burnley. They are back in it, 4-2 now. Diogo doesn't look happy. But, yeah, someone who was doing a great job for Southampton a little bit earlier, getting that win over Leeds, was Michael Fisher, and he's chatting to Nicole.
I've grabbed him. He's next to me right now. How are you feeling? That was a great game.
Yeah, I feel amazing because that was the one we needed to win to get through to tomorrow, pretty much. Obviously, we've got one more game, but if we win that, we'll be through to tomorrow.
Were you nervous going into this one then? Because that sounds like you put quite a lot of pressure on yourself.
Yeah, very nervous. Obviously, there's kind of a group of death, our group, Palace and Leeds, and we know how good Mitch and Elite are. So, yeah, like, we put a lot of pressure on. There was a bit of a weight as well, so getting that win is probably the best feeling. Yeah.
And like you just said, Leeds are a very impressive team, so that kind of adds the pressure onto you guys going into this game earlier.
I actually played for Leeds last year. Yeah, and obviously Ollie got to the final, so we knew how good he is, and he's been amazing in Europe, so that was our biggest challenge, and just really happy we won.
How confident are you feeling then? Because this must kind of make you feel like you can kind of potentially go pretty far in the tournament.
Well, we still need to beat Man U, but obviously we've got confidence now. We'll all be beating Ollie, and I seed the game out there against Mitch. I think we can go far, yeah.
And how are you finding the working as a team element this year? Because it's quite different for you guys.
Yeah, obviously I've played 2 ePrems before. They were just online. But I like it because I play with Robbie anyway. We play for London United as our org, so we put e-club and stuff together, and yeah, so I think it benefits us because we've got chemistry, so it kind of plays into our advantage. We know what we're good at and what we're bad at, so yeah, I like it a lot.
Wow, well done. Take a deep breath, go chill for a bit. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Nicole and Michael. Yeah, I mean, he's confident. He thinks his team can go all the way, and why not? Sitting second at the moment, only Man United still to play. Their only loss was against Crystal Palace earlier as well. We nearly completed on this round 6 of fixtures. Only Liverpool and Burnley still playing in the studio. We'll bring you up to speed on that final score of the match after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, Ultimate Team is all about building the very best team possible. So today I'll be putting 2 EA Sports FIFA experts to the test. In the red corner is Lisa Manley. In the blue corner, Age Rosenmeyer. Lisa, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I think I'm going to beat him. I'm going to pick the best team possible. I'm just going to come out there guns blazing, but we'll see.
Age, how do you feel?
Very excited to try to find my best 5 players.
So do you want to do a little game of rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, Age, you are first. Who is your first pick?
I'm going for Virgil van Dijk.
Why Virgil van Dijk?
Well, basically for me, when I have an attacking 5-a-side, I want him to be controlling the players and make sure that if Lisa's attackers are going for a chance, I have the best to defend it.
All right, Lisa. Are you gutted that Virgil van Dijk's been taken already?
I'm happy that he's taken him. I can have another Liverpool player somewhere else.
Who are you going for?
So I'm going to go for Kyle Walker.
OK, talk me through that choice, because obviously, again, there are a lot of Man City players that you could go for in this 5-a-side team.
He's tall-ish, so he can win some headers, so I think he could stop your attack, especially if he goes for a pacey attack.
When Lisa hears my strikers, maybe she'll regret.
OK, then. Who's your next pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Kevin De Bruyne.
Very good pick, but talk us through why you picked him.
He can do basically everything, and that's why he needs to be on my team.
I mean, I could have picked him, but yeah, it's a great choice. He's obviously good, like you said.
Who are you going for, then?
I'm going to go for Paul Pogba.
Talk us through that decision.
He's obviously got great stats going forwards. He can shoot, he can pass, he's got good dribbling.
Pogba was on my radar as well.
Oh,
so a bit got it there. A bit got it there.
You're having to rethink.
I have to go with Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7. He's pretty complete, and I just need that goal poacher at the top. Then you have the likes of Kevin De Bruyne assisting him, and also my next player.
Lisa, are you going to go for a striker then?
So I'm going to go for Mohamed Salah.
OK, why are you going for him?
I mean, the Egyptian king, what else can I say, right? But yeah, 90 pace, 90 dribbling, he's good going forward, he's good at dribbling, good at shooting, so I can try and get a couple of goals in.
I'm going to go with my fellow countryman, Kasper Schmeichel.
Okay, was that quite a tough pick for you, goalkeeper-wise, then?
I had some other names up, the likes of Nick Pope, who's actually underrated in my opinion.
Lisa, would you have gone for Schmeichel yourself?
You can take him.
Who are you going for, then?
I'm going to go for Nick Pope.
Did you just steal that from Age?
I didn't, to be honest with you. I was always going to go for him, but he made me want to go for him even more.
So you both have one player left each.
I'm going to go with Son.
I can't believe you've done that as an Arsenal fan.
To be honest with you, I didn't even think about him, but yeah, I'm
No offence, Son, if you're watching.
I'm gutted that I obviously didn't think of him because he'd been a great addition to the team.
So who is your final player, Lisa?
So the player that I'm going to go for is Saint Maximin.
Talk us through why you've gone for him.
He's got good pace, good dribbling. Obviously, he's shooting, not the greatest, but you know, I've got Salah for that. So
it is time for me to pick my winning team. This is tough. I'm gonna have to go for Team Age.
Yay!
How do you feel?
I'm relieved. I think it would have been a very close game if they were to play.
Do you guys agree? What do you reckon? Which is your favourite team? Let us know in the chat and we will see you soon.
Yes, guys, we are back here live in London for the ePremier League Finals 2022. We have nearly completed 6 rounds of matchups. Only Liverpool-Burnley are still playing in here behind me on that round 6. There's a little bit of a delay between Tex and Liverpool and Diogo starting their matchup. But leg 1 did finish 4-1 to Liverpool and Tex there. And we can go into that one now and see how they are progressing in leg number 2 for Diogo, of course, against Burnley. Let's bring you up to speed on that one. It looks like actually they've stopped at the moment. Just having a little bit of a break as well. This happens, though, in FIFA. You know, they might have a pause in game anger. They might have to reset and change tactics or formations. But we know that Tex set up Diogo really well, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. It was a 4-1 goal, a 4-1 victory, which made it easier for Diogo.
Well, actually, we've jumped into the next round of matches as well because they're coming your way. Now, this is Watford taking on Newcastle in round 7. Let's have a look then at how this is going. 0-0 at the moment. We have a look at what this means in terms of what the teams have got to do. So this is Group D matchup here. Bottom of the table, Watford and Newcastle. Watford at the moment with 3 points, Newcastle with 0 points. So it doesn't look, Carl, at this stage like either of these teams will go through.
Yes, as I said, we are getting to that crunch time now where we will find out the futures for a lot of these teams and if they will remain in the tournament. So for both of these, they're at that difficult position where they are looking at other people's results. And unfortunately, because of the start that definitely Newcastle have made to this tournament, obviously with Watford as well, won 1, lost 1. That's not good enough because they're in a very difficult group because Aston Villa, Norwich, they've been incredible to start this tournament. So, yeah, it does look like the futures of these two teams, well, it's happened because of their own results, their own failures. But, unfortunately, that is just the way it is. Now, let's jump into this matchup. Brentford taking on Brighton. That second leg, that first leg was 0-0, but it is a goal, yes, once again. Mr. Brewster, I'm going to start calling him, scoring all of those goals for Brentford. They've had a flying start, Aga. They're great, and they're continuing that.
Yeah, they've been the biggest surprise so far, in my opinion. The way they've been playing has been really impressive, scoring a lot of goals, and they could potentially secure knockouts here with a win, and they just doesn't seem bothered or affected by the circumstances, considering they are new to the ePremier League.
Do you think we're possibly unearthing a new talent in Sam Brewster as well?
I mean, what he's been showing so far has been very promising. If he can keep that up, it would be it would promise very well for their chances to win it here.
He reminds me of Tex or Adele and Mike, two youngsters who came exploding onto the scene when they did, winning their tournaments. Adele and Mike's obviously the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner. Tex did have the crown, and then Adele and Mike came and surpassed that. But it's great to see these new players coming out. Only 17 years old. He's here with his mum as well, because he's such a young player. And it's special to see these guys coming out in big stages.
Yeah, and I think we have, like with the new generation, a lot of those players coming now who just have a different mindset, really. Things go faster when they play aggressive, they want to attack, they want to score a lot of goals. And I think Sam Brewster is a good example on it, really, with the way his entrance has been so far.
OK, well, we're jumping back into Liverpool-Burnley. This is still the round of 6 matches here. We had to actually restart this game at 24 minutes. There was a bit of a problem with the game, so this is why we're slightly behind on this Burnley-Liverpool game. You can see Liverpool, though, leading 4-2. Burnley obviously getting a goal in this second leg for Josh on your screen there, going up against Diogo. And Burnley on the attack at the moment with Rashford. Playing it back again, they do this to keep possession, to find some space, and just to kind of see how the pitch is unfolding in front of the Maga.
Yeah, he got a lead here in the second leg, like a personal lead. So he don't want to rush things too much. Josh, he wants to get maybe another goal here. No, I was offside, but he got an early goal, which resulted in him not being too stressed out about potentially making the comeback. It bought him time, the first goal.
It definitely did. Now we've jumped into this game. Watford taking on Newcastle. Was 0-0, but it was Watford, yes, Shorey, who managed to break that deadlock, I should say, scoring that first goal. And we're going across live to this game. 4-2 on aggregate. Liverpool beating Burnley in this one. Could we see a special comeback for Burnley? Looking for that space, looking for that time. Josh getting slightly frustrated, it would seem. Can Diogo hold this out? Can he ensure that he gets another 3 points on the board? Group B, this is their 3rd game just now. They've won 2, obviously drawn none, lost none. Goals for before this game was 13, goals against 7. That goal difference is 6, but they have managed to score 4 more, concede 2 more, and it looks like they will get those 3 points on the board. However, as we've said, Aga, anything can happen. What does it take to beat a team like Liverpool? Tex and Diogo, experience coupled with talent. How do you beat them?
I think it's a question that's very hard to answer just today when I saw how Tex played. But I think it's in this format, I would say it's about trying to neutralize Tex, not conceding too many goals, and then you need to be quite flawless in your game style in order to beat Diogo as well. So yeah, a really tough job if you would like to have a chance to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like maybe the closest team so far was Jazz and Everton mounting that late comeback when we saw them playing earlier. That was 7-5 to Liverpool in the end there. But yeah, Liverpool obviously super prominent at the moment. I say that as Burnley get possession back. Okay, jumping into Watford, Newcastle then. This is a tough matchup. Oh,
wow, on the line just there. What's
VAR, Kyle, VAR.
I was having a little penalty. Yeah, a penalty it was. Oh, and he went straight down the middle, but it was saved there. That Watford game looking like it is heating up. Plenty more action to come. I can't believe how many matches we've actually had so far today and how many we've still got to go. I mean, in the round 6, we've got one more match, Liverpool and Burnley. Then Brighton, Brentford, Leeds, Man United, Watford, Newcastle, they're all happening. After, in Group B, the Liverpool-Burnley match, it will be Burnley staying on to face Manchester City. So who knows, some momentum in this game could see them pushing on to another game. And then we've got plenty more to come. What a day it's been so far, but once again, it's highlighting the focus, the attention that all of these teams need to have. It's a very long day. People at home don't necessarily think about what it takes on a full day of playing FIFA.
Yeah, it requires a lot of concentration. It requires a lot of focus, and obviously, yeah, it's a long day for the players. So they need to think a lot about how to relax, how to get into the zone, because it can be like tough for you as well. If you have the breaks between the games, you can become maybe a bit tired if it's been a long day, and for them it's a lot about drinking a lot of water, whatever works for you really, following your routines. But what's most impressive is the ability to stay that focused throughout an entire day.
I was looking at that, Aga, because Southampton just defeated Leeds, didn't they, 3-2 in that last round. They now have to wait until 9 o'clock tonight to play their final match up against Man United. That's a massive break there. You know, what would you do to keep focused? Because as soon as you go out of the bright lights of the studio, you suddenly get a bit of a lull. Your energy does dip a little bit. So trying to keep that level is difficult.
Yeah, it's very hard, and I think it's different from individual to individual how you solve it. But for me, I would always tend to try to relax a little bit, and when we came closer to the next match, I would try to get into the zone again and get back to the refocus. And that was a lot of water, obviously, and fruit and whatsoever, just eating a lot. And yeah, stay professional, really.
Definitely, it's all about staying professional, and we'll see how they do fare if they utilise it over the next few hours. But for now, I mean, that game against Leeds, they did get that win. 3 more points, we know how important they are. Let's jump into your console once again, Aga, just to have a look at your team. We've assembled the goalkeeper, we've assembled the defence. What a defence it is, by the way. All Manchester.
I was going to say, I missed this when I was on my break.
Yeah.
How many City players?
I mean,
3.
I mean, you've got João Cancelo, Ruben Diaz, Rafael Varane, Kyle Walker. What a defence that is. Edwin van der Sar obviously played at Manchester United as well. All Manchester right here. Now having a look at the midfield, looking at this formation. Have you changed? No, 4-1-2. He's still stuck with a 4-1-2-1-2. Who's next for you then?
Well, I decided to go with the central defensive midfield and the 2 centre mids, and then I'll save the 3 offensive players for later. But for the CDM, we have N'Golo Kante, and obviously you need a player that's fast, that's strong, and can pretty much protect the 2 centre backs as well. And Kante is a prime example on that. Going further on, we have Kevin De Bruyne.
Well, before you jump into that, let's have a quick look. There's been action as you've been talking. There's always goals. I heard it behind me. I thought we were going to jump across to it. Brighton, Brentford. It is 1-0 on aggregate just there, but Brighton have brought it back. Yes, they have. Then there's other action. Leeds against Manchester United. What a rivalry this is in real life as well. That extends to the virtual pitch, and it is Leeds United. Yeah, Oli Lito just there, who manages to get that first goal right there. So that one will be hotting up. Leeds and Oli will be hoping to continue their form, everything they've done so far. Wow, there's plenty of goals. Should we get back into the console, though? I mean, let's have a look. Now you can talk.
Yeah.
I'm also going, you know who's about to tease, don't you?
Oh, go on.
Well, I think he might have just said Kevin, which means we're going Kevin De Bruyne. Aga is obviously going another Man City. Just keep Kyle happy. What are we doing here? Got to be in it, though, hasn't he? He's got to be in your team.
They have a lot of Team of the Year players, and they're most likely to be some of the dominant players. So, yeah, we have Kevin De Bruyne, 5-star weak foot, the perfect box-to-box midfielder to have on your team. So he's on my team as well, and we're going to bring in another box-to-box centre mid here, which is Ruud Gullit, arguably the best player in the game. So, I mean, he can play, as the cam as well, but I like him as the centre mid to go back and forward really fast and score the goals, do the assist. Yeah, the man can do everything.
He's the whole package, then. You have to have him in your team.
Yeah, you need... If you have the coins for him, get him.
It's easier said
Well, I
than
don't,
done.
so...
Easier said than done. Aga does. Carl and I do not. We're going to jump back into a game. I'm sure Diogo does have Gullit in his team, of course. Still leading 4-2 in the 80th minute we're now approaching. KDB then on the ball for Diogo. It's always weird as well when you see them in different colours. You're like, oh, he's wearing a Liverpool shirt at the moment.
Yeah.
It does confuse you, even though you work in FIFA, let me tell you that. Well, Diogo still hasn't managed to find anything in this second leg, which, Aga, is quite surprising.
Yeah, a little bit. It was what I was talking about before, that maybe you start to relax a bit when you get such a good result with you from your teammate. And you start to focus more on defending the lead rather than extend it. Which is, how you approach the games. It's different from player to player, but obviously he wants to have something individual as well, I reckon, just to gain him some confidence, because there will come a game, I think, where he will have to score the goals as well and maybe do something. But yeah, we'll see.
Well, making some substitutions, both sides approaching the 85th minute. I mean, it's more, I guess, urgent for Burnley at this stage. Again, we spoke about this, I think, Kyle, when you weren't here. Aga said you can probably get 2 goals in 5 minutes. Are we going to see one there? Or is it a little bit too late? We're still in the attack, though, with Burnley. Ooh, back in it. 4-3 now, Liverpool lead with about 4 minutes of in-game FIFA time. And this is possibly the closest we've seen Liverpool come to maybe getting an equaliser or getting 1 point on the board.
Yeah, he will try to chase the opportunity now, Josh. Probably go all-out attack, a constant pressure, everything, and trying to secure a point. And you got to chase those margins. You got to chase every single point because it could be the difference. So yeah, curious to see how the next 2 minutes or so pans out.
And Josh, on your screen right now, his approach to this, again, he's not looking at who's on the other side of the console, even though if you just sat up a bit taller, you probably can see Diogo and Tex on the other side, and that kind of maybe does affect how you approach the game. He's just obviously talking to his teammate Brad here and just trying to figure out what to do in these last 4 minutes. What would you do?
I think I'll go all-out attack, constant pressure, everything. Yeah, got to, and try to win the ball back and see if I can have time to have one last attack. Obviously, Diogo is going to try to run down the clock for the last 4 minutes and don't take any risks. Sometimes you got to do what's necessary.
Sometimes you got to do what is necessary indeed. Liverpool will be hoping to secure all 3 points in this one. 4-3 in-game minutes there, 2 now. And Liverpool are on the attack with Diogo, hoping to seal out this game, ensure those 3 points, as we've said. But can Burnley grab hold of this, chasing down that ball? Joshua Blunden just here, hoping that he'll get one final attack. I don't think it's going to happen. Diogo ensuring that he runs down that clock, as you said, anything necessary. And I think that's done. Yes, it is. A sigh of relief, I think it was. Looking down to the ground from Diogo, looking into the sky for Josh. But it is Liverpool who come out on top, getting those 3 points. And, I mean, after the start they've had, Aga, you can say they're through to tomorrow right now. They'll be going into it with that momentum, thinking, well, we can do anything. We can win this tournament.
Yeah, the favourites are through, as the majority of us expected, and well-deservedly so. I think they've been playing great, and obviously they're looking forward to tomorrow. But first they have another game, and if they can keep the streak, I mean, that would be quite impressive, because there are no easy games here.
No, exactly. So that was a 4-3 victory, Liverpool over Burnley. Then we'll jump into Leeds Man United. We saw in Leeds' previous matchup, they actually got a pretty rare defeat, I'm going to say, to Southampton, 3-2 there. We didn't really see that one coming. So they stayed on, though, did Leeds. It's a chance for them to bounce back. At the moment, they're on the attack with Sancho, working it in around the box there. Playing it slightly backwards to Kante, who obviously just heard Aga talk about that you need him in your side. He's an item that you can definitely take advantage of if you have enough coins, as Aga was saying to a couple of players like Villet as well. Well, again, Salah, I haven't actually mentioned him that many times, which is quite surprising.
Only seen him a couple of times in a few of their teams, actually, today.
Why is that, Aga? Not people using Mohamed Salah?
Well, he might come on my squad later. I won't make any promises, but I think it's because of the weak foot. It matters so much in FIFA, and Salah is an amazing player, but when he's up against the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Saint-Maximin, they just have some traits in FIFA that are pretty efficient, really. But he's still getting used. He has the pace. He has the left foot. There we have a goal.
Ooh, that's a goal back for United then against Ololito and Leeds. 29th minute takes it all squared at 1 apiece. Ololito looks a bit, I wouldn't say stressed, but, the fact that he's got a game on his hands now, Kyle.
He does indeed. Henry Proctor right there, representing Manchester United, scoring that goal. Ololito, though, looking to get back straight away. What a save that was just there from Manchester United, from Henry Proctor as Ololito comes for a second. That pass strays offside, though. I mean, looking at Manchester United, looking at what they're hoping to do, we haven't talked about them that much, but Henry Proctor, Sam Carmody, or Poacher, and the real HP05, both of those two, they'll be hoping that they can just secretly continue to go on and make waves in this tournament.
Yeah, but it got to be happening soon, because for both teams here, it requires a win in order to have a chance of going through, probably. So Leeds, for the first time, under a bit pressure, and Man United will try to do what they can do.
Yes, they will. Right, let's have a look at some of our standings right now after those results that we have had. We're jumping straight to Group D, because as you can see just here, yes, they managed to get a win. Yes, we did speak to Tom before, and Huge Griller. Tottenham getting that win that they needed, but after doing some calculations, looking at those standings, they have 1 game left. They could make it to 6 points, meaning they would equal Norwich and Aston Villa, but because of the head-to-head scores, it means they cannot go through. So unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Tottenham Hotspur from the ePremier League. Huge Griller and Tom Lees will be definitely upset, definitely be heartbroken about that one. At the beginning of the day, we wouldn't have thought that would have been the case.
No, I had them as number 2 on my power ranking as well before the competition started. So a huge surprise, 2 big names, and I think they'll be even more disappointed. I think they expected more from themselves.
Well, I think we expected more from them as a team as well, and from a duo. Jumping back to Leeds Man United, a chance, it looks like, for Leeds to go ahead in this matchup. Oh, just wide there from Ololito. But let's go back to Brentford and Brighton. 1-1 at the moment in this second leg. Brentford, though, getting an early lead from Peace there in your screen. Cousinho, his gamer tag is. So again, Brentford are newbies to the ePremier League. They are doing some job. I'm going to tell you that, guys. They've been on fine form so far this weekend. Can they continue it? Well, come back and join us after this break, and we'll keep you updated. We'll see you in a short while.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. What a day it's been so far. We've got plenty more action to come your way. We've had goals, we've had last-minute chances, we've had last-minute saves, and whilst you've been away on the break, we've also had plenty of action happening. Watford taking on Newcastle. Watford winning 1-0, but looking at that one, they doubled their lead, making it 2, and we had a reply right here. Great there. Newcastle managing to keep themselves in. Oh, looking slightly confident, let's say, from the Newcastle players, but that wasn't for long. And then they managed to keep it back to 1-1 in that second leg. However, it was Watford. It was that man, Tom Stokes, looking to ensure that Watford continue the run they are on, the run they've been on. Then we jumped across to Leeds, Manchester United. It was 1-1. There were some close opportunities hitting the post, and then Olilito getting the look of the bounce and ensuring that they can take that in. That lead going through in our 7th round. I had to count there of games. These are the live results in that 7th round. Manchester City Burnley is yet to start. We're having a slight delay in Group B. But Group A, we've got Brentford taking on Brighton and Hove Albion. They're winning 2-1. Manchester United losing 2-1 to Leeds. We've just seen that second goal from Olilito, and it is 3-1. Watford beating Newcastle United, Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one we're kind of looking closely at, because Newcastle at the moment are sitting bottom. They actually cannot progress
There's
further.
been another goal. There's
in
been
the
another goal.
no.
Newcastle.
Doesn't
Yeah, there
look
has.
Oh, they have. Maybe they can now. Let's have a look. We're going back to them. Newcastle obviously have lost 2 games already, so it doesn't look like it's going in their favour in terms of progressing. But here, they still obviously want to get a couple of goals back. Aaron then playing for Newcastle at the moment. Leeds then 2-1 up at the moment. Can they make it 3? Yes, they can. A third there. Man United not liking that from Olilito, and you wouldn't if you're kind of keeping them to 1-1, weren't you, when we went to a break, and then you come back and you've gone 3-1 down, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a difficult situation to find yourself in, but now's the time you really have to step up. When your back's up against the wall, now's the time you have to sort of find that courage, find that power, find that drive to almost go out and maybe try and pull on a comeback.
Well, this is the possible comeback that we're going back to. Leeds, though, with possession in the middle of the park at the moment. So just kind of, again, biding their time, looking for some space. And this is a chance. I have a look around. Everyone in the Leeds camp are just eyes glued to what is going on here. So they've obviously got 3 points. They've won 1 and lost 1 at the moment. This is their third matchup in Group C. The group we were saying is really open. So Salah at the moment on the ball, looking for someone. He found Ronaldo in the box, and he found the back of the net. Just when we were talking out, goes to 4-1. That looks nice now for Mitch Hayward to take over, and it's still very early on in the competition, Tom.
I mean, you can see what it means to them. The celebrations are out there. Everyone, like you said, eyes glued to the screen, and everyone's so locked in and so happy to see the goals like that. So it sets them in good stead for the second leg. And Hayward, like we mentioned before, has that defence and is capable of playing them.
He definitely is. I'm just looking at Group C, and if Leeds do manage to get this one over the line, well, they'll be 3 games in, won 2 and lost 1. That's the exact same as Southampton and Crystal Palace. So for them, this is a huge matchup for them. Going into that 4th and final game, we could have deciding games right there. Crystal Palace, they will be taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers in our next round of fixtures. And then it all comes down to the last 3. Well, Leeds then take on Wolverhampton Wanderers, then Southampton take on Manchester United. So we won't know who's actually gone through, I don't think, until the final round of fixtures. This is what we want, building that excitement, that tension.
I mean, like I said, this was going to be the group that we wanted to watch, and he didn't disappoint. Everything literally is going the way we kind of expected it to. Games are open, games are flying, goals are being scored, and yeah, no one's really holding back. Everyone wants to qualify, and like you mentioned, it's going down to the wire.
And Mark Marley as well, for a goal for Brighton then. Mark Marley is a little bit of a dark horse in this competition, isn't he? He's super quiet in terms of his persona, but when he steps onto that virtual pitch, he really loves to just let, his players fire on all cylinders there, and he's doing now at the moment, of course.
Now we are live with this game. Burnley taking on Manchester City. Ryan Pessoa, Brad Colston right here. Group B is a little bit delayed, but looking at what they've managed to do, Manchester City, they are 2 games in. They've lost their first 2, 0 points. So for them, that group is still quite open, but Manchester City need to ensure they get a win going into that 4th and final game. Right, let's get some reaction then from some of our players. Nicole Holliday's chatting with Ollie Lito.
Yes, I'm here with Olilito. So, 4-1 win there for you in that first leg. Firstly, how are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. I think I was playing quite poor the game we played against Southampton. I think I got a bit unlucky in that game as well, so we lost that unfortunately. But this game I felt a bit better. Started off strong and ended in a good 4-win, so feeling good.
And also it helps that you're then giving Mitch a good start into his leg, aren't you?
Yeah, I felt bad the second game because I lost that. So I was like, okay, let's give him a good start again. And 4-1, I think is a pretty good score coming into the second game with. So yeah, feels good.
You've got a pretty good group and it's looking quite tight right now. Have you been keeping your eyes on everyone else's games?
Not really, to be honest. I think before the group started, I think our group was the group of death and the hardest one in my opinion. So I knew before going into this tournament that it was going to be super tight. But I think we just need to focus on one game at a time, and now Mitch is playing the second leg, so I'm just focusing on that at the moment.
Have you got faith in Mitch? It's really funny because he's right behind me, so, you know, you better say the right thing.
I definitely got faith in him, definitely.
Do you feel like as a team you can, firstly progress from this group, I suppose that's the first hurdle, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. As I said, I think it's important to take one game at a time. So as I said, we're focusing on this second leg now, hopefully coming out with a good score, and then we have Wolves as the last game of today.
Well, fingers crossed for you guys. Thank you so much. Back to you guys on the desk.
I love that. We definitely have faith in you as well, Nicole, so thank you for the updates. I love that little kind of sneaky, cheeky bit between Olilito and Mitch there. Well, let's jump back into the Newcastle-Watford game and see how this is unfolding. Newcastle on the ball at the moment, and they find the back of the net. Wow, this is hotting up then, isn't it, in Group D? It's great to see Newcastle mounting a bit of a charge, though, Tom. Aaron there, obviously on the console at the moment for Newcastle. He's completely locked in. The team behind him as well, really urging him on to greatness. They're looking for their first points on the board, which would be great for Aaron to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they're down, but not out. And it would be great for the group as well. This group is probably one of the toughest groups right now. We've got Villa, Norwich, Tottenham, and Watford and Newcastle, so there's all to play for right now as we're in the 90th minute and the ball is being moved forward. They really want to try and work the last attack. The last attack is so crucial when you're moving forward, and if they can make something work here, which is potential.
Oh my goodness, are they going to get lost?
He's still got it!
Wow! Wow,
we should probably all react like we do, but, you know, we're very impartial over here on the desk.
We want to see the good storylines, we want to see it all, and that is definitely what we are getting. A last second chance that he manages to put in the back of the net. That last attack, how many times have we spoken about how important it is? Aaron just there, managing to get 3 points. He looks at us, he smiles, and we can see just how much it does mean to him, to his teammates, to his friends, to his coach as well. This is huge, Rachel.
Yeah, I really want to have a word with Aaron as well, because earlier on, before his first game, he looked over as well and looked like he was just super excited to be here. So I want to know a bit more about Aaron's story. Where's Nicole? Go and speak to Aaron for us, Nicole. Get Rigged Kid from Newcastle, because he's just buzzing that he got a last-minute winner there against Watford. Look at that. Point for Newcastle. 3 points. That's massive for the team. Yeah, they're sitting there now on level with Watford and Spurs. Obviously, they've got 2 losses and a win, and it's just about pride as well, isn't it, Tom? Getting a win, getting a last-minute winner, that is something you'll take home as well. Go, did you see that game against Watford? You know, I got that last-minute winner there against the Watford boys, and they've got such a class team as well, haven't they, with Stokes there?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you really want to, at the end of the day, you want to rep your team. You want to rep who you're playing for. You want to do them proud. And that's what it's all about. You want to be able to go home with your head held high, and look back and be like, you know what, I actually did what I did, and be happy with that.
Oh, well, we have another goal in that matchup, of course. That was Burnley taking on Man City. Brentford-Brighton, though. So many of these These games coming, going to keep up. Oh, big chance there. Just hit the side of the post. Couldn't quite make that one stick there in the Burnley-Brighton game in round 7. Brighton, though, we know how good they've been so far. Can they continue their form? And I love where Nicole is going. She's going over to speak to Newcastle guys. We're going to get the interview we want in a minute, which I really want to hear from Aaron and see how he's feeling, because he has literally been smiling from ear to ear since he arrived in the studio, as we all are. Obviously, it's great to be back at land, Tom, but I want to know about how he's progressed to be here, and obviously he was with Planet Toast, who we know is a bit of a legend up in Newcastle, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he's been repping them for quite a while, and like you said, pretty much a bit of a legend. And Newcastle are really doing their thing. You know, that proved that right there, why holding the ball at the last minute, you're able to really work those attacks and move the ball forward.
This just shows how quick the production team are here in the studio. None of this remote stuff, having to set it all up. It can happen in seconds. Nicole Holiday is with Aaron after that incredible ending to Newcastle's game.
Yeah, I've ran here, Aaron. I ran over for you. You know, I'm not saying that you should give me a medal or anything, but I am knackered. But how are you feeling? Because, I mean, I missed that because that was a last-minute goal from you to get those 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm gassed, but I feel bad for Stokes. Like, Stokes is unreal. Everyone knows, like, you know, Watford, like, one of the top, like, 4s, I would say, to win the whole thing, really. So, like, I just feel like it's a tough. I'm so happy. Like, I can't even describe it, but at the same time, yeah, I feel bad for him because he's such a nice guy, and that, like, yeah, it's hard, but crazy.
But, see, this is really nice. You're being too nice because you've got mixed emotions, obviously, because you're kind of buzzing. You're kind of really happy about that because you just did really well. But then, I know he's a really nice guy, but it's a tournament, it's competition.
I mean, yeah, it's just shame that he's realistically, like, the best player that is, like, the best PlayStation player in our group, and I'm just a little bit annoyed at myself that I've started off a bit slow, but yeah, next game's really big against Tottenham. So, but yeah, that's definitely saved everything. Like, a draw there it's as good as a loss, really. So yeah, I've clutched up, really. So.
You seem quite shocked as well, so I'll let you get off and process it. Good luck in the next one. Back to you guys.
Oh, Kyle, I mean, I love that. Aaron kind of lost for words. He's just defeated Stokes and Watford, a team that we kind of were pitching as ones to watch. He'd got Tottenham next, and he said a win would be obviously a dream, and even a draw is a great point for Newcastle for the boys there. So he's lost for words. We're not, because we're going into another game then. Man United leads 4-1 up. Mitch Hayward's taking the seat now, of course. This is United, though, on the tap with Poacher. Is he going to poach one back? Yes, he does, with Ronaldo, CR7, of course. This one was our last-minute starter. It was slightly later, wasn't it? The Burnley-Man City game. Burnley lead, and they extend that lead as well. Man City not having the best day, Tom.
Yeah, proving a little bit difficult for them right now. I just don't feel like they're able to find their rhythm and really get things going. A few unlucky situations at times, and, you know, they've had their back up against the wall. But, you know, it's a part of the parcel of the game. That's how the game goes sometimes.
Obviously, I spoke, didn't I, about the fact that Ryan says, you know, he never plays well here. Is that a mental kind of sticking point possibly for Ryan then? You know, if you keep putting that out there and manifesting it, maybe it's going to start happening again.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally what it is. If you put it out there that, you know, you're having a difficult situation at these sort of tournaments, then I always think it's always going to come to fruition. But yeah, ultimately, it's been a little bit difficult for them. They haven't really got into the swing of things, and then obviously when you have the likes of Liverpool, they are proving dangerous contenders who they're actually yet to play, to be honest. So yeah, be interesting to see. Now we are live with this game. Manchester United taking on Leeds. That second leg, Man United winning 1-0, but on aggregate, Leeds winning 4-2. Poacher trying to find a way back. Can he bring it even closer? Can he close that deficit to 1 goal? Mitch Hayward doing his best, though, to ensure that Poacher doesn't get anywhere near that. Looks like he's a little bit on the ropes, though, I could say, Tom, Mitch Hayward. He's trying his best to keep Poacher out, but
Poacher's just trying his best to get back into the game.
And this is the situation I love about the two legs that we have. Just because you're literally reacting, and you can see in the second game, it's literally a tactical reaction to the first game. The pressure's literally on. Man United are pressing, and it's really hard for Leeds and Hayward to sort of get out of their box and really try and make it work. That's the beauty of it.
It is indeed. Can we see a great end, as we've seen plenty of times already today, to this matchup? Poacher looking for some space. He manages to find it, and there's that goal that we've been talking about. Cuts that deficit by 2-1, meaning 4-3 on aggregate.
A player I just saw there as well. I don't know, Tom, if we've seen him a lot. Phil Foden. I don't think many players have him in the team. I just saw him pop up there, which was great to see some different players being used.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it. Like, there's no one set player or one set squad that you can work with. You literally have so many different options. And the beauty of it is, like you said, the likes of Phil Foden and are in there. We've seen a lot of St. Max and a lot of Cristiano Ronaldo. And there's also the players that we don't really pay attention to, those centre mids, those defenders, and they can come up clutch in certain situations.
I'm not liking him in the Manchester United red, though. I'm not going to lie, Phil Foden just there. 4-3 is on aggregate, 36 in-game minutes gone, plenty of FIFA time to go. Can Mitch Hayward extend that lead? It is on him. Oli Lito did manage to win that first game 4-1, but it is Poacher for Manchester. Oh, he's managed that finesse shot just there. Thought that was going wide, I'm not going to lie. Aga said before that Ruud Gullit can do everything, and he came up clutch just there, getting that goal, meaning that it is 5-3. To Leeds going into this end of this first half. Tom, looking at Ruud Gullit, looking at a foot item like that, having someone that can just do everything, defend, attack, score goals like that, it gives you such a good advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Ruud Gullit is probably the most complete foot item on the game. He can literally do, like you've mentioned, everything. He can defend, he can attack. I think he's got 5-star weak foot as well, so regardless of what side he's playing on, regardless of what angle he's coming from, you know he's going to be a problem. On top of that, he's really, really tall, and he has such a presence, so that helps a lot.
It does indeed. Right, we are live with this game just now, and it is half-time. Poacher trying to get back into it, hoping that he can, but Mitch Hayward extending that lead just there. 5-star weak foot for Ruud Gullit. You were right. That's why we've got you on this show, Tom, of course. But when we are seeing all of these players, all of these different foot items, it's so interesting to see the way that different players use. Oh, wow, that was, okay, interesting. Tactical foul, I think you would call it. A free kick on the edge of the box, though, for Manchester City. Currently 2 goals down, losing to Burnley right there. Man City's Ryan Pessoa trying his hardest to stay in this game before going into that second leg, where it looks like Brandon Hughes will have it all to do to ensure that he can come back and possibly keep Manchester City in this competition. But it is Burnley, it is that man just there who's managing to extend the lead even more. Brad Colston, what a tournament it seems that he's having. Tom, looking at Burnley, again, another team that are causing a few upsets.
Yeah, I mean, like mentioned earlier, Brad Colston is causing quite a few problems. He played some really nice FIFA today and scored quite a few nice goals, and he's proven problematic in Group B. And I did mention earlier, again, Group B was the group to avoid, and this was the reason why the likes of Leicester, the likes of Burnley, just because we had Liverpool and City in that group, didn't mean anything. Again, Brad Colston and Josh turning up and showing why Burnley are doing a lot right now.
Yeah, we obviously had Shells on, didn't we, earlier, the defending ePremier League champion. He obviously knows Ryan extremely well and said, you know, Ryan has been playing a lot, and the team have come together and, you know, tried to build a partnership heading into this. Doesn't seem to be kind of playing out like they hoped it would.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a little bit difficult when you have, I don't want to say a new partnership, but kind of a new partnership. It's always going to prove a little bit difficult in comparison to, you know, certain teams who may have had players playing for years. For example, we've got the likes of Thanatos, who's been playing for Newcastle for a long time, Tex, who's been playing with Liverpool for ages. So it's always going to be a little bit difficult, but it just shows that the quality and the class of everyone that's here, and that anything really is possible. It doesn't matter if you're an old head or a new head.
No, back in the Man United Leeds game there. But Man United are currently 2 goals down, 3-5 at the moment, 2 leads in this second leg. Leads on the attack with Mitch Hayward at the moment, and Sancho almost one-on-one with the keeper and finds the back of the net. Lovely stuff from Mitch. That is a sign of someone who believes in their ability.
Yeah.
Running down at the keeper, a couple of defenders there trying to kind of put him off a bit, and still gets the goal.
Definitely. I mean, I've seen it from earlier games, people had a little bit more nerves, they were a little bit more cagey. People tend to just run that straight into the keeper, and it proves a little bit difficult. But, he took his time, had that composure there, took it past the keeper, and then took an extra touch, which was crucial to kind of gain his composure. And I thought that was really important, especially at the higher level.
Well, that was a corner for Man United there. Couldn't quite mount an attack and get a goal back. Leeds now trying to capitalise on their mistakes. Can Mitch get another one in quick succession as we approach 70 minutes? He's looking for someone to pass to this time, not trying to do it all on his own. Man United sensing what he did and trying just to nullify that attack this time.
Now, this is the only game that is live. We are in the middle of swapping between those legs in the other fixtures. And you're seeing that this one very close in this second leg, but the first leg is the game that is setting them apart. Olito managing to win that one 4-1, and it is Mitch Hayward looking to finish it off. He does so indeed, making it 7-3 on aggregate just here, and ensuring that Leeds United go on to 2 games won, 1 game lost. That's the same as Southampton, the same as Crystal Palace, with 1 game left here in the competition today for each of those. Let's run through who they're all playing later on. So Leeds Man United is happening right now. Crystal Palace taking
I thought might have had a chance there for Man United, Carl. Sorry, just interrupting. They've got a corner now.
They do. Can they pull something back? We've seen things happen that are bigger than this in time. Will there be a goal from Manchester United? No, it comes close. It's blocked on the edge. A huge matchup coming in the next round of games. Crystal Palace taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers. And then Leeds take on Wolverhampton Wanderers. And Southampton, well, they're sat patiently waiting. They're not until our 10th and final round of fixtures where they will learn their fate. Mitch Hayward putting the ball across. Great tackle, though, at the back by Manchester United by Poacher. Tom, I mean, the scoreline might be done and dusted. The 3 points might be going to Leeds, but Manchester United still giving good account of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're still fighting, and as they should be, that's a big club, and they're still doing what they do best, still playing the FIFA that they know they're able to play. They've scored some good goals. Let's not take anything away from them. They've still been absolutely fantastic. It's just obviously in this situation they've come up short, and it's proven a little bit difficult for them at this moment in time.
And Mitch Hayward making it look quite easy. The previous goal he just scored, just up to a little ball roll, didn't he, around the keeper just to finish that one off. And I think who was it earlier? Gorilla saying, I don't do skills. You kind of need a few of the simple ones just to make some space to find the goal. Ball roll was something that you use quite a lot, Tom.
I think the ball roll for any player opens up a lot of doors. It changes literally the whole picture for a lot of people, so it helps. I would say maybe a reverse elastico as well, something that I've seen a lot of people use. But the ball roll's almost not deemed a skill move.
Bread and butter,
it's just literally like bread and butter.
Just kind of change direction really quickly, just outwit your opponent.
It's just literally a simple move.
And I'm trying to do it on screen, you're not watching, I'm like...
It's just, trying to move. But I would say the ball roll, maybe the reverse elastico as well, and the shot cancel is something that they brought into the game this year, and I think it was on quite a few people's favourite skills, and it's just really, really a simple thing, but it just proves so effective and opens up so much space, and again, those little margins just take the game a long way. Yeah,
exactly. Simple skill moves, or as Tom's saying, just necessities to be a top-level FIFA player are needed, but again, Mitch Hayward, can he get another goal back? Yes. Not quite. I thought that was in. I literally preempted that one.
Look how annoyed he was with that, though. Winning 7-3, still wants perfection because he knows just how important that is, keeping that momentum. We're coming into the 90th minute here in our game that's live. This last game that we will be seeing just here. There's plenty of action unfold. I'm just hearing that some of our other games have started as well. a huge matchup coming up. I'll let you know what that is in a moment, but Mitch not happy. He's not happy with the 7-3 win. He wanted 8. He missed 2 opportunities late on, but they do get all 3 points, which are vital. We jump across to this game, Group D. Well, the top 2 teams going head-to-head. Aston Villa taking on Norwich, and it is that man. He's shown up. He's shown off today. Dami manages to kick things off, scoring that goal. And Tom, looking at the 2 at the top, I mean, both won 2 games, and actually for Aston Villa, they've lost 1, so this game's quite important for them to keep up with Norwich.
Yeah, I mean, it's all to play for. I just spoke to Kyle a little bit, and he seemed a little bit confident, but at the same time, you know, always the nerves are always going to be there. So, I mean, it's all to play for, but then at the same time, you know, Dami's looked absolutely sharp today. He's looked absolutely class. Norwich have absolutely been fantastic. I don't think they've lost yet, so it's all to play for coming up.
Yeah, go on, Carl.
I was going to just jump in and say other teams will be looking at Norwich as well and saying we need you to win, because Watford, well, they'll be hoping that Norwich can win. It gives them a very small opportunity to stay in this competition, but in the next round of fixtures, Watford then play Norwich, so they'll be hoping that Norwich can win this one, but then Watford can beat them in the next one, and that will hopefully keep Watford in this competition. This is the business end of the day. We've had plenty of FIFA 22 action, and it does seem, Rachel, like it's hotting up. It's getting more and more exciting.
Oh, it totally is, as Aston Villa look to score an equaliser, and they get it done. And I think Norwich were also one of the last clubs, I believe, to play their online qualifiers. So the qualifiers obviously started around the beginning of February time, and this was more like the end of Feb when these players were selected. So haven't had as much time to get to grips with who they were going to play with in these finals, which is even more of a testament to how they're performing here, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, every day counts. Some people train 8 to 12 hours a day, so to be announced quite late on and still be able to, you know, come and do your thing is absolutely amazing, and a testament to them to show that, you know, they've really put the effort in and they've really tried hard, and it's paying off right now.
I'm a local Norwich girl as well, you know, so I'm kind of going, maybe if they get through, I'm starting to support them as well, you know. I'm glory hunting here in the studio.
Not so impartial anymore.
Not impartial anymore. No, I definitely am. Sorry, guys. I'm not from Norwich. Ignore me. I have no home. Anyway, let's get back into this game. Aston Villa, Norwich is where we're at. I don't come from Norwich at all. Sancho then on the ball for Norwich. Kante, I mean, if these players were in the Norwich squad, we would be doing business in the Premier League. Rudiger as well, I just saw there. Kante now just passing it back to Hullet. Aga's player that you must have in your team. He does everything. To Ronaldo. Across to Kante, back to Ronaldo.
Oh, great save
great
just there.
save.
But before that, Tom, we're seeing that build-up play, and once again, the importance of slowly building up the passes to find space and utilising that when you get the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, at the highest level, you know, you really want to sort of take your time with it. Like, any simple move can be read. I know people can tend to play FIFA on autopilot, but once you're at the highest level, you know, it really does make a difference. Every little movement makes a difference. Every twist and turn makes a difference. And, you know, those extra passes, that little bit more takes it a long way. It's a percentages game at the end of the day, and those percentages go a long way in, you know, helping you get the win, as we've seen with Norwich today.
Yes, we have. What an ending it could be to the day for them. Currently 1-1. The ball goes in across the box. Norwich managing to defend just there. It is Norwich in this grey and blue kit. We're seeing reactions from people. Is that Burnley? Yes, Burnley have scored, it would seem, against Manchester City, I should say, extending that lead just there. Not been the best day in the office for Manchester City. This is how the goal came. It was 3-0 on aggregate. The ball going across St. Maximin, across to Ronaldo, to Rashford. Once again, slowly building up those passes and finding the back of the net. That is 4-0 on aggregate. We're back to the live game that we've got. Aston Villa taking on Norwich in this one. Watford will be hoping the result goes their way. They'll be wanting Norwich to win. It is currently Norwich and Aston Villa tied at the top of Group D, both on 6 points. But if the result stays like this, they would both be on 7 points, meaning they would actually both qualify for the knockout stages for tomorrow if they both do draw this game. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Watford definitely hoping for an Aston Villa loss in this one, but it looks like Aston Villa are on the attack. Can they find space? No, great defending just there. Tom, I mean, we're thinking about knockout stages already because we've had plenty of action today, but all of these teams that are playing, they've got a job to do. It doesn't matter about tomorrow. They want to finish today on a high.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter about, you know, the situation at hand. Obviously, you're going to be relying on people for certain results, but, you know, you still have to do your best to finish strong. You still have to be able to go in and get those results, get those wins, you know, do your club proud. And I think that's what it's all about, you know, regardless of, you know, the situation, regardless of, you know, how many points you're on, you want to do your club proud. That's what it's all about. That's the reason, you know, you put in all those hours to sort of get here. So, yeah. And
maybe some of these players obviously represent these clubs in real life on a day-to-day basis as well, like we've spoken about in Man City. That is Dammy, of course. So I guess, you know, he's even got more pressure on his shoulders from Norwich. I'm sure the boys are watching him. They've texted him saying, oh, come on, you know, you actually play for us day in, day out. So that could be a factor in that as well. But Arsenal are taking on West Ham in this one. Got another London derby. West Ham guys, I'm going to say they're at home. Arsenal, though, just having a dent in their armoury there. 1-0 to Arsenal. Yeah, so some great games happening as well. We're now into round 8 of our fixtures. After this set has been completed, there's 2 more rounds to go before we actually wrap up all of the action from day 1 here at the ePremier League finals. Then we, of course, will have all of our top 2 from each group going through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. We, of course, already know a few of those teams. Well, one in particular, Liverpool. They've got 9 points next to their name after winning all 3 of their games so far in Group B. But we're back now into Group B with this game. Man City taking on Burnley, and it's not the result that Man City will be after. This will be their 3rd loss of the competition.
And they've got Liverpool next as well. Wow, I mean, we thought that everything would build up to that, but having Liverpool as their 4th and final game, as we said, not been the best day at the office for Manchester City. A lot to learn for both of these players, an experienced pro in Ryan, and a player that's coming into the ePremier League to represent Manchester City, Brandon Hughes. He could go a long way, but he has to make sure he learns from today. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll go away and, you know, reevaluate. They'll watch the games back and sort of see what they did wrong, see what they could have done better. It's always going to be a little bit difficult in the situation like we mentioned before. Group B is a really solid group. We've got the likes of Leicester, we've got the likes of Burnley, and obviously we've got Liverpool. So it's always going to be difficult. But they'll go away, they'll reevaluate, and, you know, they'll see what they've done wrong, what they've done right, and try and make those adjustments.
Well, whilst you're talking about City, we're back into Norwich City in Group D. They just got another goal against Aston Villa. It's the matchup we've been talking about quite a lot because, you know, it will decide who goes through or tops the table in that Group D. But Arsenal just took the lead a short while ago against West Ham. And then West Ham just bringing it back then, levelling the score there, 1 apiece. This is game on then, isn't it, for this London derby, Kyle?
It is indeed, and I'm just grabbing my papers really quick. I'm trying to figure out everything that's happening in the groups, in the tables as well. I mean, for West Ham United, for Redlac just there, what a performance he's had. We've seen how many times today the camera's cut to him, that same reaction. He purses his lips a little bit, he gives a fist bump because he knows that he's getting into the momentum of it. He's getting into the swing of things. And when he does that, he's scoring incredible goals like we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, every single time the camera sort of panned to him, he's, you know, doing those little fist bumps, those little celebrations. It's a little bit unfortunate, obviously, that West Ham haven't qualified. But like we mentioned earlier, they're still fighting, they're still going out strong, and they're still playing as if, you know, it was the first game going.
I mean, back to this game, which has been the talk of this round so far. Villa taking on Norwich. It looks like we might have a chance here for Villa, and they do convert then. So 2-2 in this round 8 matchup for these 2 top of the table teams in Group D. Of course, Villa 2 wins and a loss. Norwich 2 wins. That's their 2 games they've played at the moment, both with 6 points to their name. It's proving to be pretty exciting in Group D, and we're going to stay with this game live as well. 60 minutes then of this first leg. I quite like it if it stays all squared going into the second leg, because it really gives us a chance to see the next two players coming on, and it almost says, well, you've got a clean sheet, you know, just go and start like the Xbox guys would, which the PlayStation boys don't get the chance to do, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like you mentioned, obviously all legs are played on Xbox first, so it would be nice to have that sort of, you know, clean slate and just be able to see what people can do. Obviously, it's the best of one format, so it would be nice to, you know, really know, you know, what these lot are capable of doing in that certain situation. Obviously, you have to sort of feel out your opponent and know. It takes me like 60 minutes, like I mentioned earlier, but it'll probably take these lot a lot earlier to sort of know. And, you know, it will encourage them to attack a lot more, because obviously they know that they need these points to qualify, and those watching, like Watford.
How surprised are you that Aston Villa and Norwich are battling it out in Group D to top the tables, but also to qualify for that knockout stage tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I came in, you know, not really, I don't want to say not expecting much, but I thought, you know, obviously, like we mentioned before, Spurs were going to be in and around the area, but, you know, they've really done their thing. They've really proved themselves, like, to be two good, strong teams, and you can see why as they're sitting at the top right now.
Definitely. Now, looking at these, Aston Villa, Kyle Rowley and Oscar Keeley. We did hear from Kyle earlier on today. He was chatting to Nicole. He mentioned about the conversations they'd had prior to the tournament, how they talked about their strengths, how they talked about coming into it and just showcasing what they've actually got. They've definitely done themselves proud, and again, it's another example how you can go into one tournament one way and come out of it a completely different way, and it can change your career.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. You know, we've seen it years and years over. You know, I mean, so many people have entered their first tournaments. We'll use Tex as an example. Literally entered his first tournament at 16 and won it. So it goes to show that literally you got to come here and, you know, play your heart out, almost play your best, and anything's possible. Your career could change in a matter of maybe 3 or 4 games. Anything's possible.
Yeah, it totally is. You're seeing that for Sam Brewster, of course, for Brentford as well. But we're going to stick with this match because it is the talk of the town at the moment over here in London at these finals. Villa-Norwich. I love that I'm saying those two teams in the same sentence right now. The powerhouses in the ePremier League final. OK, well, Norwich at the moment with a throw-in then. Of course, this is still dammy because we're still in leg 1. 15 minutes still to go. Coutinho. Love to see him in a squad. To Cancelo out wide on the left-hand side.
Now, this is an interesting icon that we've got here. Samuel Eto'o for Norwich. Obviously, did play in the Premier League, but I think that's the first time we've seen him today, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, not one that we've seen before, and I think Rachel mentioned it earlier, Coutinho, not someone that I've seen a lot of today, but it just goes to show, again, the abundance of quality, and I think he's actually playing him on the wing, probably for his pace and, you know, his finishing ability as well. We've seen a lot of goals come from, you know, down the wing, that ability to, you know, twist and turn and make those passes. So anything's possible, but Eto'o again.
I can frantically hear Aga changing his team on the sticks, on the controller, adding Samuel Eto'o into that one a little bit later. It'll be interesting to see who else he has chosen. We will be bringing that to you a little bit later. It is the 83rd minute, though, in this match. 2-2, this first leg. Aston Villa taking on Norwich. I'm currently looking at both of those players. Oscar Keeley taking on Darmy in this first round matchup. And then it will be Kyle Rowley, who we've seen, we've heard, we've listened to everything he's been preparing. He'll be taking on Jack Wignall after this matchup. Who will be topping Group D? We will be finding that out, or who gets closer to topping Group D and possibly qualifying for any points, though, from this matchup for either of these teams. We'll see them qualify, Tom, and that just shows the brilliant start they've had so far and how actually now going into that last game, they don't have to take the foot off the pedal at all, but they know they're going through.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they know pretty much that they're going through depending on the result. But I don't think these are the type of people to take their foot off the pedal. They strive for perfection. We saw earlier, you know, people were unhappy being through and not, you know, getting that extra goal to give their partner the advantage. So anything's possible right now. The game's ended, and I'm excited for the second leg.
Well, of course, it's all about seeding, isn't it, then going forward? So they know if they get a more favourable draw, if they get more points and top the table, etc. And no one wants to see a 0 next to their team's name on the table, obviously. Turn our attention now to this game, Man City, Burnley. Again, final 10 minutes of the second leg here then for these two teams. This, of course, is an earlier fixture which we haven't completely finished yet, so still round 7 for these guys. Looks like at the moment Burnley are safe, 5-0 on aggregate.
Anything could happen, Rachel. Anything could happen.
10 minutes.
Let's
10 minutes. Aga said you can get 2 goals in 5 minutes, so I'm doing my maths, it's 4 in 10.
Extra time as well. I mean, we've seen what's happened with Manchester City before. You're never out until you're out. We might
Kyle, I think you're not winning this one. I'll just
right, we'll see what happens.
That bubble.
We'll see.
Well, they're on the attack at the moment, so maybe they can find a few consolation goals. Brandon, obviously, at the moment on the console for City. Kieran Tierney then as well, we saw. Again, a player we haven't seen used that much at the moment. Well, as this game just finishes up, it looks like it will be a Burnley victory there. But we do have Nicole standing by, though, with an interview from the Villa-Norwich matchup, which we've been talking about heavily. So, Nicole, who have you got over there?
I have managed to grab Oscar and Tammy, because what a game that was, 2-2. And look, both teams, you must be feeling pretty chilled right now. Oscar, is that fair?
Yeah, a little chilled. I knew Dane would be a really hard opponent, so you're never happy with a draw because you always want to win, but, you know, I'll take a draw considering things, you know. Very high-level opponent, so yeah.
But you're doing so well as a team as well.
Yeah. I have trust in my teammate that he's got this next game, so yeah. Very chill about it.
And how are you finding it so far? Because this is your first ePremier League in person, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really, really good. Like, I've always been dreaming of, like, competing in LANs and stuff, as opposed to doing everything online with COVID and stuff. And, yeah, this is really good. I'm glad I'm finally getting to showcase my talent, you know.
Or does it feel like that? Because, you know, people might not have known who you were as such coming into this. And, hey, you're really proving yourself today, aren't you?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, it's one thing doing well in online competitions, but doing it in person really, like, solidifies you as a player. So, yeah.
Amazing. And, Dammy, you're pretty experienced now, aren't you? How are you finding it? You guys are smashing it as well.
I mean, so far it's really good, right, in terms of results and everything, what we do here, so I'm happy. This game, I'm kind of sad that I gave away lead 2 times really quickly, but overall we still have second leg, so it's fine. I'm just going to cheer my teammates and finally give him a chance to win a game.
Have you been saying much to each other, helping each other out throughout the process?
Yeah, of course. It's his first LAN as well, so I'm trying to help as much as I can, right? First LAN can be really stressful, but also really exciting. So I'm trying to do my best and get a good result for him as well.
And we've had some surprise results throughout the day, but it just goes to show you just don't know what's going to happen, do you, in the ePremier League?
Anyone can win on any given day, to be honest, especially in game of FIFA, so yeah, 100%.
And you feel like it could be you guys?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the spirit. Thank you guys so much. Back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. It's good to hear from those players, get that insight as well, get to learn a little bit about some of the players, whether you're experienced or not. It's just so nice to hear from them going into that second leg, and that is coming up very shortly, so do not go anywhere. We'll see who will be topping the table in Group D, and it's coming up after this short break. Welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2022. We saw the trophy just here. That is what everyone is playing for, plus some of that cash money as well. £100,000 is in the prize pool. We are getting closer and closer to finding out who'll be progressing through to our knockout stages on Championship Sunday. We are in round 8 of our fixtures, 8 of 10. West Ham taking on Arsenal. West Ham with the ball, and it was a great goal just there as well, making it 2-1 on aggregate against Arsenal. But we did see plenty more action unfold on that break. A great save as well. Arsenal just kept on coming and coming, looking for that equaliser, and in the 18th minute, taking their time, finding the space and finding the goal as well. And we jump across to Crystal Palace taking on Wolves. Another goal in this matchup right here. The ball comes across. Marcus Rashford picks it up, puts it across to St. Maximum, across to Ronaldo. And we see there that Wolves do make the most of that opportunity. Let's have a quick look now at our live results. This is everything we've seen so far. West Ham United 2, Arsenal 2, Everton Leicester is coming up. We will be getting that match started very shortly. Crystal Palace 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, as we've just seen, and Aston Villa 2, Norwich City 2. We did hear from both of those. That second leg will be coming up very, very shortly. Both of those teams at the top of the table in Group D. Aga, it's great to have you back with us. There's been plenty of action whilst you've just popped away, including this right here. Another goal. Crystal Palace were trailing. We saw that goal from Ronaldo a few seconds ago. And it was that man once again who steps up for Crystal Palace, for Nixoneb as well just there. And I mean, when we're looking at what they've managed to do, Crystal Palace, they're quietly going about their business, aren't they, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, they had a little bit of a slow start, but like you mentioned, they've been quietly going about their business, scoring some nice goals along the way as well, take nothing from them, and, really just slowly getting into it, and really looking solid, I'm not going to lie to you, man.
They are. Now, this match is live. We're jumping into this second leg. Aston Villa taking on Norwich. It was a brilliant first leg, 2-2. We heard from both Oscar and from Darmy as well. Now Kyle Rowley, he does step up, quietly confident it would seem, but he's taking on Jack Wignall, goal poacher against King Rowell, I should say. It's just a play on his surname just here. Aga, looking at these two teams, I asked the question to Tom before, was he surprised that these two are at the top of Group D? I'm going to ask it to you. Are you surprised that they are?
Yeah, if you would have asked me before the tournament started, then I would say yes. I think both teams is excellent, really, and it's 100% deserved that they're in the position they are. And I would just have thought the Spurs would eventually win that group, but really fair play to these two teams. They've been the best teams in their group, so you get what you deserve.
You do indeed. And we're seeing both of these teams, after some great results so far, definitely getting what they deserve. If it stays like this, they'll both move on to 7 points. They'll both qualify for Championship Sunday as well. However, if Norwich was to win, they'd go on to 9 points. Villa would stay on 6. And guess what? Well, Watford, they play Norwich next in our next matches. Yes, round 9 of those fixtures. If Watford could win, well, that keeps them in this competition. So I'm sure all the Watford team, they'll be hoping that Norwich get a win in this one, but not in the next one. They don't want them to be winning in this next one. Tom, we are sticking with this game just here. We are getting towards the end of the day, and once again, we're seeing everything that's happened so far. It all adds up. The compound effect slowly building up to today, and you can really see the teams that got off to a very good start, a quick start, well, they're seeing the fruits of their labour.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, like you said, this is the business end of it all. This is where it really and truly does matter. But then at the same time, because we've played so many games, there's, little more lapses of concentration in comparison to the start. And I feel like that all does play a massive difference. So, Norwich and Villa were able to get those wins on the board, and it's paying off now, and we're seeing the fruits of their labour.
We are indeed. That one just offside, I think it was there, meaning the ball goes back to Aston Villa. Now, being in this position, how difficult is it, Aga, to actually think about Championship Sunday, get ready for that, but also not get too ahead of yourself? And one man that's not getting ahead of himself, Kyle Rowley, just there, managing to get that goal for Aston Villa, taking them into a 3-2 lead. But essentially, they're going to have to rest and reset tonight, forget about today, and hopefully if they go through, do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, they are looking to try and repeat what they have done today for now. If they were to become a part of the knockout stage. I think that obviously you don't have to kind of reset. In certain ways you have, but you can keep the momentum going mentally. It's only if you feel like you could have done better that you're going to reset. But obviously it's always going to be tough because tomorrow is a new day and anything can happen. The margins could be against you. There are so many factors that kicks in, really.
It does indeed. We saw a goal there for West Ham. We heard it in the studio. West Ham taking on Arsenal. Now we jump to Everton against Leicester. Great goal just there. Apologies if you did hear any swear words. I'm not sure what was said just there, but lots of emotion for Everton. They are taking on Leicester City. Interesting day for Everton. We've seen some heavy defeats. We've seen plenty of goals coming back as well. They'll be hoping, Callum Moore in this first matchup will be hoping that he can get a result that is much needed. Obviously taking on Leicester City, taking on a very experienced player as well in Tom Painter. Right, we jump back across to Crystal Palace taking on Wolves. Palace, from the noise I heard, did score a goal. It was another goal for Nick Snebb just there, once again taking that lead. Great performance from him today. Another player that you said I know we've made a few jokes about it, but he has got that experience here and he's wanting to show everyone what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be his first proper land. So he's, really taking it into his stride. Started off a little bit slow, but as things went on, he really warmed up and warmed into it and, showing the fruits of his labour, showing what he's worked so hard for and getting those goals and some fantastic goals at that.
Yeah, he has indeed. And once again, feels like there is another new generation of players coming in, Aga, and actually we're seeing tournaments like this a great platform for them because there's plenty of people watching and there's plenty of people that will walk away from this weekend knowing all of these players, including actual Emperor just here, managing to score another one. People will be walking away saying, wow, these new FIFA players that are coming through the scene.
Yeah, this is the perfect platform to show your skills on. And I mean, I gotta say, I've been impressed with Nick Snebb as well with the goals he scored. He's playing with such a rhythm and like the skill cancels and stuff. It's really nice to watch. I think he'll feature on your list of some of the best goals because when we've seen highlights from his games, it's usually been very beautiful goals where you feel like where you think, wow, that went pretty fast, right?
Definitely. We did just see a big chance at the end of that first leg. The second leg will be coming up very, very shortly. I mean, there's plenty of action still to come, some huge matchups still to come as well. And we're jumping into Norwich against Aston Villa. 1-1 it is now, 3-3 on aggregate. Again, that would just see them both qualifying for Championship Sunday, going through to those knockout stages tomorrow. Only 8 teams out of the 20 will qualify for tomorrow. The top 2 from each group going through. Currently in Group D, it is Aston Villa and Norwich, both top of the table just here. And it looks like if it continues, 40 in-game minutes to go, Tom, these will be both qualifying for Championship Sunday. Think they're worthy of that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've done, they've pulled off an amazing feat. Obviously, we spoke about Spurs at the beginning and how, they were almost like the favourites of the group. But, these two teams have proven us wrong. Not too sure if it will stay 1-1, but should it stay 1-1, then obviously these two teams definitely do deserve to go through with all, the hard work that they've put in.
They definitely put plenty of hard work in. It seems like this one is back and forth between both of those teams in this second leg. An opportunity here now. Ball just was overhit a little bit too much. There's not much separating them, though, is there, Aga?
No, it's been a really tight game, and obviously a tactical affair as well. Both teams want the win, but they don't want to take too many risks. Obviously, they know that potentially a point could be enough as well. So, yeah, just feeling each other out, it seems.
Sometimes you've just got to ensure that you get through and ensure that you are safe. Sometimes it's not the best for your opponent. Sometimes some people don't like that style of FIFA. But at the end of the day, if these two teams can qualify for Championship Sunday, no one will be talking about this if one of them lifts that trophy we can see behind us.
No, definitely not. And you need to do what's necessary in order to win. It's a career for these players. It's their passion, and they want to win, and almost for any price. So, yeah, do what you have to do. It's rough, but it's what it is.
It is what it is indeed. This one will be continuing throughout. We've got plenty of action happening. Crystal Palace, they are setting up in that second leg. That will be coming up very shortly against Wolves. But we've heard a huge scream and a huge shout from the Arsenal team just over there. They're taking on West Ham United, another London derby for them. Looks like Arsenal have scored in that one, judging by those reactions. 2-2 in this game, 3-2 on aggregate. The ball comes over, it's picked up, put across, and the celebrations as a goal goes in. And you can see just how much it means to them. And a little wipe of the palms right there, Tom. You can tell that the pressure is slowly maybe getting to them as they're feeling a little bit sweaty, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I've seen quite a lot today. You know, people have had their little hand towels, seen some big hand towels as well. But you can see that, like you said, the pressure is on. You know, the games are really getting to guys. And like we mentioned earlier, as the day has gone on, the celebrations have gotten bigger. For every single goal, you know, there's a lot of fist bumping going on. There's a lot of yeses and celebrations going on. So you can see that, you know, the pressure is on, and those goals really do mean the business.
It's 4-3 on aggregate right now for Arsenal. 3-2 in this second leg, but 4-3 on aggregate as we get closer and closer towards the end of that second leg. It would see Arsenal taking home all 3 points. It does seem now 85 minutes gone. Can he see the game out? Will we see the 3 points going to Arsenal? Maybe another opportunity here for them. Ryan Jones hoping, actual Emperor his name he goes by, hoping to secure those 3 points, but one man that's trying to stop him. He gets a little bit of space. But great defending just there. Thomas Smith was unlucky with that one, and it does leave Arsenal to break. Can we see another goal to make sure, ensure that he gets all 3 points, taking his time, running down the clock, but he has made a mistake.
The professional free kick.
Professional free kick. Will we see anything come from this? Very frustrating for West Ham just there. Going to take a very special moment, a red card for Vieira for that professional foul. The ball goes towards the box, but it is defended. He'll kick it out, surely, and that'll be the end. We hear a massive shout of come on as Arsenal take those 3 points, a vital 3 points for them just there. They've not had the best of days, but they are playing for pride, it would now seem. Jumping back across, Norwich taking on Aston Villa. It is 3-3 on aggregate in this one just here. Both of these teams hoping to ensure they stay top of Group D. But if it does continue like this, well, they will be going through and they'll both qualify, which then would see Tottenham, Watford, Newcastle United all out of the ePremier League just now. We've talked about it maybe being a bit of a shock before the tournament, but they've both been incredible today, Aga.
Yeah, they won their respective games, and fairly so. I mean, both of them scored a lot of goals against the other teams in the group, and now we're going to see here one last attack For Aston Villa, no, it's ended up being a draw. None of the teams were able to create any last second chance, which means that they're both through.
Yeah, I mean, there was almost like a common consensus amongst them towards the end. You know, they were playing it around the back, and Norwich just seemed happy to sort of let them do that. So I think that just goes to show, you know, they pretty much had the same idea in mind, and it looks like both of them have qualified.
Does look like both of those have qualified. There was a chance that Watford could have done it, but unfortunately Watford, Newcastle and Tottenham all out of Group D in this one. We jump up across to Group B. Everton taking on Leicester City. That first leg just there. Group B is slightly behind because of some technical issues before. Everton, though, winning this one 1-0 going into the 76th minute of that first leg. And they'll be searching for a second. We jump across to Crystal Palace taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers. Palace winning this one 2-1 on aggregate. That second leg's just kicked off. The ball comes across though. And wow, what a goal that was just there. That makes it 2-2. We can see some of our caster pairs that are casting that one, I think. That makes it, yeah, wow, 2-2 in that game. We jump back across Everton taking on Leicester. This is what we want, Aga. There's plenty of action still to come. Plenty of goals happening as well.
Yeah, it's really getting intense now, because now we're going to see all the feelings released from the players who makes it. Also crushed dreams for players who doesn't make it through to the knockout stage. So it's now the tournament really starts, so to say. It's getting really intense.
It is indeed. Everton coming forward, hoping to extend that lead. The ball goes across, and we see it. What a finish. Samuel Eto'o once again. We talked about not seeing much of him. Now we're seeing plenty of him as Everton do extend that lead. Aga, I'll give you some time to change your team, to change your forwards on that console right there, as Everton make it 2-0. Right, we have seen plenty of action so far. Group D was where it was at. We thought we'd see who would come out on top. It doesn't really matter, because we've got both of our teams who have qualified, and they are with Nicole Holiday.
Kyle and Jack, I feel like I've spent a lot of time in this pod today. Kyle, I'm not going to repeat some of what you just said, but long story short, your palms are sweaty and you were very nervous, weren't you?
It's one of them, like, it's not nice to see out a game like that, and you know, you both want to go for it, but at the same time, you both don't want to make a mistake, especially, that's what going from me. Just didn't want to make a mistake at the end, so I thought, you know, as much as I want to win, I want to get through to tomorrow at the same time. So, you know, I spoke to Oscar at half time and said, look, if it gets to a certain 80th, 85th minute, there's no point even risking it. And yeah, I just thought, obviously, apologies to the other team about not trying to give them a bit of hope, but I've got to do what's best for, obviously, myself and my teammate, I'm guessing.
The thing is, you seem so much more nervous on this game than earlier on.
Honestly, you can see my hands absolutely shaking. I don't get nervous either. It's the first for me, you know. Obviously playing football, I don't get nervous whatsoever, but sitting there knowing that even my teammates' achievement for tomorrow is on my shoulders, it was honestly horrible, absolutely horrible. And credits to Jack as well, obviously. I know he's a young lad and I bet he's feeling exactly the same, if not worse than me.
We're going to come on to Jack in a sec, but you've done it, you've progressed for tomorrow, you can chill out now.
Oh, I chill out, yeah, sit down, put my feet up, watch the rest of the games and obviously get prepared for tomorrow then.
Amazing, well done. Jack, been a pretty good day for you, hasn't it? And your teammate, wow.
Yeah, it's been a good day. We won first two, drew that. I didn't really want to go for it at the end because I knew a draw was enough, so I didn't try and press him too hard. Give him last attack if he scores, and I'm obviously bad defending, but it didn't happen, so take that.
How are your nerves doing? How are you feeling? Because you seem like how chilled he seems.
Well, when I went 1-0 down, I was nervous as hell, because I was like, oh no, because if we lose this and then lose the next game, you know, from a good position we could have been out, but we're through, so that's the main thing.
You've progressed through to tomorrow. How does it feel?
It feels good, I can't lie. It does. Coming in first land, I would have took a fourth, you know, prize money, but getting to knockouts, big achievement.
Are you almost a bit surprised because you had a tough group?
Yeah. I knew Damien was good, so I knew we'd do well, but I didn't think we'd potentially top the group or come second, because you know, you got guys that have won it in the past with Tom Lees. You've got obviously Tottenham are amazing, so Watford, Villa are obviously really good, and so Newcastle. So yeah.
Well, you guys have done it. Yeah. Congratulations. Kyle, back to you.
Congratulations indeed. Aston Villa and Norwich both through to Championship Sunday. However, Norwich have got another game in the next round, so they can't put their feet up like Aston Villa can. This is the current standings right here. Aston Villa played 4. They've got 7 points, so they're guaranteed to go through. Norwich, they're also on 7 points right there. They do have a matchup against Watford coming up in that next round, though. However, they have secured that qualification through to Championship Sunday. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Tottenham Hotspur, Watford and Newcastle United. It just wasn't their day, was it, Aga?
No, I think they came in with higher expectations to them. I think especially Tottenham and Watford with pretty famous players, so to say, in terms of Tom Stokes and Tom and Gorilla. I mean, there was huge expectations to these 3 players, so they will be disappointed about not advancing.
They will. Crystal Palace, though, they did manage to score just there. We did see that. We'll be keeping a keen eye on all of their fixtures and everything that's happening here at the ePremier League Finals 2022. We're getting closer and closer towards the end of day 1, but don't go anywhere. We've still got plenty of action to come.
This is Premier League football, and there's no room for racism anywhere. We monitor abuse in the stands, where racism will not be tolerated. With dedicated teams, we will continue to investigate discrimination online. And now, those found guilty will be banned from every Premier League stadium. When it comes to fighting racism, rivalries don't matter. Thank you for your support. We will continue to take action. But we can all do more. We all need to tackle this together. Challenge it, report it, change it. There's no room for racism anywhere.
Football is an incredible thing. The passion, the glory, the dreams. It really can change lives.
Since 2006, Premier League Kicks has been using the power of football
to inspire and invest in young people,
bringing them together for match-ups and catch-ups.
At free sessions,
week in, week out.
Hosted by more than 90 clubs.
From Plymouth to Newcastle.
From West Ham to Swansea. Premier League Kick is for everyone.
Tackling the issues that matter to us.
Strengthening relationships. And building respect.
Supporting us on and off the pitch. And giving us something we can rely on.
This is where local legends are made. Under the lights, in youth centres and at the heart of communities.
Participants, coaches, mentors and volunteers, there to lend a hand come rain or shine.
There's been plenty to celebrate over the years, giving young people positive role models, creating safer spaces to play, and building stronger communities across England and Wales. Premier League Kicks inspired a new generation through football. And that's what it's all about.
Welcome back then to the Premier League Finals 2022. We're approaching the end of day one here, where we are live, of course, for the whole weekend in London. We've had matches galore, for drama, we've had excitement, we have penalties, which Aga was talking about a little bit earlier. We do now have 5 teams, boys, who've already made it through to tomorrow, to Championship Sunday and to those quarter-finals. They are from Group A, Brentford and Chelsea. Group B, Liverpool with 9 points, 3 wins, no losses. Nobody from Group C at the moment. Those matches are still going on behind us. And then from Group D, we just saw them go through Aston Villa and Norwich. They couldn't be separated in that last match up there. It was great to obviously get a little insight into both of those players. But a couple of people, or teams I should say, Tom, that we didn't quite expect. Brentford being my standout team of day one.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm with you. Brentford, we kind of didn't really know what to expect from them their first time in the ePremier League. But you know what? They've showed up and they've showed out. They've been absolutely fantastic. Played some fantastic FIFA, the both of them, and it's paying off, and hopefully they can prove even more tomorrow.
Yeah, well, this is Group C, of course. This is a goal for Palace then. That will take them to 4 goals in this matchup. They're obviously a team that are trying to qualify at the moment. They're sitting second in Group C, just behind Leeds, 6 points. They obviously defeated Leeds a bit earlier, which was quite a shock as well. Crystal Palace were one of our teams to keep an eye on. But from C, at the moment, Aga, it looks like kind of anyone's game still, especially between Leeds, Crystal Palace and Southampton, all on 6 points each.
Yeah, I mean, I said that Group C would be the most open group, and it certainly looks like it. I mean, from my point of view, we have Leeds, Crystal Palace, Southampton and Wolves who eventually can make it through. And they're playing right now, and this is it. This is where the tournament gets intense. And yeah, behind us, they're still playing. And maybe I'll have to switch one of my teams on the power ranking out after it, because 2 of them are in that group.
Well, talking of your power ranking, shall we go to it now and see what Aga started with at the beginning of the day? So at the beginning of the day, he went Leeds in 4th, Crystal Palace 3rd, Tottenham in 2nd. Obviously, we said goodbye to them, and Liverpool 1st. Then you shifted it again to what we might be seeing on screen, which was Crystal Palace, Chelsea, Leeds, Liverpool. Are you switching it up any more, Aga, as the day's progressing?
Actually, I have switched up a little bit, but it is the same clubs, because I think they have been playing very well in general, all of them. Liverpool, cruise control, kind of, in my opinion. And on the 2nd place, I moved Chelsea up there. I think they've been impressive today. 2 quality players. I think they'll be very dangerous tomorrow. Then we have Leeds and Palace, who obviously still are fighting for a spot at the knockouts, and I think they've been doing very well, made some class goals, some class performances, but obviously if one of them goes out, it'll be hard to have them on the power ranking, right?
Are you saying then, from your power ranking, you don't think a team like Brentford can come in there and snatch a victory over those 4 teams in your power ranking?
I think Brentford, Norwich and Villa definitely have the right to be a bit upset with me.
Oh. They will be upset with you, I'm sure. They're crying over their curries, which are on offer from the delicious catering truck outside. We've got goals again coming in the Palace-Wolves game there. You've got Ethan on controller at the moment, of course. Ethan, we know what a quality player is. I think possibly one of his stand-up moments came in the Champions League, Aga. I think last year when he finished top 3 there, I guess that was a moment for him to really cement himself on this competitive scene. And I think since then, obviously got signed to an esports organisation. He was without one last year, and he's just become the more total package of a player.
Yeah, definitely. He's really been rising in terms of like how people see him as a player. As we could hear some of the players say here, we think Palace is one of the favourites, which shows how much he's grown, and that he's to be considered one of the best players here. So interesting to see if Crystal Palace will be able to keep up to that kind of title that we given them.
Yeah, totally, indeed. Crystal Palace, Tom's mate, of course. But let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go to Leicester-Everton then. Actually, I did a little video with these 2 players yesterday before the match as well, Cosmin and Jazz. We were doing a stat attack. I think I mentioned it earlier, guess the foot item there. Jazz came out on top. Cosmin was legacy last in that occasion. So meaning maybe he doesn't look so deeply into the stats of each player. I don't know if we can read into anything of that. Cosmin obviously is an exceptional player. Got knocked out last year in these finals too, our eventual winner. Shells, of course, on penalties. So, you know, that was the only defeat that he had in terms of getting knocked out. I think he lost to Mitch Hayward in round 1 last year as well. So 2 big players that knocked Cosmin out, which shows what a big player he is himself, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like you said, it shows what a big player he is, and I'm sure pretty much everyone here knows what he's capable of. Not too sure about all the stat attack stuff. I think he might go in there and just sort of know who he wants to use or what items he wants to use. But yeah, like we said, it shows, you know, the caliber of what he's done today. And even in the first game when he was up against when he was playing, he just proved, you know, he wasn't afraid, he wanted to go, and it just shows why these lot are some of the best players in the world.
Chance for Cosmin there, for Leicester, of course. It also used to be signed to No Fuchs Gisman's team as well. Christian Fuchs, Leicester, kind of link up there, of course. So I wonder if Christian will be looking on fondly at a former player of his. Jazz, though, on the other side, he's had a great individual tournament, I'm going to say, when he had that nearly comeback against Tex and Liverpool. Diogo, I'd say, in Liverpool. Yeah, it was a great comeback for Jazz, and showing what a quality player he is individually and as a team. Aga.
Yeah, definitely, and now he's having a lead, so a bit of a different scenario here for him in this game. But yeah, again, Jazz is one of the most experienced players here today. Been on the scene for quite a while, and I'm sure that he can still do it. But it's actually a really interesting match because it's 2 clubs that's directly playing for a spot at the knockouts almost. So a lot on the line, and I'm sure Cosmin would try to go to a more attacking formation or strategy as the game evolves.
Yeah, exactly. I'll have to. Obviously, at the moment, Everton do lead 2-0. You can see the tension over there on Cosmin's face. He's just going, what do I have to do? Painter, obviously, behind him. Crystal Palace, though, Wolves now. Palace on the attack. On that left-hand side was St. Maximum. Goal! Thought that was going to go in there for Ethan. Just went wide. See, it's been a long day, guys. Bear with me. Words not quite registering with the head. They're coming out in the end. So, well, yeah, Ethan obviously still doing the business for Palace over Wolves. That was a near miss. Again, these chances, you can't let them go wide at this top level, can you, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you will, you know, get punished if you let these chances go. But again, it just goes to show, you know, the level, the fact that we're thinking about, you know, these missed chances and how it could prove costly in the future shows that, you know, you can't really play around, really.
Well, Norwich, as we know, have already made it through to tomorrow in the quarterfinals, but they are back in action against Watford here, and this is just for who will top that table, because Aston Villa have played all their games, of course. Now they won 2, drew 1 and lost 1, and Norwich obviously have won 1 and drawn 1. So if they get a win or a draw here, they will go ahead on points. At the moment, they're level on 7 with Villa, and Watford again are just fighting for pride at this moment in time, Aga, and that is still important for you in the community and how other people or other teams view you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every game matters a lot to them, and they will try to finish off on a high, and showing that we weren't here just to you know, take part. We were actually here to try get through, and yeah, it does something mentally for them in the future as well if you finish up with a good performance.
Yeah, totally, it does. It's how everyone views you again in the FIFA community. We did just have a final score, though, between Palace and Wolves. That ended 4-3. So Palace now on 9 points. They've, of course, played all their matches. Leeds and Southampton still only played 3 each, and both sitting on 6 points. So this is going to be a really exciting end, isn't it, to this set of fixtures in Group C. So you've got Leeds still with a game to play. They're taking on Wolves next. And then Southampton, our final matchup. They've had to wait about 3 hours. We saw them obviously defeat Leeds a little bit earlier. They're going against United at about 9 o'clock tonight. I mean, I don't know what time we're on, okay? In about an hour and a half, guys. So they're still sitting out there somewhere, just watching all these Group C fixtures unfold. Okay, we're going back to Group D. This is to see who will top the table. It was a let's go behind me. That was from Cosmin over there for Leicester. So it looks like he's just got a goal back then against Everton. We left that one when it was 2-0. So it means that Jazz is being put under a bit of pressure, if I'm correct in thinking that Cosmin got something there, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and that's how, you know, the game goes. I think there's a little bit of like a mental thing as well. When you hear a come on, you know, it kind of does pump yourself up, but then also, you know, it might intimidate the opponent. Obviously, these guys are at the top level, but, you know, it might, you know, have a small mind games playing in there.
Well, this is what we think was the moment earlier, which we heard Cosmin shout, and it was, of course, Ronaldo there. Let's go, he says to his team, Painter, and Jazz just looks across at his team and says, OK, they've only got a one-goal difference now, but we know, we've seen it earlier, Jazz can perform under pressure, can't you, Aga?
Yeah, definitely. I wonder where Van der Sar is going on that goal. He just went out. So, yeah, obviously, important goal for Cosmin. And for Jazz, yeah, just got to show his experience and try to, keep the lead.
Yeah.
And another
moment behind us. I'm not sure which way that went. That's Cosmin. Again, he's got a smile on his face, so that's got to be a good sign. I'm taking it as we're jumping back over there to see what did happen. So 66 minutes on the clock now. Let's see how this one worked its way out. Oof. Don't know. That was Jazz, I think. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. We were. I think that was why we were quiet, because we weren't sure who scored the goal.
Just listening as well. It's nice to hear a couple of reactions from these guys. Norwich then 2-0 in that game against Watford. It looks like at this stage in the competition they will get an extra 3 points. And that'll mean they're 10 points as well. And that's the most amount of points any of these guys have got so far in the table. Well, while the matches are going on behind us, let's just bring you up to speed on the standings in Group C as well. We mentioned it earlier, Crystal Palace then with that 4-3 win over Wolves. 9 points now. There you go. They've played all of their games, played 4 there. Leeds United played 3. As of Southampton played 3. They're both on 6. So they could both pose a threat to Crystal Palace going forward. We just mentioned who they've got coming up. Leeds taking on Wolves a little bit later. And then finally, to round out day one, it's Southampton taking on Man United. And we were just saying a little bit about that earlier, I think, Tom, when you're on a break, that it's tough when you're on a break. You're not really across everything. You're trying to keep the energy high, trying to remember what it felt like to defeat Leeds a bit earlier and ride that wave, which has kind of been suppressed a little bit in the 3 or so hours they've been waiting backstage.
Yeah, I mean, it does work both ways. You know, if you take a little break, sometimes it gives you that ability to, you know, step back and be like, okay, you know what, I've played my game, I've done really well. But then at the same time, you know, if you're really in the swing of things, the last thing you really and truly need is a break. So it'll be interesting to see how, you know, the games go on. It's interesting to see how, you know, they work it all out. But I'm sure, you know, these are some of the best players in the world. I think they'll be all right.
I mean, I've heard good things about power naps. Maybe they're going to have a power nap. I don't know. There was a chance there, of course, in this game against Leicester and Everton. We're now 3-1 in Everton's favour, because Jazz, we did just see before we jumped over to the Norwich game, getting a goal back after Cosmin erupted behind us in celebration. Your thoughts on power naps between these long broadcasts? Aga, as a pro player, have you ever gone and just like hidden away somewhere in the players' lounge and just kind of got 5 minutes of downtime and close your eyes to reset?
I think I had too much adrenaline in order to like just being able to sleep. It's like you're so focused and so much in the zone for as long as the day is when you have to compete. And then when you're done, it goes like, for me at least, 1 minute and then I just sleep. Like then you're totally exhausted. So it just tells how much energy it requires to, you know, just stay focused, not making mistakes.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Tom's laughing at the fact that power nap might come about. But Tom, I tell you, when we're on these Global Series broadcasts, these players are jetting in from all over the globe. So, you know, they do have jet lag, time differences come into play here. So don't go laughing at me just yet, you know. In the future, we'll see some players napping over in the corners, I'll tell you that. Anyway, let's get back into the action then. 87 minutes on the clock in leg 2. Looks like Everton are going to walk away with 3 points here in Group B. At the moment, they've got 4 points. Leicester City have 3. So this is big news for Everton. And a team here, Aga, that we haven't really bigged up that much in terms of being a contender.
Yeah, definitely. Now we see here another goal. And Yeah, Everton gets the win here, and it's a huge one. Everton, maybe we haven't given them enough focus, really. It's an experienced player in Jazz and his partner who's done well as also during the competition. So they're in a very good spot now in order to advance, and yeah, massive credit to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about Jazz, of course. His teammate is Callum Moore, and it is obviously a team competition, this one. They play on their separate consoles. They play one leg each. But obviously Callum had to get Jazz off to a good start there, or just, keep a good, clean scoreline for him to take it into the next leg. And, yeah, he's kind of coming out on top now.
Yeah, I mean, and that just shows, what all the team battle's about. The two legs do work that way, and it's so important to get your partner off to a good lead, off to a good start, because at the end of the day, second leg is kind of reactory. You're kind of not knowing what's going to come, but Everton have looked strong, they look good, and yeah, man, so far so good for Everton.
Yeah, well, Group B now, Liverpool and Everton, two teams from the same kind of area, aren't they? We said that earlier, Merseyside derby, they went against each other. So, yeah, again, great evening for Liverpool and Everton. We're still waiting to see Burnley and Leicester. It's Burnley that could mount a charge here, because they have played 3 games. They've won 1, drawn 1 and lost 1, and still have one more match to play. Oh, we're live then. Back with this Watford-Norwich game, and I mean, Watford's very much in control. 4-0 lead, approaching 65 minutes on the clock. This is what happens when you can play with some freedom, Aga. Knowing you're already qualified, it's like, let's just maybe try a new kind of game plan. Let's not have the pressure on our shoulders. Let's just see what we can actually do in this situation.
Yeah,
one.
Yeah, I think they just show why they were the best team in the respective group here. 5 goals so far, and on the other hand, obviously Watford maybe doesn't feel as motivated, since they know that no matter what the result is, we aren't going to win. But still, it's still a lot to be behind with 5, and it just shows, as you say as well, Rachel, that when you have that momentum, when you have that confidence, and when you know you are through and it's basically a free match, obviously there are some seeding to play for, but a free match, then they roll out their entire repertoire.
Yeah, absolutely they do. And Tom, what does it mean, or what will it mean for Norwich to go through as table toppers?
Yeah, I mean, as challengers, you always want to. Unlucky there, big chance, always offside. But as table toppers, you always want to go and have that best opportunity to get through to the next round. So you're always still, regardless of qualifying, you're always still going to want to try and challenge for that top seed. But it just shows that credit to Norwich, they've been absolutely fantastic all day. They've been absolutely sharp, been switched on, and I don't think they've disappointed themselves, to be fair.
I mean, it's just like they don't really need to continue pressing and attacking in the form they are. 5 already up. Maybe Dami just wants to get that really great lead so he can kind of go back and go, well, look at how I performed today as a team as well. But they're, pressing once more again now. Is that going to be a cheeky 6? Not quite there. Watford just throwing all their men at that one to try and keep that goal out. I mean, as it approaches kind of the upper hand, closing in on 10, 6 goals. That is it. I spoke that one up. Dami, again, 6 goals. It's just a matter of how many they can score at the moment, Aga, isn't it?
Yeah, it's remarkable, really. It's not often you see this in the first leg of the match, that they will score 6 goals. It's remarkable, really. I'm a little bit shocked, not going to lie.
And I'm looking over at Jack, who will obviously take the controller next. He's still sitting there shaking his leg. I'm not going to say it's nervousness anymore, because he's got a nice cushion there, hasn't he? 6-goal lead. He must be kind of relishing this chance, because 6 is quite a lot for, obviously, Watford to come back in the second leg. I know it's obviously Stoke sitting there waiting in the wings, but still, 6 goals, comfortable?
No, I think the game is done. Also taking into consideration the motivation, probably. But as we have been speaking about, if we have a strong offensive player here, it's Tom Stokes.
I mean, I'm still looking over at Jack. He's now puffing out his cheeks, but he's on his phone as well. Kind of mixed feeling there. Watford, okay, getting one back. Gap's down to 5. Maybe Jack's smiling. He's all right. He's not worried about it at the moment.
Yeah, he's vibing.
He's vibing. He's like, oh, damn, he's doing the job for me. 87 minutes on the clock. Counting down the clock now until Jack does sit in and take his seat for Norwich City in their final matchup of day 1. Looks like it will end 6-1 to Norwich. Final minute then here for Watford. Obviously, this will be kind of the last chance for them to maybe just close that gap a little bit more. Could they get a second here? Oh, yes. That changes things, Aga, going into the second leg.
Yeah, that changes it a little bit. It's obviously still looking like Norwich is going to get the 3 points, but an all right way to finish it off for sure with a nice chip goal at green time, but still a 4-goal lead. I don't think in that shape that Norwich are in that they're going to drop this.
Well, I doubt they will as well. Dammy there, finishing that match 6-2. Norwich City taking on Watford, of course, there. It'll be Jack Wignall for Norwich City. He will take the controller next up to take on Stokes for Watford. That's going to be an exciting end to that fixture. It's now just a 4-goal difference between those two teams. Who's going to take it and top the table in Group D? Will Norwich City be able to continue their lead and leapfrog over Aston Villa, in Group D, and really cement their position as favourites going into tomorrow at the quarterfinals? Come back and join us and find out after this short break. When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, we all want to collect the best foot items for our teams. So, with that in mind, we brought together 3 ePremier League finalists to test their knowledge in what we're calling a fastest finger first style quiz called Stat Attack. Our 3 finalists today, we have Ryan from Man City. Ryan is a boy.
Yeah.
Cosmin. Cosmin's a bell. Jazz. And Jazz is a horn. The first person to make their lovely noise there and correctly identify the item will be given a point. If you buzz in and you answer incorrectly, you're frozen out. Ready, guys?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's play Stat Attack. Okay, this is going to be trickier first from pace then.
Pace 70 defend.
Jazz.
Pogba.
Incorrect. Frozen. Cosmin.
Bruno. Oh, it is.
1 point.
I was thinking that he's a CDM or when I saw the face and the other midfielders.
Foot item number 2. Dribbling 84, physicality 62.
Must be an attacking player.
Ryan.
No, I'm out in it.
No, you're in.
Okay. Oh, we say no.
From
No way. From the nationality system.
And 3 stats.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We just have it in the locker. I gotta get this one back.
Foot item number 3. So physicality 60, passing 81. It's defending right wing.
Morris. I knew it from the physical. Do you know what's mad? I didn't even know it from the pace. It was the physicality. I swear to God, because I thought I've seen that before.
2 to Ryan, 1 Cosmin. Jazz, you're frozen. Come on, mate.
Next one. Next one's one. I don't think his buzzer works.
Foot item number 4. Jazz, I'm looking at you. Villa. Close to home.
Leon Bailey.
Woo! Jazz, tell me about your thought process then, guessing this.
He's probably the only good player in Villa's team.
I like your thought process. That's great. Let's move on then. So we've got 2, 1, 1. Cosmin, Jazz. Let's get another one. Okay, number 5. Flag. Ooh!
Piate. Oh, it is. I was...
Oh, my days.
We're here.
What was it, the flag that gave it away?
The defender didn't give it away, yeah.
Okay, number 6. Come on, Cosmin. Got to get on back.
Gone.
Correctio. No
just need a flag. You see what I mean? Just a flag. You don't need anything else. Just a flag.
Okay, let's start. 70 physicality, 73 dribbling.
Non-res is where we draw the line, you know. Not
English shooting is 67.
You guys, this is yours. I haven't no clue.
37 pace. What else do we get?
Mark Noble.
Woo! Mark Noble, Mr. West Ham.
Big knobs, come on. There's not many people slower than that, so...
Ryan and Jazz, between you two, but you could upset the party a little bit here. Okay, number 8, final foot item. 70 defending, centre mid.
Thiago.
He got it.
Everton is your champion. 4 points to Cosmin's
Come
1
on.
to Ryan's 3.
You bottled a big lead there. What's my day today?
That, guys, was Stat Attack. Thank you so much for playing, Ryan, Cosmin and Jazz. Good luck for the ePremier League finals this weekend. Jazz, though, you are a champion at
Let's
Stat
go.
Attack. Congratulations.
Take it all.
Well, you guys are joining us at the perfect time. We've got come-ons echoing all around the studio and here at the ePremier League Finals 2022. I think it came from Leeds United, if I'm not mistaken, behind me. They, of course, are taking on Wolves in their round 9 match. But this goal happened during that break. Brighton-Arsenal in leg 1 here. Brighton on the attack at the moment. Vieira to Mahrez. Kante with that goal. 1-0 Brighton against Arsenal to take the lead. Let's go over to where the noise is erupting from. Leeds taking on Wolves then. Ololito for Leeds. Looking for a goal to open up proceedings here. He found it, and that's what we heard earlier as we welcomed you guys back to the studio here. Welcome back, Kyle Walker.
Thank
the
you.
steps after a short lunch break, I believe. Well, Kyle, what you missed before the break, and if you guys are just joining us at home, Group B is hotting up, Aga, isn't it? Obviously, Liverpool, we know are through. We have one more place from Group B to be decided. At the moment, it's between Everton and Burnley. Everton sitting there second with 7 points. Burnley, though, if they beat Leicester in this match, which is about to kick off behind us, Burnley will go through over Everton. I mean, it's as close as it comes, right?
Yeah, Group B and C are really looking intense. Still open, obviously. So for Burnley, massive game now. Will do everything they can, and then Leicester will obviously try to finish off with a win as well. So must be nervy as well for some of the players to sit outside and know that one game can change their future.
I know it's a cliche, but every game's a final now, essentially, for Burnley. They've been incredible in Group B. We talked about how difficult that group would be. Tom mentioned before, at the very start of today, saying that that's the group he wouldn't want to be involved in. We saw Manchester City, they've gone out. We've seen that Leicester, they won't be going through either. Now, Burnley have an opportunity to do that. And for Everton, I guess for them, there's not much that they can do.
Well, they're willing, aren't they, Leicester, to do the business over Burnley. And I wonder where Nicole is, if she's got like a little camera on Everton, just trying to see where they're sitting, watching, waiting for this to unfold. Because we're talking about this group. Group B, Liverpool are through, they're safe. Tex and Diogo, 9 points there for those guys. They've still got one more game to play against Man City, last fixture of tonight. Everton, though, they're the team we're talking about, currently in that position to go through. They're waiting, though, for this matchup. Burnley, Leicester City. They're winning Leicester City to get the win here, to deny Burnley a spot. Woo! Burnley, though, this is not what they want. Burnley with the first goal of the game. And I'm saying they obviously want Leicester to win because Burnley and Everton, they had a draw earlier as well. It was 1-0. Sorry, 1 apiece there, Aga, which shows, again, how close these teams are in terms of their ability.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's also one of the interesting news with the 5 clubs in each group here, that every point counts. And as we can hear here, a shout from the Leeds part, I think.
Yeah. Going back though to Arsenal-Brighton, because I believe there's another goal in this matchup. We saw Brighton get a lead before the break, and they get a second as well to extend that lead.
Yes, we do, and we did hear some cheers from Leeds, and this is why 1-0 it was after 54 minutes, and then we just saw there Ololito shouting, "Come on!" as he extends that lead to 2. We go back to this game, though. In Group B, a huge matchup for Burnley. They have taken the lead, 11 minutes gone in game against Leicester City. If Burnley win, they go through. If Leicester win or there's a draw, well, Everton, they go through in that Group B standing.
It's similar, Kyle, similar setup going on in Group C as well, because Palace have played all their games, haven't they? And you've got Leeds and Southampton just kind of waiting to play out their remaining fixtures. Let's jump back over here, though. We're going everywhere at the moment. This is Group A. We've already found our 2 quarter-finalists, though, from this group. So this is just a match of pride, isn't it, between Brighton and Arsenal?
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing some nice goal there. We saw La Croqueta into a time green power shot. And here we see Norwich score, I believe it was. So, yeah, still some nice goals in some of the games where it's more for pride, yes.
Yeah, totally. Nice games is obviously what we love to see as well. He's collating his top 3 as well throughout today. He's got loads of goals, actually, to have a look through. Maybe that's where he's gone, Kyle, to have a look back through the archives of the last 10 hours of FIFA or whatever we've played so far. There's a lot of goals to look at. Gosh, I do not envy our man Tom. But let's go back to that Norwich game then. They're taking on Watford, of course. And in leg 1, they were kind of getting the job done, but they closed that gap, and they 6-2 it was. Norwich had the lead. So that's getting underway behind us. But we're still over at this very important fixture. Leicester then, with a goal back. That's exactly what Everton want to see. The Everton boys will definitely be nervy times behind the scenes for those 2.
How difficult is it, Aga, to almost have to look at other teams to help you progress? Everton have done everything that they can do now, but if the result doesn't go their way, they're not going through to Championship Sunday. If it does, they will be going through. There's a lot riding on this result for them. And we've had another goal in this fixture as well, and it's gone in the way of Leicester City, making it 2-1. So Everton, they'll be fine right now. They're enjoying it, but it can't be easy to go between the 2 extremes.
No, it's a terrible feeling in many ways to sit and be dependent on other results. But at the same time, it's really your own fault if you are dependent on other people doing the job for you. So it's not fun. Let's be honest. But it's. And there we have it again at the Group C. Group C. Massive. Olelito, I believe, makes it 3-0.
It's just the Leeds as well, who are very vocal in this studio, which we absolutely love. This is what we love about LAN events, obviously, that you can really get to feel the players' emotions when they do get a goal. And this is that goal, of course. Look at Olelito there. And Mitch Hayward, his teammate, behind him. They are on form at the moment in Group C. So it looks like, as it stands, they'll get another 3 points to add to their tally. That means they'll sit level with Crystal Palace, who have completed their games.
Yeah, and looking at the 4 groups, I mean, 6 teams have gone through already. There's 2 spots left. There's a huge chance just come up in this Burnley-Leicester game. It's for Leicester. It hits the outside of the post and goes out. Painter doesn't seem too happy with that one. So we've got 2 spots available. Group B will see Everton and Burnley fighting it out for that 1 spot that's available there. Group C sees Leeds United and Southampton fighting it out for that final spot. Southampton are in a weird situation because they'll know that Leeds' result will depend on what they then have to go on and do. If Leeds draw this game, well, a win would see them go through Southampton in their next matchup against Manchester United. But if Leeds win, well, Aga, they've got to equal that result and continue and get 3 points no matter what.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that Southampton have the worst goal difference of the 3 teams, which means that they would have to score a lot of goals.
Yeah, it's not quite confirmed yet, is it, for Palace to go through? We're waiting, aren't we? Leeds and Southampton. It's between those 3 teams. Palace, of course, are sitting in that position at the moment, out of their hands, like we said about Everton. But Leeds and Southampton, they're playing at the moment. Southampton still have to wait, don't they, until 9:15 tonight until they get another shot. We're speaking about how difficult that must be all the time. This matchup, though, Mark Marley for Brighton, he's just trying to get a few more goals, and he gets another one back there against Arsenal. They're kind of playing for pride and fun. Again, we're talking about how Norwich can enjoy it now the pressure's off, they know they're going through, but these guys can enjoy it as well, knowing they actually can't go through, but can still get another couple of points next to their name.
Yeah, I think, like, since they are professionals and are very passionate about performing, they will be disappointed right now, and obviously it's a great honor for them to play here at this stage, but I think the disappointment right now is bigger than the actual pleasure of playing games where you can't go through anymore. So tomorrow they'll probably be happy for being here and what they've done, but yeah, right now it's probably tough for them.
Definitely, indeed. Now we can see that man right there, Olilito. He has managed to come through on top in that matchup, that first leg matchup, taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers, 4-0, and that puts Mitch Haywood in the driving seat right now. We know that for Leeds, they will want to win this game. They'll want to jump up, equal 9 points with Crystal Palace, and I guess for Mitch Haywood, he's just got to ensure he stays in control, Aga.
Yeah, I think he's gonna take his time on the ball, not taking any chances, maybe go for a few more, but I'm quite sure, without being 100%, that Leeds have, as it stands right now, the best goal difference of the three of them. So for him to just be able to keep the result would eventually, result in Leeds going through to tomorrow.
That's just changed, Aga, as you were talking about it, to goal difference of 11 at the moment, so they definitely have the more superior goal difference as it stands. This, though, guys, is the game we wanted to keep our eyes on. We've switched over again to Norwich. This is how much action is going on. 6-3 then for Norwich. At the moment, let's have a see. Goal poacher is in that hot seat, Rashford.
8-3 it was, now it's 9-3.
9-3. Gosh, it's quite far away, that screen. Sorry, eyes deceiving me.
Sometimes, Aga, it's just the way the ball bounces and getting some luck. Plenty of goals going in here, though. Arsenal 2, Brighton 2. 3-2, though, on aggregate to Brighton. But it was Arsenal with a cheeky little chip just there to make it 3-3. We are still seeing so many goals. None of these players are letting up. They're all going for it, Aga.
Yeah, it seems like they start to loosen up a little bit and just, start to play a bit more offensive because you have the freedom now for at least some of the players. And therefore, we get a lot of nice goals, which is pretty nice.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty hard work for Tom when he decides his best 3 goals. But is 10 possibly the most amount of goals we've seen so far? Because I don't think anyone else has been into double figures yet. So that's quite a statement for Norwich.
Yeah, that's a lot of goals. And they're probably knocking on my door right now saying, what else can we do to get on that ranking? So
not in his ranking. Norwich still haven't made it in Aga's power ranking.
So I'll have to take that into consideration. Obviously, that's a massive statement. To be fair, like scoring 10 against Watford and could be more that's huge from Norwich.
It is, but it was Watford who managed to pull one back, as we've just seen right there. But Norwich have been on fire throughout the entire day. They've been incredible. And I mean, we've been going for 9 hours, and they're still producing the magic just like they did in that first matchup. Dami has been incredible. Plus, of course, the player that he's playing with, Jack, as well. Dami just looked over at us as we're talking right there, even though he is super, super focused on this matchup. Right, back to this one, though. Burnley taking on Leicester. This is a huge matchup for them in Group B. If Burnley do manage to win this one, well, they'll go level on points with Everton, but they will go through because of the head-to-head and how it looks between them. But if Leicester get the win, they're currently winning 2-1. Well, that is exactly what Everton need in this one. Rachel, it's very interesting seeing how it's still coming down to these final 2 rounds of games before we've found all of our competitors for tomorrow.
Yeah, totally. I mean, obviously we've only got one more kind of set of fixtures to play in total. We're on round 9 of 10 of today, and it's as close as it can come. We're still talking about the permutations of, well, hang on, has it gone to head-to-head? Oh no, it's now going to goal difference between these guys, because like you were just saying, Carl, Burnley and Everton played, and that was 1-1, so their head-to-head is level. So we have to kind of go down the order and look at goal difference, so goal 4. So Everton, they've scored 13. Burnley got 9 at the moment there, and Burnley, though, a goal difference of 4. So, I mean, you have to kind of take in a lot of the differences into account here. So Leicester, though, still meaning Everton go through.
I mean, there's plenty to be looking at. We will get everything confirmed as soon as we know, but nothing is set in stone until that second leg is done and dusted. Look at this, just playing at the back here. Burnley, Brad Colston just trying to take some time, build up that play very, very slowly, ensuring he gets that last attack, ensuring he gives himself that best possible opportunity to go forward and to score right there. Slight mistake, though, Agger, in that one. We have got a goal. Let's come back to that in a moment. 4-3 it is to Brighton on aggregate going into the 80th minute. Brighton on the attack, and as you can see, Ruud Gullit just there, chips the keeper. Some poor goalkeeper movement, if I'm not mistaken, just there. Brought him out. And now we've got more action coming your way. We don't even get a chance to talk about them. We just get to look at these goals. Norwich with another one just there. 11-4? 11-4? Wow. Plenty of goals from them. And, yeah, they stand up. I can see them. That game is done and dusted right now. Right, we've switched across to this one. It is live, 84th minute. 2-1 it is to Leicester. Burnley will be searching for a goal. They're hoping to keep their dreams alive of going through to Championship Sunday, to those quarter-finals, to that knockout stage. But once again, some great defending. Aggie, talking about these two, talking about some of the mistakes we've seen today as well, it shows that the pressure's on these players and they make simple mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's interesting to see the two approaches from the two players, because on one hand you have Painter and Leicester who's out, doesn't have a lot to play for, so they play. He plays pretty relaxed, and it could be a goal. And here it's 3-1. But he plays pretty relaxed because he knows he has nothing to play for other than the pride. And that eventually leads him to playing pretty good, maybe, because he doesn't feel the pressure. And on the other hand, you have Brad Colston and Burnley, who has everything to play for. And maybe that's where the pressure starts to get into them when it really matters. So it's a fun contrast to see between the two players and their given situation.
No, we were speaking about that a little bit earlier, how freely these players can play once the pressure's off. Well, Painter now will put down his console for Leicester, and then you'll have Cosmin picks up his to just round out that matchup, of course. And again, it's still play for. It's not a great difference there. 3-1, 2-goal lead. Again, Everton will still be hoping that Burnley can, stay out of the competition here, and Leicester can keep that where they are. But Burnley will have something to say about that, knowing what's at stake for them, Aga.
Yeah, but it's a tough task now. Need to get at least 3 goals. To win a game with 3 goals on this level is not going to be a walk in the park at all. It's going to be very challenging. So, yeah, a tough result for Burnley.
Definitely is. I've just seen that Mitch Haywood has scored another goal. Hopefully we'll get a very quick replay. I think he actually pied his teammate Oli Lito as well on the fist bump after it. I think he got straight back to the action after scoring. Shows how focused he is. It was 4-0 on aggregate. Manages to score on that near post just there. Oh, we missed the fist bump, or the lack of fist bump.
Do you want to do one now?
Right there, yeah.
Oh, missed
it. There we go. There we go. Right, let's get into it then. Let's catch up with some of our players once again. Where's Nicole in the studio? Oh, I can see her just over my shoulder. Who are you talking to, Nicole?
I am here with Brad. Oh, okay. That was a very tense first leg. 3-1 down. How are you feeling right now, firstly?
Yeah, obviously I'm disappointed, but my teammate's been great all day, so I've got nothing but confidence in him to go and do the job. Obviously, it's been quite a hard tournament for myself. I'm used to obviously just winning, but obviously I haven't had a LAN for like 3 years, so it's kind of just different. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, has it been quite hard then getting into things, being here in person when, like you said, you're kind of not used to it?
Yeah, it's just definitely miles better, but it's just, I don't know, like I just want to reach more lands and yeah, just socialise with people more.
That was like Tom and Gorilla earlier. They were kind of saying we don't know what's going on, but sometimes you can't put your finger on it, can you? Although you're having a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, I mean, I know what to do. It's just the balls just don't go in the back of the net sometimes, and like there's only so much you can do, and maybe sometimes it's just not your day. But hopefully Josh can just see it through.
And no pressure, Josh, but that second leg, you need to win that if you guys are going to progress through to tomorrow.
I know. Yeah, it's a big task, but like. He's not letting me down like today. Like, I've got full faith in him, so yeah, I just can't wait.
And your friends and teammates, aren't you?
Yeah, just friends and teammates. I've got him signed on at the beginning of the year for the Burnley Esports team, so yeah, he's doing well. He's doing well.
All right, good luck, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Great questions just there. She just turned to Josh and just said, you've got to win or you're out of the competition right now. Hard hitting. She's brutal there with the line of questioning just now. Talk about putting the pressure on. Well, all of that action is coming up very, very shortly. We've had plenty of goals already. Yes, we saw the biggest scoreline we've seen so far. Norwich winning 11-4, and I can guarantee there's plenty more goals to come.
This is it. It's all to play for. You can't help but be impressed with his focus. He's lined that up perfectly. Oh, it's there!
Scan your BP Me Rewards card for a chance to win Premier League tickets every 90 minutes.
Well, thanks for joining us once again here in London for the ePremier League Finals 2022 as we approach the end of day one. We've been on air already, guys, for about 9 hours. That's how long all these FIFA players have been concentrating and grinding out this game for a shot, of course, tomorrow. Championship Sunday in those quarterfinals. This is Leeds taking on Wolves. Mitch Hayward, St. Maximum, with that goal there for Leeds during that break. Mitch Hayward is a player in form at the moment. He's an England player as well, an E-Lions player when he's not playing for Leeds. Again, such a quality team for Leeds United. We spoke about them, didn't we, at the top of the show, saying they were a team to stand out for us. They still haven't quite secured themselves a spot tomorrow, but it's looking more and more likely as we keep seeing the goals being just banged in the back of the net for Leeds.
Yeah, definitely. I think it feels like they have the best of both worlds in terms of attack and defence, and they pretty much know, how each other works and what's to come, and they're looking comfortable as we move forward. 2-0 to the good in this game. I think it's 6. 6. Just had to double check.
There,
I was a bit shocked, like, oh wow, but yeah, looking comfortable, looking good, and trying to get through to tomorrow.
Yes, they are putting themselves in a great position just here, taking on Wolves just now. Huge matchup, that one, in Group C. Crystal Palace on 9 points. Leeds United 6 points currently, but if it stays like this, they'll go up to 9 points. And then Southampton, they are on 6 points as well. They've got a huge matchup against Manchester United in round 10 of our fixtures. That'll be coming up for us after this one. What a day it's been, and what a performance it's been. Mitch Hayward and Ollie Lito. We've been talking about teamwork. We've been talking about working well together. And Tom, today we've seen plenty of our clubs come together, and they've just got that partnership perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, you work so hard to get here for. And once you eventually do get there, you really want to, know your partner, know their game, know your game, and pretty much think how you're going to sort of work every single situation. They probably would have thought about every single situation. Maybe first leg someone would be in front, or maybe first leg someone would be in behind or be behind. So they kind of know every single situation, and I feel like that really provides that team feel, because okay, if my teammate's in this situation, I've got to bail him out, sort of thing. So yeah, I think it goes a long way, especially in this team aspect.
Well, yeah, of course, we're just kind of, again, counting down the clock here. 20 minutes to go. Leeds on the attack again, and then it will just round off a great day of FIFA for this duo. Ololito now can't do any more today. He's done his job for the team, and he's clapping now himself for the team. Yes, Ololito, we are talking about you, if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's been such a great character. Nicole's spoken to him quite a few times, and they're speaking so beautifully about each other as well. When Nicole asked him about Mitch, he's like, I can't say it too loud because he's sitting over here. Might get a kind of bigger head going on here. But that's the kind of, character building we love to see, to build these characters, because so many of these players have such a great story as well, and such great personalities.
Yeah, and I mean, like we mentioned earlier, they all sort of really know each other. It's all kind of intertwined. So, they really do have that sort of friendly factor, and I think having that sort of friendly factor and being quite close goes a long way, because you almost feel like I need to put my good friend in this, better situation moving forward, and that makes all the difference. He's been absolutely fantastic today. In fact, both of them have been absolutely fantastic today, and it's showing on the pitch.
It really is showing. They're getting closer and closer to that victory. I think it's safe to say that they have got all those 3 points. Anything could happen, though. You never know. 77 minutes, though. 6-0 on aggregate. Wolves still trying to find at least one. I think that would be a consolation goal right here, though. I mean, for Wolves, plenty for them to learn from this tournament, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, they'll go away and evaluate and see what they could have done better, what they could have done differently, and they'll come back stronger. I don't see why they wouldn't. Again, it was a very open group, very tough one to sort of get out of. We had the likes of Leeds, obviously they're up against them, and the likes of Crystal Palace as well. So it was an open group, anything could have happened. And yeah, they'll go away, they'll reevaluate, and they'll see what they could do better and what they could do differently.
Yeah, totally. And guys, what I was just having a look there again at all these with one round still to play. Actually, we've seen nobody at the moment be undefeated. So there's nobody that's got that kind of full armoury, so to speak. Everyone's got a chink at the moment. It'd be lovely to see someone go all the way, wouldn't it, and get these 12 points. And that could possibly be Liverpool. I'd love to see someone do the clean sheet, because we haven't kind of, seen that yet. And it'd be nice to kind of finish off the day with that, with someone getting 12 points.
Yes, definitely. Now, we have kicked off our round 10 matches. This is the first one. Another London derby for Brentford. They take on Chelsea right there, scoring that first goal in that one. So we are heading towards the end of the day into those round 10 matches. In those round 10 matches, we've got some big, big games. Liverpool, as you said, hoping to continue the winning form, maybe get 12 points throughout the day. Imagine going through unbeaten. Question on that, Tom. If Liverpool can go unbeaten, how much confidence does that fill Tex and Diogo with in Championship Sunday?
I think it sets them in good stead for tomorrow's games. I feel like they've already got the confidence, though. That being said, we had an interview with them and Nicole earlier, and they kind of just really, oozed that confidence that they had. So I feel like if they can get those full-on 12 points, it goes a long way.
The eagle-eyed viewers will have seen, I'm covering it with my hand just there, but over your shoulder we are seeing celebrations just there, gorillas waving at us. I think he's just scored that round 10 match, Tottenham Hotspur taking on Newcastle. We saw the celebrations on the screens. Here we can see some celebrations between those two players, Oli Lito and Mitch Hayward, put themselves in great position right now. They've just gone to the top of the table in Group C. So they're at the top. They've won 3, drawn 0, lost 1. Their goals for 20, goals against 7, and their goal difference is 13. So they're currently at the top. But that means Crystal Palace in a joint first, you should say, really. They've won 3, lost 1. Goals for 17, goals against 11. That's a goal difference of 6. 9 points. So now what remains, Southampton in round 10 take on Manchester United. They need to win to ensure that they remain in this competition. But going back to one of our round 9 games, Leicester City taking on Burnley. It is 3-1 to Leicester City. And as Nicole Holliday brutally said it before, Josh needs to win this one for Burnley. Otherwise, they're out of the competition. Tom, no pressure.
I mean, to say the least, no pressure. But, if there's anyone that can do it, it would be him. He's probably been in this situation before, and it's the beauty of the game. Anything is possible. They might be 3-1 down now, but it's all about coming out strong out of the blocks. You really want to try and, get your front foot forward and really show what you can do. It's a very, very difficult situation to be in, but, anything is possible, and they could still pull it back.
Yeah, still a lot of FIFA to be played in this second leg in this matchup. And I guess it all comes down to this, because we were talking about it earlier, Liverpool being such the dominant side. Looking for that clean sheet, aren't they, when they take on their final matchup later on, Man City. That's coming away after this one. That will conclude Group B, and all the groups they'll be concluded in just a short while. Burnley, though, trying to mount attack, but Leicester, their defence is pretty strong at the moment. Just passing it back to Van der Sar, their keeper, and just trying to work it out slowly again from the back, because they want to still continue this lead and just grow it even more than it is at the moment. Only 2 goals different. 3-1 they do lead. Tom, let's just get a bit of a commentary from you about how Leicester are trying to build up this gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, they're just, taking it slow, taking their time, biding their time. They don't need to really press forward or move forward. They've got a comfortable 3-1 lead, and I feel like you can see that in the way that they're playing. There's a patience in the build-up. He's really sort of taking his time, but he's still moving the ball forward and trying to get the ball in the box, and that just shows the calibre of these guys. They know what to do in each minute of each situation. It really does go in depth like that. So Leicester looking comfortable, but, at the same time, Burnley, they might want to start making some changes, might want to start pressing a little bit higher, and they might want to start, getting those goals on the board, because we are getting into the last stages now. Still quite early on, 27 minutes, but, anything can happen.
It can indeed. We'll be closely monitoring this game just now, and one of the team that will be closely monitoring it as well, Everton. They'll be sat in the players' lounge, all of them watching this closely, eyes glued to the screen to see if Leicester can hold out, or if we see some magic from Burnley. If they manage to win this game, they'll be equal on points. Yes, 7 points with them. There's reaction to my left, though, coming from Newcastle, I think. Oh, we've had reaction on here, though. We're seeing just now another opportunity And as we saw, it's actually offside, so that one will not count just there. And I'm sure that Burnley, Josh, Brad, they'll be counting their lucky chickens, I think it's safe to say just now. Right, there was a goal, as I said. It did come in that Tottenham-Newcastle game. Newcastle pushing for an equaliser after Gorilla managed to score early on in this first leg, passing the ball throughout the box. Ruud Gullit scoring that goal just there. Right, let's hear from Nicole. Where is she? Oh, I've seen her. I've found her over our shoulders. We can see her with Mitch Haywood. Nicole, over to you.
Yeah, I found Mitch. Him and Ololito were getting ready to leave, and I was like, no, no, no. Wow, what a day for you guys. What a team you've made, hey?
Yeah, I mean, Ololito's obviously amazing, and I'm not too bad myself, I don't think. As a duo, yeah, we're pretty good. We had a good day.
So you just won that leg 2-0, which was then 6-0 on aggregate. So if my maths, which is really bad, is kind of correct, well, basically, you guys are pretty much through to tomorrow. It's very tight at the top of your group.
It is, yeah. I mean, between us, Palace and Southampton, I think there's a possibility we all finish on the same amount of points, but I think our goal difference now is very, very good. So hopefully we should be through.
What are you going to do tonight? What are you two going to do now? Apart from, obviously, I hope sleep well. Or will you not be able to sleep?
No, I think I'll sleep well. I'll sleep good. The main thing today was getting through, so we've done that. And then, yeah, tonight we can just look forward to tomorrow and prepare for that and, yeah, go for it.
Will you be nervous, or do you feel... I mean, if I were you two, I'd be feeling quite confident.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I think we finished top of the group, so, yeah, I mean, we've got no reason to feel nervous or anything like that against anyone, so, yeah, we're confident.
And obviously, Ololito, great player, experienced, got to the final last year, just missed out. What's it been like working with him?
No, it's been amazing. Like you said, Ollie lost in the final last year, unfortunately. I lost in the PlayStation final as well, so we both had good tournaments last year, and now together as a team, we're obviously looking to win the whole thing. So, yeah, it's been great having him as a teammate.
And you think you can go all the way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, love that. Thank you. I'll let you guys go off and chill for a bit. Back to you.
Oh, I love that from Mitch Haywood there, being really quietly confident. He's much more softly spoken, isn't he, than his teammate Ololito, who's been kind of giving us the thumbs up, high fives throughout that. This, though, is Spurs and Newcastle's final matchup as well. Obviously, it's 1-1 at the moment. Oh, nice goal there for Spurs and Gorilla. Again, we've spoken about this. He can enjoy it now. He's playing with a bit more freedom, knowing that he can't go through. It's just playing for some points. And this is what we really hoped we'd have seen a little bit earlier from Spurs, the side that we really thought could go all the way in this competition, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the game, at the start of the tournament, sorry, it was a little bit tight. But now as the tournament's gone on, he's really embracing himself. You can see that he's smiling as he's scoring goals, do you know what I mean? And that's what it's all about. If he could have replicated that a little bit earlier on, it would have been better. But obviously, he's still enjoying himself, and that's what it's all about.
I've just locked eyes with Tom Lees across the room. He's smiling as well, giving a big grin. Plenty of emotion has been shown today, but it is nice to see that these competitors are enjoying themselves. And who knows, we will definitely be seeing them throughout the rest of the season and at the ePremier League, hopefully next year as well. Jumping back into some of these fixtures that we have got. Chelsea taking on Brentford. Brentford 1 goal up, making it 2, doubling that lead. That man once again, Sam Brewster, he's been scoring plenty of goals today for Brentford, but this is the game everyone has their eyes on, including all Everton fans. Leicester taking on Burnley. Leicester have a 3-1 advantage just here after that first leg. 0-0 in that second leg. Pushing for another one. The ball just goes out there. Goal kick to Burnley. Tom, there's less than 40 in-game minutes to go. What have Burnley got to do? Because they need 2 goals.
I think it might be time to, change formation and try and get the ball moving forward. And hold on. Oh! Very unlucky there, but I think, yeah, they definitely need to try and get the ball moving forward. They need to start pressing a little bit higher up the pitch. If that means a formation change, that means a formation change, sorry, right there, as I'm really locked into these games. If that means a formation change, then that's what it means. Oh.
But as we've just seen right there, Cosmin, no celebration. Calm down. Josh's head has slightly fallen down. He knows the job has got bigger and bigger. As he points at the screen, Burnley need a win to ensure survival in this tournament. But Leicester They're winning this one 4-1. They're currently 4th in their group. They've won 1, lost 2, but it looks like they could be going on to winning their 2nd of the day.
It kind of just looks like Burnley have just seized up a little bit. I think the pressure is really ramping up over their side of the console here, because Leicester, the team, again, attacking at the moment and doing so with some ease to it as we're progressing into the last moments of this game. 60 minutes on the clock, of course, at the moment. Burnley have the attack, but yeah, with 30 minutes left to play, they have definitely got their work cut out for them at the moment. 4-1 they trail by. Throw in then for Burnley. Looking for space. Leicester are going to try and make it a little bit more difficult for them, even though they don't particularly need to. They're just trying to play and see how far they can get in terms of points in this competition, because a win here would put them actually on 6 points and mean they finished 3rd in the group, which again looks good, doesn't it, on paper? Bragging rights, going back to work or wherever they're going on Monday morning, saying I finished 3rd in the group, you know, close to 2nd. 7 and 6 points though, looks pretty good. You're like, oh, I nearly went through, even though it wasn't as close as that on paper. Yeah, Burnley then, again, just looking for a bit of space to open up so they really can get attack going at the moment. The St. Maximin, Tom. Chelsea and Brentford, though, this is their final game. Let's just talk about this, because these two teams have already gone through. It just depends, this game does, who goes through on top. So Brentford at the moment, 3-0 over Chelsea. Chelsea was a team earlier who we were looking at as ones to watch, and then Brentford didn't start again until later on, did they? Had to sit out a couple of these first round matches waiting for their time, and they've just come in when they did finally get a chance to show exactly what they're made of in their first outing here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably played to their advantage. They've probably had a bit of time to, you know, analyse what works and what doesn't against other opposition, and it's really paying off. I mean, 3-0 to the good. We spoke about Sam Brewster earlier and what he was capable of. He's come in 17 at such a young age. I think it's his first LAN event, and he's been absolutely fantastic.
Guys, 17, were you both fearless? Kyle Walker, how are you at 17?
I actually was very fearless, I'm not going to lie. I was very, very fearless. I don't think that I could have come to a tournament like this and competed on the stage in front of every... I definitely could have done that. I definitely did.
Kyle Walker was into his acting back in the day.
I was actually doing that. Yeah.
Me,
fearless or not?
I was such a shy, quiet boy, just minding my own business, sitting in my corner. I'd play my little bit of FIFA and then just go about my day. But nah, not fearless, not like this. I couldn't do this. I'd probably shrivel up. One goal I concede, I'm pretty much done. I wouldn't lie to you.
Right, another goal has gone in this matchup. Spurs taking on Newcastle. Is currently 2-1 going into that 83rd minute. And as you can see there, huge Griller getting that 3rd, setting up his partner in that 2nd leg with a 3-1 win. A few moments to go in that. We'll let you know when that matchup has finished and what the aggregate score will be going in that 2nd leg. There's still plenty of FIFA happening. Some important games happening here as well. Burnley need a goal, and it looks like they're on the attack. Can they find that goal? Oh, a great chance, a big chance, but they couldn't convert it. And you can see here another game that has ended. Chelsea taking on Brentford. That game is done right there. Sam Brewster performed brilliantly. Looking back at some of his highlights over that first leg just now, Tom, he will have had such a big day for himself. He'll have to go home tonight and just ensure that the nerves calm down, the excitement, the adrenaline. He relaxes it a little bit before an even bigger day tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably ecstatic with himself. He's done so well to get this far. I mean, for myself anyway, I didn't really expect Brentford to be this good almost, and they've really stepped up to the mark. They've really been absolutely fantastic. So I think it's about going home, having a little reset and just being like, okay, cool. I've not been here before maybe, but, you know, I know what to do. It's FIFA at the end of the day. I'm comfortable. I've played a lot of FIFA, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But, yeah, I think that's what it's all about, just, you know, relaxing those nerves and being a little bit comfortable.
And I guess for a team like Brentford, they don't change anything tomorrow because they've been doing so well today, and it looks like they'll top the Group A at this point, obviously leading 3-0 over Chelsea at the moment, both of them on 7 points as it stands. This was the final fixture in Group A, so it does mean obviously Brentford and Chelsea go through. But yeah, for Peace, who's coming up next, Cousinho, obviously his gamer tag, again, pressure's off. They know they're going through. This will be a chance for us to see exactly how good Cousinho is as well, with no pressure FIFA coming up for him next.
I think a lot of people play their best FIFA when they're not under pressure. So I think it will be interesting to see the sort of skills that he implements, the vibe that he brings. He seems, when he plays, he seems quite calm and collected, and I'm hoping to see more of that on the pitch. It follows through on the pitch, so I'm hoping to see more of that.
Definitely, we are live in this match going into the 89th minute. 4-1 Leicester. Burnley desperately needed a win to ensure that they do go through or have a chance of going through to Championship Sunday, but Leicester have been the team to stop that, and that does mean, with that result right there, 4-1, that actually Everton go through after they've played their 4 games. They're on 7 points. They join Liverpool, both Merseyside teams, in a northern, I'll say, obviously Leicester's in the Midlands, but in a northern group just there. It is the 2 Merseyside teams, Liverpool and Everton, that both go through from Group B. Right, we have some matches that are still happening here in round 10. We're getting closer and closer to the end of day 1 here at the ePremier League Finals 2022. Do not go anywhere. We've got plenty more coming up.
Play it quite often. I play the game mode pro clubs with a few other footballers and a few of my friends.
I play it quite a lot, especially when my friends are around.
On the coach, I play with Chaos. We play a lot. During the trip, we just play.
They haven't given me the best stats at the moment on the FIFA, so I can't play myself just yet. But I like to play with the big team like Liverpool.
Yeah, it's mainly just online.
Just a few of my friends from my Charlton days growing up, or a few of the lads here at Villa.
No one wants to play me on a friendly because they know they'll get beaten, I'll ruin the day, so I have to play online.
I played once Tex, so he's representing Liverpool now. And there's another Portuguese player that was also representing Liverpool, Diogo Mendes.
Sometimes people recognise who we are when we're playing against them, and we'll get a message on Instagram, which is quite funny.
Sometimes I just like play at home and then I post it on my Snap or like Instagram story, and then you get direct messages like, who plays FIFA 16 in 2022?
I played against Jota.
Against Mikel Antonio, so against Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Probably Marcus. Yeah, Marcus Rashford.
I don't know, like 5-0, 6-0.
My biggest win is against KO, and it's 8-1.
My biggest win, I think it could be like 18-0.
Like 15-1, I think, against one of my friends. It was not a good day for him.
Stevie B is good at FIFA. I remember one away trip we played and I couldn't beat him, so just kept on beating. I think it was like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, something like that. I used to play a lot with 2 friends of mine and my brother, and it used to get really competitive. So I think whenever we lost like big numbers to them, it's getting really uncomfortable.
No, I don't like to lose anything, to be honest, so I definitely don't. I try not to get beat on FIFA.
Playing for forfeits, so if you lose, you've got to do a forfeit. Well, if you lose, do 10 star jumps, 50 press-ups, whatever, stuff like that.
I can't remember the score. I remember winning, and he had to do a forfeit, basically. And I remember he had to take a picture of him in a Tottenham kit, so and put it on social media. Whenever the competitive sites come up, I like to get, really into it. Sometimes get a bit angry as well.
I'm quite chilled. Unless the ball goes off both posts and then comes back out, then there's a bit of a different problem. But no, I'm usually quite chilled.
I just get the job done. Like, I'm not into the skills or all that. I'll just get to the byline, cross, goal. That's it. You need to see me play. I scream, like shouting, like it's just like a madman at home. But it's just because I love the game. I'm used to the game.
Well, we have 2 more teams to lock in for our quarter-finals, who will be in with a chance still at winning that trophy sat behind me there in all its glory. I'd like to get my hands on that. And obviously a share of that £100,000 prize pool, which is also on offer here this weekend in these ePremier League finals for 2022. Yeah, like I just mentioned, we've also confirmed 3 out of our 4 Group 2 finalists. We've got from A, we've got Brentford and Chelsea, B, Liverpool, Everton, D, Villa and Norwich. C is still to be decided. It is as close as it comes. Leeds United, Crystal Palace or Southampton, all with a shot at going through to tomorrow. And we just got told, didn't we, before we came on air, a little fact from the producers that whoever finishes second in Group C will play, the winner of Group B, which is Liverpool. No one wants that, do they? Everyone's trying to avoid finishing second in Group C, and it's between Southampton, Palace and Leeds. Southampton now underway with their final game, and they've had to wait a long time for this, Aga.
Yeah, and they also have to win with a lot of goals in order to
How many is it?
go through. So
10?
It certainly looks like we're going to see Crystal Palace against Liverpool tomorrow, which is a huge matchup, I'll say. But let's give Southampton the benefit of doubt here. Maybe we have seen high-scoring games today, so yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens indeed. Southampton do know they have it all to do, and it is Manchester United who are standing in their way. Manchester United, well, they've had quite the slow start, I think it's safe to say, in this tournament. They lost their first game against Crystal Palace. Against Wolverhampton Wanderers, sorry. Then they lost against Crystal Palace, and then they lost against Leeds United. So this is their 4th and final game. They are taking on Southampton, so they've got pride to play for. They'll be standing in Southampton's way for as long as possible. Southampton, though, they need 10 goals if they want to win by 10 goals, I should say, not just score 10 goals, win by 10 goals if they want to match the goal difference of Crystal Palace, join them on 9 points as well. But if they want to then avoid Liverpool, just trying to do the quick maths right now, I think it's 17 goals, is it? Yeah, 17 goals they've got to win by.
Get a calculator, Kyle.
I'll try. Get my abacus out. That is what I will do. Count all of those goals. I mean, Tom, they've got a huge job, but I guess all they want to do is qualify. So, yes, it's 10 goals, but they'll put their all into it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all you can do at the end of the day. You know, put your all into it and try and get a result. As speaking of goals, there we have one.
That's obviously to see who finishes top of the group in Group A. Back to this matchup, though. This is pretty exciting as well for Southampton, because you've got the player on the console now, Robbie Wilson. It's his first ever ePremier League as well, and to potentially go through to the quarterfinals, that's Robbie there. So big shout out to him for qualifying here firstly, which is a feat in itself. Playing with Michael Fisher, who's obviously been here before. Great team in Southampton. We're going back to Brentford and Chelsea. Brentford, as soon as Chelsea scores, saying, wait, we're going to come back and get another one of our own. Jumping back to this, though, Tom, I'll just ask you a word on Robbie and how he's performed so far in his debut here in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can have his head held up high. I know he's got high standards, so he probably would have, preferred to perform a little bit better, but it was always going to be a tough challenge in this group. If they can now go out strong or potentially score another maybe 10 or 11 goals, then they could potentially go through. But I think he can have his head held high, first land, and he'll probably go away and come back and think, okay, cool, what could I have done differently? And he had his performance, I would be.
Now, going back to that Brentford-Chelsea game, the winner of that one, the team who do top the group, they will play Aston Villa from Group D tomorrow. As we see a goal just there, and as we mentioned before, plenty for Southampton to do. It is 1-1 in that match. And the loser out of Chelsea-Brentford, the team that finishes second, well, they will face off against Norwich City tomorrow in that quarter-final, the knockout stages on Championship Sunday.
I know we talk about that as, permutations here, but all the games tomorrow are going to be so difficult, aren't they? The teams have refreshed. They've been really grinding out all the games today. It'll been 11 hours possibly they've been having to focus for Tomorrow, we always talk about this aggering competitive FIFA. The slate has been wiped clean. It's a new day. It's a new day of competition, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a new reset in many ways, and a lot of the clubs who has been great today can maybe have a slightly worse day tomorrow and then be punished and be out of the competition. So like, obviously all of the teams coming through to tomorrow will be in a great shape and is having the momentum, but then they're starting to pair up and meet each other, and then you have to be ready from the first whistle.
Yeah, you definitely do. Tomorrow will be slightly different to today. We'll have single matches that we will be watching here on the stream, and it means that, we were live to that game just now. Chelsea managing to score another, making that one 2-1 in that game just there. 4-2 on aggregate is the second leg. But Tom, tomorrow will be a different style of play, and some of these players, they're going to have to think about their tactics and what they're going to have to do mentally if they've got to wait 3 hours or if they've got to go first up on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to think about how they're going to want to approach it, you know. It's all to play for tomorrow, and, you know, do you want to go gung-ho initially, or do you want to sort of take your time and be a bit reserved? You don't really want to do that because, obviously, you want to go and play your natural style. And I think a lot of these guys have a very good attacking style of play, and they want to sort of really bring that out tomorrow and try and get the best result possible.
Oh, well, let's go into this final game then. Newcastle Spurs. Tom Lees there for Spurs, of course, and then this is the chap we were speaking to a little bit earlier. I love to see how, I guess, charismatic Aaron was. Obviously, Nicole spoke to him and he was lost for words, wasn't he, earlier after beating Watford. Goal, though, for Aaron there. He's liking what he's delivering against Spurs, and that's the beauty of it. We're unearthing these new players as well who we don't actually or haven't seen much of before and don't know much about.
I love that he's just getting the business done as well, keeping his eyes on the screen. Quick fist bump, but back to the action just there, and we jump straight back into the action here. 37 minutes gone. Chelsea 2, Brentford 1 in the second leg, but it is 4-2 to Brentford on aggregate. The winner of this game will go through as winners of the group. If it is a draw, though, I'm having a quick look. It will be, I'm guessing, I think it will be Brentford that will go through on top of that group, who will then face Aston Villa tomorrow. The person who finishes second, the team who finishes second, I should say, will face Norwich in those quarter-finals tomorrow. So all of that is unfolding. We're getting closer to having our final game to start of round number 10. Liverpool against Manchester City. Tex taking on Ryan Pessoa just there. Can see them getting ready, getting into game. Tex is just changing some settings right now before they do get started. I mean, looking at Tex, looking at Diogo, looking at Ryan and looking at Brandon, I mean, you can say they've both had very opposite days.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Liverpool won everything so far, and Man City lost all their games. So Man City could prove a point here by finishing off with a win against Liverpool. But I think that with the form that Liverpool's been in and the level they've shown, they're probably going to go out of that group with maximum points.
It's such a shame, isn't it, as well, we're kicking off here, Liverpool taking on Man City. On paper, this is a fixture of all fixtures, and one that we, at the beginning of the day, were so excited to see unfold, and it could have really determined the winner of this group. As it stands, though, it's just going to determine if Liverpool go undefeated today, because at the moment, obviously, they do have those 3 wins to their name. Yeah, disappointing day, like Kyle just said, for Man City, but let's take the positives then and look at Liverpool as a force to be reckoned with this weekend and what they can possibly do. Can we see Tex become a second-time ePremier League champion? Because we do know something for sure, Man City aren't going to retain that title this year.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. They look absolutely fantastic. They're on route to get 4 wins from 4, and it's really showing. You can see from the interviews the confidence they have, and from the play style as well, the confidence that they have. It's really unfortunate that City obviously weren't able to defend their title, but props to Tex and props to Diogo, because they're looking really good. And as we go into tomorrow, if they can continue this form, then anything is possible.
Yes, anything is possible indeed. Liverpool there putting that pressure on, looking for an opening goal. Nearly 10 in-game minutes gone. Tex representing Liverpool. Manchester City's Ryan Pessoa. Now, there's plenty of action that is happening still. Lots of goals, lots of reactions, and some of these games, they are vital, they are big, and Aga, they are still key. Even if you want to just make sure that your pride isn't bruised or dented here at the ePremier League.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what we've been speaking about. You wanna finish off with a positive feeling, right? So yeah, Man City will do everything here.
Well, let's just sit on this game for a while then and see if Tex can get his first goal of this matchup. It's going to go for a goal kick then. Schmeichel for Ryan Pessoa. Ryan will really want to get a good result to end his day. Again, I've spoken about how he never really has much of a challenge in years gone by in the Premier League finals. He didn't even make it here in 2020. Okay, that was a very difficult year. We obviously, had to play from home and there was a lot going on. So, a lot of players having a bit of up and down in that time.
Aggie, obviously you were a teammate of his. How do you think he will take this tournament performance? I mean, you could look at his performance and Brandon's combined, but him as an individual, not been the best. And I would say that to him, and I think he would take that.
Yeah, I think...
As Tex comes forward, I think we might see a goal as we do just now. What do you think how is he going to react to this tomorrow?
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed, not just for today and tomorrow, but for a longer time. Obviously, he's been talking a bit about that he wanted to perform here at the EPL. That was something that he didn't feel like he had the chance to yet. So it will frustrate him for sure, and he will definitely not be happy with it, because as we all can see, and he'll admit that himself as well, 0 points right now, and probably 0 points overall, which is not Ryan Pessoa standards.
No, not at all. Ryan obviously does have really high standards. I'm going to work with Ryan on Monday, so I'm hoping he feels a little bit better come Monday night when we're back on broadcast together. But we'll try and get a word with Ryan at some point, because he's such a great guy as well, and he'll be able to really break down what he thinks he did wrong today. Back in this game, though, the Southampton United game, which was pretty exciting as well. Obviously, Southampton waiting to see if they can mount a charge. I think they needed possibly 10 or more goals to see if they could compete with Leeds and Crystal Palace, which is a tough ask, but still, it'd be great for them to get 3 more points and end the day on 9 points anyway, and just go, look at how close it was. Look at how close this is then in this game as well. Chelsea-Brentford. They go through there already, Carl. Let's go on to this one.
Yes, there has been a goal, and it does come from, I'm guessing, looking at the attack, Manchester United. That pushing right there, the finesse shot from outside the box. Again, we've seen that so many times. 2-1 Manchester United. That now means that Southampton need 11 goals if they want to go through. Wow, that is a task that they have. Tom, I'm going to put you on the spot. 11 goals in what? 1 game and 20 minutes. Have you ever seen that done before?
No, I'm not going to.
Ever had that done to you before?
No, I mean, I'm not that bad. But no, I've never seen that done before. I mean, if it's achievable, then we're witnessing greatness. But I mean,
hang on, Watford just had that done to them. 11-4 it was. Norwich just beat them. So,
that is true.
It even happens at this top level, Tom.
True.
You're going, it doesn't happen to me. I'm a pro. It just happened to the pros on stream. Where were you eating your lunch? Eating dinner, I don't know. Anyway, we've seen it. We've had so many goals already this weekend. So it is possible, both of you. We might see it happening. But yeah, United, it'd be great as well, wouldn't it, for them to get a couple of points, because again, they're sitting at the bottom of Group C. And again, to go away with a point or 3 would just say a lot about them, Aga, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a nice way to finish off for them after what I would say a frustrating day for them. Obviously, it's been a frustrating day for all the teams that didn't make it through. So, yeah, to finish off would be great for them.
Well, let's go back into Group A. Brentford-Chelsea. It's a quick replay then. Chelsea with the ball. Trying to build up nicely for this attack. St. Maximin back to Kante. Ronaldo making it 3 for Chelsea. Well, that's some game we have going on here, their final game. This is back live then with this game. 4-3, Brentford currently lead. Obviously, 3 of those goals came in the first leg from Sam Brewster. Now we have Cousinho playing for Brentford. And they've been one of the standout teams. We've spoken about them so much already today. They obviously had their qualifiers as well at the stadium, which was kind of a semi-LAN event. Chance then there couldn't quite make anything from that. So Chelsea now all to play for, to see who tops the table in Group A, see who gets possibly the more favourable draw going into those quarterfinals tomorrow. Tom, let's just talk a little bit about this attack that Chelsea are trying to mount at the moment for Brentford then. Just have the goal kick again.
Sorry, I just thought I heard something behind me. But yeah,
they probably did the Spurs over there in Tottenham and Newcastle.
They're quite animated characters, but literally the next goal means so much. There's only a minute and a half left, but obviously, like you mentioned, it's all to top the group. So Chelsea aren't going to want to hold back. They want to try and get forward. But I think that is pretty much it. There's maybe about 10 seconds left. Through on goal, but I think that's it. I think that's all she wrote.
They possibly could get another one here to make it 5-3. My goodness. Oh. It's messy. Oh. It's not going to be. It finishes 4-3 to Brentford. That does mean they take home another 3 points, makes it 10 points in Group A. So Brentford do top Group A, Chelsea in second. So Brentford then will play Aston Villa. Chelsea will play Norwich City.
Now, that was a goal just there as we saw Southampton against Manchester United. Southampton, they're on a very steep mountain right now, trying to climb very, very slowly. We'll keep you updated with that one. Group A, though, done and dusted. Group A looks like this. Brentford top with 10 points, I should say. Chelsea have 7 points. Brighton finished the day on 6 points. Arsenal on 3 points. West Ham United on 1. That means that Brentford will play Aston Villa. Chelsea will play Norwich City tomorrow. We have some more action happening in this matchup. Newcastle taking on Tottenham Hotspur. And that was a 4th for Tottenham, making it 4-4 in that second leg just here. Right, let's get across to Nicole. She's been our reporter throughout the day, catching up with all the players, giving us some insight. And Nicole, you've got 4 players with you right now.
Yeah, I just grabbed them all whilst I was here because, you know, happy spirits here because both of you have qualified for tomorrow. Yeah. More excitement, please.
Yeah.
Yes. Peace. Congratulations. You guys have topped the group. Yeah. Do you know who you're playing tomorrow then?
Yeah, we're playing Aston Villa. So obviously that's Kyle and Impacts. So very good players. I'm looking forward to it.
How are you feeling? Well, firstly, how are you feeling right now?
Obviously, we're not really happy. Like I said, obviously, me and Sam came here as kind of like nobodies, and obviously, we've done really well topping our group. Wouldn't have imagined that at the start of the day. Obviously, we had our own faith in ourselves, so it's good, to do that and perform well, on a big stage like this. So, really happy for myself and Sam.
Do you feel like being underdogs may have helped at all because you kind of couldn't disappoint anyone, maybe?
Yeah, obviously every game meant a lot to us, but we were quite relaxed. There was no pressure on us, there's no expectations on us, so we just went every game was essentially like a free hit. So yeah, we just went to every game not too stressed, obviously no pressure, and then we just see what we could do. If we played our best, and obviously it went well for us today, which is a nice feeling.
Working all right as a team, aren't you?
Very well, yeah. Yeah, we said at the start of the day, the only pressure on us is internal pressure, and like you say, the underdog stuff. I mean, I play on Xbox. No one here's played me up until today, so that's a big bonus. Peace obviously coming in, no one's expecting us to do much. It's gone really well.
Very well done, you guys. Big day tomorrow. Firstly, how do you feel today's gone?
It's good to finally win a game at the end there. I've not performed to what I think I should be able to perform like, but we got the job done. That's what it matters.
I mean, you say that, but like you just said, you're going through to tomorrow, and so surely that's great. You've got to be happy with that, no?
Oh, mate, I'm buzzing. I mean, Jack's had a bit of a carry today. He's carried me, sorry. I wish I could say otherwise. His back is absolutely killing. But, no, I'm buzzing we made it tomorrow. I can't wait to play Norwich.
Yeah, how are you feeling about that game tomorrow then, that first game?
Well, Bami's been moving a bit different today, so the Xbox player. But, yeah, I mean, it'll be a tough game. Full credit to these guys. I'll say it again. I mean, none of us knew anything about Sam. I mean, I know Zoe, but, players like Jaden and Redlat, they're in my group as well. I know them from, Global Series, but Sam was unknown. But yeah, they came and smashed it. But yeah, we've got Norwich tomorrow, which is, I believe, at 3 o'clock. So they're playing at 11. So early doors. But now, yeah, it's looking forward to it. I mean, I said it as well. I've said this thing. I'm not nowhere near satisfied with how we played today. I mean, we played, I reckon, about 30-40% of our levels, and we got through. So if we turn up how we can play tomorrow, I think it can be very scary, but it's got to wait and see, and hopefully we'll come out there.
Basically, you're like, watch out, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays like I see him play at home, we can win it tomorrow. But we got to come out tomorrow, and I mean, I didn't play to my level, we didn't play to his level, so if we come out anywhere near like we can play, then that's no reason I can't win it.
How are you all going to prepare tonight?
I'm just going to go around the hotel, see who's in there, see who's got their setup, maybe nick it. You know, just use it for a bit of practice. But no, like Jack said, complete credit to them. They came out, bossed it, topped the group. Well done.
What will you guys do later then? Are you going to have like a little team chat? Are you going to go through tactics for tomorrow, just chill?
I'll probably be with Sting looking around at the hotels for setup for practice. I mean, we'll talk about who we're playing tomorrow and you know, try to relax and stuff. Obviously, we practice a lot up to this point, so there's only so much practice you can do. You know, we're not going to get better overnight kind of thing. We just want to prepare ourselves, relax again, and then just look forward to tomorrow. We'll have to sleep early, actually. It's 11 a.m. start, and then you just look forward to tomorrow and just get ready for it.
Good luck getting to sleep early. I feel like you'll have so much adrenaline. Well, congratulations to all of you. I'll let you get off now. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Whoa, back to you guys.
Oh, good sportsmanship there from both the players, but contrast and how they're going to, I guess, prepare for tomorrow. Chelsea only played 30 or 40% of their capacity, they're saying, so really fighting talk from Chelsea. The opposite, Brentford are, played loads coming into this, prepared well, don't think they want to go and play tonight, whereas Stingray's off around the hotel to find a setup somewhere, guys. You've just played for 11 hours, Chelsea. Go and calm down.
They know more about the schedule tomorrow than us. They know when they're playing before we do. Right, there was some action in this Liverpool-Manchester City game. Liverpool extending their lead to 2-0. Tex taking on Manchester City's Ryan Pessoa. It was 2-0. Ryan with a mistake there, letting that ball go. Tex with another opportunity to make it 3. He hits the post, coming so close in that matchup. That is one of our final games that we have got. I mean, Liverpool-Manchester City, which we are live with, coming to the end of this first leg. There will be a second leg in that one as well. I can see turning around Southampton, Manchester United. They're waiting to get their second leg underway as well. And it feels like the day is done for Newcastle and Tottenham as well. That game is over. We'll get a score confirmation on how that one ended for you very shortly. But that game, 2 goals for Liverpool taking on Manchester City. We'll get an update on that later on, and we'll be live across all the action in the second leg. Let's get across to one of the pods, though. I did mention that Newcastle and Tottenham are done now for the day, and Nicole, well, she's joined by both Tottenham players.
Yep, I've quickly grabbed Gorilla and Tom. You know what? You two are great because you probably don't want to be standing here with me right now. I know we all get on. But firstly, how are you feeling? A frustrating day for you guys as a team?
Very frustrating. I just said to Tom, it's a day of 2 halves. We started off really bad, and then we picked it up when the pressure was off, but it can't be like that. We've learned a lot, and we've got to go again. There's plenty of tournaments this season, but yeah, disappointing result to say the least.
And Tom, I asked you earlier, I mean, it'd probably be the same answer. Yeah. What do you think happened earlier on? Is it a case of being here, everything's a bit different, the tournament's a bit different?
Yeah, I think adapting to the format was pretty difficult, because if we had to choose, Ben would definitely normally play second. He's much better at chasing a lead than I am, so yeah, we didn't adapt to that well enough. And we always said our final third, our chance creation wasn't very good. Every team we played, they were scoring their chances, and we just weren't creating the right chances. And yeah, we put it right once we were out, or like battling at the bottom. And yeah, unfortunately, it just came too late today.
What will you take from today then?
I don't know, to be honest. It was a poor result. We'll watch things back, but, it's our first LAN event for 2.5 years, but everyone's in the same boat. We didn't adapt to it, it's just being honest. And, yeah, we just got to learn from it and just change things going forward. We've got to do better. It's as simple as that.
Aside from this result, what has it been like? Because, it's been quite cool being here with everyone, again, in person, for the first time in quite a while. What has the atmosphere and day been like for you?
Yeah. Following on from Sven's question, I think I've got 2 positives, right? We didn't have 0 points, so we managed to get some points on the board. And yeah, the return of in-person events. I think for all the pro players, we've been waiting for this since it's been 2 years now. You know, it's such a better experience. Being able to meet up with the other players, you got everything going on here. It's just 10 times better than playing in an office or a room. So yeah, it's been a really good atmosphere. I think tomorrow it'll go up a notch as well. There's plenty of good players left in it. So yeah, it's just really, really good to be back, and hopefully tomorrow carries on with the same entertainment.
And quickly, is there a team that you think they're going to absolutely smash it now?
I think there's 2 things that stand out to me. I think it's Liverpool and Palace. I think they might be playing each other in the knockouts next round, but they're probably the 2 teams that I'd say to win it.
Tom, you sound pretty confident that you're backing someone.
Yeah, I mean, know what it's like with Tex, right? I can see him over there with his crutches. Yeah, I mean, I've seen how well he's played it today, and he's been really, really good this season. And we know Tex at LAN, unbelievable player. So yeah, if you have to go someone, I'm going to go for Liverpool.
And Tex is your mate, isn't he?
Yeah, he's paid me to say that.
Guys, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll see you very soon. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. I always love to hear from Gorilla and Tom, of course, such great sportsmen. And it was interesting, we haven't actually spoken about that Tom said Gorilla is better at chasing down a lead if they're back. And that's something that we didn't take into account. Actually, maybe we should have done, Aga.
Yeah, both and you could say that he shouldn't come behind at the first place.
Yeah, no.
So, but I get your point. We discussed it in the very beginning of the show that the tactical aspects of this is interesting, really. It's been tough for them today, but they're reflecting, and it's good to hear.
Definitely
smiling as well, aren't they?
Well, exactly. Good sportsmen right there. You can see that, and they've reflected and they've taken stuff from it, and it's nice to see them with smiles on their faces. Now, some players that might not have smiles on their faces, the Southampton players, we did see that they conceded a goal. There was a huge chance for Manchester United. We'll be keeping you updated on that mountain that Southampton have got to climb if they want to go through to Championship Sunday. So make sure you stick around. There's still plenty more FIFA 22 action coming your way.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, we all want to collect the best foot items for our teams. So, with that in mind, we brought together 3 ePremier League finalists to test their knowledge in what we're calling a fastest finger first style quiz called Stat Attack. Our 3 finalists today, we have Ryan from Man City. Ryan is a boing.
Yeah.
Cosmin's a bell. Jazz? And Jazz is a horn. The first person to make their lovely noise there and correctly identify the item will be given a point. If you buzz in and you answer incorrectly, you're frozen out. Ready, guys?
Let's go.
Let's play Stat Attack. Okay, this is going to be trickier first from pace then.
Pace 70 defend.
Jazz.
Pogba.
Incorrect. Frozen. Cosmin.
Bruno. Oh, it is.
1 point.
I was thinking that he's a CDM or when I saw the face of the other midfielders.
Foot item number 2. Dribbling 84, physicality 62.
Must be an attacking player.
Ryan.
No, I'm out in it.
No, you're in.
Okay.
Oh,
he said no.
No
way. From the nationality. Listen.
And 3 stats.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We just have it in the locker. I gotta get this one back.
Foot item number 3. So physicality 60, passing 81. It's defending right wing.
Morris. I knew it from the physicality. Do you know what's mad? I didn't even know it from the pace. It was the physicality. I swear to God, because I thought I've seen that before.
2 to Ryan, 1 Cosmin. Jazz, you're frozen. Come on,
getting
mate.
this next one. Next one's I don't think his buzzer works.
Foot item number 4. Jazz, I'm looking at you. Villa. Close to home.
Leon Bailey.
Woo! Jazz, tell me about your thought process then, guessing this.
He's probably the only good player in Villa's team.
I like your thought process. That's great. Let's move on then. So we've got 2, 1, 1. Cosmin, Jazz. Let's get another one. Okay, number 5. Flag. Ooh!
Piatek. Oh, it is. I was...
Oh, my days.
We're here.
What was it, the flag that gave it away?
The defender didn't give it away, yeah.
Okay, number 6. Come on, Cosmin. Got to get on back.
Son.
Correctio. No
just need a flag. You see what I mean? A flag, just a flag. You don't need anything else. Just a flag.
Okay, let's start. 70 physicality, 73 dribbling.
Non-res is where we draw the line, you know. Not
English shooting is 67.
You guys, this is yours. I haven't. No, okay.
37 pace. What else do we get?
Mark Noble.
Woo! Mark Noble, Mr. West Ham.
Big knobs, come on. There's not many people slower than that, so...
Ryan and Jazz, between you two, but you could upset the party a little bit here. Okay, number 8, final foot item. 70 defending, centre mid.
Thiago.
Everton is your champion. 4 points to Cosmin's 1, to Ryan's 3.
You bottled a big lead there. What's my day today?
That, guys, was Stat Attack. Thank you so much for playing, Ryan, Cosmin and Jazz. Good luck for the ePremier League finals this weekend. Jazz, though, you are a champion at Stat Attack. Congratulations.
That's it,
Yes, guys, welcome back to the studio here in London for the ePremier League Finals 2022. You might have noticed there are less players now in this studio. It is because we are ending day 1 here. Only 2 pods are now occupied. Of course, that means only 4 teams are still playing here on day 1. We had a goal in the break, though, in this matchup in Group B. Liverpool taking on Man City. Liverpool did lead that one the first leg, 2-0 over Man City. Liverpool again on the attack then. Diogo now in the hot seat. St. Maximin there taking it to 3-0. We know that one's already tied up. Liverpool already going through at the top of their table with 9 points. We just wanted to see if they could go undefeated. It looks like they are going to be undefeated. The only team to be undefeated on day 1. It sets a statement out to the rest of the players, that's for sure, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they wanted. They wanted to set it out, and they looked confident from the start, looked confident from the off, and everyone's going to be, turning their heads to see, like you already saw in that interview with Gorilla and Tom, that, they're looking out for Liverpool and they're not even in the competition. So people are going to be focused on Liverpool and what they can produce.
Definitely, and going into the games tomorrow, who they will face in the quarterfinals, well, that will be determined depending on the other match that is happening, Manchester United and Southampton. We are currently live, though, with that game. Manchester City, Brandon Hughes representing Man City here in the ePremier League on the PlayStation side of things. Well, he'll be hoping that he can get a couple of goals, bring it back for his first LAN event. But looking at this one, Liverpool seem to be in full control of this matchup. Diogo has taken the reins from Tex, and he's ensuring they do go through top of that group. 12 points. Who they'll face though in Group C? From Group C tomorrow, we will find out. Let's have a look if this one ends in a goal. Diogo taking his time, gets the shot off, but it does go out for the corner, and it doesn't seem like Manchester City have much in return as that one narrowly goes past the post. Right, let's get into something that we've been working on throughout the day. Ago, you've been putting together an ultimate team for us. We've had the goalkeeper, we've had the defence, we've had some of the midfield as well. Let's talk about attacking options, because we've seen plenty throughout the day.
Yeah, it's time for the last 3 players on the team, and we need the offensive midfield and 2 strikers in this formation, and obviously the pace is important once again, but it's the weak foot as well. We want the 5-star weak foot, or the 4-star, and we want the 5-star skill move, so we'll be able to do any skill move in the game and shock our opponents. So on the offensive midfield, we have Jadon Sancho's foot birthday item. As we can see here, 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, great passing as well, great pace. He can do a bit of both things. And yeah, we've seen him involved today as well with a lot of assists. So that's why we go with him. And the 2 strikers wouldn't be a surprise for any of you after watching today's broadcast, because these 2 players have scored like literally all the goals almost with Saint Maximin and Cristiano Ronaldo, and that's the end of my team. Pretty solid.
One question about that, because Cristiano Ronaldo, we know, has had many iterations of him throughout the years on FIFA, but also in FIFA 22 as well. Why that Team of the Year item? Because he didn't actually make the initial Team of the Year, did he? He's that 12th man.
Yeah, I think that he went into the voting, right, and obviously he has a big fan base. Everyone wants him in their team. So when the voting was there, everyone voted for Cristiano, because we know that when he gets a item like that, he's probably the best.
I see what you've done here as well. You've only chosen 2 icons, but look at the manager, Patrick Vieira. So is that an interchangeable one then, that your third icon?
I'll keep him also to compensate for not having him as an icon in the CDM. So yeah, that's Vieira. We don't play with subs on my team. We don't need it. We have the players we need here.
Tom, is anyone in Aga's team someone that you wouldn't have in your own team?
No, I think the only person I'd probably consider might be obviously Vieira instead of Kante, but I think the team looks perfect. It's got the 5-star skill moves up front to really allow you to express yourselves. The midfield looks perfect. Obviously, we spoke about Gullit, who can do it all, and De Bruyne, and Kante is absolutely fantastic. And that's my defence at home, so I can't really argue with that.
Totally. I thought you would have had another icon, actually, Aga, as well. I think we would have had 3 teams. You were just being nice to everyone else. OK, well, back then, in with the action after just confirming Aga's ultimate team then there. Man United, Southampton. This obviously decides things in their group. That is Group C. Back over to Group B. These are the only 2 groups still in action. Liverpool, then, that 3-goal lead over Manchester City. Diogo now on the console makes it 4. Haven't conceded yet in this matchup, which is a statement as well for those guys. I mean, if you can keep a clean sheet in your last match of the day when you've waited so long to do so, is so great. How they are great as a package in attack and in defence, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the fiercest rivals make the best of friends. So it literally seems to be working, and it seems to be really, really smooth. Obviously, they've won all their games and they've got a clean sheet at the end. So it sets them in perfect stead for obviously tomorrow, and we'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds.
Now you can see here Manchester United and Southampton both fist bumping just there. That game is done, and unfortunately for Southampton, they didn't manage to score all of the goals that they needed, so they will
get the win.
Or get the win. So they won't be going through to Championship Sunday. It is Crystal Palace and Leeds United that go through from Group C. Another goal, though, in this matchup, our final matchup of the day, sees Liverpool take on Manchester City. Now it is 5 on aggregate, 49 in-game minutes gone. And it's interesting, we talked about concentration, we talked about focus. Liverpool started the day in that matchup that you chose, Liverpool against Leicester. Then they had a break for 1 round. Then they played Everton. Then they had a break for 2 rounds. Then they played Burnley. And then they had a break for 3 rounds. And they finished the day. You could actually say, Tom, that they've had the hardest shift, except for us. Obviously, we've been on throughout it all, but they've had to really wait and bide their time to perform the way they have.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like they've really had to sort of bide their time. Obviously, they had that first game and they were looking strong, but it just feels like they've gone from strength to strength. They had that little break and they've really stepped back into it. And obviously, as we mentioned earlier, Tex tweeted that he's basically back and he is the best, and he's literally showing it today. Breaks or not, he's been absolutely fantastic, as is Diogo.
Yeah, absolutely. All the teams, of course, have been absolutely awesome. Nicole, though, is still here. She's standing by with the Saints team. Nicole?
Yeah, I've got Michael and Robbie here. Guys, commiserations. You put in such good performances today. Your group was really tough. How are you feeling right now?
Just a bit dejected because we knew we had to win by a lot of goals, so just didn't really have any motivation to even go and win that game. Ended up drawing. Just pretty sad, to be honest.
That's the thing, it's so tough going into a game knowing that it's kind of really out of your hands at that point, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's very hard. I mean, I think if we knew we were playing for something there, we could have gone on and got a result, but we lost all motivation, to be honest.
But you were in a very impressive group, and the players you were up against, I mean, you've done really well as well. You've got to be proud of yourselves. I know right now you'll be feeling disappointed, but hopefully you can look back afterwards and be like, you know what, we actually did do really well ourselves.
Yeah, we done well, but at the end of the day, we still got grouped. So, like any other group, we probably would have went through, but he didn't in this one, and obviously that was the goal. So, pretty sad. That's all. Really.
What will you take from this then?
I think I'll take the experience, definitely. My first LAN event, obviously, so I feel I played very well, but unfortunately we're not through.
And has it been quite nice to be here, the atmosphere, and with everyone at a live event?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, I've been playing this for a little bit now, and to get to a LAN, see everyone, and play on the stage has been better than I even thought it'd be. And hopefully I can play more. I'm playing in E-Champions League next month as well, so I can't wait for that.
I'm really sorry, guys, but well done for how you've played today. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, Michael and Robbie there, they have put in such a shift for Southampton, narrowly missing out on the quarter-finals tomorrow. 7 points they managed to end this day to 9 to Crystal Palace and Leeds United on 9 as well. So unfortunately, they will not be progressing to Championship Sunday. This is the final matchup, guys, of day one. What a day we have had. Man City taking on Liverpool. We know how this is going to end in terms of the group standings. Liverpool and Everton are going through because all our final 8 teams have already been completed, guys. So that's just going to conclude that matchup there. Obviously, that is Liverpool taking on Man City. And then we are done for day one. Brentford, Chelsea, Liverpool, Everton, Leeds, Crystal Palace, Aston Villa and Norwich City are your quarter-finalists. We're going to do it all again tomorrow, guys. But for now, we're going to take one final short break just after this goal. We're going to have another goal right now. We were going to go to a break. We've still got action, guys. So Liverpool still on the attack here with Ruud Gullit to Kevin De Bruyne, Ronaldo, then St. Maximum and Ginola getting a goal there. There we go. So Ginola now on the score sheet as well. And I was just taking the reins there because Kyle Walker was doing some tallying. Are you going to tell us what you were doing there, Kyle?
I've been counting up all the goals that we've had throughout the day, all right? And I'm still working on them. That's how many goals we've had. 80 minutes gone in this matchup. 7 goals. This is the one that I'm just waiting to finish before I put a final score on it. I'm still doing it as I talk.
Oh, well, I'll pick up then.
Right here.
So I want to put you on the spot. How many has CR7 got?
Oh, I've not done that one.
Come on, keep working that then. And St. Max, we want a breakdown of that. And Ginola's had a few as well, so we'd like that before the final part of the show. But Man City on the attack, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, to get a couple more goals in for this side who you really have, I'm going to say, underperformed today, boys. Tom, we wish we'd have seen something better from the duo, the reigning champions, of course. That is something for sure they're not going to take home the trophy this year. Yeah, I mean, they will go back and they'll be disappointed, obviously, with themselves, and they feel like, they could have done a lot more. But, it's a chance to, really just sort of assess. We spoke about Ryan and how he feels like he doesn't perform well at ePremier League, so it can be a little bit difficult. But, again, they'll go away, they'll reassess, and there's no reason why these guys can't bounce back strong. But a little bit of a disappointing weekend for them. Aga, I guess in terms of your competitive FIFA back in the day, when you've finished top of the group before, I'm sure you have at some tournament, how does that make you feel going into day 2?
Well, it obviously gives you a loads of confidence, and you feel like you can walk on water basically that day. So yeah, it gives you a lot of confidence. You feel relaxed. You're looking forward to play the next rounds of the competitions, and I think with the statement Liverpool showed us today that they're looking forward to more, regardless of it being Crystal Palace they're playing against.
Definitely, that game is done and dusted, as you saw. 7-0 for Liverpool, beating Manchester City. They are undefeated throughout the day, 12 points and 263 goals in total across all of our rounds of matches. Make sure you stay exactly where you are. We'll be previewing our quarter-finals after this short break.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, Ultimate Team is all about building the very best team possible. So today I'll be putting 2 EA Sports FIFA experts to the test. In the red corner is Lisa Manley. In the blue corner, Age Rosenmeyer. Lisa, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I think I'm going to beat him. I'm going to pick the best team possible. I'm just going to come out there guns blazing, but we'll see.
Age, how do you feel?
Very excited to try to find my best 5 players.
So do you want to do a little game of rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, Age, you are first. Who is your first pick?
I'm going for Virgil van Dijk.
Why Virgil van Dijk?
Well, basically for me, when I have an attacking 5-a-side, I want him to be controlling the players and make sure that if Lisa's attackers are going for a chance, I have the best to defend it.
All right, Lisa, are you gutted that Virgil van Dijk's been taken already?
I'm happy that he's taken him. I can have another Liverpool player somewhere else.
Who are you going for?
So I'm going to go for Kyle Walker.
OK, talk me through that choice, because obviously, again, there are a lot of Man City players that you could go for in this 5-a-side team.
He's tall-ish, so he can win some headers, so I think he could stop your attack, especially if he goes for a pacey attack.
When Lisa hears my strikers, maybe she'll regret.
OK, then, who's your next pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Kevin De Bruyne.
Very good pick, but talk us through why you picked him.
He can do basically everything, and that's why he needs to be on my team.
I mean, I could have picked him, but yeah, it's a great choice. He's obviously good, like you said.
Who are you going for, then?
I'm going to go for Paul Pogba.
Talk us through that decision.
He's obviously got great stats going forwards. He can shoot, he can pass, he's got good dribbling.
Pogba was on my radar as well.
Oh,
so a bit got it there. Got it there.
You're having to rethink.
I have to go with Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7. He's pretty complete, and I just need that goal poacher at the top. Then you have the likes of Kevin De Bruyne assisting him, and also my next player.
Lisa, are you going to go for a striker then?
So I'm going to go for Mohamed Salah.
OK, why are you going for him?
I mean, the Egyptian king, what else can I say, right? But yeah, 90 pace, 90 dribbling, he's good going forward, he's good at dribbling, good at shooting, so I can try and get a couple of goals in.
I'm going to go with my fellow countryman, Kasper Schmeichel.
OK, was that quite a tough pick for you, goalkeeper-wise, then?
I had some other names up, the likes of Nick Pope, who's actually underrated in my opinion.
Lisa, would you have gone for Schmeichel yourself?
You can take him.
Who are you going for, then?
I'm going to go for Nick Pope.
Did you just steal that from Age?
I didn't, to be honest with you. I was always going to go for him, but he made me want to go for him even more.
So you both have one player left each?
I'm going to go with Son.
I can't believe you've done that as an Arsenal fan.
To be honest with you, I didn't even think about him, but yeah, I'm
No offence, Son, if you're watching.
I'm gutted that I obviously didn't think of him because he'd been a great addition to the team.
So who is your final player, Lisa?
So the player that I'm going to go for is Saint Maximin.
Talk us through why you've gone for him.
He's got good pace, good dribbling. Obviously, he's shooting, not the greatest, but you know, I've got Salah for that. So
it is time for me to pick my winning team. This is tough. I'm gonna have to go for Team Age.
Yay!
How do you feel?
I'm relieved. I think it would have been a very close game if they were to play.
Do you guys agree? What do you reckon? Which is your favourite team? Let us know in the chat and we will see you soon.
Well, welcome back then for the final time on day one for the ePremier League Finals 2022. The studio behind us now is eerily quiet because all the games have been played on day one. The pods are empty, and that's because we know who is progressing through to day two, to our quarterfinals, the 8 teams who have made it. Let's go through them quickly now. Group A, it's Brentford and Chelsea. Group B, Liverpool and Everton. Liverpool undefeated, 12 points, the only team to get that so far. Group C, Leeds United and Crystal Palace. And Group D, Norwich City and Aston Villa. Well, yes, these are the qualified 8 then on your screens. We just went through them there. So Brentford first, they will take on Chelsea. They're on Chelsea, sorry. Let's have a look at how they are. Brentford, Aston Villa, quarter-final 1. Liverpool, Chelsea, quarter-final 2. Leeds United, Everton. Norwich, Chelsea. Tom, which one will you have your eye on first up?
I mean, it's got to be Liverpool, Crystal Palace. I mean, I'm not, trying to be biased here, but so much potential in that game. They're both players that, all players, that can literally turn up and do a fantastic job. And both in your power rankings, if I am correct. So it'll be quite interesting to see it all unfold. And I can't wait for tomorrow to see these lot get cracking.
Brentford and Aston Villa have had incredible days today, so they are obviously that they're given the task, if either of them, whichever of them goes through to that semi-final, facing Liverpool or Crystal Palace, who equally have a very good day just there. It just shows, out of all those teams, there's no easy player that or team you're going to come up against.
Yeah, you got to beat them all to become the best, right? And Brentford showed a lot today. I think they were the positive surprise. So looking forward to see it tomorrow when they're playing against the biggest clubs here.
Yeah, totally. Well, of course, we have got one team undefeated. That's Liverpool. They're taking on Crystal Palace tomorrow. And we can say hello and goodbye one final time to our reporter, Nicole Holliday. She caught up with Diogo of Liverpool a short while ago.
Diogo, congrats. You just won 5-0 in that second leg. How are you feeling after today?
Yeah, happy to get a win, to be honest. It's been a poor day for me, to be honest. I've been in my teammate's backpack all day, I have to say. But, when you have someone like Tex as your teammate, it does help. But, yeah, happy to get a win in the last game. A nice little confidence booster going into tomorrow. I think, if I'm not wrong, we're playing Crystal Palace. So, very good team. Nick's near Ethan. It's going to be a very hard game. Yeah, I guess we just have to wake up tomorrow and see how we feel. I think we play at like 12, so an hour later than today, which is good. Maybe we can get an extra hour in bed because we had a very tough schedule today. We woke up very early. We woke up at like 7. We had a game at 11 a.m. and then we were the last game as well today, so about long breaks in between. So, yeah, hopefully tomorrow's a better day.
Are you feeling quite confident that you guys can do this? Tom was saying that he backs you two as a team.
Absolutely. I think we've been set to be the favourites by a lot of people. I think, like I said earlier, when you have a teammate like Tex, I think if I just turn up somewhat to my ability that I know I can perform at, I think we'll go all the way. Honestly,
you're not too bad either, Diogo. I'll let you go. See you tomorrow.
Well, a brutal analysis then from Diogo on himself, saying he really didn't perform today. But we're kind of nearing the end of the show, and Tom, I want to come to you quickly and just say surprise of the day.
It's got to be Norwich. They've been absolutely fantastic and they've turned up straight from the off. We were surprised when we saw it and, yeah, they haven't disappointed. So hopefully they can do the same thing tomorrow. We'll see if they can. Is there a standout team other than Norwich for you, Aggie? Anyone that you've looked at and thought, wow, they've shocked me?
Brentford. I think that was the surprise of the day for me. New to the EPL, comes in like that, wins almost all their games.
So they might make the power ranking tomorrow then. Norwich and Brentford, surely. Are we going to see a change in that one tomorrow?
There's a slight chance, but let's see after a few hours of sleep.
They've got to, Aga. I mean, you didn't put them in there at all today. They must be looking at you. They'll have some words. I'm sure they're backstage of a Cole, waiting to speak to you. I would, wouldn't you, Kyle, if I was Norwich?
I definitely would.
Or Brentford.
I think both of those have been looking at their performances throughout the day and what they could do. Tom, just final word. How have you found it? ePremier League is back, LAN events are back, and it's Championship Sunday tomorrow. I mean, it's lived up to expectations. Like you said, we've been away for quite a while, but it's just nice to be back, nice to be in a nice setting, nice to see the reactions in real life. And tomorrow there's so much to play for and probably going to see even more reactions. We definitely are. And I'll give final word from you as well, just very quickly. Someone's going to get their hands on this trophy just behind us. It looks amazing. They'll be going to a new ePremier League champion. How excited are you for tomorrow?
I'm very, very excited. Today was a very good pre-taste of what's happening tomorrow, and I can't wait.
Definitely. Tomorrow is where it is at, Championship Sunday. And as we've said, someone will be getting their hands on this trophy just here. It will go to a new ePremier League champion, so make sure you join us. Don't miss any of the action. We'll be back tomorrow for the ePremier League 2022.